Chapter 1. The rain is coming, mother is to remarry. Mother, enough! You may marry, take my younger brother and leave, just do not worry about me. Upon uttering these words, 6-year-old Shen Dakui lowered his head and resumed cutting pigweed in the field, exhibiting a level of maturity that belied his tender age. 6 years old. In this modern world, he would still be nestled in his parents' embrace, playfully seeking to evade school, or being coaxed by his grandparents to eat, negotiating for every morsel. Yet, in this ravenous, ancient era, he bore a burden larger than himself and toiled under its weight. My son Zhang Sanyang, witnessing his extraordinary composure, could no longer restrain her emotions. She cast aside the sickle from his small hands and enveloped him in her embrace, weeping uncontrollably. My son, I cannot bear to part with either of you. 3 years had passed since her husband's demise, and she had resolved never to remarry. However, the suitor, a man of some standing, offered a considerable bride price and was amenable to her taking her children to receive an education. The in-laws insisted she remarry, demanding only that she take one child along for the 20 taels of silver. Her eldest was 6, and her youngest was 4. Choosing between them felt akin to carving out her own heart. Shen Dakui, observing his mother's turmoil, sighed heavily and comforted her. Mother, I'm already 6 years old and can discern right from wrong. My younger brother is only 4. He cannot be separated from you. If he remains here, he will surely forget you, but I will never forget you. To suggest forgetfulness was an understatement. Resentment could also fester. Seeing her still undecided, Shen Dakui quickly added, Mother, if one of us must leave, it is far better than both of us perishing in this field, is it not? Shen's family had 4 sons, and, as they multiplied into numerous grandchildren, they remained united to escape the burdens of labor. His father, the second-born, had tragically died when a stone fell upon him while repairing a reservoir, leaving behind a mere 5 taels as compensation, which the elderly couple clung to. Within the household, the elderly couple and the uncle and aunt held sway, leaving the widowed mother and her orphans devoid of authority, let alone the luxury of pursuing an education. The suitor was the county inspector, though merely of the 9th rank. To their humble family, it was akin to a stroke of fortune. Moreover, it was a substantial boon. Zhang Sanyang, upon hearing this, hastily wiped her tears, recognizing the truth in her son's words. Having even one child escape was a blessing. She bit her lip in frustration, exclaiming, the 20 taels offered by Inspector Li is indeed considerable, sufficient for their family's sustenance for 2 to 3 years. Yet that wicked old man and his vile wife are not satisfied. They insist on tearing apart our family. How infuriating! Shen Dakui remained silent, quietly wiping his mother's tears. Indeed, it was despicable. If it were possible, who would not wish to escape? Though uncertain about the character of his stepfather, he could at least hope for a scholar's life, free from deprivation and labor. However, having usurped another son's body, how could he further seize the resources that rightfully belonged to that child? My dear, wait for your mother. Zhang Sanyang, having dried her tears, caressed her son's cherubic face and vowed, once I find my footing in the new home, I shall surely devise a way for you to receive an education. Though she was a village woman with scarcely any education, she understood the significance of learning. One need not even mention the prestige of passing the Imperial examinations and becoming a scholar. Just the thought of being a clerk in the county town would elevate her family's status, earning her village's admiration. At the very least, she wished for her son to attend the village school for a few years. In the future, he could become a clerk, which would be more favorable than toiling in labor like his father. Shen Dakui nodded earnestly, revealing his neatly aligned 8 teeth. Yes, I will wait for you, mother. If the opportunity arises, I shall visit you and my younger brother in the county. He had been in this place for 3 years. During these 3 years, his days were consumed with gathering firewood and cutting pig feed, never stepping beyond the village. As he grew older, the labor would surely become more burdensome. Yet he believed that in due time, he would find a way out. However, he did not anticipate that when Zhang Sanyang decided to take her younger son, old man Shun would suddenly oppose, insisting on keeping Erkui at home. I just consulted Mr. Shun, and he said Erkui's fortune is favorable for our family. If you wish to take one, you can only take Dakui. Mr. Shun was the village's fortune teller, renowned for his insights across numerous villages. Yet with that single statement, Zhang Sanyang and Shen Dakui understood everything. It was not that they believed Erkui's fortune was beneficial for the Shun family, rather, they desired to keep him because they were most reluctant to part with that child. Only with her most cherished child remaining in the Shun household would she often think of her son and the Shun family, ensuring her continued support for them. Insidious and disgraceful. Though she found the elderly couple's behavior contemptible, Zhang Sanyang still tried to reason with them in a calm manner. Shen Dakui expressed that at 6 years old, he could assist with many tasks at home. His younger brother, merely 4, could only gather firewood. He attempted to appeal to their practical sensibilities. Yet, old man Shun was not only greedy, but also unwilling to have his intentions exposed. He retorted angrily, "Speak not another word, or you shan't take even one child." He was calculating. Should the second family's heart be callous enough to disregard Erkui, the boy could eventually be conscripted for labor, allowing the other grandson to remain at home. Conversely, if the second family demonstrated kindness and frequently sent money back, that would be ideal. Zhang Sanyang felt her teeth grinding. The laws of Daong dictated that children belonged to the male lineage whether a woman was divorced, separated, or remarried. The decision regarding the children rested solely with the male relatives. In the event of a man's death, the grandparents would decide if they too were deceased. The husband's brothers would have a say. Ultimately, as long as the male side did not relent, the children were absolutely theirs to keep, unless they willingly relinquished the child. The power of decision lay with them, and fearing that he might indeed refuse to let her take any child, Zhang Sanyang clung tightly to her eldest son, preventing him from uttering a word. If she could take one, she would take one. After reaching an agreement, they proceeded to the magistrate's office to submit the necessary documents, signing a statement that consented to the daughter-in-law's remarriage and approved the eldest grandson accompanying her. Subsequently, the betrothal gifts from the Li family arrived. In addition to the agreed-upon bride price, there were soft, exquisite cotton fabric and wedding garments. Silver is unattainable for Zhang Sanyang, yet none can usurp the fabric she possesses. With these materials, she toiled through several long nights, crafting 10 garments for her youngest son, adorning him in the smallest one. Shen Dakui also fashioned an outfit, for it would be unbecoming to appear in rags at the Li household. Though Heir was quite young, he began to grasp the gravity of adult conversations. "Mother, will you and elder brother no longer be home?" Next door, sure two mother departed donned in a crimson attire, seated upon a donkey cart draped in red cloth, never to return. Heir, remember that your mother will never forsake you, never abandon you. Zhang Sanyang found herself at a loss for words, holding her youngest son close as tears streamed down her face. Shen Dakui, seated nearby, clenched his fists in silence, wishing he had foreseen the intentions behind the actions of those two. Now, it was too late for words of comfort. He approached his brother, offering solace. "Heir, trust in mother and also in me. We will certainly return to take you with us." Zhang Sanyang's parents had long since passed away, yet her brother did not hesitate to come and seize a share of her fortune. He clamored and scolded for half of the betrothal gifts, ultimately departing with a mere 2 taels of silver, elated after much bickering. The sentiments of his sister mattered little to him. He didn't even bring his 2 nephews a couple of candies. On the day they left the Shun household, Heir wept inconsolably on the ground, rolling in despair, pleading for his mother and brother not to leave him. Zhang Sanyang, seated in the sedan chair, pressed her hands until they bled, wishing to leap down and snatch her child away, yet reason dictated otherwise. The onlooking women regarded her with envy. Others adorned in red garments, riding in ox carts, were celebrated as brides, while those of lesser means merely carried small bundles to their new homes. Zhang Sanyang had walked to the Shun family, yet her departure was marked by the lifting of a sedan chair. How could they not be envious? A plump woman remarked, "If only Li Sunjian would take a liking to me, I would not be burdened with a child. I would bear him 10 or 8 sons without hesitation." A man beside her chuckled, "Oh please, Li Sunjian is already 43, he wouldn't withstand your antics." The villagers, both men and women, laughed and exchanged jests, their banter indifferent to the sorrow of those directly involved. Shen Dakui, burdened with his pack, glanced back thrice, until he could no longer see that small figure. "Mother, do not be afraid. Li Sunjian is a scholar who does not engage in manual labor. He is not like the men in our village who are over 40. Chapter 1. The heavens may weep, yet mother must remarry." "Mother, enough of this. You should marry, take my younger brother with you, and do not worry about me." After uttering these words, 6-year-old Shen Dakui lowered his head and continued to cut pigweed in the field, displaying a maturity that belied his tender age. 6 years old. In modern times, he would still be nestled in his parents' embrace, playfully attempting to evade school, while being coaxed by his grandparents to eat more, often under the condition of a playful bargain. Yet, in this merciless ancient era, he was burdened with a load heavier than himself, toiling away. "My son," Zhang Xinyang, witnessing her child's profound understanding, could no longer contain her tears. She cast aside the scythe from his hands and enveloped him in her embrace, weeping bitterly. "My son, I cannot bear part with any of you." It had been 3 years since her husband's demise, and she had resolved never to remarry. However, the suitor, a man of some standing, offered a generous sum and was willing to take her children so that they might be educated. The family sought her hand solely for the sake of the 20 strings of silver as a bride price. Yet, they permitted her to take only one child with her, fearing she would completely abandon her household. Her eldest was 6, while the youngest was just 4. Regardless of whom she was to forsake, it was akin to tearing out a piece of her very heart. Shen Dakui sighed heavily at the sight, embracing his mother and urging her to find peace in her decision. "Mother, I'm already 6 years old and understand right from wrong. My younger brother is, but for he cannot be separated from you. If he stays behind, he will surely forget you, but I will never forget." To suggest forgetting was a mild term. He might even harbor resentment. Seeing his mother still wavering, Shen Dakui quickly added, "Mother, if one of us must leave, it is far better than both of us perishing here in the fields, is it not?" The Shen family had 4 sons, and those sons had blessed them with numerous grandchildren. To evade conscription, the 4 families had not divided their household. His father, the second son, had met with a tragic fate during labor on the water conservancy, crushed by a falling stone, leaving the family with a mere 5 strings of silver as compensation, which the elderly couple retained. The household was ruled by the 2 elderly parents and the elder uncle and aunt, leaving the orphan mother and her children with no voice, let alone the prospect of pursuing an education. The suitor was the county inspector, a mere 9th-rank official, yet for people like them, it was akin to a windfall from the heavens, and a windfall of the most savory kind. Zhang Xinyang hastily wiped her tears upon hearing her son's words. He spoke with wisdom. Having one child escape was indeed a blessing. She bit her lip in frustration, declaring, "The 20 strings of silver offered by Inspector Li is no small sum. It could sustain their family for 2 or 3 years. Yet that wretched old man and his avaricious wife are still not satisfied, insisting on tearing our family apart. It is utterly detestable." Shen Dakui remained silent, quietly wiping away his mother's tears, fully agreeing with her sentiments. If given the choice, who would not wish to escape? Despite the uncertainty surrounding his stepfather, he was at least a scholar surely. He would not let them suffer from hunger or want while subjecting him to such arduous labor. Yet, having occupied the body of another son, how could he bring himself to seize the resources meant for that child? "Wait for me, my son," Zhang Xinyang said, drying her tear-streaked face and gently caressing her son's youthful visage. "Once I establish myself in our new home, I shall find a way for you to receive an education as well." Though she was an illiterate village woman, she understood the significance of education. It was not solely about obtaining a degree to become a scholar. Even securing a position as a bookkeeper in the county town would bring immense pride to the village. At the very least, she aspired for her son to attend the village school for a few years, hoping he could become a bookkeeper and avoid the heavy labor that his father was subjected to. Shen Dakui nodded vigorously, revealing his 8 well-aligned teeth. "Yes, I shall wait for you, mother. When the opportunity arises, I will visit you and my younger brother in the county." He had been in this place for 3 years. During these years, he had either been gathering firewood or cutting pig fodder, never once leaving the village. As he grew older, the burden of work would only increase. Yet, he believed that eventually, he would be able to venture out and seek a path for himself. However, he was unprepared for Zhang Sandang's decision to take her younger son away. Old Shen suddenly objected, insisting that Erkui remain at home. "I just consulted with Mr. Shan, and he said that Erkui's fortune is strong within our family. If you wish to take someone, you can only take Dakui." Mr. Shan was the village's geomancer, known for providing counsel to the surrounding villages. Yet with that single statement, Zhang Sandang and Shen Dakui understood everything. It was not that they believed Erkui's fortune favored the Shun family, rather, they wished to keep the child whom the elder couple was most reluctant to part with. Only by keeping the child most cherished by her would she continuously think of her son and the Shun family, thus ensuring her support flowed abundantly. It was insidious and disgraceful. Though Zhang Sandang found the couple's behavior contemptible, she still spoke reason calmly. Shen Dakui also asserted that he was already 6 years old and could assist with many household chores, while his younger brother, at merely 4, could only help gather firewood. He attempted to appeal to their sensibilities through practical reasoning. Yet, old Shen not only intended to exploit the situation, but also refused to have his intentions exposed. He retorted angrily, "Speak another word, and you shall not take a single child with you." His calculations were clear. If the second daughter-in-law was heartless enough to disregard Erkui, the boy could eventually be conscripted for labor, allowing the other grandson to remain at home. Conversely, if she was soft-hearted and willing to provide financial support, that would be ideal. Zhang Sandang's teeth were nearly ground to dust in frustration. The laws of Daong dictated that children belonged to the male lineage. Regardless of whether a woman was divorced, separated, or remarried, the decision about whether she could take her children rested solely with the male side of the family. Should the father pass away, the grandparents would decide if they were no longer alive. The husband's brothers would have the say, and if there were none left, the male relatives would take charge. Ultimately, as long as the male side refused to relent, the child would remain with them unless they voluntarily relinquished their claim. The power lay firmly with them. Fearing that he might not allow her to take any child at all, Zhang Sandang firmly held on her eldest son, silencing him. If she could take even one child, it would be a victory. Once an agreement was reached, they proceeded to the official office to submit the necessary paperwork, signing documents to indicate their consent for the daughter-in-law to remarry and for the eldest grandson to accompany her. Subsequently, the betrothal gifts from the Li family arrived, which included not only the agreed-upon bride price, but also soft, fine cotton fabric and wedding garments. Silver cannot be obtained by Zhang Sanyang, yet the fabric is something no one can take from her. She toiled through several long nights with this cloth, crafting 10 garments for her youngest son, ultimately dressing him in the smallest of them. Shen Dakui also made himself an outfit, for it would not do to appear in tatters at the Li family's abode. Though Heir was still quite young, he had begun to grasp certain adult conversations. "Mother, will you and elder brother no longer be home in the future?" he inquired, a hint of understanding in his innocent voice. In the adjacent household, Shitta's mother had departed dressed in red, seated upon a donkey cart adorned with crimson fabric, never to return again. "Heir, remember that your mother will never abandon you, never forsake you." Zhang Sanyang found herself at a loss for words, only able to embrace her youngest son and weep. Shen Dakui sat nearby, silently clenching his fists, lamenting that he had not foreseen their intentions. It was too late for him to voice any concerns now. He stepped forward to comfort his brother. "Heir, have faith in mother, and also in me we shall return to fetch you." Zhang Sanyang's parents had long passed, yet her brother had not forgotten to come and claim his share of the bride price. After much commotion and reproach, he managed to wrestle away 2 taels of silver and left in high spirits. The feelings of her sister were of no consequence to him. He hadn't even brought his 2 nephews a couple of candies. On the day they left the Shun family, Heir sat on the ground, crying heart-wrenchingly, rolling about in despair, pleading for his mother and brother not to leave him. Zhang Sanyang, seated in the palanquin, pressed her hands so tightly that they bled, wishing she could leap down and snatch her child back. Yet reason held her in check. The onlooking women, however, gazed on with envy. Others donned red garments and rode off in ox carts to their marriages, while those of lesser means carried their bundles on their backs to their in-laws. Zhang Sanyang had walked into the Shun family, yet was now being carried away in a palanquin. How could they not feel envious? A plump woman remarked, "If only Inspector Li would take a liking to me, I wouldn't need to drag along a burden. I would bear him 10 or 8 sons right away." To which the man beside her chuckled, "Oh, come now. Inspector Li is already 43. He wouldn't withstand your demands." The men and women of the village laughed and bantered, exchanging jests, their mirth oblivious to the sorrow of those directly involved. Shen Dakui, burdened with his pack, turned back thrice, until he could no longer see that small figure. "Mother, Do not fear, Inspector Li is a scholar who does not toil like the men in our village who are over 40. Chapter 2, renamed Li Yu Shen Dakui, gently consoled his mother, for she was but 23 years of age, a mere 2 decades younger than Inspector Li. Of course, had their ages been more comparable, Inspector Li would undoubtedly have had more favorable options. Zhang Sanyao softly shook her head, stating, "What of being in one's 40s? Even if he were 60 or 70, I would still willingly marry him and devote myself to his service. Just on account of his willingness to send my son to the academy, I am inclined to accept." Shen Dakui ceased to speak further. The inspector's name was Li Gang. Courtesy named Zixuan. The matchmaker relayed that although he had merely attained the status of a Xiaocai, he was renowned in the county for his integrity and kindness. His first wife had succumbed to dysentery 5 years prior. Li Gang and his late wife had no sons, only a daughter who had just turned 8. When he inquired of the matchmaker why Li Gang had only a daughter at such an advanced age, she explained that his first spouse had suffered from poor health, which had delayed their attempts at childbearing. The matchmaker also mentioned that Li Gang sought to marry Zhang Sanyao partly because he had heard of her 3 years of filial piety. Unwilling to abandon her children for marriage, he believed her to be a woman of loyalty and compassion, one who would undoubtedly treat his late wife's daughter with kindness. Additionally, he had learned of Zhang Sanyao's 2 sons, deeming her a woman capable of bearing children, and at over 40, he wished to make an earnest effort once more. In contemporary society, women with 2 sons might be met with disdain, yet in ancient times, such women were highly regarded, as it signified their ability to bear male heirs. It was said that in the neighboring county, a certain Chun Yuanwei specifically sought to marry widows who had borne 3 sons, intending to take them as his second wives, raising all 3 sons together. Historical figures like Fan Zhongyan of the Northern Song Dynasty had changed their surnames upon their mother's remarriage, adopting the surname Zhu. The reason for reverting to the Fan surname was that despite his stepfather's exceptional kindness, the latter's sons resented him for fear of competition over the family fortune, compounded by the prevailing traditional sentiment of returning to one's ancestral roots. Shen Dakui, however, was unencumbered by such traditional notions, especially since he bore the surname Li in modern times rather than Shun. Moreover, it was customary among literati to consider the maternal lineage of a prospective wife. He could not allow his daughter to lack maternal guidance, which might hinder her future prospects. In summary, Li Gang's interest in Zhang Sanyao was primarily for the sake of his daughter and secondarily, to seek an heir to continue his lineage. It was prudent to treat the young lady with utmost courtesy, regardless of personal compatibility. Li Gang's residence was located in the east street of the county, in the Xixing Lane. As they were all embarking on second marriages, there was no grand display. Only 4 or 5 tables were set for the relatives and close friends of the Li family. He indeed exuded the demeanor of a cultured and upright gentleman, demonstrating grace as he assisted Zhang Sanyao from the sedan chair. After paying homage to heaven and earth, Li Gang turned to regard Shen Dakui, who, despite his unadorned attire, appeared emaciated, with hands calloused from hard labor. The garment he wore seemed to have been crafted from fabric gifted by others. It was meticulously stitched, embellished with an embroidered magnolia flower, suggesting that his young and attractive wife was not only capable of bearing sons, but also possessed considerable skill in needlework. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Li Gang felt a twinge of compassion for the child, gently ruffling Shen Dakui's hair. Although the name Dakui had a certain charm, it seemed ill-suited for a future scholar. "How about I bestow upon you a more fitting name?" he proposed. "You, which signifies beautiful jade. Just as flawless jade is cherished, so too shall you be. Your registration has been processed at the Yamen, and from this moment forth, you shall bear the surname Li. Henceforth, you shall be known as Li Yu. Does that please you?" Shen Dakui looked towards his mother with a glimmer of excitement. He had long been dissatisfied with his name, deeming it rather rustic and unrefined, far inferior to the modern name Li Jun. The eloquence of a scholar is truly remarkable, transforming an unappealing name into one deemed inappropriate for a student. How artfully subtle and emotionally intelligent. Zhang Xinyang, though illiterate and unfamiliar with terms such as brocade or jade, felt content as long as her son was happy. She, too, found Li Yu to be a more melodious name, and her husband, being a cultured man, must surely be correct in his judgment. As a devoted wife, she fully supported her husband's decision to name their son, especially since they would rely on others to help raise him. What harm could come from a name change? Shen Dakui, now Li Yu, was quick to show his respect, kneeling before Li Gang and proclaiming, "I am Li Yu, your son." He willingly bowed, entirely content with this act of reverence and addressing him as father. "Ah, good child. Rise, rise. Inger, come here." Initially concerned that his stepson might be difficult to manage, Li Gang was pleasantly surprised by the boy's display of politeness. A weight lifted from his heart as he summoned his curious daughter, who stood obediently behind him. "You have met your mother and your younger brother. If I could have another son, that would be splendid. If not, I hope my daughter can foster a good relationship with her step-sibling, ensuring I am not without kin in my later years." Upon meeting her mother, Li Ying first curtsied to Zhang Xinyang, presenting a handkerchief she had embroidered as a token of introduction. She then nodded at Xinyu, offering him a new brush purchased with her New Year's money. "Hello, little brother. I hope this brush inspires your writing. May your words shine brilliantly, and may you achieve great success." Though he appeared thin and somewhat pitiable, Li Yu was not unappealing and exhibited commendable manners. "Thank you, Sister Ing." Expecting a spoiled child, he was instead greeted by a gracious young lady. After accepting the brush, he presented a gift of his own. "I have nothing of great value, but I hope you will not scorn this wooden carving." Lacking silver and having never visited the county, he had crafted a small wooden raccoon. Most girls adore cats and dogs, so he hoped this would please her. Fortunately, Li Ying admired it, exclaiming that she would place it on her writing desk. Seeing that he even thought to bring a gift for his daughter, Li Gang's impression of his stepson improved further. No one wishes to raise a child devoid of manners, especially one not of their own blood. During mealtime, the table was laden with pork, lamb, fish, fragrant rice, and egg soup, all sautéed in lard, filling the air with an enticing aroma that made Li Yu's eyes sparkle with delight. Having spent 3 years in the Shun household, Li Yu had never tasted plain white rice, nor had he indulged in more than a few eggs, let alone any meat. The only time he could savor the flavor of meat was during the festive season. In modern times, his family deemed lard unhealthy, opting instead for dishes cooked in vegetable oil, which, alas, lacked the delectable taste of those prepared with lard. Li Yu was cautious not to eat too quickly, and even more so, he refrained from overindulging. He set down his chopsticks after feeling moderately full, fearing that excess would cause embarrassment to his mother. Yet his eyes remained fixated on the dishes, which appeared to him as culinary masterpieces. Observing his gaze upon the food while his hands lay idle, Li Gang felt a sense of satisfaction. At such a tender age, with temptations laid before him, he demonstrated admirable restraint. This bodes well for his character, though one could only wonder about his aptitude for scholarly pursuits. The Li family resided in a house comprising 7 rooms, and they even had an elderly maid, Granny Chun, to assist with household chores. The attic embroidery room belonged to Li Ying, while the main house was occupied by Li Gang and his mother. Li Yu was assigned to a room on the eastern side, as Granny Chen mentioned that the light in this room was optimal for his future studies. As suggested by Inspector Li, the room was furnished with several sets of clothing, brand new cloth shoes, a fresh quilt, and introductory books, along with 2 sets of the 4 treasures of the study. Granny Chen chuckled as she held up his tattered garments, saying she had prepared 2 sets, expecting both him and his brother to arrive. Since only he came, she would ensure his brother received them at a later opportunity. "You should retire early, and I shall dispose of these worn clothes," she added. "Such patch garments are hardly suitable for a scholar." With reddened eyes, Li Yu nodded. "Thank you, Granny Chun. Rest well." Was this stepfather not rather kind? Gazing at the neatly arranged sets of scholarly supplies, Li Yu recalled his younger brother, who had been crying on the ground, and a wave of resentment washed over him. Clearly, both he and his brother could have promising futures. He vowed that even if he achieved great success, he would not allow anyone from that family, save for his brother, to benefit from him in any way. Chapter 3. The business trade must not be mentioned. Li Gang was quite pleased with his new wife, although she lacked the poetic sensibilities, artistic flair, and understanding of his innermost thoughts that his late wife possessed. While she appeared somewhat bewildered by his recitations of poetry, her culinary skills were exceptional. She collaborated with Granny Chun to keep the house tidy and bright, and she styled their daughter's hair beautifully, adorning it with lovely ribbons. Their daughter seemed to hold her in great affection, and that sufficed for Li Gang. He could teach her the rest gradually. People often extend their fondness to those who treat their loved ones kindly, so he was equally inclined to show kindness to her son. As such, he swiftly arranged for Li Yu's education at the Yunduan Academy on East Street, a mere quarter-hour's walk from home. After lessons, Li Yu could return for lunch and take a brief rest. Moreover, his stepson was well-behaved and sensible. His manners at the table and in conversation were commendable. and he addressed Li Gang as his father without hesitation. With such a wife and stepson, Li Gang was eager to shower them with affection. Zhang Xinyang first served her husband, then dished out food for Li Ying, and finally prepared meals for Li Yu and herself. Upon hearing a remark, she promptly inquired, "The tuition must be quite expensive, I presume?" She had once heard the matriarch of the clan mention that the tuition fee for the private school was 1 string of cash per year, not accounting for the additional offerings to the teacher. Li Gang waved his hand dismissively and picked up his chopsticks to eat. "My annual salary amounts to 30 strings. And the fertile land in the countryside yields approximately another 30 strings in rent each year. It is only proper to spend some money for the children's education. Provided there are no natural disasters, he is not obliged to pay taxes to the court. Selling the grains collected in proportion would suffice. He does not lack the funds for their education, nor does he intend to economize on such matters." Curiously, Li Yu inquired, "Father, how much tuition does the Cloud Academy actually require?" "The village school charges 1 string per year, and in the county town, it must surely be at least 2 strings, right?" Li Gang chuckled and replied, "The initial education costs 3 strings annually, but when you are ready to take the county examination and attend the county academy, you will not need to spend much money at all, as they provide food and lodging. Thus, it is said that within books lie golden houses. If you excel in your studies and become a respected teacher, you will have a secure livelihood." Li Yu felt a genuine yearning upon hearing this, as it indeed represented a commendable career path in ancient times. In those days, respect for teachers and reverence for the way were paramount. Unlike the unfortunate classmates he had in high school, who constantly vexed their fathers to the point of needing heart-saving remedies. After a moment of hesitation, Li Yu asked, "What about engaging in business, father?" As a time traveler, though unfamiliar with the glass, sugar, and penicillin mentioned in novels, one could still innovate and earn a bit of money. "No, absolutely not." Hearing his stepson utter the words engage in business infuriated Li Gang to the point of putting down his bowl. He gazed into his stepson's eyes and said, "There are 4 classes in society: scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. If you speak of such things again, I shall discipline you. If you call me father, then you are not merely a stepson, but rather a significant part of my family. My minimum expectation for you, my dear stepson, is to become a nurturing teacher. One should not set their sights too high. Having a modest expectation is sufficient." Li Yu obediently replied, "Yes, father. I shall not speak of it again. It seems that for a scholar, engaging in business is a considerable taboo. He would do well to focus on his studies." Li Ying, biting her chopsticks, glanced at her irate father, then at her stepmother, who seemed uncertain of what to say. Finally, her gaze fell upon her obedient yet bewildered younger brother. "Merchants are quite unfortunate. The wealthiest family in our county, the Chun family, toiled for a lifetime. And 3 years ago, due to a single word from the governor, they lost a significant portion of their fortune." 3 years ago, Li Yu felt a stir in his heart. Was it regarding the repair of the new bridge reservoir? Upon hearing the mention of the new bridge reservoir, Zhang Xinyang tightened her grip on her chopsticks. That year, her late husband perished there, leaving her 2 children without a father, and they could hardly remember what he looked like. Indeed, before their father could speak, Li Ying kindly took it upon herself to explain to them. The governor wished to construct a reservoir, and each county was required to contribute both labor and funds. Common folk provided labor, while affluent merchants were expected to offer silver. Falling short was not an option, yet the credit for the reservoir's completion belonged to the officials. Not long after the reservoir was completed, the governor was promoted to the capital and is now said to be an esteemed official in the Ministry of Rights, holding the rank of 3rd grade. Dear brother Yu, do you believe it is better to be an official, a commoner, or a merchant? Even merely passing the elementary examination would exempt one from labor. Such advantages do not require financial expenditure, which is why the pursuit of knowledge is paramount. If that is the case, then indeed, it is preferable to be an official." At this moment, Li Yu's thoughts were entirely consumed, and he devoured his meal with fervor. "I must dedicate myself to my studies. The intricacies of traditional characters are genuinely challenging to master, and the art of calligraphy proves to be equally daunting. Expecting him to write traditional characters beautifully with a brush and compose a remarkable essay is quite a tall order. Yet, one must confront difficulties head-on, otherwise, one risks becoming an object of exploitation." Upon noticing the child's awakening realization, Li Gang chuckled and playfully poked his daughter's forehead. "This girl, so articulate, will undoubtedly face challenges in the future. Speaking too bluntly may invite trouble. It is indeed advantageous to possess a quick wit." Moved by her stepdaughter's candidness with her son, Zhang Shenyang offered her the tenderest morsel of fish. A clever girl like her will not suffer from her eloquence. My dear, eat more fish, as it will enhance your beauty. The daughters of scholarly families possess such insight. It seems I have made no mistake in selecting this new match for my son. Li Ying sweetly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, mother. She had long forgotten the visage of her own mother. Her stepmother seemed kind and treated her well, and she felt a fondness in her heart. Li Gang, pleased to see the mother-daughter harmony, casually resolved the matter concerning Heir Kui. Since the elders of the Shen family were unwilling to release him, I shall provide a stipend for Heir Kui to study at the village school. As for his name, it would be prudent to change it, but I trust his teacher will take care of that, so I shan't concern myself with the child's name. With Li Yu now part of the Li family genealogy, his name will certainly be appropriate. However, this will incur an additional annual cost. But compared to my initial plan of supporting 2 stepsons, this is significantly reduced. Zhang Shenyang was so overwhelmed with emotion that she nearly knelt before Li Gang. But he firmly supported her. As husband and wife, let us refrain from speaking of external matters or performing grand gestures. After Li Gang's words, Zhang Shenyang's demeanor towards him and his daughter resembled that of a biological parent. Indeed, considering the age difference, he could truly be a father. The teacher at the Yunduan Academy is named Xia Huan, who reportedly became a scholar at the tender age of 14, once revered as a prodigy throughout the entire Yingzhan County. However, in his youth, he was overly audacious, preoccupied with composing poetry and indulging in revelry with the affluent, which, although labeled as poetry and lyricism, was merely social escapades. His focus on charming the young singers led to considerable neglect of his studies, resulting in 7 consecutive failures in the provincial examinations. Later, he sought counsel from the examination supervisor, who advised him that his writing was overly ornate and superficial, urging him to cultivate himself before attempting the examinations again. Yet, once a person's writing style is established, it is nearly impossible to alter without significant upheaval, ultimately leading him to abandon the Imperial examination system and establish an academy instead. After listening, Li Yu expressed his confusion. Can such a wastrel truly teach students? Won't he abandon his duties halfway to indulge in wine and merriment? Chapter 4. Enrollment, my dear child. If it weren't for the numerous gifts in hand, Li Gang would have been tempted to tap his son's head in reprimand. Mr. Xia has indeed transformed. 7 talented scholars and 2 esteemed graduates have studied under him. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Li Yu pouted, yet there isn't a single Jinsher among them. Moreover, can we attribute the achievements of the graduates solely to him? If that were the case, wouldn't the primary and middle school teachers also share the credit once their students enroll at Tsinghua University? Li Gang chuckled in amusement. What do you think a Jinsher is? Just any common vegetable in the field? Only a few Jinsher emerge from a province every 3 years. Jiangnan alone claims a significant portion, leaving the rest for the other 12 provinces to contend over. Do you think we can just find a teacher in our county who has taught a Jinsher? That would be akin to wishing for the impossible. If it were that easy, would a distinguished governor travel thousands of miles to send his child to Jiangnan for education? Furthermore, without the guidance of the enlightening teacher, where would their subsequent accolades stem from? Without a solid foundation laid by the enlightening teacher, even the best instruction later would be futile. Would they even comprehend it? Feeling a sense of shame, Li Yu bowed his head. Father, I understand now. The enlightenment begins from childhood, and the benefits last a lifetime. I can hardly recall the name of my elementary school teacher. How embarrassing. Hearing this, Li Gang stroked his beard with satisfaction. This child is worthy of teaching. Good boy, study diligently. Learning well will benefit you for a lifetime. In ancient times, the ceremony for apprenticeship was rather elaborate, particularly for young children. Mr. Xia had initially hesitated to accept Li Yu. Firstly, most children began their education at 4 years old, and Li Yu was 2 years late. Secondly, his family background was not what Mr. Xia desired. He feared that a child raised in the countryside might not only lack teaching skills, but also lead his peers astray. However, as a longtime friend of Li Gang, he could not outright reject him. Thus, he reluctantly accepted Li Yu as a student. Yet, upon meeting Li Yu, his previous biases began to dissipate. The well-mannered young lad, with clear eyes and a square face, appeared nothing like what he had envisioned. I expect students to arrive at the academy at the hour of the rabbit, rest from the hour of noon to 1/4 noon, and dismiss classes at the hour of the rooster. Every 10 days, there will be a day off, and no one may take leave during other times. Li Yu immediately bowed respectfully in agreement. reminiscing about the comforts of modern education. In his time, 5 days of study granted 2 days of rest, whereas in ancient times, one only received a day off after 10 days. However, that was only during his schooling. He had heard that many schools today openly claim to have a 2-day weekend, yet during the Mid-Autumn Festival, they only receive half a day off. Even when allowed to stay home, students are required to attend online classes. Alas, noticing the familiarity between Li Gang and his seemingly wayward teacher, who had only charged Li Gang 2 strings of coins for tuition and requested that he not mention this to other classmates, Li Yu curiously inquired, "Father, when did you and the teacher become acquainted?" The new father appears to be a man of integrity, certainly not one who indulged in debauchery during his younger days. Li Gang remarked without a second thought, "During our formative years, we were classmates, often tossing paper balls at each other while our teacher lectured above. Had it not been for the troublesome company of that scoundrel, Xiaohuan, I would have long since achieved the status of a successful scholar." They had indeed grown up together. How could they not have shared mischief in their youth? Li Yu was skeptical. Thus, with a twinkle in her eye, she began to pry, "Why is it that everyone speaks of Mr. Xie as a libertine, yet no one has ever uttered a word against my father?" Li Gang coughed awkwardly, indicating that the child's curiosity was rather excessive. After marrying, he distanced himself from such company, as his first wife suffered from poor health, often falling gravely ill whenever angered. Consequently, after failing the provincial examinations twice, he implored his father to secure him a position. From that point on, he adhered to propriety, and gradually, people forgot his youthful indiscretions, remembering only his years of earnestness. Furthermore, how could the matchmaker, having accepted his payment, possibly speak ill of him? After seeing off the 2 visitors, Xiaohuan strolled to the kitchen, addressing his wife, who was busy cooking. "Do not prepare so much. They have already departed after their business was concluded. It's as if there was poison in the rice. They left in such haste." In response, Wang remarked playfully, "Why did you not keep Inspector Li a while longer? After all, he was your classmate for many years. Although there was a period of estrangement, have we not reconciled now? Why keep him?" Xiaohuan retorted proudly, adjusting his scholarly robe. "Had it not been for that scoundrel's interference, I would have achieved scholarly success long ago. In our youth, we never adhered to such formalities. Now that we have aged, he has become the one to uphold them." Wang laughed. "You are like a constipated man blaming the latrine." Nevertheless, Inspector Li does hold an official title, and it is only natural for someone in authority to maintain certain decorum. Which parent would linger after sending their child to school for a meal? It simply would not be appropriate. "Well said. That analogy is indeed apartment." Xie Huan clapped his hands in delight, turning to leave. "Next time I see Buochuan, I shall share your words, that you called him a latrine." The thought of his friend's dignified demeanor, maintained for 2 decades, brought a smile to his face. Wang retorted, "How childish. One might think you were a mere 3-year-old. At this stage, Li Yu's introductory texts comprised 5 volumes, 3-character classic, 1,000-character essay, expanded collection of virtuous literature, Jade Forest of early learning, and 100 family surnames. Among these, the expanded collection of virtuous literature is a compilation of various proverbs and sayings throughout Chinese history. The Jade Forest of early learning, also known as examination of idioms, encompasses a wide array of subjects, including astronomy, geography, family, diet, as well as weddings and funerals, akin to an ancient encyclopedia. Fortunately, during the Great Yong Dynasty, the art of printing and papermaking was well established, allowing these 5 books to be acquired for merely 500 coins. On the 6th day of the 5th month in the 16th year of the Great Yuqianan era, at approximately the hour of the tiger and 3/4, the modern Beijing time was around 4:45 a.m. The dawn had yet to break. Under the blessings of his parents and sister, Li Yu boldly stepped into the prestigious Yunduan Academy. From that day forth, regardless of the biting winter chill or the sweltering summer heat, he was obliged to arrive at the academy around this hour to pursue his studies. On this momentous day, the humble peasant boy, who once gazed at the horizon, was fortunate enough to transform into a scholar filled with boundless possibilities. He felt as though he were in a dream. Occasionally, when lost in thought, he would recall the image of himself, burdened with a wicker basket larger than himself, laden with pigweed. He would remember the winter days spent toiling in straw sandals, with his feet exposed to the cold. How could it be that he now donned a scholar's robe and embraced the life of a learned man? On his first day of school, he astonished his classmates and Mr. Xie with his extraordinary talent. Remarkably, after only 2 readings, he was able to recite the first 10 lines of 100 family surnames. Mr. Xie, with a twinkle in his eye as he stroked his beard, remarked, "Excellent. With such talent, you shall soon catch up on the 2 years you have missed." Initially, he had merely intended to give his old friend a favor by accepting a student, yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover a promising pupil. Flushed with embarrassment at the praise, Liu realized that these introductory texts were, in truth, quite simple for him. Although there were no examinations at school, his parents had ensured he memorized them, so after merely reciting them twice, he could easily recite them from memory. Chapter 5. The beauty of the countryside. Wu Jingsheng had once been regarded as a promising student in Mr. Xie's eyes. However, he needed to recite the texts 5 or 6 times before he could commit them to memory. Witnessing Liu master them with only 3 recitations filled Wu Jingsheng with genuine admiration. He eagerly switched places with the classmate seated next to Liu and, with a mature demeanor, introduced himself. "I am Wu Jingsheng, son of Dr. Wu, who practices medicine on East Street. My courtesy name is Yunfei." Inspired by the line from Zhuangzi Xiaoyaoyu, which speaks of soaring to great heights. "May I inquire about your courtesy name, my fellow student?" A young man typically chooses a courtesy name upon reaching adulthood or before taking the Imperial examination. Nowadays, children often use courtesy names that reflect their childhood names. Liu's childhood name was Go Sheng, but he feared that revealing it would subject him to ridicule for a lifetime. Ultimately, he decided that one's identity is self-bestowed. Thus, his mind raced, and he quickly devised a courtesy name for himself, Xiyuan, derived from the Confucian text de Shui, meaning to contemplate before reaching a conclusion. In affluent families, names are often chosen with humility in mind, while those from modest backgrounds place greater emphasis on their origins. After exchanging courtesy names, the two became friends. When dinner time arrived, Li Gang suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to give his child a courtesy name. "You clever lad, but how could you have studied de Shui?" he queried. "Only boys aged 14 and older are required to begin studying it. Unless, of course, you are a prodigy," he added with a knowing smile, reminiscent of Mr. Xie, who had completed his studies at the tender age of 12, leaving parents to compare their own children to him. Mr. Xie would beam with benevolence towards that young prodigy, yet adopt a stern demeanor in front of others, as if to say, "Do not mention I am your teacher in public." Liu replied, "In the countryside, I once overheard the clan leader's son mention it, and today it simply came to mind." Zhang Xinyang was somewhat taken aback by the words. She had no recollection of the clan leader's son interacting with her own child. However, being a woman of resourcefulness, she speculated that perhaps her son had inadvertently overheard the clan leader's son reciting his lessons. The mere act of remembering from listening to someone recite was quite extraordinary. Could it be that her son was a genius? Elated, she promptly served her son a generous portion of rich meat. "My dear, eat well, and once you finish, return to your room to practice your calligraphy." Indeed, even in ancient times, there was a form of homework. Liu's assignment for the day was to practice writing characters: Shang Darun, Qiu Yi, Hua San Qian, Qi Shi Shi, Er Xiao Sheng, Ba Jiu Zi, Jia Zhuo Run, Kuji Li. Mr. Xie had stated that if one could master these characters, learning the subsequent ones would be much easier. Of course, it was not expected that one would complete all the characters in a single day. You may write 2 characters each day, repeating each 10 to 20 times. And once you are proficient, you may replace them with 2 new characters, he advised. Li Gang smiled at his wife and remarked, "If you possesses such talent, it stands to reason that our younger child also has potential. I suggest you return tomorrow to check on the children and address the matter of his education. We must not jeopardize his future. As the saying goes, while one may deprive a child of many things, one must never deprive them of the opportunity to learn. If we could nurture 2 scholars for the court, it would indeed be a noble deed." Zhang Xinyang eagerly awaited her husband's words, and upon hearing them, she readily agreed. Beside her, Liang expressed her desire to accompany her mother. "Mother, please take me along. I wish to see my little brother. I have never been to the countryside, and I can only imagine what it is like through poetry. There are verses that say, 'Green trees blend with the village, sloping hills beyond the walls, and stepping out the front door to gaze upon the fields, the moonlit buckwheat flowers appear as snow. How beautiful! I long to see it for myself.' "Very well, you may come," Zhang Xinyang replied affectionately, patting her stepdaughter's back, for she truly regarded this girl as her own. The thought that her brother would also receive an education brought a smile to Liu's face. If he were to enjoy the comforts of the city while his brother toiled at home, he would indeed be plagued by sleepless nights. The following day, after class, He declined Jing Cheng's kind offer and hurried home, eager to learn how matters concerning his brother were progressing. Upon arriving home and finding no sign of his mother, he ventured into the kitchen, where he discovered her conversing with Granny Chun while wiping away tears. Upon seeing him return, she forced a smile and said, "My dear, you're back. Go to your room and practice your characters. Dinner will be ready when your father returns." Seeing this, Li Yu's heart sank, and he quickly inquired whether things concerning his brother had not gone well. Zhang Shenyang bit her lip. Recalling her husband's words that scholars should not be disturbed by mundane affairs, she did not wish to burden her son with these troubling matters. Li Yu's expression darkened. "Mother, even if you do not speak of it, I can discern what has transpired." At that moment, Li Ying was in the backyard washing her cloth shoes. Despite her utmost caution, she inadvertently stepped into the droppings of the Shun family's chickens, ducks, and geese. The village paths were difficult to traverse, and a cart could not pass through. After leaving the main road, one had to navigate a stretch of narrow paths, where the dew on the weeds dampened her new trousers. Even walking along the ridge of the fields, she could not escape the sight of the numerous droppings left by the ducks and geese. Poetry often deceives. The countryside is far from the beauty it professes. Upon seeing Li Yu approach, Li Ying did not wait for him to inquire but spoke first. "Your grandparents are truly not good people. They lack the simplicity of other villagers and are as cunning as those who hold power. Fortunately, they are not scholars. Had they been educated and in positions of authority, who knows how they might exploit their influence?" It turns out that old man Shun and his wife do not oppose Heir Kuei's education. Yet they believe that sending him to school would diminish the workforce at home, which they find unfair to their other grandchildren. Thus, should Heir Kuei pursue his studies, they demand not only tuition and living expenses, but also an annual compensation for the elderly couple. In response, Li Ying could not restrain herself and retorted, "He is your grandson, not the son of her father. What gives you the right?" However, they merely smirked, stating, "Since he is our grandson, it is obviously our prerogative. Should the local magistrate involve himself in our family affairs?" Li Ying sighed. "Although my father is not lacking in a few coins, your grandparents cannot treat him as a fool. They clearly believe they can take advantage of his wealth." Though her father was in his 40s, many eligible young women in the county still wished to marry him, drawn by her mother's reputation and her ability to bear sons. Yet, Li Ying felt her father had brought home a burden. Although her mother was indeed admirable and her younger brother Yu was delightful, she felt a sense of injustice for her father's plight. The local magistrate, though lowly in rank, wielded considerable power. Even the county chief had to show him respect. Yet he was bullied by these unreasonable rascals. Seeing Li Yu's eyes redden, she could not bear it and set down her work to softly apologize. "This is not directed at you. Please do not take it to heart." The plight of Heir Kuei was also unfortunate. When they arrived, he was behind the house gathering firewood, dragging a basket larger than himself down the hill. At the age of 4, she had nestled in her father's arms, craving candied hawthorn. But now, Heir Kuei was not only filthy, but also wore soiled pants without a change. They claimed that rural children were not so precious, asserting that cow dung could serve as a pillow. Were it not for their seniority, she would have spat in their faces. "I understand, sistering. You carry on. I shall return indoors to practice my calligraphy," Li Yu said, aware that her sister's ire was not aimed at him. Yet, as he turned away, tears fell. He had not wept while toiling in the modern world, but here in this ancient setting, he found himself unable to stifle his emotions. Clenching his fists tightly, he resolved to devise a way to prevent those two elderly individuals from continuing their oppression. Chapter 6. Youngest son Li Lian on the other hand. Li Gang believed that matters solvable with a small sum of money were trivial. However, both Li Yu and Zhang Shenyang disagreed vehemently. Particularly Li Yu, "My father's kind heart does not recognize the inherent flaws in human nature. Such individuals are insatiably greedy, akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. If we concede today, they will only grow bolder in the future. What begins as 1 coin may escalate to 10. Taking a step back does not guarantee a wider horizon. It may instead invite relentless pressure from the opponent." Li Ying furrowed her brow and remarked, "What can be done without offering any payment? Heir Kuei's younger brother is a child of that family. If they refuse to let you intervene, what can we do? We certainly cannot resort to using one's official position to exert pressure. Such an undignified act is not something her father would condone. Naturally, it would not be appropriate for her father to step in personally." After contemplating carefully, Li Yu stated earnestly, "However, I do not believe that the clan leader of the Shun family would dare ignore their words. The officials in the county would certainly find it inappropriate to pressure the villagers. At this juncture, the voice of the clan is essential. Although the clan leader does not hold an official title, in ancient times, the authority of a clan leader was formidable. They could lead their kin to encroach upon the land and resources of the less prominent families. And the distribution of any benefits derived from such actions would be dictated by the clan leader's decree. This includes the fairness of tax contributions and labor obligations imposed on each household. Moreover, if one were to find themselves embroiled in legal troubles, the clan leader could intervene and assist in drafting documents or providing solutions. In ancient times, it was not uncommon for disputes between two families over land to result in fatalities, with the authorities remaining largely indifferent. If the people did not bring forth complaints, the officials would not intervene. If the people did lodge complaints, the officials would merely administer a light punishment. Thus, even if a life were lost, the resolution would typically involve burying the deceased and inviting a local scholar to recite a few verses to conclude the matter. In summary, if one were to offend the clan leader in ancient times, their existence within the village would become exceedingly difficult. Should the clan leader learn that a potential scholar was being exploited by those two old rascals and that they had even threatened the local inspectoress wife, it would surely incite his ire. Li Gang contemplated this strategy and found it quite reasonable, promptly agreeing, "In a few days, I shall send Constable Shun to visit Shenjiakan." It was Constable Shun who initially informed me about Zhang Xinyang, prompting me to send a matchmaker to propose marriage. Now, it is only fitting that we seek his assistance in resolving this matter. Indeed, after the intervention of the clan leader of the Shun family, the elderly couple, who had hoped to control Zhang Xinyang, fell silent and complied, allowing their grandson to attend school in the village. From that point onward, they dared not compel him to work. After all, the future of a scholar is markedly different. They feared that should he achieve success, he would harbor resentment towards them. Fortunately, the child was still young and would soon forget the unpleasantness from the past few years. Upon hearing that her younger brother had donned new garments to attend school, Liu felt considerably uplifted. He was diligent in his studies, particularly in practicing calligraphy, motivated by his belief that his brushwork reflected his personal shortcomings. Additionally, he had heard from the teacher that if one could produce elegant characters, it might delight the examiners and possibly yield higher scores, thus providing a stroke of serendipity to secure a place on the list of successful candidates. However, mastering the art of calligraphy was no simple task. Xinyu rose early and retired late, dedicating himself to rigorous practice, spending an extra 100 coins on lamp oil each month. After a year, his hands had developed calluses, yet he still felt his progress was exceedingly slow. "Isn't your writing quite commendable?" Wu Jingxing remarked, sensing that Xunyu was setting his standards too high. "The teacher does not complain, which indicates that your calligraphy is not poor at all." It had only been a brief year, and his classmate, who had started learning 2 years later than him, had already caught up with his academic pace. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Had he not known his friend well, he might have suspected that this individual was intentionally attempting to flaunt his abilities. Liu felt there was something amiss with his perception. His own handwriting was nowhere near as pleasing as even half of his friends. Jing Cheng was left speechless. "I began writing large characters at the tender age of 3. He achieved this milestone after 4 years of effort. And Si Yuan thinks he can catch up in just 1 year? That would indeed make him a prodigy among prodigies." Liu remarked with curiosity. Wasn't it said that one begins their formal education at 4? How could he start writing large characters at 3? Unbeknownst to her. As Wu Jingcheng began to recount the tale, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This story dates back over 600 years to a grassroots figure who made his mark during the Yun Dynasty. At that time, the imperial examination was purportedly open to the commoners, yet it was predominantly a privilege reserved for the nobility. A scholar named Lu Yong failed 11 times before he uncovered the underlying deceit. In response, he rebelled, stormed the capital, and slaughtered the aristocracy indiscriminately, even targeting the 5 prominent clans. This unexpected upheaval led to the downfall of the royal family, plunging the realm into nearly a century of chaos, resulting in a time when people resorted to cannibalism for survival. Consequently, when the new dynasty was established, it learned from these historical lessons. The imperial examination transformed from a mere formality into a genuine opportunity for the children of humble origins to rise. Thus, everyone became eager to participate in this examination. Although it was said that education commenced at 4 years of age, families with some means had already begun the process at home as soon as their children could speak. For instance, Chen Ziping, the son of Mr. Chun from Lian Academy, could read poetry before he could even speak clearly, and by the age of 6, he was capable of reading historical texts. The son of the governor was even more fortunate, in pursuit of a well-rounded education. His father invested heavily in acquiring a mountain for the boy to practice archery. Numerous tutors were available to teach various languages, including Mongolian, Tibetan, Japanese, and Siamese. This was not merely about nurturing a son. It was evidently a quest to cultivate a multifaceted warrior. Liu mused, indeed. The critical juncture in life occurs within the amniotic fluid. Even if he were to study tirelessly for 12 hours straight, he might still not surpass others. However, Sichuan need not worry. At the age of 7, Wu Jingcheng exhibited the demeanor of a young adult. The Imperial examination evaluates a student's knowledge and intellect. Others may possess their own insights, yet we too have our own perspectives. Although our dynasty has only been established for 43 years, the founding emperor, having risen from humble beginnings, favored individuals from modest backgrounds, believing they understood better how to assist the sovereign in governing the realm. Liu grasped the essence of this. In summary, it was a simple phrase: you must exert your utmost effort and leave the rest to fate. In the second year of living with the Li family, Zhang Shenyang successfully bore a son for Li Gang. The joy of having a child in his later years left Li Gang unable to contain his happiness. As he proudly carried his son out to bask in the sun, boasting to everyone he encountered about his little boy, Li Ying was equally delighted. Having a younger brother was indeed a joyous occasion for women in ancient times. Zhang Shenyang felt even more elated. After your third brother was born, I can finally rest easy. We have not taken undue advantage of your father. I always felt somewhat guilty relying on others to raise 2 scholarly children. Seeing her husband so pleased with the birth of their son brought her a sense of comfort, despite her discomfort with the notion of repaying kindness through childbirth. Nevertheless, Liu understood that such was the mindset of the ancients, and seeing his stepfather so happy brought him joy as well. With a smile, Liu remarked, "Mother, the arrival of our brother brings great joy to me as well." Little Lao San's full name is Li Lian, but his nickname, which is quite unique compared to other children, is Dun Dun, a moniker befitting his plump appearance. Had his grandparents still been alive, this child would have undoubtedly been their dream grandchild. At the 100-day banquet, someone teased Liu, suggesting that now that his stepfather had a biological child, he would no longer love him. He merely smiled and refrained from contradicting them. In a moment of mischief, he discreetly dropped a wooden bead at the feet of the instigator before making a swift exit, only to find satisfaction when the person stumbled. It is worth noting that Li Gang treated him with unwavering affection, even if he genuinely cherished little Lao San. What of it? After all, that was his biological son. What right did these people have to sow discord among the bonds of father and son, or between brothers? If it were a true child, they would surely return home feeling despondent. Truly, their mouths ought to be silenced. If he were to hold an official position in the future, he would not hesitate to deal with such meddlesome tongues by putting them in their place. Chapter 7. Too familiar, difficult to act in the 24th year of Qianan. Just after the Lantern Festival, 14-year-old Liu and Wu Jingcheng, both distinguished students in their private academy, were called aside by Mr. Xia after class. I was 13 when I participated in the county examination. By your age, I had already passed the provincial exam and become a Shiotsai. Why not consider taking the exam this year? Without waiting for their response, he added, I have already submitted your names to the county office. The examination documents should have been delivered to your homes today. Wu Jingcheng replied, Yes, sir. Liu echoed, Yes, sir. Since you have already submitted it, why frame it as a question? It sounds as though participation is optional. Observing his 2 proud students, Mr. Xia felt confident. Do well in the exam. Do not bring shame upon me. Although passing the elementary examination would secure their entry into the county school, he would no longer have the opportunity to instruct them. Yet, it was evident that their future prospects outweighed any reluctance to part with them. If both could succeed in the Shiotsai examination, his tuition revenue for the following year would surely double. After school, Wu Jingxing called out to Liu, expressing his anxiety. Mr. Xia has entrusted us with the county examination quite early. It feels like an overwhelming confidence in us. I can't shake off this sense of unease. Mr. Xia had been a Shiotsai at the age of 14, a prodigy renowned far and wide, while most individuals typically took the county exam at 16 or 17. Let us give it a try. There is no requirement to pass. Liu carried 2 book boxes, one belonging to himself and the other to little Lao San, who was happily munching on a candied hawthorn stick. After walking a few paces, Liu suddenly realized, It seems I am headed in a different direction than your family. He could not recall when this boy had taken to frequenting his home. Whether it was to deliver a plate of treats or to suggest that studying together would be more enjoyable, he always found a reason to visit. Wu Jingqing, with utmost seriousness, said, "Since the county exam is approaching, I would like to discuss the examination details with you." Before Liu could respond, Li Lian joyfully bounced up. "Yay! Brother Jingqing is coming to our house. Mother will surely make that sweet steamed pork." The highest honor bestowed upon guests in their county is the dish of steamed pork with brown sugar, a delicacy beloved by children. However, it is typically prepared only for visitors, which is why the youngest was elated. Liu shook her head, calling him a little glutton. Upon returning home, Li Gang had already retrieved the examination certificate from the county office. This certificate, akin to an ancient examination permit, was uniformly crafted from wood. It bore the candidate's name, date of birth, names of parents, household classification, and residential address, culminating in the official seal of the county office. For instance, Liu's certificate stated, Liu, born on the 16th day of the 3rd month in the 10th year of Qian Yuan, birth father Shen Dakui, stepfather Li Gang, mother Zhang, peasant household, resident of Shenjiakan, Yingshan County, Shunqing Prefecture. Should he succeed in becoming a jinshi, this certificate would accompany him to the palace examination to meet the emperor. Furthermore, the list of successful candidates would feature his name, revealing his lineage and family background to the world. If he were married by then, that would also be inscribed and included on the announcement list. Thus, the act of selecting a son-in-law from the list is not taken lightly. The circumstances of one's family are well known. Li Gang had only passed the district examination at 18. So while he hoped for his stepson to succeed on the first attempt, he held modest expectations. It was sufficient to make an effort. As they were still young and had a long journey ahead, he believed old Xia was overly eager for quick success, assuming that such prodigies were plentiful. In the Great Yong, to become a scholar, one must pass 3 examinations. The first is the county examination organized by the county magistrate in February, focusing on literature, history, and ethics. The second is the prefectural examination organized by the prefect in April, with similar content. Upon passing these 2, one is recognized as a Tongsheng. Subsequently, one may participate in the organized by provincial education officials in August. Passing this grants the title of scholar, along with exemptions from Corps of labor and access to the county examination. That evening, Wu Jingqing stayed until nearly the 3rd watch before taking his leave, and the two had diligently reviewed their studies together. During this time, Li Ying entered 8 times, either to deliver fruits, pastries, or to assist in adding fuel to the fire. When Liu saw off their guest, she followed closely behind. Liu regarded her with curiosity, and once Wu Jingqing had departed, he could no longer restrain himself and playfully tugged at Li Ying's braid. Such attentiveness. Have you taken a liking to him? Li Ying, now 16 and blossoming into a graceful young lady, attracted suitors with her beauty and skills in domestic arts, causing matchmakers to frequently visit the Li household. While there were indeed young men coming to express interest, she remained hidden in the embroidery room, unimpressed. Her parents were not anxious, allowing her the freedom to choose, determined that she would only pursue suitors who met her satisfaction. Could it be that she had developed an affection for Wu Jingqing? Although it was not uncommon in ancient times for a man to be younger by a couple of years, Liu couldn't shake the feeling that there was something brewing between them. How presumptuous! I am your elder sister, she exclaimed, swatting away Liu's hand that grasped her hair, her tone imbued with a sense of exasperation. Your response seems rather sluggish. Yet while your classmate may indeed be a guest, he frequently visits our home. Is it truly worth it for mother to prepare steamed pork with brown sugar each time? Brown sugar is quite expensive, and this dish is so troublesome to make. Have you two perhaps already struck up a romance? Upon hearing this, Liu immediately confirmed. No wonder he visits our home so often. Are you two not being rather unfaithful? How could he think that Wu Jingqing does not understand propriety? Constantly dining at a classmate's home? Is this not a source of trouble? Li Ying scoffed. Anyone with clear eyes can see through this. It seems you are too oblivious. I dare say your mind is filled solely with studies. How will you attract a wife in the future? With that, she turned to return to her slumber. But halfway back, she turned with a smile to offer her blessings. Brother Yu, I wish you success in becoming the scholar of our family. Then she gracefully lifted her skirt, flitting away like a flower butterfly back to her room, her face radiating the sweet scent of budding romance. Every step accompanied by a myriad of expressions and gestures. Liu mused, Are all ancient individuals this precocious? Wu Jingcheng is merely 14 and has already begun courting? Zhang Sanyang felt a twinge of regret. Ying is a fine girl, one I have watched grow since childhood. Had she not changed her surname to marry my son, wouldn't that have been quite suitable? After all this time, we understand each other's characters well. Wouldn't it be easy to get along? Unfortunately, since my son has adopted the Li surname and entered the Li family genealogy, legally, they are no longer considered siblings. Li Yu sighed helplessly. Mother, please do not speak nonsense. I truly regard Sister Ying as my sister. In truth, he sees her more as a younger sister. Otherwise, he wouldn't tug at her braid. Besides, even if there were no surname issue, being too familiar would make it difficult to pursue her, wouldn't it? Chapter 8. Shen Dan. This reasoning holds. Yet Mother merely spoke casually. If Ying has taken a liking to your classmate, Mother also feels he is quite decent. The boy has a handsome countenance. With parents who practice medicine to heal and save lives, they must possess kind hearts and be easy to get along with. Zhang Sanyang neatly folded the woolen socks she had knitted, placing them beside his feet. Although we live in a place that is not prone to the bitter cold, it can still become piercingly chilly. Your father mentioned that the county examination lasts 5 days, and it can be dreadfully cold inside. One cannot expect to eat anything warm, subsisting on dry rations and cold water. Thus, you must dress warmly. Cold originates from the feet. If your feet are warm, the rest of your body will follow suit. Li Yu nodded appreciatively. I understand, Mother. Mother Zhang Sanyang urged her son to retire early and took up the lamp to leave, but upon hearing his voice, she turned back with a smile. What is it? Li Yu stated earnestly. Once I pass the courtyard examination, I will find a way to bring my younger brother to the county. We 3 brothers will stay by your side. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanyang's eyes glistened with emotion, and she replied with a smile. Your studies are of utmost importance. I will manage the rest. Now sleep well. The matter of Heir Kuei, or Shindan, has always been a lingering regret in her life, for even if he studies at a village school, he is still a scholar now. However, he was not particularly close to her. Their occasional encounters, where he would call her mother, felt forced. Fortunately, his relationship with his elder brother was rather amicable, which served as a small consolation. Wu Jingxing noticed that for several days, his friend had been ignoring him. Whether it was during casual conversations or discussions regarding the upcoming county examination, he maintained an air of indifference. That day, due to Granny Chen needing to return home, his mother took Ying to visit her ailing grandfather, leaving him alone to accompany his younger brother on the streets to enjoy some wontons. Wu Jingxing trailed behind them. Alas, what have I done to offend you? He mused. Regardless of whether as classmates or as future brothers-in-law, he felt compelled to appease this somewhat petty individual. Li Yu found the situation amusing, crossing her arms and coolly remarking, a shameless person who, under the guise of sage texts, lures innocent young women. It was no wonder that every time he visited, whenever Yingjia offered him something, this fellow would dramatically amplify his recitations, often ostentatiously showcasing his literary talent and even resorting to exaggerated gestures. Was he, after all, like a peacock displaying its feathers in courtship? How unpleasantly stated. Upon hearing this, Wu Jingxing's face remained unblushing. Marriage between men and women is a natural course. I do not believe that when you encounter a woman you admire, you will behave differently. His father, Dr. Wu, had often said that those who appear the most virtuous on the surface often harbor the wildest hearts. Jingxing suspected that Zixuan must be such a person, as he was now eligible to participate in the county examination, and their teacher had given them each a courtesy name for easier camaraderie in the examination hall. After all, they would be colleagues, and it would be rather undignified to introduce oneself by one's childhood nickname. Li Yu responded with a sardonic smile. Impossible, utterly impossible. I could never be as shameless as Meng Zhenxian. Do you think I am a naive middle schooler, intentionally making little gestures to attract attention? Am I that childish? Yet, considering their ages, Wu Jingxing was indeed just a couple of months younger than he. He said earnestly, once our families are united, you shall be my brother. Just the thought of it filled him with joy. Brother, Wu Dage. As they exchanged playful banter, Li Yu spotted Shen Dan, his face alight with surprise. What a coincidence. Shen Dan, clad in the scholar's robe, bore a resemblance to Li Yu, with a basket slung over his shoulder filled with eggs. Li Yu hurried to greet him. Are you here again to sell eggs? Have you eaten? Although the Shen family treated his brother fairly well, sparing him from arduous labor, they often sent him to the county to sell goods. If he couldn't sell them, he was allowed to sell to the Li family, as they believed that the son of their close friend, Zhang Sanyang, would not refuse. However, this child was honest and had never complained. Li Lian also ran over, calling out to his second brother. Though they rarely saw each other, they shared the same mother. However, Shen Dan merely acknowledged him with a distant lacking warmth. Li Lian felt a twinge of disappointment, but bore no anger, quietly returning to savor his wontons. The mother once mentioned to the elder brother that the second brother did not harbor any dislike toward him. It was merely the infrequent encounters that rendered him somewhat aloof. With a smile, Shen Dan addressed his brother. No, it is grandmother and grandfather who have heard that you are to partake in the county examination. And they sent me to deliver this to you, urging you to indulge in 2 of these daily without reservation. Indeed, they were bound by blood. And he expressed his joy by saying, Brother, grandmother, and grandfather think of you often. When will you return to visit them? Li Yu remained silent. Yet he pondered the true motives of that family. Over the years, they had only sent gifts on this one occasion. Previously, they had merely exploited his younger brother, extracting resources from their mother and him. However, uttering such thoughts in front of the outsider Wu Jingxing was not appropriate. So he merely signaled the proprietor to bring another bowl of wontons. Upon seeing his brother's reluctance to partake, he insisted, if you are not going to eat, then come back with me to see mother. She misses you dearly. Shen Dan, unwilling to confront their mother, chose not to refuse further. Li Yu sighed inwardly. He genuinely wished for his brother to visit their mother. Yet, some matters should not be rushed, lest they provoke an adverse reaction that might distance even himself from his brother. As Shen Dan settled down, Li Lian amiably handed him the chopsticks, saying, Second brother, I have already wiped them for you. Noticing his elder brother's gaze upon him, Shen Dan bit his lip but accepted the chopsticks, murmuring a thank you. Wu Jingxing opened his mouth, intending to speak well of Aunt Zhang and the younger student. Yet recognizing the limitations of his status, he opted for silence, quietly settling the bill before crafting an excuse to slip away. Once he departed, Shen Dan remarked, Brother, please tell mother not to give any more money to Inspector Li. I intend to seek a position in the county as a bookkeeper next month. The classmates in the village often mocked him for having sold out his mother to attend the private school. What? You are no longer studying? Li Yu, sensing his brother's disinterest in education, grew anxious. Has some village boy bullied you? Or has grandmother said something? He initially contemplated cursing the old man, but refrained, fearing it might upset his brother. No, Shen Dan replied, swallowing the last morsel of wontons and finishing the soup with a smile. Brother, I am not cut out for studying. I cannot compare to you. Besides, the chances of passing the examination are slim, so it would be unwise to squander Inspector Li's money. Grandmother has also mentioned that in the village, it may take 20 years to produce a scholar. My aptitude is mediocre. It would be better to seek work sooner rather than later. Otherwise, in the end, I may achieve neither fame nor fortune. How can studying be deemed a waste? Li Lian was perplexed. Father always said one must not abandon oneself. Many continue to take examinations well into their old age. Every year, Father donates 5 guan to the county school to cultivate more talented individuals for the court. You are only 12 this year, surely. You should wait until you are 18 or 19 before considering other plans. To have studied diligently since the age of 4, and to abandon it without even entering the examination hall would be a great pity, wouldn't it? At this, Shen Dan smiled wryly. But how can it be the same? Inspector Li's kindness weighs heavily upon me, rendering me unable to stand tall. Thus, I do not wish to see our mother. Nor do I want to step into Inspector Li's household. I often feel a twinge of jealousy toward this half-brother, reclining on the straw-covered wooden bed in the village. Shen Dan would often envision how his mother would tenderly cradle this younger brother, soothing him gently as she coaxed him to eat. Her affectionate gaze fixed upon him as he recited his lessons. He was blessed with the love of his parents and the adoration of his older siblings. Yet, he found himself facing only a few earthen houses, the incessant prattle of his overly opinionated grandparents, and the scornful mockery of his classmates. Chapter 9. Persuasion. Why is it different? Li Lian could not fathom why, despite being brothers, this second elder brother had to be so obstinate. Second brother. We are all born of the same mother. If father is willing to show kindness to students who share no blood ties, why would he not extend the same to you? Do you harbor resentment towards mother? At that time, mother wished to bring both brothers to the Li family, and father shared this sentiment. It was your grandparents who insisted on taking only one. Mother chose to take you, the second brother, but your grandparents insisted on taking only the eldest brother. Surely, in matters as significant as education, mother could not leave either of you behind. As Shen Dan's eyes reddened, Li Yu hastily tugged at the small third brother, signaling him to refrain from further discussion. Yet, Li Lian persisted. Eldest brother, you and mother are too considerate of his feelings. Second brother, you are a scholar. You must understand the paramount importance of education. Given your grandparents' disposition, do you truly believe that you and eldest brother could remain in the Shun household and evade labor or the mistreatment from that family for a lifetime? A child without a father cannot hope to wield influence in such a household. Should calamity strike, the burden will inevitably fall upon the two of you. Every time mother learned that the second brother had gone to the city without visiting her, her eyes would redden. Similarly, whenever she returned from visiting him, she would come back with tear-stained eyes. As her son, he could not bear to witness such suffering inflicted upon her. Do you think I am unaware? Shen Dan glared at the small creature nestled in a cocoon of happiness, his voice laced with suppressed anger. I do not blame mother. I am merely grappling with my own feelings. With that, he rose and bid farewell to Li Yu before hastily departing. Li Yu could not abandon his 6-year-old brother in the shop, for the city was rife with dangers. He could only call after his brother's retreating figure, second brother. You cannot neglect your studies. At the very least, you must attempt the county examination before making any decisions. Shen Dan paused momentarily, but did not look back, quickly resuming his sprint toward the city gate. Li Lian glanced at his elder brother. Brother, did I say something wrong? Yet, he felt he had spoken rightly. Why should the second brother harbor resentment towards their mother? Moreover, if he did not resent her, why did he consistently cause her tears? Though he had merely patted his younger brother's head, he sighed and remarked, Your second brother has endured hardships. We must choose our words with care. Li Lian still struggled to comprehend. The second brother had not lacked nourishment or clothing, and he had access to education. How could he be considered to be suffering? Li Yu replied, Some hardships arise from the mundane struggles of life, while others are intangible and elusive. In truth, those two elders have likely treated him well over the years. Mother had just remarried when the second brother was barely 4 years old, a time when a child is in dire need of adult guidance. However, he could only live with his grandparents and 3 uncles, enduring the incessant gossip of the villagers, which gradually twisted his heart. Raised by his grandparents, he understood their intentions, yet felt compelled by filial piety and gratitude to obey and lean towards them. The 2 elderly ones surely spoke ill of his mother often. Yet his education had enlightened him to the kindness of Officer Li, while he also comprehended the hardships his mother had faced in the past. This left him in a state of profound confusion and helplessness, especially given his tender age and nascent understanding of self-esteem. In modern times, at the age of the second child, he often brought his mother to tears and made his father search frantically for 7 wolves. Furthermore, his mother had not been able to raise him by her side. Li Lian, somewhat comprehending, nodded and took his younger brother home for a midday rest. Yet, he could not shake off the concern for the second child, who had not fallen asleep. It seemed necessary to find a time to return and discover why the boy had suddenly lost interest in his studies. On the other hand, after leaving the city, Shen Dan did not return to the village but instead ran to the riverside. He picked up a stone and hurled it forcefully into the river, watching the ripples spread. His heart awash with a medley of emotions. He knew his brother spoke the truth, yet the painful feelings deeply rooted within him were hard to dissipate. After some time, he managed to compose himself and, after checking his reflection in the water to ensure he appeared normal, returned home. Upon arriving, his grandmother, Mrs. Wang, exclaimed, Why didn't you bring back the basket? It would cost at least 10 coins to buy one. Hearing her voice, Aunt Bai, neglecting the basket, rushed forward to embrace her youngest son. How is it? Did you talk to your mother and Officer Li about your brother's situation? She had heard that last year the emperor had raised the salaries of officials, with 9th-rank officials receiving 2 additional coins each month. And she expected Officer Li to agree readily. Why should the son of that deceased second child have the opportunity to study while her own son could only watch helplessly? She was indignant. Grandma, I forgot to bring back the basket. I'll remember to take it next time I go to the county. Shen Dan initially deferred Aunt Bai's inquiries, addressing his grandmother first before turning to his shameless aunt. Officer Li mentioned that his assistance in my studies was out of kindness. Is it not too shameless of us to be so ungrateful? Is this a way of implying that my mother and elder brother are living too well at the Li family's expense? Although my brother has never spoken of it, he can surely fathom the discomfort of living under someone else's roof. Aunt Bai's expression froze. What? Officer Li is a learned man. How could he possibly say such things? Shen Dan, earnest in his tone, replied, Why don't you come with me next time I enter the city to inquire with Officer Li? Being an official, Officer Li was not someone Aunt Bai would dare approach brazenly. Old Lady Wang scolded, You, 4th family, enough already. If you provoke the clan leader again, you shall see what happens. Ever since being warned by the clan leader 8 years ago, she had refrained from asking for anything herself. Aunt Bai pouted and ceased her conversation with Shendan, only mumbling to Mrs. Wang as they walked out. The desire to reclaim a modicum of dignity seemed futile, rendering the basket of fine eggs utterly wasted. There were over 100 of them, each worth a mere 100 coins, now lost to the abyss. Although Lady Wang felt a pang of regret, she consoled herself with the thought of her grandson. How fared her brother? The Li family should be treating him decently. After all, he was her own flesh and blood, destined to bring glory to the Shun family in the future. The eggs given to him were not entirely in vain. Amidst her concerns, Shendan deliberately remarked, fearing his grandmother might wish to take advantage of his brother, but there is no shortage of food. Surely he must prioritize his own son? After all, his mother would not come seeking him. The final decision lay in his hands. Lady Wang found wisdom in these words. Who would treat a biological child and a stepson with the same regard, unless they were of unsound mind? What have you thought about what I mentioned last time? She continued. The Chuntang Lu is the finest tavern in the county, and the proprietor also runs another establishment in the capital that thrives. Anticipating difficulties in managing both, he seeks to cultivate a young lad who is literate and numerate. Though a 12-year-old may seem insignificant, the tavern would be willing to pay him 100 coins monthly, with an annual increase of 50 coins. This is far more prudent than squandering money on the Imperial examinations. Noticing her grandson's silence, Lady Wang sighed. Your family, the Shuns, have not produced even a single scholar for generations. Why squander your time? It would be wiser to plan for your future and that of this household. Your second cousin has already gone to serve his duty. If you contribute 50 coins monthly, your aunt would be more at ease, wouldn't she? While the benefits of education may not be immediate, labor brings tangible rewards. Chapter 10. A visit to instructor Tao. Despite her roundabout ways, the underlying intention of his grandmother was clear. She wished for him to contribute financially to the family. Shendan pressed his lips together, remaining silent until he slowly uttered, Grandmother, if I managed to succeed in the county examinations, I could earn over 10 strings of coins annually. Deep down, he yearned to give it a try. His brother was right. After years of arduous study, he should at least attempt to enter the county exams, for who knows what might happen. Lady Wang immediately countered. But what if you fail? Shendan pondered how he might respond, believing that even if he did not pass, there would still be many willing to employ him after further study. Yet, Lady Wang's expression hardened. What if you end up like that Shun Huan from the riverbend? A mere shadow of success? Shendan reflected. Shun Huan was an exceptional case in their village, having been sent to school at the tender age of 4. His parents sacrificed everything to secure him a prestigious title, and he had been lauded by his teachers as a gifted student. Yet, the commendations of village teachers hardly guaranteed a promising future. Shen Huan, despite his lofty aspirations, had merely passed the county exam, only to fail repeatedly in subsequent attempts. At that moment, it seemed fortunate for him. There were offers from the county for him to serve as a bookkeeper, and the local government was willing to hire him as a clerk. However, he stubbornly refused to accept his fate, convinced that he was destined for a higher calling. Every day, he sequesters himself within the confines of his home, engrossed in his studies, dreaming incessantly of achieving the highest honors and ascending to a position of great authority. Yet, his family has long been bereft of wealth. His scholar's robe is tattered and mended countless times, while his wife and children suffer from hunger, their eyes glinting with desperation, all to uphold his dignity as a learned man. When the local gentry summon him to write couplets, he earns a meager sum that barely alleviates their plight. Nevertheless, he remains unwilling to step outside and seek gainful employment, transforming from the family's hope into a source of ridicule. Now, who does not shake their head disapprovingly upon encountering him? Grandmother, I understand, Shendan nodded, choosing to acquiesce. But we must not let brother know just yet. He is on the verge of the county examination and must not be distracted. Once he departs for the prefectural city to participate in the provincial examination, I shall promptly do as you advise. Upon hearing his compliance, Wang Shi felt a surge of joy, and she continued to express her concerns about his youth and inability to save money, assuring him that after he earns, he should entrust most of his earnings to her for safekeeping. She envisioned using those savings for building a home and marrying a wife, and as she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. When you were merely 4 years old, your mother remarried. I raised you through thick and thin, enduring countless disdainful glares from your uncles and aunts over the years. They accuse me of favoritism towards you, saying I wronged them. and they fear nurturing a heartless wretch. As you grow, remember to honor your true mother first. My grandson, you must strive to uphold my dignity and not allow them to mock your grandmother. Do it for yourself as well. Show your mother that even if she forsakes you, you can thrive independently. Faced with this torrent of heartfelt words, Shen Dan offered no rebuttal, instead displaying a countenance full of agreement. Yet, his thoughts had already drifted far away, contemplating how to cleverly deceive his grandmother, how to secretly amass a small fortune and escape from this suffocating household. Hearing that his younger brother had returned to his studies diligently, Liu felt a measure of relief. He had intended to return and ascertain the situation, but then Li Gang suddenly proposed a visit to their county's Tao Sun Dao, an esteemed educator. The Tao Sun Dao held the rank of an 8th-grade official, primarily serving as an assistant to the county's Confucian Academy, akin to a professor. The county examinations of the Great Yong Dynasty were orchestrated by the county officials alongside the academy's educators, with the provincial governor overseeing the grading process. Tao Sun Dao was among the question setters for this examination, and Li Gang's purpose in visiting was not to inquire about the exam questions. Such inquiries would be deemed improper. And Li Gang was not one to breach etiquette. Today, he carried with him a dried pheasant, accompanied by Li Yu for the visit. However, this pheasant was not to be confused with an ordinary chicken. It was a customary gift among scholars, esteemed for its difficulty to rear and its noble symbolism, representing purity and the virtue of not being swayed by wealth. Due to its perishable nature, it was typically gifted in the form of dried meat. Additionally, they brought along some pastries and fresh fruits. My son, do not be anxious. He is merely one rank above your father, Li Gang reassured, noting Li Yu's nervousness as he swallowed repeatedly. Drawing from his experience, Li Gang began to impart his wisdom. When you arrive at the Tao family, remember to speak less and observe more. Take note of the calligraphy and paintings displayed in the home, as well as the books on the shelves, and make sure to memorize them thoroughly for future reference. By understanding the preferences of the examiner, you may be able to anticipate some of the questions and focus your revision accordingly. Additionally, be mindful of your demeanor. It is essential to conduct yourself with poise and grace. How will you present yourself to His Majesty in the future if you are so anxious in front of an examiner? If you are this nervous meeting an instructor, how will you not tremble before the emperor? Li Yu replied, Father, how can you be so certain that I will meet His Majesty? Whether I can pass the county examination is still uncertain. Certainly, you will succeed. Regardless of the outcome, one must dare to dream. As your elder brother, it is imperative that you set a good example for the youngest. Times have changed since your father's era. Back then, even a scholar could aspire to hold an official position, but nowadays, scholars have diminished value, and even the inspectors require candidates of notable lineage. Your father was fortunate to be living in a time when, after the turmoil of war, it was relatively easy for a learned individual to secure a position in government. The Tao family's ancestors were renowned landlords within the county, and their residence far surpassed that of the Li family, complete with a retinue of 7 or 8 servants. Upon being welcomed into the Tao household by a servant, they were greeted by Tao's son, who flashed a broad smile and bowed warmly, saying, Zixuan, you need not be so formal. Your presence is gift enough. Although his words suggested otherwise, he graciously accepted the gift with open arms and turned his affectionate gaze toward Li Yu. It has been several years since we last met. How much you've grown. The last time I saw you was at Zixuan's wedding, and you looked so pitiful then. Who would have thought you would mature into such a handsome young man? Li Yu promptly bowed respectfully, stating, I am Li Yu, here to pay my respects to the instructor. From a young age, he had feared not his teachers, but rather the stern invigilators. Tao Sun chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality in private. I am merely a year older than your father. You may call me Uncle Tao in casual settings. Li Yu, feeling at ease, responded, Greetings, Uncle Tao. Elders indeed appreciate children who are confident and gracious. And seeing Li Yu's demeanor made Tao Sun smile even wider. He then invited them inside and called for his own children to meet the guests. He had 2 sons and a daughter, all of whom were his biological children. Li Gang then remarked, I suppose you avoided visiting us to escape giving your children New Year's money, not realizing how much they have grown. This was a jest, and Tao Sun was not one to shy away from humor. Alas, you misunderstand. You cannot fathom how busy I have been these past years. Our dynasty is barely 50 years old, still in a phase of reconstruction, and in dire need of talent and the compilation of various texts. I have been traveling between the provincial capital and the city, overseeing manuscripts and training, hardly having time to return home. Only in the last 2 years have I found a moment to rest and recently. I spent half a month in seclusion with the county magistrate and the educational officer to prepare the examination questions, leaving little time for family or friends. Chapter 11. What does this have to do with her sister? Last year, Tao Xuandao's eldest son passed the provincial examination and is now studying away from home, leaving only his 12-year-old younger brother, Tao Ji, in residence. Tao Ji is courteous and polite, but does not display warmth towards Li Yu, who reciprocates with similar politeness and refrains from any overt attempts to ingratiate himself, all while maintaining decorum in the presence of Tao Wanner, who serves tea and water. Under such circumstances, Tao Ji's demeanor improves considerably, as he begins to engage in discussions with Li Yu regarding their studies. Upon discovering that Li Yu can answer his inquiries with ease, he finds himself somewhat impressed. I have heard from my mother that you are quite diligent, studying until the early hours of the morning and rising at dawn, managing only 2.5 hours of sleep each night. I initially thought my mother was simply boasting about her son, but it appears there is truth in her words. He had harbored prejudice against Li Yu, believing that someone of his background should be adept at scheming, but now realizes his error. Li Yu smiled and replied, "Indeed. The late-night lamp and the early rooster are the hallmarks of a young man's scholarly pursuits. If one seeks a path to success, one must exert oneself. As the saying goes, diligence can compensate for lack of talent. If others study 4 hours, then I shall study 7 or 8 to make up the difference. A little less sleep now will lead to a more comfortable life later." Tao Ji greatly admired this resolve, convinced that such determination would ensure a smooth path to scholarly achievement. However, he knew he could not maintain such intensity for long, as he would soon seek an excuse to rest after just 4 or 5 days of effort. Yet, no matter how eloquently one speaks of diligence, true capability will ultimately be revealed in the examination hall. The results a month hence would speak volumes about one's true merit. It seemed that many had visited Tao Xuandao in recent days, their intentions all too apparent. Thus, their visit yielded little, as he had stashed away his calligraphy and books, and there was no discourse regarding the 4 books or classical poetry. Before Li Gang exited the Tao residence, he wore a cheerful expression, but once he was far away, his face turned to one of regret. What a pity I learned nothing. I can't believe old Tao would keep such a tight lid on things, especially after so many years of friendship. It's just a county examination, after all. Is it really necessary to be so secretive? Li Yu chuckled to comfort him. If my son requires backdoor assistance for the county exam, what will happen in future provincial and imperial examinations? Upon reflection, Li Gang found merit in this reasoning. Patting his stepson's shoulder, "My son is ambitious. I shall await good news at home." With this experience in mind, when the youngest son requires to take his exams in the future, there would be no need to bring a chicken to visit old Tao. After all, that would be a waste of 1,500 coins. The 9th day of the 2nd month is the date of the examination. The examination venue for the Great Yong County is not referred to as the Tribute Academy, but is instead named after its location, the Ying Mountain Examination Pavilion. This pavilion, comprising 4 blue-tiled brick buildings covering 5 acres, can accommodate around 100 candidates. On this day, the area outside the examination hall is bustling with activity, vendors selling food, paper, pens, talismans for guaranteed success, and many in attendance displaying signs to attract business. Li Gang purchased a zongzi, symbolizing good fortune, instructing Li Yu to consume it outside the examination hall before calling upon his wife to check their preparations. Please take a moment to thoroughly inspect the preparations. We must ensure that the examination attire and provisions are all in order. The chill of early spring here is even more biting than that of winter. I shall return to inform Captain Li to place additional coal in your examination chamber, for cold snacks and meals are hardly palatable. Roasting them over the fire will enhance their flavor. The roasted taro is particularly delightful, warming both the body and the spirit while alleviating hunger. It is essential to bring your own provisions, as all he can do is ensure his son has ample coal. Rest assured, father, I am capable of taking care of myself. At this moment, Li Yu's demeanor is remarkably composed. Maintaining the right mindset is paramount when it comes to examinations. Who, after all, is the one who wore summer socks in the midst of winter? The bond between the siblings, nurtured over 8 years, is strong. Yet Li Ying feels a twinge of anxiety for him. You must pass the county examination. I wish to flaunt my success among my sisters, and you must not bring me shame before them. Many are already waiting to witness the misfortunes of brother Yu and his father, believing that a country lad, no matter how diligent, will struggle to rise above. If he fails even the county exam, how merrily they will laugh. Ah, dear child, Li Gang, Concerned about his eldest son's pressure, hastens to offer comforting words. It is the experience that matters. Whether one passes or not holds little significance. Brother Zixuan, uncle, aunt. He had not yet articulated the normalcy of failing at such a tender age when Wu Jingxing, with a jovial smile, sprinted toward them. Upon seeing the suddenly flushed cheeks of Li Ying, he feigned calmness, calling out, "Sistering." In the presence of her beloved, Li Ying instantly adopted a coy demeanor, even shyly playing with the braids adorning her chest. Her tone shifted, tender and bashful. "Greetings, Brother Wu." Their eyes met, exchanging unspoken sentiments, the air thick with unvoiced emotions. Li Yu thought to himself, the scent of romance is overwhelmingly sweet. He ought to stifle his nostrils with a handful of paper. No, perhaps he should blindfold himself. Although both families are nearly in silent accord regarding this matter, expressing affection publicly outside the solemn examination hall is still somewhat improper. Dr. Wu, smiling, suggested, "The hour grows late. Why not allow the two children to enter first? I would be pleased to treat the inspector and his wife to tea at Tianming residence." In the previous dynasty, the system favored succession from father to son, relegating the sons of physicians to their trade, barred from the imperial examinations. Consequently, during that era, medical families faced considerable disdain, and many scholarly families were reluctant to form alliances with them, deeming them without future prospects. However, in the present day of Daong, such restrictions have been lifted, allowing the sons of physicians to partake in the examinations and thus forge connections with scholarly families. Although the position of inspector is modest, it carries considerable weight, and Dr. Wu is quite pleased with this union, as both families are well acquainted. Observing his daughter's bashful demeanor, Li Gang readily acquiesced to the proposal. As they entered the examination hall, Wu Jingxing cheerfully remarked to Li Yu, after the county exam, "My parents will come to propose marriage. Once this matter is settled, you shall address me as brother, though sister-in-law is also acceptable. We shall be wed following the academy exam. To first attain the rank of a scholar before marrying a beautiful maiden, who is also a childhood sweetheart, one must ponder. Who in this world could be more fortunate than he?" Observing his blatant self-satisfaction, Li Yu could not help but inquire, "What do you perceive my sister-in to be like?" Although they were indeed childhood companions, their understanding of one another remained rather superficial. It is often said that lovers see beauty where others do not, and Wu Jingxing was no exception. Naturally, he described her as gentle, lovely, dignified, kind-hearted, and docile. Listening to this string of unfamiliar adjectives, Li Yu could not suppress a twitch at the corners of her mouth. "You are indeed correct. My sister is precisely that perfect woman. Rest assured, should you truly become my brother-in-law, I would willingly accept being addressed as second brother by you. Aside from kindness and beauty, do any of those other descriptors truly relate to my sister?" Chapter 12. The county examination enthralled by beauty. Wu Jingxing was oblivious to the deeper implications of his good friend's words. All he knew was that he must strive diligently to pass the county examination, so that he might approach the lovely elder sister with great pomp and circumstance, embarking on a blissful journey into domesticity. The seating arrangement was determined by a lottery, and Li Yu was fortunate enough to draw a position far from the restroom. In the context of examinations, the restroom referred to the outhouse, and the instructor had mentioned that during the provincial examinations, the rules were quite stringent. Should one require the restroom, their results could be invalidated. However, the county examination was not so strict, permitting candidates to use the restroom under the watchful gaze of the proctor, free from the threat of invalidation. This leniency, however, rendered the restroom's odor rather pungent, and candidates seated nearby could not help but be distracted by its overwhelming scent. Once they found their designated spots, the constables began to bring in braziers for warmth. While others received but a thin layer of charcoal, Li Yu was presented with a full basin. Indeed, it pays to have connections. The constable even discreetly indicated that should he feel cold, he could gradually add more coals from the side. Outside, the spring rain fell chillily. Yet Li Yu was overwhelmed by warmth, his eyes growing misty. One must wonder, how could a person's fortune be so exceedingly favorable? Such a wonderful stepfather. What kind of virtue must he have accumulated in a past life to deserve this? The county examination comprised 5 sessions, and the supervising official was County Magistrate Wang Zhu of Ing County. For the next 5 days, Magistrate Wang would share both meals and quarters with them in this examination hall. Clad in a blue official robe of the 7th rank, adorned with an embroidered mandarin duck pattern, and wearing a round-cornered black cap, he appeared no different from officials of the Ming Dynasty. The first session in the morning was the simplest, requiring candidates to transcribe around 100 characters of the sacred edict without any errors or corrections. Despite its apparent simplicity, some candidates could not manage even this initial hurdle. As Magistrate Wang made his rounds, he had already witnessed the fates of several candidates. His spirits were somewhat heavy. After all, a county could only produce a limited number of successful scholars, and such outcomes were reflective of the year-end performance of local officials. If too few talents emerged, it would be a source of shame for them. Upon encountering Li Yu, who was steady as a mountain and inscribed each character with utmost seriousness, Magistrate Wang paused, his gaze lingering on Li Yu's examination paper in surprise. It was not due to the magnificence of his handwriting that he was captivated, but rather the realization that this candidate meticulously transcribed each sentence onto the examination paper only after drafting it on scrap paper. Consequently, the exam paper was immaculate, with neat and flawless script. Huangzhou County could not help but stroke his beard, nodding in appreciation. Methodical deliberation before action. This was indeed promising material. Upon seeing the examination credentials hanging at the candidate's desk, he was momentarily taken aback, suddenly sensing that Li Buchuan, this stepson, might have struck gold. The afternoon continued with an assessment of the candidate's foundational knowledge. Familiarity with the 4 books and 5 classics, and their application was the most straightforward task of the 5-day examination. Li Yu continued to transcribe on scrap paper, ensuring accuracy before meticulously transferring it to the official paper. Thus, the first exam posed no pressure whatsoever. The true challenge commenced with the second round. 3 essay questions, each requiring no fewer than 200 characters, and 4 questions on classical texts, each demanding no fewer than 300 characters. This would truly test the candidate's writing prowess. However, after 8 years of preparation, Li Yu was unfazed, producing work that was completely free from errors. The third examination comprised a single essay question, requiring a minimum of 300 characters, along with 1 each of edict, memorial, and declaration, and 5 adjudications. By this point, Huangzhou County had taken up residence beside his desk. The fourth examination consisted of 5 questions on the classics, history, and contemporary governance, each demanding a minimum of 300 characters. The content of these compositions was not particularly challenging. The essays Li Yu produced had previously garnered praise from his teacher, as evidenced by the occasional nod from the county magistrate. The greatest challenge, however, lay in the final segment, which required the candidates to compose a 5-character, 8-line poem. The theme was the plum blossom. Though he was a modern individual and, in theory, could recite poetry with ease, any poem from the 300 Tang poems would suffice to dazzle. It was a reality altered by a fellow villager from 6 centuries prior, the one who had annihilated the noble families of the 5 surnames and 7 aspirations. This villager had nearly exhausted all the poetry he could memorize, having left no stone unturned among the works of the 8 great masters of the Tang and Song dynasties, which remained essential memorization for scholars. Thus, Li Yu was compelled to compose his own, a task at which he was woefully inept, to the point that he nearly picked at all the blemishes on his face. Do not inquire about the reason for his blemishes. Try spending 5 days in an examination hall without washing your face or brushing your teeth, and see if you don't develop them. Huangzhou County had long approached with a steady gait, quietly observing, eager to witness what sort of exquisite poetry this remarkable young man could produce. Yet, to his surprise, Li Yu remained there, staring blankly for half an hour without penning a single word, lost in worry. Could it be that he was not adept at poetry? With only half an hour remaining until the county examination concluded, Huangzhou County had checked on him 3 or 4 times and still had not seen a single character written. Unable to restrain himself, he gently tapped on Li Yu's desk and pointed to the hourglass, reminding him that time was running short, as this was ultimately tied to his own political achievements. After all, there were not many promising candidates in their county. Losing another would be quite unfortunate. Poetry was not a crucial component of the examination. As long as it rhymed and remained on topic, it could be deemed acceptable. The Imperial examination predominantly evaluated the quality of the essays. Li Yu was not oblivious to this truth. He merely aspired to submit the most perfect response. Time, however, waits for no one. Should he submit a blank paper, his efforts over the past 4 sessions would be in vain, and all those written pieces would amount to naught. Regardless, he resolved to make do. Thus, he began to write. Snow falls, chilling to the bone. Plum blossoms exude their fragrant tone. Jade buds dance in the wind, while moonlit branches wear a silken gown. Ice-like skin, pure as a shadow, cold beauty defies the frost's glow. Alone, I guard this tranquil intent, as fragrant dreams take flight in sleep's gentle flow. Upon witnessing his composition, Huangzhou County breathed a sigh of relief, though a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. The poem was rather ordinary. However, it was merely a minor concern, for even if the verses bloomed like flowers, mediocre writing would ultimately yield little satisfaction. When it came to the provincial examinations, or even the imperial tests, the quality of his work would be irrelevant. With his remarkable writing skills and composed demeanor, Wang felt assured of the young man's boundless potential, and he resolved to cultivate a deeper relationship with the Li family henceforth. During these 5 days, Liu fully capitalized on the extra coal, ensuring his meals and drinks were warm. Aside from a few sleepless nights, all was well. After all, compared to the days of cutting pigweed, he found his current circumstances far more favorable. However, the pampered Wu Jingsheng was not faring as well. His face turned ashen as he clung to Li Yu's shoulder. If this continues for another day, I fear I shall not survive. Noticing the other candidates staring at them, Li Yu hastily supported him out. You are being overly dramatic. It is only the 5th day. How will you manage the subsequent 9? Outside the examination hall, Li Ying observed the listless students and, with a hint of concern, spoke to her mother. When they entered, they were all spirited. Now, they resemble frostbitten eggplants. I wonder how you brother and Mingzhen are faring. You brother has endured hardship and knows no fear, but Jingcheng, who has been coddled since childhood, is another matter. Zhang Senyang, upon hearing this, playfully pinched her nose and affectionately reminded her, you must refer to him as Wu family's younger brother. How can you address an outsider by his given name? Li Ying, clinging to her mother's arm, pouted, but there are no outsiders here. Besides, our family is humble and doesn't adhere to the strict customs of the affluent families. A little informality brings comfort to everyone, does it not? Li Gang chuckled and gave her a mock glare. Lack of decorum may lead to unwanted attention. Be cautious lest you regret it later. Fortunately, Dr. Wu was occupied with consultations today and did not cross paths with them. Otherwise, she feared he might tease his daughter about her longing for marriage. How dare he? Although Li Ying protested, she stood up straight obediently. If he were to betray his trust, he would be unworthy of being a scholar. At that moment, she spotted 2 familiar figures and exclaimed with excitement, Father, you brother, and the others are coming out. Why is he supporting the Wu family's younger brother? Upon hearing this, everyone turned towards the examination hall's entrance and beheld Wu Jingxing, pale as a ghost, being supported by the flushed yet disdainful Li Yu. What has transpired? Mrs. Wu hurriedly approached her son to check his pulse, while Li Gang and the others followed suit with concern. Zhang Senyang, though worried, felt a nagging doubt in her heart. Could this frail Wu Jingxing truly bring happiness to Heir in the future? Chapter 13. The County Examination. First place, Li Yu felt utterly perplexed. He was not the only one in the examination hall. It was quite common for children who had lived in comfort since childhood to possess somewhat fragile constitutions. As for that particular aspect, it was likely, or perhaps even improbable, that it would have any significant impact. Moreover, it was not necessarily a matter of physical weakness. He suspected that his examination seat, situated near the smoke-filled examination booth, might be the cause. Even if he were genuinely lacking in that regard, it was not as if they could conduct a test of sorts. Surely, they could not take him to a brothel, could they? Even disregarding whether Ingjia would become frenzied and scratch his face, it would be detrimental if the authorities were to find out. Zhang Senyang furrowed her brow. Men fear choosing the wrong profession, and women fear marrying the wrong husband. Your sister lost her mother early. As her stepmother, I must consider her future with utmost care. This was a genuine concern for the well-being of the girl, fearing that she might face a troubled life ahead. Moreover, she dreaded the prospect of others saying that a stepmother could never be as good as a biological mother, a burden she would rather not bear. Rest assured, mother, their family runs a medical practice, far more adept at nurturing their descendants than you might think. Besides, Ingjia herself seems quite fond of that sort, Li Yu reassured her. Did you not observe her at the examination premises? Her gaze nearly fell upon him. It is often said that women prefer older men, yet Ingjia appears to favor younger brothers. Could it be that younger brothers are more obedient and easier to manage? Upon hearing this, Zhang Senyang felt a sense of relief, content to wait for the results and prepare for her stepdaughter's future. As the girl matured, it was indeed time to arrange a proper dowry. Regardless of whom she would marry, thorough preparations were essential. In the month following the examination, Li Yu returned to Xinjia village 3 times, hoping to find Shen Dan, but each time he failed to encounter the second son. Either he was said to be out frolicking with classmates or helping at his aunt's house and had yet to return. A sense of unease began to settle within him, and for the fourth visit, he resolved to wait and ascertain what the family was truly up to. However, he was met with the day of the results, and both he and Wu Jingxing successfully passed the county examination. Li Yu achieved first place, while Wu Jingxing secured third. Out of 100 candidates, only 10 were admitted, resulting in a mere 10% acceptance rate, a rather dismal figure. To celebrate their commendable results, Dr. Wu specifically reserved a private room at the Spring Hall, claiming it was a celebration for the two children's successful preliminary examination. Naturally, it would be impolite to decline the invitation from the elders, especially considering its relevance to Yingjia's future. Thus, he planned to return the following day, believing that an additional day or two would not make a difference. Little did he know that he would encounter Shen Dan, who was supposed to be studying in the academy. The 12-year-old, slender and dressed in coarse fabric, was fiddling with an abacus at the counter. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in his 30s, occasionally raising his hand to tap the boy on the head, while the youth continuously bowed and apologized. Li Yu witnessed this scene, and naturally, Zhang Xinyang noticed as well. Though her heart ached, she restrained her eldest son, who was on the verge of anger, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Your sister's matters are of utmost importance. We shall discuss the Wu family later. Do not act impulsively." Li Gang and Li Ying merely furrowed their brows, choosing not to address the matter at hand, while the youngest, Li Lian, fixed his gaze upon his elder brother. Hadn't his brother already promised to pursue his studies? Why had he come here to serve as an apprentice? Shen Dan, caught in a moment of panic upon being discovered, quickly regained his composure. His life was his to navigate, dictated solely by his own choices. The opinions of others held no sway over him. Indeed, this was his affair. Li Yu, suppressing a torrent of anger, maintained a cordial demeanor towards the Wu family. Fortunate that Wu Jingxing, rather oblivious, failed to notice Shen Dan at the counter. The meal proceeded without incident, though the Li family alone understood the extent of Li Yu's restraint. After parting ways with the Wu family, Li Yu turned to confront his younger brother. Li Gang hastily intervened, advising him to speak calmly first. If Shen Dan remained obstinate, then he could resort to physical discipline. Such matters could not be left to his whims. After surveying their surroundings, he pointed discreetly to a secluded alley. "Once you've delivered your reprimand, I shall have your mother intervene to soften the blow, allowing for a more graceful resolution. At this age, mere force or coaxing would not suffice. A balanced approach was necessary." Li Yu retorted, "Such a prime opportunity. How can you relinquish it to mother? When it comes to disciplining the third brother, it has always been a collaboration between mother and me, with father stepping in as the peacemaker." Li Gang chuckled, fully aware that Shen Dan, that stubborn child, would hardly appreciate his intervention. Should he take charge, the situation might spiral further out of control. "What is there to counsel?" Li Ying scoffed. "It's evident that those two old fogies are meddling. Why not have the clan leader Shen deliver a scolding? Once those two are dealt with, will Shen Dan not return to his studies?" "Sister, please refrain from further comments," Li Lian urged, pulling on her sleeve, indicating she should lower her voice. "Elder brother is already troubled. We cannot place all the blame on the elders." As a future scholar, he endeavored to speak with some decorum, at least refraining from hurling insults at the elderly, though he longed to do so. Observing his elder brother storm off to confront Shen Dan, Li Lian could not help but tug at his sister's sleeve, whispering in her ear, "Sister, I wish to vent elder brother's frustrations. What if we sneak over to the Shun household and slip some laxatives into their water supply? Let them be incapacitated for a few days, so they lack the energy to scheme against his education." Such nonsense. What scholar engages in such underhanded tactics? Li Ying shot her brother a disapproving glare before shifting her tone. "Leave this matter to me. You need not involve yourself. There is no need to sneak back. We can take care of it when we return with mother. It's a simple task." Li Lian, disappointed he could not partake directly, was nonetheless a good boy who heeded his sister's counsel. "Fine, then where shall we procure the powdered medicine? If we buy it from the apothecary, I wonder if my allowance will suffice." Li Ying crossed her arms, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "That is of no concern to you. The Meng family operates a medical establishment. It is unfortunate we cannot witness their discomfiture. That truly is a lamentable oversight." Upon returning to Chuntang building, Li Yu found Shen Dan tidying the tables and stools alongside a young attendant. Upon Li Yu's entrance, Shen Dan offered no words, merely bowed his head and resumed his tasks. "My lord, why have you returned?" The proprietor of the tavern observed his return and immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. Yet, what had been cast aside? This esteemed gentleman, Mr. Li, was indeed remarkable, having secured first place in the county examination, and it was likely that he would become a figure worthy of their deference in the future. It was prudent to maintain a cordial demeanor. Liu gestured towards his younger brother, Shun Dan, who was diligently working with his head bowed. That is my brother, by blood. Amidst the proprietor's frozen smile, he clasped his hands in a courteous bow and spoke politely. I wish to take my brother home to continue his studies, and I hope you might consider this favorably. If there are any agreements made, would it be possible to nullify them? I shall cover any breach of contract fees. Before the astonished proprietor could respond, Shen Dan set aside his tasks and rushed over. Brother, you need not concern yourself with my affairs. They are of no relation to you. Chapter 14. Gentle, beautiful, graceful, kind, and submissively you replied coldly. Did you not call me brother? With our father gone, after so many years of schooling, do you not understand the principle of an elder brother as a father? The tavern keeper was reluctant to offend the top scorer of the county examination. Should this gentleman find fortune and become a scholar, or even a genius, retaining Shun Dan as a worker, even in the bookkeeping role, would be disgraceful. If Mr. Li were to hold a grudge, what would become of his business? Furthermore, regardless of the county examination's prestige, he could not afford to antagonize Inspector Li. Indeed, the proprietor quickly grasped the situation and urged Shen Dan. Your uncle only mentioned he could not afford your studies, which is why I allowed you to come here. Since you have the opportunity to study, you should promptly return with your brother. Rest assured, Mr. Li, while I cannot promise anything else, I will certainly not employ Mr. Shen again, and I shall inform my associates as well. After all, brothers share a bond that is unbreakable. Even with the surname Li, one must consider the other. He dared not demand any breach of contract fees. Swiftly, he retrieved the 15-year contract, tore it to shreds, and compensated all wages, displaying an exceedingly cordial demeanor. Liu exhaled deeply. Jie was indeed correct. Being a scholar is far preferable. The constraints of commerce are stifling. Yet, he could not allow his brother to remain a laborer. It would be better to be a master than a worker. After pulling Shen Dan from the spring hall, the latter wore a displeased expression and was unwilling to accompany Liu back to the Li family residence. Brother, you truly should not meddle in my affairs. I must govern my own matters. Today, upon hearing of his brother's triumph in the county examination, Shun Dan felt a mixture of pride and joy. Yet there lingered a sense of disappointment. Their lives, he thought, would now diverge completely. I have no concern for your chosen path, Liu stated firmly. I have told you that success requires effort. Why do you persist in your disobedience? Is it so easy to find work? Moreover, as an apprentice, one must endure the scolding of a master and toil like a beast of burden. If there is a way, why choose this arduous path? You bear the surname Li, while I am Shun. Shen Dan pressed his lips together, raising his head defiantly to face his brother. You are no longer my brother. Given the temperament of our grandparents, one can only speculate what mischief they might concoct once his brother achieves wealth and status. It is perhaps best to sever ties sooner rather than later. The glow from the street-side shops illuminated the youth's face, his expression cold and resolute, piercing Liu's heart with a sharp pang. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound startled passers-by and caused the members of the Li family, who had been observing from the shadows, to flinch. Even Zhang Shenyang could not suppress the urge to intervene. Li Gang quickly restrained her, saying, Shenyang, it is only natural for an elder brother to discipline his younger sibling. Do not meddle in this matter. Li Lian, relieved, remarked, fortunately, my last ploy of feigning illness to skip class went unnoticed by my brother. Otherwise, that slap would have landed squarely on my face, wouldn't it, father? Before he could finish his sentence, he received a light smack and looked up to see his father rolling up his sleeves. You rascal, daring to feign illness. Typically, when it came to mischief, he was the one to play the good son, yet regarding academic matters, Li Gang was always the first to brandish his belt. Witnessing this, Li Lian took off running, and Li Gang, determined to impart a thorough lesson, chased after him, while Li Ying hurried after in concern for her younger brother. Zhang Shenyang hesitated, ultimately remaining still, reasoning that her husband would not harm their youngest son severely. After all, the matters of the second son took precedence. Shen Dan, with blood trickling from a blow to his lip, heard his brother's voice, as cold as ice. Will you continue to speak here, or will you come with me? Shen Dan, reluctant to be seen by acquaintances in such a state, followed his brother, with Zhang Shenyang trailing discreetly behind. As they walked, Liu presented two choices. You can either return to the village to continue your studies or come to the county town to study. The choice is yours. Regardless, you must pursue your education. Shen Dan recognized his brother's intentions were in his best interest, yet the tone was hardly agreeable. Study in the county town? One might think the Li family's wealth belongs to you, he retorted. As soon as the words left his lips, he noticed his brother halt, wearing an expression of displeasure. Despite feeling apprehensive, he stubbornly continued, I cannot perceive myself as at ease as you do, and I cannot waste the Li family's silver. The sentiment lingered. He was a Shun, not a Li. It was only fitting for the Li family to support his brother's education, but to fund his own was another matter entirely. Li Yu regarded him in silence for a prolonged moment before finally suggesting, write an IOU to my father. Seeing Shun Dan's bewildered expression, he added, if I successfully enter the civil service, it would be quite embarrassing for people to know I have a brother who works. You must pursue your studies, little brother. If the expenditure of the Li family's resources weighs heavily on your conscience, then draft a note of debt and repay them with interest in the future. This, he asserted, is what defines a true man. To stake one's future on mere pride is the path of the unambitious. Even if our father were alive, he would deliver you 2 slaps for such folly. Shen Dan had always harbored a desire for education, and Li Yu's words stirred something within him. But what if I cannot repay? He questioned, anxiety creeping in. If I fail to repay, how will mother and brother maintain their dignity within the Li household? Brother will help you repay, Li Yu replied, placing a reassuring hand on his younger brother's shoulder, gazing earnestly into his eyes. I topped the county exam. We are blood brothers. Regardless of our surnames, we are bound by the ties of kinship. Brother falls into misfortune while he stands in high esteem. Even those who attain high office are subject to public scrutiny. This statement serves not only to encourage his younger brother to reconsider, but also conveys an undeniable truth. For the sake of his elder brother's future reputation, might you not assist him? Shen Dan recognized that this was an attempt to persuade him to pursue his studies. And upon reflection, it bore merit. Since his brother had secured first place in the county examination, it was plausible that he might excel in the provincial and imperial tests as well. Ultimately, he acquiesced, for he saw no viable alternative. With the innkeeper at Chuntang Lu spreading the word, it was unlikely anyone in the county would dare to employ him, who would defy the wishes of the younger brother of the county's top examinee. As for seeking employment elsewhere, with Inspector Li's endorsement, who would be willing to provide him with a travel permit? Thus, he was compelled to continue his studies. Yet he mustered the courage to write an IOU to Li Gang, agreeing to an interest rate of 3% per annum, a remarkably generous arrangement considering others calculated monthly. Of course, Li Gang sought this interest not out of necessity, but to preserve the child's dignity. Simultaneously, Zhang Sanyang brought Li Ying to the Shun household, creating quite an uproar. Li Ying, in passing, added a bit of substance to their water tank, according to Captain Shun. The Shen family had not ventured outside for several days. Regrettably, Li Ying lamented that despite the farmer's robust health, they had not succumbed, recalling how the neighbor, Granny Li, had perished within 2 days of being sent to the clinic. If only they had perished, they could no longer wreak havoc. In rural areas, people are loath to part with their grain. It is common for someone to suffer from diarrhea after consuming spoiled food. It is only natural that the elderly might not endure such ailments. A simple grave, covered with a straw mat, suffices. It is hardly conceivable to report such matters to the authorities. Li Yu expressed his gratitude. Sister Ying, thank you. His sister indeed embodied tenderness, beauty, grace, kindness, and gentleness. Li Ying waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it was nothing. You are my brother, and thus, you are part of the Li family. Should anyone dare to cause discomfort to any member of the Li family, I would ensure their entire household experience is the same. Li Yu felt profoundly touched. Sister, you are the best sister in the world. Wu Jingcheng, that lad, truly must have accrued immense virtue to marry you. Absolutely. Chapter 15. The Ministry of Revenue needs talents like you. After several days of commotion, he, along with Wu Jingcheng and the other 8 successful candidates, prepared to travel to the capital to participate in the Tongxing examination, also known as the provincial examination. This marked his first journey to the capital. And with the youngest brother needing care and Li Gang occupied with duties, Li Gang could only provide him with 3 taels of silver, along with 2 small coins for his expenses. Fearing it might not suffice, he added another tael of silver. As the saying goes, a poor family does not fear spending money on a prosperous road. We are not short of a few coins. The inn had women available to wash clothes. He need only hand over his garments to them, not allowing such trivial matters to hinder his studies. Before entering the examination hall, He should read his materials a few more times to feel more assured once inside. Liu was capable of managing his own life and was not overly pedantic. Since childhood, he had assisted his mother and Granny Chun with household chores whenever he had the time, including cooking and laundry. While this was indeed commendable, the impending examination naturally took precedence. The son understood. The prospect of leaving the county filled Liu with excitement, and the thought of going to the provincial city in August made him even more jubilant. He looked down and gently rubbed his eyes, reassuring his little brother at home. You must listen to our parents and sister. If I come across any novelties in the county, I shall bring them back for you. Li Lian eagerly expressed his desire for an official seal, preferably one intricately carved from wood, rather than a mere paper version. He had heard that such exquisite items were only available in the prefectural city, as his classmate Lu Wei had boasted about purchasing one there, flaunting it before them as if they could not afford it. Very well, Liu replied, considering it a reasonable request. However, upon his arrival in the prefectural city, he was taken aback to discover that such a small item cost as much as 500 won. Is it merely carved from wood? These people truly know how to capitalize on their wares, he mused, having inquired at several shops only to find the same price. Although he contemplated comparing prices further, his legs, weary from the search, hesitated. It's just 500 won, after all. I could easily purchase it for my future brother-in-law. Just as he was about to reach for his money, Liu quipped about being foolish with money and turned to leave. Wu Jingqing halted his hand, hastily pursuing him with a question. What do you propose we do? You've already promised him. You can't just return and say you forgot, can you? A gentleman's word must be honored, you understand? Liu, having learned of a masterful carpenter, requested him to craft an even more exquisite version, paying the carpenter 100 won. He then procured some paint and went to an inn, meticulously coloring the garments of the carved figures. Remarkably, the total cost amounted to less than 200 won. Wu Jingqing remarked, you certainly know how to manage your affairs. Perhaps you should consider a career in the Ministry of Revenue. I believe they could use someone as capable as you. Liu smiled, but remained silent. He resolutely had no intention of entering the Ministry of Revenue. In his past life, he had been persuaded by his mother during the college application process, who claimed that the accounting department was predominantly female, with many beautiful young women pursuing the few male students. It seemed a fitting environment for someone like him, who would blush at the mere thought of speaking to a girl. She also assured him that this field offered excellent job prospects, making graduates highly sought after in society. He believed her and enrolled, only to find that no beautiful young women pursued him, and he was far from being the prized catch in society. Instead, he found himself reduced to a laborer in the finance department, hauling water, and after a long struggle, he finally became the financial director, only to unexpectedly find himself in handcuffs. The job had its merits. It provided physical exercise and free room and board for 3 years, allowing him to take advantage of state resources. Yet, when he finally managed to prove himself and emerged from that life, he was struck by a vehicle. He earned no money, gained no wife, and bore the weight of blame for 3 years, only to meet an inexplicable demise. Although this was ancient times, he felt that managing finances was perilously risky. Thus, he thought it best to avoid such a path altogether. Suddenly, Wu Jingqing recalled, Liu, the third son of the Ning family, will also partake in this upcoming provincial examination. He is likely to invite us for a meal beforehand. The Ning family was renowned for their scholarly lineage, being a prestigious and noble household in Shunqing Prefecture, with the current head serving as the educational supervisor of the region. It is said that he has 7 sons and 3 daughters, among whom the eldest and the second have both achieved scholarly success. Upon hearing this, Liu expressed her confusion, inquiring whether there exists a familial or benevolent connection between their families. To her knowledge, the Li family and the Ning family had no intersections, leading her to ponder why they would extend an invitation to dine. It must be, then, that the Wu family shares a rapport with them. Not at all, Zixuan. How can you be so oblivious? Wu Jingqing lamented with a hint of exasperation. Our Shunqing Prefecture governs 6 counties and 2 states, and precisely 100 individuals have come to participate in the provincial examination following their county tests. Such families steeped in literary tradition are inclined to cultivate friendships with those pursuing scholarly titles. Take the former Prime Minister Su Yunduan, for instance. He ranked first in the county examination yet, due to his impoverished circumstances, was forced to reside in a storage room of an inn. The city tutor at the time, surnamed Chun, upon learning of this, sent his son to befriend Su, inviting him to their home under the pretext of hosting a gathering. while discreetly providing him with financial assistance to uphold a scholar's dignity. Later, when Shen's son fell into disgrace and faced exile to Fujian, it was Su who intervened, preserving their family's fortune and securing a more lenient exile not far from home. He and Zixuan represent the first and third ranks of the county examination, respectively. Wu Jingxing surmised that even if the Ning family did not invite everyone, they would undoubtedly extend invitations to the top 3 from each county for tea and literary discussions. Zixuan, if only your poetry could rival your prose. It was rumored that the Ning family had unmarried daughters, and young ladies often favored those adept in poetry. Should the Ning family take notice, even if future prospects in academia seemed dim, the young man would benefit from superior educational resources. Their own academy, for instance, is so exclusive that even the provincial governor would struggle to gain admission. Only the Ning family and their kin are permitted to study there. Liu chuckled and shook her head. You've only been here 2 days, yet you've gathered such insights. I dare say the censorate could use someone of your caliber. If you devoted your energy to study rather than gossip, Wu Jingxing would surely have secured the top position in the county examination. I concur, Wu Jingxing replied, unabashedly admitting his aspirations for the censorate. In the future, if you find yourself in trouble due to avarice, I might just lend a hand. Should he indeed attain the status of a scholar and become a censor, his father would likely host a grand banquet for 10 days and nights, with firecrackers echoing for miles. Liu responded with a smirk. Should I then express my gratitude to you? You greedy? Surely not. With a flourish, Wu Jingxing declared, no need for thanks, for you are my future brother-in-law. It's merely a trifling matter. At this, Liu turned on his heel and walked away. Until the betrothal is formalized, who is your brother-in-law? Until the union is sealed, he remains her elder brother, and Meng Zhen her younger brother. Wu Jingxing chuckled and followed, asserting that it was only a matter of time. Liu quickened her pace, finding her brother-in-law a tad childish. Chapter 16. Have you urinated? Indeed. It wasn't long before members of the Ning family arrived at the inn, inviting all candidates participating in the provincial examination to their estate outside Ning City to enjoy the blooming flowers. Liu paused with her tea in hand. All 100 candidates are invited? How vast must their garden be? Indeed. At this moment, Wu Jingxing was filled with excitement. Although his family was relatively well off, they did not possess a house spacious enough to accommodate 100 guests for viewing flowers. Thus, he decided to broaden his horizons, reasoning that there was no harm in attending. It was said that the delicacies of affluent families were distinct. Merely taking this excursion would prove worthwhile. Liu nodded in agreement, recognizing the value of seizing the opportunity to experience the world. They made their way to Ning's garden. Wu Jingxing and Liu each brought an assortment of pastries as gifts, while the other candidates predominantly carried similar offerings of pastries and paintings. After registering with their examination credentials, they were welcomed inside. However, they did not meet the esteemed Ning Jiayu in person. Instead, they were received by Ning Yuan, the 15-year-old scion of the Ning family, along with a few younger sons who had yet to sit for their examinations. Despite his youth, Ning Yuan possessed an astonishing memory. Upon hearing their names, he instantly recalled their ranks in the county examination. Nonetheless, due to the uneven distribution of educational resources across counties, he could not ascertain the depth of their knowledge, leading to an attitude that was solely kind and courteous. Seating was chosen according to personal preference, and Liu, having arrived early, selected a spot beneath a peach tree in the corner. Wu Jingxing expressed some confusion, wondering aloud why they sat there, as they might be overlooked when Ning Jiayu arrived. In such situations, one certainly wished to be seen. Ning Jiayu will not be coming, Liu remarked, taking a sip of the tea brewed by the Ning family's servants, privately noting the superior aroma of the wealthy's tea compared to their own. Surely, it was not inexpensive. The teacups were also crafted from Ru ware, which would likely fetch a high price in future generations. This year, as Ning Yuan was set to participate in the provincial examination, Ning Jiayu had abstained from participating in the question setting to avoid any potential conflicts of interest, having reportedly closed his doors to guests for over half a year. With the provincial examination still ongoing, it seemed unlikely they would encounter Ning Jiayu. Indeed, since they could not meet him, the choice of seating seemed inconsequential. Sipping tea beneath the peach tree was rather elegant. Liu, indifferent to the elegance of the setting, was solely focused on the 2 exquisite platters of pastries before him. If the delicacies from a prominent family were of such high quality, he wondered how splendid the court pastries must be. Having watched television as a child, He recalled how the emperors and empresses feasted on such beautifully crafted dishes that even a piece of tofu could appear as a work of art. When the opportunity arose, he would certainly have to try them. After the palace examination, there would be a Qianlin banquet, and he was certain he would fulfill his desire then. Wu Jingqing wholeheartedly agreed with him. Before they could even exchange a couplet of poetry, they had already indulged in several platters of delicacies and sipped multiple cups of tea. Fortunately, the servants of the Ning family were well trained, serving tea and refreshments with warm smiles, displaying no hint of disdain. Not far from the elegant gathering, there was a loft, behind which stood a screen adorned with winter plum blossoms. Seated behind the screen were 4 noblewomen and a youthful maiden. The young lady wore a flowing pink gown, cinched at the waist with a plain satin ribbon embellished with pink sachets. Her hair was styled in 3 small buns, adorned with various pearl hairpins. With her full cheeks untouched by excessive makeup, her face resembled a full moon, and her skin appeared lush. Overall, she emanated the vitality and beauty of a wealthy young lady. "Third sister, come here. Why are you so shy?" called out her slightly older sister-in-law, Mrs. Wang, as she playfully tugged her younger sister forward, gesturing towards the numerous young talents filling the courtyard. "Behold, examine closely to see if there is anything that pleases your fancy. Any tea bowl crafted from rue where signifies an unmarried status, hence worthy of your attention. The more pastries adorn the plate upon the table, the higher the rank he has achieved in the county examination." Observe the handsome young man in blue attire. He is the top scorer of this year's examination in Ning County. Before him rests a plate adorned with a single peach blossom, while the young man beside him boasts a plate with 3 blossoms, reminiscent of your elder sister's experiences. Ning Zixuan, her cheeks flushed, called out to her sister-in-law, then followed her gaze forward, meticulously surveying the elegantly crafted tea bowls and the plates of confections. Her 2 elder sisters and their husbands had been chosen in a similar fashion. The other 3 women exchanged curious glances, intrigued as to which young man might capture the heart of the third sister. Suitable candidates were scrutinized one by one, yet Ning Zhaoan's gaze ultimately settled upon Li Yu. She perceived him not only as handsome, but also as composed and capable of indulging in hearty meals. Is not the ability to enjoy a good meal a blessing? In such an environment, his singular focus on food rather than hastily mingling with peers demonstrates his steady nature. Eldest sister Ning Zhaoqing, well aware of her younger sister's inclinations, furrowed her brow as she scanned the list of names. This young man had been adopted into the Li family following his mother's remarriage. Thus, his original lineage was that of simple farmers, raising concerns about the complexity of his background. Although the Ning family held no particular obsession with wealth or power, they desired a straightforward lineage and amiable connections for their daughter. Ning Zhaoan bit her lip. Since he has taken on the surname Li, he belongs to the Li family, and his original relatives' actions are of little concern. Their father had mentioned that if they could not find a suitable husband, he intended to arrange a match with his stepmother's nephew. She had no desire to marry into her stepmother's family, fearing she would be subject to mistreatment without recourse. Ning Zhaowei remarked, "This young man's poetry may be unremarkable, but his prose is exceptional." Their father had even praised his examination papers. What use is skill in poetry if it merely leads one to compose verses for a courtesan? With that, she gently patted her eldest sister's shoulder. "You know well that father prides himself on his lofty ideals, favoring the offspring of impoverished families." "What lofty ideals?" "It is merely a desire for praise, to appear disinterested in wealth, while historically, both past and present monarchs have favored those from humble origins for official positions." Second sister-in-law Lu hinted, "It is said that this young man endured great hardships in his youth. One wonders if his health has suffered. Should he be compromised in that regard, would it not lead to unspoken suffering upon marriage?" Ning Zhaowei dismissed the concern lightly. Prior to the prefectural examination, there is a mandatory clothing inspection. Let the third brother accompany him for that purpose. Upon hearing these words, all but the unmarried Ning Zhaoan chuckled softly. The nearest to the loft, Wu Jingqing, caught a faint echo of the women's laughter, as if recalling something significant. He set down his teacup and whispered, "I have heard that the Ning family favors refined gatherings for selecting sons-in-law. The 2 elder sons-in-law were chosen in this manner. And now, the third young lady, a sibling of Ning Sanlang, has recently celebrated her coming-of-age ceremony in the spring. These 2 individuals are fraternal twins, and he suspects that this gathering is orchestrated by the Ning family to select a son-in-law, with the possibility that a daughter of the Ning family is observing them from the attic." Li Yu is utterly indifferent, believing that his lackluster poetry has nothing to do with him. However, Wu Jingqing is rather self-absorbed, indulging in daydreams in broad daylight. He muses. I can only harbor feelings for Sister Ing. What if the third daughter of the Ning family takes a liking to me? If I were to decline, would the Ning family make things difficult for me? Just like in the tales, star-crossed lovers become a tragic couple. Li Yu inquires, did you relieve yourself this morning? What could Sister Ing possibly see in him? Wu Jingcheng, perplexed, responds, of course I did. Who doesn't tea in the morning? Could one possibly hold it in after a whole night? Li Yu cannot help but chuckle. Did you not take a good look at yourself afterward? Your poetry is hardly superior to mine. I wonder where your confidence stems from. Chapter 17. The Provincial Examinations. Zixuan, you have truly wounded my heart. Wu Jingqing feels as though he has been stabbed in the chest. He drains his cup of tea as one would gulp down wine, then lets out a hearty belch. Shall we go together to relieve ourselves? After drinking so much tea, I should be able to study for a couple of extra hours this evening. Li Yu, unaware of the antics typical of affluent families, resolves to study diligently upon returning, preparing with unwavering focus for the provincial examination in 3 days. To his surprise, on the day of the examination, Ning Yuan readily greets them. Zixuan, Mengzhen, let us enter together. Ning Yuan, with his cherubic face, is quite endearing when he smiles. Given his status, it would be unreasonable to refuse his overture. Thus, the three of them, chatting and laughing, align themselves together. As the candidates ahead greet Ning Yuan, Wu Jingqing seizes the opportunity to speak in a hushed tone meant for only Li Yu's ears. Zixuan, do you think the Ning family truly has an interest in me? Why else would he choose to befriend us among so many others? Li Yu is equally perplexed, yet he remains skeptical that it could be Wu Jingqing. Why must it be you? Am I so lacking? He has heard that the sons-in-law of the Ning family are typically quite conventional. Wu Jingqing seems rather too unconventional for such a match. While it is not impossible, he considers the likelihood to be slim. Wu Jingqing scrutinizes his good friend for a moment before making a minuscule gesture. My poetry is somewhat superior to yours. Please do not take offense. Moreover, it appears that you are not particularly favored by women. After all, how is it that Sister Ing, with no blood relation, has lived under the same roof for 8 years without any romantic feelings developing between them? And none of the daughters of the uncles and aunts in the county seem to have taken an interest in you either. Thus, he concludes with 4 words. His good friend simply lacks romantic appeal. Li Yu, with an air of nonchalance, replies, so, if the Ning family truly does take a liking to you, would you still remain steadfast in your affections for my sister? With that, he gazes intently into his friend's eyes, warning him that any hint of hesitation would earn him a kick. Of course, it would be Sister Ing. She is the finest woman in the world. Wu Jingqing said without hesitation. After all, Sister Ing was a beautiful woman he had known since childhood. It was uncertain whether the Ning family was truly as splendid as it seemed. Li Yu silently lowered her eyelids, indicating that this was somewhat acceptable. At the hour of the rabbit, the examination hall's grand doors swung open, and 100 candidates lined up to enter. Upon entering the inspection room and shedding her garments, Li Yu sensed that Ning Yuan's gaze was rather peculiar. It seemed he was stealing glances at her. Yet, when she turned to look, it appeared as if he had noticed nothing. Could it be that he genuinely had an interest in her? That seemed improbable. Wu Jingqing was correct. Her romantic prospects had never flourished, neither in ancient nor modern times. The tales of male protagonists being adored by numerous women and enduring tumultuous encounters had never transpired in her life. Feeling the elusive gaze, Li Yu discreetly turned her back to Ning Yuan. It was said that boys from affluent families often had peculiar preferences, indulging indiscriminately in both genders. Surely, Ning Yuan could not be one of those. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Ning Yuan lightly tapped her shoulder and suggested, after the exam, don't rush home. Come over to my house for a game of polo. As he spoke, he quickly cast another glance, mentally noting her measurements. He thought that although this lad was still young, he appeared rather well built. The rest could be assessed during the polo match. Li Yu felt a surge of anxiety and quickly replied, my parents instructed me to return home promptly after the exam. I must go to Rongqing to participate in the courtyard trial in August. Goodness, why was this person so peculiar? Zixuan is quite self-assured, Ning Yuan remarked appreciatively. Noting her confidence in participating in the courtyard trial, then let us wait until next month after the results are announced to play polo. With that, he donned his clothing, drew his examination number, and departed with his bookcase. Li Yu exchanged a bewildered glance with a similarly perplexed Wu Jingqing. What did this mean? Wu Jingqing patted his good friend on the shoulder. I truly believe your romantic fortune has arrived. It seems that his sister has taken a liking to you. He then picked up his bookcase and sought his position, while Liu shook her head and went to find her own place, uncertain whether this was a promising romance or a troublesome one. However, it did seem that ancient romances began a bit early. The content of the provincial examination was similar to that of the county exam, albeit more challenging, with the supervising examiner elevated from the county magistrate to the provincial governor. Moreover, this time, candidates were not allowed to bring writing paper. Pens, ink, and specific paper were provided by the examination hall, and even bedding was supplied. Besides dry rations and water, nothing else could be brought. It was said that in future rural exams, and for those achieving the rank of Jinshi, even water and food would be provided by the government. According to Li Gang's recollections, the daily fare consisted of 3 steamed buns and pickles, with the option of an egg for breakfast. One could not deny that the treatment for scholars was relatively favorable. At least the steamed buns were made from fine flour, and pickles were considered a delicacy in ancient times. The provincial examination consisted of 3 rounds held over 4 days. Out of 100 candidates, only the top 10 would be admitted, further divided into 2 categories, the top 3 being of the first rank and the remaining 7 of the second rank. Thus, among the 100 candidates, only the top 10 would qualify for the next stage. In Shu, there were 12 provinces, and ultimately only 200 individuals would advance to the courtyard trial. Indeed, the Xing'an Prefecture has a quota of 80 slots. It is no surprise that the conditions there are favorable, attracting numerous scholars. I have heard that there are 1,000 candidates eligible for the provincial examination. Comparatively, their acceptance rate is even lower than that of smaller locales. Reflecting on this, Liu found solace in the advantages of smaller regions, where competition is less fierce. However, a wave of self-doubt washed over him. Only 50 individuals could emerge as scholars from the provincial examination, the esteemed title of Shouzai, also referred to as Maokai. Could he truly surpass so many others and be among the fortunate 50? Lacking draft paper was inconsequential, as Liu resorted to using his left hand to draft on the table before committing his thoughts to paper. After thorough revisions, he rang the small bell beside him. The proctor, upon hearing the chime, approached with 2 others to authenticate his name before carefully placing his examination paper into a designated box for collection. This provincial examination proved to be markedly more stringent than the county test. Was it truly difficult? The governor, a benevolent-looking elder with a generous belly, observed the weary faces of the candidates and stroked his beard, speaking in a tone of a seasoned participant. This is merely the beginning. In the waning years of the previous dynasty, thousands of scholars participated in the local examination, yet only 50 achieved success. You are fortunate to be in this auspicious time, as thousands gather now for the provincial test, with hundreds selected for the honor. You must be grateful for His Majesty's benevolence. Hearing the governor's flattery from such a distance, Liu could not help but twitch his lips, though he maintained a facade of agreement. In the tumultuous final years of the previous dynasty, natural disasters were rampant, and the ruler was inept, resulting in countless deaths. With so many gone, the acceptance rate naturally improved. While the official sycophancy was understandable, should gratitude not be directed towards the late Emperor Taizu instead? The current sovereign had never been on the battlefield. Did the governor's commendations reach His Majesty's ears? Chapter 18. Zhang Xiaolu. Upon exiting the examination hall, Liu arranged a time to meet Ning Yuan before heading to the carpenter's shop to fetch gifts for little third. With the money he had set aside for writing novels, he also procured some exquisite rouge and hairbands for his mother and sister Ing, items unseen in their county. Furthermore, he purchased 2 taels of fine tea for his father, Li Gang, not due to frugality, but rather because his purse was rather light. Tea, after all, can be quite costly. Lastly, he acquired a set of clothing for his second brother, whose garments were patched in 3 or 4 places. Wu Jingqing, observing Liu's thoughtful considerations, could not help but feel a twinge of relief. Fortunately, I am an only child, thus only needing to bring gifts for my parents. He also carried several pieces of soiled laundry that he had forgotten to wash for his wife, and as he contemplated returning home to show filial piety to his parents, a pang of guilt struck him. Liu pondered, why do I feel a tinge of jealousy? What is there to be envious of? It's as if no one else has ever been an only child. Upon returning home, Liu was surprised to find a youth of about 10 years old in his household, looking rather thin and pitiable. At that moment, his father, Li Gang, was absent, and he inquired as to the identity of the boy, who had not been introduced to him. Liu circled around the boy several times before tentatively glancing at his mother. Is this child born of my father's mistress? That cannot be true. His stepfather is not the kind of man to do such a thing, and all his money is with his mother. How could he possibly find a mistress? Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanyang felt a chuckle rise within her, but was restrained by Li Ying's tug. Li Ying smiled and remarked, "If he truly is our brother, what would you do? Would you be angry, or would you accept him? What else could I do?" Li Yu reached out to pinch the boy's cheek. The latter trembled slightly, fear evident in his demeanor, yet he did not retreat. He merely shuddered in trepidation. "As long as he is my father's son, he is my true brother." However, with that little shiver, he became convinced that this child was not his father's illegitimate offspring. The boy's demeanor unmistakably indicated a lack of formal education. His father placed great importance on the education of his stepchildren, if he indeed had a child out there. How could he neglect his education? Moreover, the boy was older than Li Lian. If he truly were his father's blood, what would become of his mother and him? "At least you are a kind-hearted lad." Li Ying smiled in satisfaction upon hearing this, and then turned to explain to the boy. "The county magistrate has said you can enter the manor for the exam, but your father fears you may not take care of yourself in the provincial city. Thus, he has procured you from a servant broker to look after you, so you can focus entirely on your studies. If anything happens on the way, you'll have someone to look after you." Although she felt it unnecessary, for she believed that brother Yu was quite capable. Hearing this, Li Yu quickly inquired, "How much did he cost?" Li Ying held up 2 fingers, startling Li Yu so much that he nearly fell to the ground, only to be saved by the boy's quick reflexes. 200 guan. He had learned from Wu Jingqiang that typically, hiring a servant costs not much more than 400 or 500 won per month. However, purchasing someone's contract would undoubtedly be much more expensive. For affluent families, acquiring a scholar's servant starts at several hundred guan. How could that be? Seeing his shock, Li Ying could not help but laugh in exasperation. 20 guan. "Do you think our father has gone mad spending 200? Upon hearing that it was merely 20 guan, Li Yu was somewhat incredulous. The boy was not unattractive. Could he perhaps have some grave affliction? He appeared whole and healthy, with no missing limbs. He cannot speak. Zhang Sanyang approached and opened the boy's mouth, gently explaining to her son. The wicked stepmother ruined his tongue with a pair of pliers and sold him to a broker. Because he is mute, he could not fetch even 30 guan. The broker would beat him, scold him, and deny him food. You know your father's heart is tender. He haggled for quite some time to bring him back. Indeed, Li Gang possessed a soft heart. Each day, whenever he had coins in his pocket, he would offer a few to those in need to help them through a meal. Li Yu sighed in relief. No wonder the price was so low. Gazing at the unfortunate boy, he asked, "What is his name? Is there nothing wrong with his hearing? Can he hear us speak? People often say that 9 out of 10 mutes are deaf," he mused. "He is mute, not deaf," Zhang Sanyang replied with a smile. The broker said his name is Zhang Xiaolu. His father was a hunter while he was alive. From now on, he will be part of our family. We are all unfortunate souls, so you must treat him well and not be harsh with him. Having experienced the hardships of poverty, she did not wish her son to adopt an air of superiority. "Mother, I truly do not require anyone to attend to me," Li Yu remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Perhaps it would be better for him to accompany the third brother. He might even learn a few characters along the way. Why should he follow me as I scurry about? Li Lian, shaking his head vigorously from the side, insisted that he needed no care at home. "Your father meant for you to accompany him," Zhang Xinyang said with a gentle smile, stroking Xiao Lu's head. "This child's garments are impeccably clean, and I hear he is skilled in crafting arrows and hunting small game. If he ever needs to travel to the capital for the examination, he might find it useful in case he cannot locate and in along the way." Xiao Lu's ears perked up, and he nodded vigorously at Li Yu, his eyes reflecting a seasoned sincerity. The inspector's wife was indeed a good person, and surely her son was of the same character. By staying with them, he could lead a stable life, free from hunger and abuse. Very well then. Though they were said to be there to serve during mealtimes, both Granny Chun and Xiao Lu shared a table with everyone, creating a familial atmosphere. Li Yu cherished this feeling, believing such an environment fostered harmony and friendship. As she prepared to head to the capital to check the examination results, she returned to see the second son, Shen Dan, diligently studying, which put her mind at ease. Should he achieve recognition in this provincial examination, he would proceed directly to the provincial city to await the August Imperial examination, thus avoiding the rush and fatigue of travel. Wu Jingqing found it quite remarkable that he had a book boy, especially since even his relatively affluent father had not indulged in such a luxury. It was said that the county magistrate's son spent 200 coins on his own book boy. "My friend, you are rather fortunate," he remarked. Though he is a mute and illiterate, This child certainly possesses the appearance of a fine book boy. He then flashed a broad grin, revealing his 8 gleaming teeth, and added playfully to Li Yu, if it is merely washing clothes, why not include mine as well? It wasn't that the innkeeper's prices were exorbitant. It was simply that one should not pass up a good deal. That sounds reasonable, Li Yu replied, pointing at Xiao Lu. 5 copper coins per garment, no credit offered. Do you think it fair to ask such a young child to toil for you without compensation? This price is even a copper coin less than the innkeeper's, quite generous. Wouldn't you agree? Wu Jingqing raised an eyebrow. We are to be relatives in the future, are we not? This seems rather stingy. Li Yu looked skyward. It is not yet the time. Xiao Lu, not anticipating such kindness from his lord, immediately raised 4 fingers. Wu Jingqing was puzzled. What does the child mean? Surely not what I think. Although Li Yu had not spent much time with Xiao Lu, she found it remarkable how she could comprehend his intentions. Xiao Lu was suggesting that since they were classmates, a familiar price of 4 copper coins would suffice. The child displayed a commendable honesty in business. Flattered. Xiao Lu shyly scratched his head, pleasantly surprised that a simple task could yield profit. Earning a loyal customer by sacrificing a mere penny seemed quite advantageous. After all, as Wu Langjun and his lord were classmates, they would likely partake in examinations together in the future, providing ample opportunities for profit. Wu Jingqing. No wonder we are destined to be master and servant. Don't these two have remarkably similar temperaments? Chapter 19, Polo. Li Yu and Wu Jingqing indeed made their names known in the provincial examination, with him ranking 3rd in the first class and the latter 7th in the second class. A fortunate stroke of luck for this year's examination. Zixuan, look at me, Wu Jingqing exclaimed, his face beaming with joy as he pointed to his name on the list. Isn't it evident that I am under the protection of the examination deity? If I could maintain such good fortune in both the county and provincial exams, how splendid would that be? How precarious it is. What is so remarkable about coming first? The true marvel lies in his sheer luck. Li Yu chuckled and wished. I hope Meng Zhen will have such good fortune during the academy examination as well. Otherwise, it would be quite dull to take the county exam alone. Wenchang Dijuan, you two are indeed brimming with confidence. Naturally, Wu Jingqing responded, believing that with such good fortune, passing the academy examination would be a mere formality. This year's top candidate was indeed Ning Sanlang. After all, he was fortunate in his birth. With a solid foundation, his examination results were simply more distinguished than others. Zixuan, Meng Zhen. Just as they mentioned the name, Ning Yuan arrived, spotting them on the list, and his smile became even more genuine upon seeing their names ranked lower. It seems that on the way to the provincial capital, the 3 of us can travel together. He then warmly invited the 2 to visit the Ning family, where they would partake in the polo match previously mentioned, with the added allure of a renowned painting from the former dynasty as a prize. Li Yu recalled that September was his father's birthday, and he had a particular fondness for antiques and paintings, though he could only afford replicas. Winning an ancient painting as a birthday gift would surely delight his father. Thus, it was best to graciously accept the invitation. The 6 arts of a gentleman encompass rights: music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics, covering a spectrum of moral ethics, music and dance, archery skills, driving techniques, calligraphy, and mathematics. Though most private schools today do not teach riding and archery due to a lack of facilities, Li Gang, being an official, occasionally has the opportunity to visit the county academy. The instructors there are old acquaintances of his father, hence his riding and archery skills cannot be deemed exceptional. Yet they are certainly adequate. His skills in polo are quite commendable, especially since his companion Wu Jingqing is particularly adept, even surpassing the county magistrate's son in skill. Oh, future brother-in-law, the chance to win your future father-in-law's favor has arrived. Wu Jingqing found himself at a loss for words. Was he already acknowledging himself as his future brother-in-law? Oh well, who can blame you for being my future uncle-in-law? The term uncle-in-law is a traditional expression in their region. Although scholars elegantly refer to an elder brother-in-law as Jiexiong and a younger brother-in-law as Shidi. At the Ning family residence, Madame Ning was massaging Ning Duan's shoulders. Noticing his joyful demeanor, she assumed he must be in good spirits today. Zhaoan, that child, I wonder what he is thinking, getting involved with such a complicated family. Children from such backgrounds tend to be the most calculating. I believe it would be better for Zhaoan to marry his own cousin. After all, he offered such a substantial dowry. How could it all go to outsiders? It's not that complicated, really. Ning Duan squinted slightly, relishing the thought. Zhaoan is quite right. Now that he bears the surname Li, he is no longer associated with the Shen family. Moreover, what is so wrong with being shrewd? Once married, they become one entity. What is there to be cunning about within a family? That child's writing strikes me as exceptional, each character a pearl of wisdom, and his literary talent is remarkable. Given the right opportunities, he is destined for greatness. As for cunningness, without it, how can one aspire to fame or hold an official position? One might not even know how one met their demise. Yu Shi pursed her lips. While that may be the case, he is ultimately a member of the Shen family. History has seen many who, after achieving success, reverted to their original surnames. Conversely, I have seldom encountered those who did not. Unmoved, Ning Duan replied, "What does it matter if he reverts to the Shen surname? And what if he does not? In the pursuit of success, does one's surname carry such significance? What he values is the child's talent, not whether he is a Li or a Shun." With that, he turned to his pouting wife. "I understand your perspective, but your nephew, despite his mediocre studies, pales in comparison to this child. Do you believe this lad from the Li family will not succeed where your nephew has failed thrice at the Imperial examination?" He acknowledged the allure of the dowry for his third daughter, yet it was all arranged by his late wife before her passing. Each of the 3 daughters and 3 sons received their share. It was not a matter for outsiders to meddle in. Even as the head of the family, he could not contravene the wishes of his deceased wife. Moreover, he must also consider the alliances of the Ning family, mustn't he? Clearly, his wife's nephew could not measure up to this lad from the Li family. Yu Shi, incensed, turned her back to him, pretending to sleep. Observing this, Ning Duan sighed and gently coaxed his beloved wife. All right, I shall concede a little. If your nephew passes the examination this time, I will discuss this matter with Zhao in earnest. After all, with a wife over 20 years his junior, he knew that some matters could be smoothed over. Upon hearing this, Yu Shi's heart swelled with joy. Her nephew had diligently prepared for a year for the examination and should be able to pass. However, she failed to notice that Ning Duan had said he would merely discuss it, not that he would finalize the engagement. Meanwhile, Li Yu returned to the Ning residence for another visit. This time, he was accompanied by 10 successful candidates from the provincial examination, and they were fortunate to meet with Ning Duan, the esteemed educator. Li Yu found Ning Duan to be amiable, with a demeanor that balanced seriousness and humor. After a brief conversation, he encouraged them to partake in some leisure activities. The prize was a renowned painting of winter plum blossoms from the previous dynasty, and Li Yu immediately recognized that his father would appreciate it. He exchanged his attire for the polo gear prepared by the Ning family and joined the others on the field. Polo, a sport that involves riding on horseback and using mallets to strike a ball into a goal, is also known as juju. It originated during the Han Dynasty and flourished during the Tang and Song dynasties. Emperor Zhu Zhangji of the Ming Dynasty was particularly fond of this sport, though it gradually fell out of favor by the Qing Dynasty. A polo match can be played with teams of 6 or 4, and Li Yu's team donned blue, while Huguang's team wore red. The objective was simple: score by hitting the ball into the opposing team's goal. Wu Jingqing and Li Yu were the first to be invited to the field, facing off against Ning Yuan and a young lad named Huguang, who was rumored to have faced repeated failures in both the imperial examinations and the county tests. A rather unfortunate soul. There seemed to be a palpable hostility directed at Li Yu from him. Every time he struck the ball, he did so with reckless abandon, causing Wu Jingqing, caught off guard, to feel a slight numbness in his grip on the mallet. Thus, he cautioned Li Yu. "Zixuan, have you perhaps offended him?" Li Yu pondered for a moment, asserting that he had never even exchanged a word with the fellow. Just as the ball appeared to be snatched away, he hurriedly maneuvered forward, striking the ball towards Wu Jingqing, but Huguang promptly blocked his mallet with his own. Meanwhile, Wu Jingqing engaged in a tussle for possession with Ning Yuan, and as Li Yu yanked his mallet back to reclaim the ball, Huguang ensnared it once more. The look in Huguang's eyes was laden with wariness, defensiveness, and an undercurrent of jealousy, leaving Li Yu utterly perplexed. "Good sir, is it merely a game of polo we are playing?" he mused. If others were to witness that gaze, they might mistakenly believe he was vying for someone else's affections. Chapter 20. Why obstruct my face? Huguang let out a cold huff and, seizing the moment when Li Yu was unguarded, expertly dislodged his mallet, sending it flying far away. Li Yu nearly twisted his back from the forceful tug. Then, taking advantage of the standoff between Ning Yuan and Wu Jingqing, he managed to strike the ball into the blue team's goal. As the steward of the Ning family rang the bronze bell, victory was declared for Huguang and his team. Ning Yuan frowned at the fallen mallet, expressing disapproval towards Huguang. "It's just a game. Why bring personal grievances into it? It's his sister who has taken a liking to him, and he is still unaware of it." Huguang merely snorted, remaining silent. While he spoke of the game, who was unaware that this was an endeavor to select suitors for the third daughter of the Ning family. Knowing full well that he sought to propose, was it not simply a disdain for his repeated failures in the imperial examinations? What noble lineage! It sounds grand. Yet in the end, is it not all about fame and fortune? This young man possesses little beyond a modicum of luck in exams and a pleasing visage. Liu retrieved his mallet, fully aware that he had not wronged this fellow, yet it was evident he was not easily intimidated. With a best-of-3 format, he resolved to win the remaining 2 rounds. The polo field, once a cloud of dust stirred by 4 men, gradually transformed into a battleground for 2, with Wu Jingxing and Ning Yuan now standing on the sidelines as spectators. The 2 competitors, fiercely engaged, each believed they were contesting for the affection of a beloved, while the other thought it was a mere contest of artistic merit. On the observation platform, Ning Zhaoqing pulled at his sister with a fan, remarking, "I never imagined this young lad could ride so adeptly. I had thought his strengths lay solely in his studies. It seems our third sister has indeed shown good judgment. If my younger brother claims no issue with his stature, then it appears he possesses the physique as well. If his scholarly pursuits are commendable, could he not be considered as a potential brother-in-law?" Ning Zhaowei cast a glance at their stepmother nearby, stating, "Mother seems reluctant to relinquish hope. Our third sister may not find her desires so easily fulfilled." She did not blame her younger sister for showing little respect to their stepmother. After all, in terms of both appearance and intellect, Huguang was strikingly ordinary. Ning Zhaowen's gaze was decidedly frosty. There was no way she would ever marry into the Yu family. As long as she remained resolute in her decision, no amount of flattery from her father would sway her. The 2 elder sisters fell silent, reflecting on their 7-year-old sister who had once brandished a knife, chasing their stepmother around the house. In other places, the principles of propriety and familial duty might hold great weight, but the customs in their household were markedly different. Moreover, their sister, Ning Zhaowen, was no ordinary child. She had the audacity to confront her father and pursue her stepmother with a weapon in hand. Huguang, having likely ridden horses since childhood, possessed exceptional skill, while Liu, exerting every ounce of his effort, barely triumphed in the 2nd round. By the 3rd round, fatigue began to set in. Yet driven by the desire for that ancient painting and a sense of pride, he resolved to give it his all. With gritted teeth, Liu urged his steed to charge ahead, prompting Huguang to immediately pursue and block him. Their horses nearly brushed against one another as they wielded their mallets, fiercely contending for possession of the ball. Neither was willing to yield. At that moment, Liu seized the opportunity, exerting all his strength to strike the ball towards the distant goal. The ball soared swiftly, and Huguang, turning to intercept, was caught off guard when he noticed Liu had ensnared his mallet. With precision, Liu forcefully knocked the mallet from Huguang's grasp, then urged his horse forward, delivering a decisive blow to the ball on the ground, sending it triumphantly through the red goal to claim victory in the final round. Just as Huguang retrieved his mallet, he heard the official's bell signaling the end of the match, realizing he had lost to the impoverished Liu. Despite being the stepson of the inspector, Huguang still regarded him as a mere pauper, as his family's status as wealthy landlords rendered their yearly income of 60 coins unimpressive. Fuming, Huguang tossed aside his mallet and departed without so much as a backward glance, leaving Liu, who had intended to bow in acknowledgement, bewildered. What an odd person, he thought. Even if there were deep-seated grudges, one should maintain decorum in such circumstances, especially as a scholar. How very ill-tempered. What was so strange about it? One might wonder. It was a courtesy that he had not aimed his mallet at Liu's head. Wu Jingxing stepped forward to collect his mallet, glancing at Ning Jiao, who was preparing to present the awards. "Miss Ning has taken a liking to you," he remarked, "and that fellow Yu is fond of her as well. Zixuan, you have struck it lucky. Make a good impression, and you might just become the Ning family's prized son-in-law." Though he found it perplexing that Miss Ning would be drawn to Zixuan, who appeared rather taciturn yet was, in truth, at a loss for words. He felt genuine happiness for his brother. This was an unexpected boon. He had heard that Ning Jiao's first wife was the daughter of a royal merchant from the previous dynasty, and her dowry had filled 7 or 8 boats. According to tradition, upon her passing, that dowry would be divided among her 6 children. Ning's family must also provide a dowry, especially since Ning Jiao has so many students and former officials. It is remarkable that such a young girl as Zixuan possesses such exceptional equestrian skills. Ning Duan is quite pleased with the child and harbors dissatisfaction towards the irate Huguang, personally handing him an ancient painting after requesting it be brought forth. Here, this is the reward you deserve. Although his heart tumultuously roils, Liu remains composed, receiving the painting with both hands before passing it to Xiao Lu, at which point he bows in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed instructor." Ning Duan beams like a benevolent Buddha, exuberantly recounting his youthful encounters with Li Gang, heaping praise upon praise. Yet, from both Ning Duan and Li Gang, Liu discerns but a single truth. The two elders have exchanged no words. Once the flattery subsided, the eager participants below took to their games. Ning Duan retreated to observe, and naturally, Ning Yuan followed his father back. Liu and Wu Jingsheng returned to their seats. And once assured that no one was eavesdropping, Liu inquired, "Is what you just said true? Does Miss Ning Sen truly have feelings for him?" Although his poetry that day was not the worst, it ranked among the lowest. How could she possibly take a liking to him? Could it be that Miss Ning San is unattractive and unable to marry? Indeed it is true, Wu Jingqing replied earnestly. Would Ning Sanling jest about his own sister's reputation? He gestured for his friend to look towards the viewing platform. "See over there? The young lady in the light purple dress, adorned with a jade pendant around her neck, is none other than the third daughter of the Ning family." As Liu followed his friend's gaze, Ning Zhaoqing hastily attempted to shield her sister's face with a hand fan, leaving the latter perplexed. "Sister, what are you doing? Why conceal her face?" Ning Zhaoqing, puzzled, retorted, "Why not cover your own face? Is it not the case that her family as third sister feels shy?" Ning Zhaoan not only removed her sister's fan, but also stepped forward, presenting her face openly for Liu to see clearly. "If I cover it so thoroughly, what if he thinks I'm some sort of hideous creature?" Chapter 21. I am the most presentable among this group. Upon hearing these words, Ning Zhaoqing felt as if struck by a bolt of thunder, momentarily frozen in place. After a while, she regained her composure. Reflecting on her sister's words, she found them to possess a semblance of truth. Curiously, she blinked and asked, "Doesn't Sister San wish to ascertain whether he is truly the lecherous type?" Much like the story of Jujing Qimei, where the male protagonist, Liang Hong, cares not for his wife's beauty but for her character. Such a man deserves to be called a gentleman and is worthy of a woman's admiration, is he not? "You must be joking," Ning Zhaoan dismissed this notion, believing instead that the desire for beauty is universal. How many marriages in this world disregard appearance? Liang Hong is Liang Hong. A humble pig herder has no need for a delicate wife. Yet, a scholar like Li Lang, who toils to achieve success, surely dreams of a beautiful bride on the day of his triumph. How could he happily marry an unattractive woman, just as she diligently applied herself to her studies, cherishing every strand of her hair? Was it not in pursuit of a partner who possessed both exceptional talent and striking appearance? When she perceived the man's gaze upon her, Ning Zhaoan graciously bestowed him a radiant smile. This smile, however, caused Liu, who had been single for over 40 years combined, to experience a sudden flutter in his heart, leaving him momentarily unable to swallow the tea bag lodged in his mouth. A beauty. That stunning woman in the purple dress had taken an interest in him? "Zixuan, you ought to rein it in a bit," Wu Jingqing quickly interjected, noticing his friend's undignified demeanor. Observing the drool nearly escaping his lips, he cautioned, "You might as well be branded a scoundrel." Indeed, while the Ning family's daughter was undeniably attractive, he still believed that Sister Ing surpassed her in beauty. Was Zixuan truly this foolish? Liu regained his composure and hastily swallowed the tea, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at his mouth. No wonder she looked down upon that fellow named Huguang. Their appearances simply did not align. Wu Jingqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, the women here are unlike those from other regions, who often have their fates dictated by their parents. The women here possess a remarkable sense of independence. Due to geographical influences, the region of Shu has long existed on the fringes of traditional feudal Confucian culture, resulting in a populace that is relatively open-minded and democratic. Furthermore, repeated large-scale migrations have severed many familial bonds among extended families. In households structured around smaller family units, women have been compelled to step forward and become vital contributors to the economic framework, much like the men. Even pig butchers have female masters, which has led to a significant detachment from the patriarchal customs that prioritize male authority, rendering them considerably more rebellious than women in other areas. Whether engaging in commerce, martial pursuits, eloping, or penning poetry to become literary heroines, these women have embraced their defiance, restlessness, and spiritedness as commendable traits, making it quite challenging to compel them to conform. Liu expressed some concern. "I had thought that if I were to succeed in the Imperial examinations, I would seek a gentle bride from Jiangnan, as I have heard that women from that region are soft as water. Yet today, he found himself inexplicably captivated by Miss Ning San's extraordinary beauty. Could it be that his lack of romantic experiences led him to be so easily enchanted by her mere gesture? Upon hearing this, Wu Jingqing let out a derisive laugh. I suggest you surrender to your fate. Your eyes are nearly glued to her. He had previously mocked Li Yu for his ostentatious displays. Yet Zixuan's gaze was clearly even more fervent than Li Yu's had ever been. What was the charade? Li Yu averted his gaze, unable to resist taking another sip of tea to cool his fervor. A graceful lady, a gentleman's perfect match. Could this be love? No. Rather, it felt more akin to mere physical attraction. Later that evening, back at the inn, Li Yu tossed and turned, unable to find rest. He felt a mix of excitement and disbelief. How had Miss Ning San taken a liking to him? Were this to occur in modern times? His immediate thought would surely be that he had fallen victim to a scam, perhaps a ploy to swindle his money or a scheme for a hasty marriage. However, this was the ancient era, a time when emotions and marriage were held in the highest regard. Mengzhen, do you think I might be dreaming? The only response he received was the thunderous sound of snoring. Li Yu, frustrated, turned over in an effort to fall asleep. A graceful lady, desiring him in both waking and dreaming, yet unable to attain him, she tossed and turned in a state of restless contemplation. It was truly astonishing how carefree he was. His future brother-in-law could sleep soundly through such a fortunate event, although it was not his own fortune to encounter. With the charm of his association with a wealthy beauty, Li Yu and Wu Jingqing did not take a carriage to the provincial city, but instead boarded the luxurious carriage of the Ning family. The carriage, drawn by 2 horses, was equipped not only with a stove for boiling tea, but also furnished with thick cashmere cushions. It was said that when the weather warmed, they would replace the cushions with cool silk mats. For a fare of 201, this carriage was remarkably smooth, to the extent that Ning Yuan could even write while inside. This peach blossom cake was personally crafted by his elder sister, and these fruits were also prepared by her. Zixuan, you and Mengzhen should give them a try. Since Li Yu had indulged in food during his 2 visits to the Ning family, Ning Zhaoan assumed he had a fondness for sweets and thus showcased his culinary skills. Li Yu felt quite satisfied, realizing he may have harbored some biases against the women of this place. After all, not all women were like Jia, just like his mother, whose temperament was as gentle as water. Although he was merely an extra in this situation, Wu Jingqing, with his carefree demeanor, did not mind at all, even inquiring about the movements of his rival in love. What about that gentleman? Isn't he a relative of Uncle Ben? Why isn't he traveling with us? Reflecting on that unremarkable and ill-tempered potential brother-in-law, Ning Yuan couldn't help but frown. They had played together a few years prior, but that was a matter of the past. Considering that Li Yu was his sister's beloved, he wondered how that Huguang would regard him in the future. It was better for him to be informed in advance about certain matters. It was then that Li Yu learned about the affairs of the Ning family. It turned out that the current Mrs. Ning was the 3rd wife of Ning Jiaoyu, the second to marry him after the original spouse. The first wife, Lady Zhu, bore him 3 sons and 3 daughters, but after giving birth to twins, she succumbed to illness within 2 years. About a year after her passing, the second lady entered the household. She too died from complications after childbirth within 7 or 8 years, and now the current Mrs. Ning had only been married for 4 years, at the tender age of 21, while Ning Jiaoyu was nearing 50. Naturally, an elderly man with a young wife would shower her with affection, leading to a certain wavering between his wife and daughters. Li Yu understood that the 3rd Miss Ning was unwilling to be merely an instrument to please her father's pampered wife, which was why she had taken an interest in him so swiftly. In summary, he was quite presentable among this group of candidates. Ning Yuan added, "My father is a man of high principles and greatly cherishes talented young men. I believe Zixuan is such a talented youth. As long as he performs well in the examination, no amount of his wife's coaxing will suffice." Chapter 22. Any mistakes are others' fault. Rongqing Prefecture, also known as Furong City, the hometown of the legendary White Snake, by Suzhen. True to its name, in May, Rongqing is adorned with blooming flowers. Of course, it is not yet the season for the Furong blossom, which flowers in the autumn. In a gathering of young scholars from various regions, they reveled in poetry, painting, flower appreciation, and friendship. As Ning Yuan arrived at the inn, he was instantly surrounded by friends from afar. After all, he had 2 elder brothers who had achieved the status of Jiren, and in the eyes of these learned individuals, how could the brother of 2 successful candidates fail to excel? It was always prudent to curry favor in advance, wasn't it? Li Yu, however, was not inclined to socialize or engage in such gatherings. He preferred to avoid such circumstances. After placing his belongings in the courtyard prepared for him by the Ning family, he took with him his long-crafted manuscript of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and strolled leisurely through the streets with his young companion, Xiao Lu. Initially, he intended to rent a small courtyard with Wu Jingcheng, but the warmth of the Ning family proved overwhelming. Alas, he had spent 2 years penning this book and had never once taken it to a bookstore for sale. He had not memorized the entire manuscript, but rather retained a general understanding of the narrative as structure, having meticulously pondered over the detailed descriptions for quite some time. He found it perplexing how those who had traversed time could memorize an entire novel. He resolved to seek one out for guidance should the opportunity arise. Upon learning about the largest bookshop in the provincial capital, Wanwanlu, Liu made his way there with Xiao Lu in tow. The shopkeeper, upon seeing him, immediately approached with eagerness. What might this young gentleman wish to peruse? We have recently released 2 volumes of past examination questions. Would you be interested in acquiring them? The shopkeeper, noticing Li Yu's respectable attire and the presence of a book boy, assumed he came from a well-to-do family. No need for that, shopkeeper. I am here to inquire whether you purchase novels, Li Yu replied, presenting his manuscript with both hands. A novel? A storybook of such thickness? The shopkeeper, while not in shortage of storybooks for sale, recognized the potential of a scholar as a future customer and decided to maintain a cordial demeanor. Allow me to take a look. Please have a seat for a moment. After a brief examination, the shopkeeper was pleasantly surprised by the quality of the writing, witty, humorous, and devoid of any political content that could embroil the bookstore in controversy, thus presenting a lucrative opportunity. Young sir, how much do you wish to sell it for? Per 100 characters? 100 characters? Li Yu was astonished to learn that the pricing in the provincial capital was based on character count rather than by the entire volume. His heart swelled with joy. It seemed his decision to refrain from selling at home was indeed wise. Uncertain of the going rate, he hesitated, realizing that pricing too high could lead to rejection, while pricing too low might result in loss. It would be more prudent to allow the shopkeeper to propose a price. The shopkeeper, noting Li Yu's uncertainty, was filled with delight and proposed, "How about 21? Without a moment's contemplation, Li Yu promptly added 10 to the offer. 31 for 100 characters. Given that Luo Guanzhong could compose over 600,000 characters, Li Yu believed he could surpass 1,000,000 with ease, potentially earning 30 to 40 guan. After all, his father rented out numerous fields for a meager sum each year. He would not suffer a loss. With this newfound income, his younger brother's burdens in education would also lighten. Spending his stepfather's money felt uncomfortable. Surely spending his own brother's would be far more agreeable. The shopkeeper, while feigning reluctance, was inwardly ecstatic. Ah, very well, very well. Were it anyone else, I would hardly entertain such a proposition. But today, considering our connection, I shall offer you this price. The eloquence of the prose and the intricacies of the narrative would hardly be valued at less than 50 coins by the literati of the provincial capital. To my surprise, this young gentleman secured it for merely 30 coins. Witnessing the shopkeeper's prompt agreement, Li Yu's mind swiftly conjured 3 words: I underbid. Had he known, he would have demanded 40 coins. Ultimately, his heart was not sufficiently shrewd. At present, he had penned only the initial 200,000 characters, for which the shopkeeper had compensated him with 6 strings of cash, advising him to submit another 200,000 characters in 2 months. If he could adhere to this schedule, the little shop would grant him an additional 500 coins for perfect attendance. Contemplating the 10,000 characters still nestled in his satchel, he concluded that composing another 10,000 in 2 months was quite feasible. Thus he readily acquiesced. With 6 strings of coins in his possession, he felt a delightful surge of joy and decided to treat Xiao Lu to some roasted fish from a vendor on the street, even allowing him to sample the taste of wine. Upon witnessing Xiao Lu's face contort from the spiciness, Li Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Drinking early is for your own good. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to be unable to share a cup of wine when you grow up. A cup of wine. A flicker of confusion crossed Xiao Lu's eyes. Could someone like him ever partake in such a ritual? Was he not destined to end his life aimlessly like the old bachelors in the village, unable to support themselves? Being mute. What noble maiden would ever choose to accompany him? Here, take this. Sensing his melancholy, Li Yu handed Xiao Lu 200 coins. Save it up for your future bride. You are not unattractive. In fact, you are quite handsome. With your strength, you will surely win the affection of a young lady. He had read extensively. and it was evident that love could sometimes transcend even the boundaries of species, let alone Xiao Lu's mere inability to speak. Years later, when Zhang Xiao Lu achieved success and settled with a wife and children, he would fondly reminisce about this day and the soft-hearted, radiant Li Yu. Even if the world condemned him, he would firmly believe those judgments were misplaced. Li Yu, Li Zixuan. He could not err. He was unequivocally correct. Li Yu devised a rigorous schedule for himself. The morning, being the time of day when memory was most acute, was reserved for study. The afternoon, with its optimal light, was dedicated to crafting novels at Wan Lu for profit. Evenings were for continued study. As the Ning family's glass lamps provided ample illumination at no cost, he must seize the opportunity to immerse himself in his studies. Night after night, he toiled until the second hour, while Wu Jingqing succumbed to slumber by the hour of the dog, his snores resonating like thunder. Li Yu mused. One still aspires to become an imperial censor, yet before turning 30. Merely passing the provincial examination to attain a teaching position would already be a blessing bestowed by the god of literature upon his family. While this sentiment lingered, he nonetheless adjusted Wu Jingqing's blanket to prevent him from catching a chill before returning to his desk to resume his studies. The impoverished lad, yearning for knowledge, while children of affluence, even without titles, were already preoccupied with the minutiae of court affairs. The young servant, Li Yun, brightened the lamp slightly and cautiously offered counsel. Currently, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is gravely ill, and all are engrossed in discussions regarding whether it is better to establish the Emperor's son or the Crown Prince's son as the heir apparent. There are too many uncertainties surrounding these matters. I believe it prudent for you, my lord, to refrain from commenting on such affairs, particularly to avoid mingling with dubious company. The book boy, though referred to as a servant, had actually grown up alongside the heir. It was only natural for him to offer counsel and reminders when necessary. As the fate of the Crown Prince hung in uncertainty, many were eager to engage in discussions about who might be the next heir, showing little concern for the repercussions such speculations might have on their careers once the matter became public. What if today one supports the eldest grandson, only to find a certain prince ascending the throne tomorrow? I was well aware of the implications. After Ning Yuan casually remarked on this, he fell silent, feeling there was little merit in further debate. The principle of primogeniture had been established during the reign of the founding emperor. If it was declared that the system favored the eldest son, then, should any misfortune befall the crown prince, it was only proper according to ceremonial law that the crown prince's eldest son would inherit the throne. Should His Majesty decide to appoint a princely lord as the heir, it would starkly contradict established traditions. Chapter 23. The Imperial Examination on the 9th day of the 8th month in the 24th year of the Qin era. A day deemed auspicious, coinciding with the Double Ninth Festival, also known as the Climbing High Festival. On this day, ancient emperors would worship heaven and earth, while common folk would organize ancestral ceremonies and tomb sweeping to show respect and filial piety. People engaged in climbing activities to enjoy the distant views, while scholars would appreciate chrysanthemums and savor tea, also preparing traditional cakes for the occasion. Additionally, this day is celebrated as the Yuancheng Festival, marking the birth of the Qinghua Emperor, Tai, the rescuer of suffering, during which people pray for peace and health. In the agrarian society, diligent and wise ancestors would carefully observe changes in weather to forecast future climates and harvests. Today marked the day of the Imperial Examination, a crucial final hurdle for aspiring scholars. The sun shone particularly warmly, providing a comforting warmth without overwhelming heat, perhaps to spare the future literary stars from discomfort. Li Yu gazed at the still-closed examination hall doors, his grip on the examination papers tightening. Claiming not to be nervous would certainly be a falsehood. Having entered the Li household alongside his mother years ago, his destiny had shifted due to his stepfather and mother. Now, as he stepped into the examination hall, whether his fate would change depended solely on his own efforts. In contrast, Wu Jingqing appeared unfazed, exhibiting no signs of anxiety, while Ning Yuan, possessing profound knowledge, sat composedly on the ground. The rival, Huguang, furrowed his brow, casting hostile glances whenever his eyes wandered in their direction. As he pondered the imminent opening of the examination hall doors, Ning Yuan leisurely rose to his feet. True to expectation, shortly after he stood, the doors of the examination hall swung open, and the clerks along with the supervising officials were already prepared for their duties. After a series of inspections, Li Yu effortlessly located his designated examination seat. The Imperial Examination consisted of only one session, followed by a subsequent review session to conclude the process. The examination content was similar to that of the county and provincial tests, requiring candidates to demonstrate their understanding of the classics through recitation, explanation, and discourse. In essence, it was an assessment of the solidity of one's foundational knowledge. The chief examiner, Chen Dakui from Xing'an Prefecture, along with the esteemed imperial censor Wang Zhiqiu and the head of the academy from another province, presided over the event. From among the 50 candidates across the province, a select few would emerge from the hands of these numerous supervising officials. Today's examination comprises 6 categories, and with only a single day to complete the tasks. One could say the time is limited and the responsibilities are substantial. Liu felt that he might as well forego dinner. The first task requires crafting an essay in the traditional style, with the prompt translated into contemporary vernacular as, "Is it not a joy to learn and to frequently practice what one has learned from the intellects?" He is to elucidate its profound implications and discuss how to embody this principle in contemporary society, with a requirement of 500 words. The second task involves poetry composition, with the theme being a spring outing in the gardens, necessitating the creation of a 5-character regulated verse that exudes a fresh and elegant ambience. The third task challenges him with policy analysis. He must assess the advantages and disadvantages of the imperial examination system in our dynasty and propose improvements. With an expectation of over 500 words. As he contemplated these tasks, Liu felt a surge of frustration should he attain a high office. He would first abolish the essay and poetry requirements that he detested so deeply. The fourth task pertains to the study of classical texts. The great learning begins with the assertion that the path of great learning lies in manifesting virtue, fostering the people, and achieving the utmost good. He is to relate personal cultivation to social responsibility and articulate its contemporary significance, requiring over 500 words. The fifth task is a historical analysis. He must evaluate Emperor Wu of Han's policy of dismissing the 100 schools of thought in favor of Confucianism and its impact on subsequent cultural and philosophical thought, also requiring over 500 words. The sixth task assesses literary prowess. He must select a renowned scenic spot, depict its beauty, and express his sentiments about the visit, with a requirement of over 500 words. All submissions must be free of errors and alterations. Otherwise, the grades will be rendered invalid. For Liu, these writings are trivial, particularly the sixth task regarding scenic spots, as he has been thoroughly honed by Mr. Xie's rigorous training, rendering it an easy feat. He vividly recalls the extraordinary vistas of Yandang Mountain. Yandang Mountain, a renowned peak of the southeast, is graced with verdant ridges, babbling brooks, and swirling mists, resembling a celestial realm. Having heard its name for a long time, he yearned to visit. A torrent of praises, 400 to 500 words in length, flowed effortlessly from his pen as if he had personally experienced its wonders. Wang Zhiqiu, an imperial inspector from Jiangsu and Zhujiang, observed Liu's unbroken flow of writing with keen interest, standing before him to scrutinize his essay. Noticing the elegance of his prose and the sophistication of his word choice, he could not help but pick up the adjacent policy analysis to read. Upon reaching the third task regarding the examination policy, Wang Zhiqiu stroked his beard, admiration gleaming in his eyes. The young man began with effusive praise for the examination system, extolling its benefits for over 100 words as a demonstration of respect, before subsequently addressing its drawbacks. Observing his critical stance on the traditional essay and poetry assessments, Wang Zhiqiu then glanced down at his own composition. It seemed rather straightforward. He suspected that the young man might not excel at the traditional essay, hence his emphasis on criticism. If that were indeed the case, he could not allow him to pass. Later, upon realizing Wang Zhiqiu's internal musings, Liu reflected on the significant flaws within the examination system, noting that the imperial examinations of the Great Yong were not conducted anonymously. Only the local examinations were anonymous, while the provincial examinations mandated anonymity, contingent upon the discretion of the county magistrates. The inspectors believed that anonymity was not crucial below the provincial level. However, during the early years of the dynasty, the officials were idealistic and principled. This changed in later years, leading to an overwhelming influx of candidates. The scholar enjoys exemptions from corvée labor, receiving monthly rations of rice, salt, and meat from the government, and even benefits from 10 acres of tax-exempt land. However, should there be an overflow of candidates from the academy, it would not bode well for the financial stability of the court. Wang Zhiqiu picked up the examination paper and was pleasantly surprised to find the composition remarkably well written. Though it did not rival that of a certain Ning Yuan, it was nonetheless commendable among this year's candidates. The topic of the Imperial examination essay was his own creation, while the other students, apart from offering flattery, were preoccupied with crafting convoluted and complex prose to elevate the difficulty of the examination. He initially believed he would not encounter any candidates who shared his perspective, and even if he did, he had little expectation they would speak the truth. To his astonishment, one did. After completing the piece on the extraordinary scenery of Yining Mountain, Wang Zhiqiu could not resist inquiring, "Have you visited Yining Mountain?" The student's background was clearly stated on his application, and Wang Zhiqiu pondered that even if the boy's stepfather were exceedingly indulgent, it was unlikely he possessed the means to send the child on a journey to distant lands for leisure. The student, however, had never been. Liu, unable to rise and bow in greeting, could only sit and clasp his hands in respect as he replied, "The son of the county magistrate has visited and returned with a painting." This piqued Mr. Xie's interest, prompting him to encourage the students to compose essays based solely on imagination. He was dissatisfied with several drafts, resulting in a few reprimands, yet after more than 20 attempts, Mr. Xie was finally content. Who could have anticipated that the academy examination would indeed encompass such a topic? One must be grateful to a strict teacher. Wang Zhiqiu was astonished that, relying solely on imagination, Liu could write as if he had been there in person, which only heightened his admiration for the young scholar. In terms of ranking and practicality, this student would surely place first. In literary finesse, he would merit a second. The only task remaining was the composition of poetry. Faced with the expectant gaze akin to that of the county magistrate, Liu felt a wave of perspiration, as he typically reserved poetry for the final stretch of his writing. With merely half an hour remaining to submit his work, his toes curled in anxiety. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the inspecting official, he refrained from tapping his head in frustration and instead steadied himself, writing thoughtfully with his fingers on the table. Once he felt ready, he inscribed on the only blank sheet, "In spring, while wandering the garden, fragrance fills the pathways and branches. Willow tendrils gently brush the water. Flower shadows lightly sway in the pond. The warm breeze carries the crisp song of orioles, clouds unfurl, revealing the graceful forms of swallows. Where shall my idle thoughts be sent? I stroll leisurely, seeking new poetry." Having completed his poem, Liu felt a sense of pride, believing he had made significant progress. One might even say it was plain and accessible. Compared to Qian Xiaoxi's fragmented verses, this was surely an improvement, one would argue. Yet upon looking up, he noticed Wang Zhiqiu sighing, seemingly dissatisfied with his poem. Liu's heart sank instantly, though he dared not voice his concerns. After Wang Zhiqiu departed, his heart raced with anxiety. Surely, he would not fail to advance to the next round, would he? It seemed unlikely, for the written work was of utmost importance. In truth, his poetry was not poorly crafted. It simply surprised Wang Zhiqiu that a candidate with such a commendable essay could produce a poem so unremarkable. Chapter 24. The Academy Examination, Part 2. After the first round of examinations, it would take 3 days to announce the results, during which the academic officials would disclose the list of candidates advancing to the next round. Following this, results and rankings would be promptly revealed. Thus, the candidates can momentarily catch their breath. Although they cannot leave the examination hall, they can still relax their minds. However, the invigilators and examiners endure a more arduous task. The full moon has long ascended into the night sky, yet the grading room remains brightly illuminated, with the occasional sigh escaping the lips of the examiners. Inspector Wang, alongside academic official Chun, gnaws on a substantial meat bun while approaching with a paper in hand. Isn't this candidate, Liu, a tad too audacious? He muses. When tasked with discussing the flaws of the Imperial examination system, he indeed delves into that very topic. He even asserts that the rigid 8-legged essay format stifles creativity among officials, causing a lamentable loss of capable individuals and leading to a significant brain drain for the court. Oh, if he cannot even pen a proper 8-legged essay, how can he aspire to aid the emperor in governing the realm? Wang initially considers dismissing the child, but recalls how the inspector lingered before Liu for quite some time today. Therefore, he decides to inquire further about the young man's sentiments. After all, he is an envoy of His Majesty. It would not bode well to dismiss a candidate he favors. Youth is often accompanied by a certain recklessness, he reflects. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhiqiu smiles and takes the examination paper from Chun, reading it meticulously once more. He then picks up his vermilion brush and inscribes the word pass on the paper. His Majesty often expresses a desire for his ministers to speak boldly. If one is not permitted even to voice their opinions, then what purpose do the censors and inspectors serve? Wang refrains from commenting on whether Liyu's arguments are right or wrong, leaving Chun uncertain of his true intentions. However, being a representative of the court, anything he says is inherently deemed correct. After grading all 200 papers, only the top 100 candidates qualify for the re-examination. As the officials call out the names of those who did not pass the preliminary exam, the candidates summoned exit one by one, their spirits visibly dampened. Leaving the examination hall half-empty by the end, Liu, Wu Jingsheng, and Ning Yuan all advance to the re-examination. Even the rival Huguang manages to qualify. Wu Jingsheng pats his good friend on the shoulder and reassures him, "Don't take it too personally, Zixuan. After all, only the top 50 can become students. If you fail the re-examination, Ning would have to be foolish to abandon hope for you and marry off his daughter to someone so ordinary." Liu interjects, "I am not overly concerned. Rather, I worry for you. The competition is fierce, and I've heard that in past years, of the 50 student slots, 30 are typically claimed by candidates from Xing'an Prefecture alone. The remaining 20 must be shared among the hundreds of counties. What great fortune must our ancestors have amassed for us to secure a place?" Upon hearing this, Wu Jingxing appears somewhat puzzled. "Why are you worried about me?" When we arrived, Inspector Li assured me that regardless of my performance in the examination, he would still be willing to betroth his sister Ying to me. In any case, I feel no pressure. Passing would be splendid, and if not, I can always try again in 2 years. Liu retorts, "Does this person think of nothing beyond marrying his sister?" The re-examination consists of only 2 questions. The first, an essay on the principles of Confucianism, requiring candidates to elucidate their understanding of the doctrine of the mean in 500 words, which is rather commonplace. The second question pertains to current policies and theories. Title: Merchants are the nation's vital asset, and traders are the source of livelihood for the people. Observing the current state of commerce and trade, one may perceive stagnation. With wealth not accumulating and the populace suffering, one is invited to analyze the pros and cons of light commerce and to discuss how to facilitate trade and benefit industries, thereby enriching the nation and serving the people, ultimately fortifying the country and strengthening its military. Liu found this notion rather intriguing. The world does not flourish indefinitely simply through the change of dynasties. Rather, it experiences cycles of prosperity and decline, followed by eventual demise. In the twilight years of the previous dynasty, the nation faced both internal strife and external threats. To suppress domestic dissent, the former regime expended considerable silver to purchase war horses from the northern D. Had reason not prevailed, they might have sought judgment from the northern cavalry. Fortunately, the emperor of the previous dynasty understood that inviting deities is far easier than dismissing them. The tumultuous final 60 years of the previous dynasty drained its resources while inadvertently strengthening the northern D. Their envy of the central plains was not a fleeting sentiment. Even after the ascension of the new emperor of Daong, incursions along the borders persisted, leaving the frontier populace in lament. Khan Zilijetu insisted that Daong must procure their steeds at exorbitant prices, threatening to invade should they refuse. Unlike the final years of the previous dynasty, Daong was not susceptible to such intimidation. Thus, skirmishes along the border became a frequent occurrence. During the reign of the founding emperor, several significant battles were fought, depleting half of the national treasury accumulated through diligent efforts. The current ruler harbors aspirations to decisively address the northern D, yet the nation remains in a state of disarray, poised for rejuvenation. The previous dynasty's solution of raising taxes had proven counterproductive. Having only established itself 50 years prior, Daong cannot afford to hastily burden its citizens. Therefore, should food supplies dwindle, they might consider purchasing from neighboring Siam. However, the merchant taxes have also suffered greatly, compounded by the low social standing of traders, resulting in far fewer individuals inclined to engage in commerce compared to the prosperous days of the past. At present, the national treasury lacks sufficient funds. Without money, the court cannot procure grain, and without provisions, it dares not initiate large-scale military campaigns. Thus, to emerge as a formidable nation, the paramount task is to generate wealth. Concurrently, agriculture must not be neglected. It is essential to ensure that the populace lives in comfort and abundance, thereby ensuring a sufficient populace when the time for significant warfare arises. What struck him as amusing was the audacity of the questioner to openly present the matter of light commerce, inviting discourse on its merits and demerits. Even though he sat in the examination hall, unable to perceive the expressions of his peers, he could well imagine their peculiar reactions. Is there truly any downside to light commerce in the eyes of scholars? Surely, it is regarded solely as beneficial. Liu did not wish to speculate on the intentions of the questioner. He felt that since he was present, he should express his thoughts candidly. He decided to speak the truth and gauge the response. If he failed to pass, he would know to withhold honesty in the future. After all, observing the inspector's demeanor, it was possible that he favored forthrightness. Thus, he articulated his thoughts clearly, delineating the advantages and disadvantages of light commerce. He meticulously elaborated on how to encourage individuals to engage in trade and proposed ways to enhance their social standing through attention to detail, but upon further reflection, he decided to add a few more segments. The merchants, belonging to a distinct class, are ultimately unfit for official advancement. Those who pursue profit are often preoccupied with wealth, while those seeking office should prioritize virtue and moral conduct. Merchants are engrossed in the trivialities of commerce, seldom harboring aspirations to cultivate themselves, manage their families, govern the state, or achieve peace in the world. Thus, the gateway to the imperial examination should be exclusively reserved for scholars and not be accessible to merchants. This should be established as a firm principle, unalterable by any means. While merchants undoubtedly possess the same human rights and status as others, they must unequivocally be denied political power and the opportunity to dominate the realm. When merchants gain authority, chaos ensues. Wang Zhiqiu paced back and forth, having scrutinized the examination papers several times. After Liu completed his test, he eagerly took the paper to review it on the spot. Liu noted that he had not even had the chance to ring the bell above his examination seat. Was the inspector overly impatient? One could only wonder if he was the one who set the questions, and if so, whether his answers would meet his approval. Chapter 25. Splendor. Wang Zhiqiu was quite pleased with Liu's paper, awarding him a high commendation as the top candidate. However, the other examiners favored Ning Yuan's submission. After much deliberation, the examiners decided that the minority would yield to the majority, resulting in Ning Yuan being declared the top candidate. According to the rules, the individual ranked first is referred to as the top candidate, and Ning Yuan's results in the county, prefectural, and academy examinations all placed him first, a distinction known as the minor triple crown. Liu ultimately ranked 5th in the first class, while Wu Jingqing secured 7th in the second class. Wang Zhiqiu seemed to have a particular admiration for Liu and offered a comforting remark to alleviate any disappointment he might feel. For anyone who made the list, their rank was of little consequence. Study diligently. I shall await your presence at the grand banquet in the capital, he said with a smile before departing. Wu Jingqing, filled with envy, remarked, Brother Zixuan, how is it that fortune smiles upon you so? Inspector Wang is a favored figure before His Majesty, reputed to even chastise high officials. With such a person's attention, what more can be said about your brother's future? Liu replied, I believe your fortune is even greater. You sleep soundly each day and still succeed. If only you were to study diligently, perhaps you would surpass Ning Sanlang. Observing Ning Yuan surrounded by admirers, Liu pondered why Inspector Wang showed him such favor, regrettably unable to glimpse Ning Yuan's paper. Wu Jingqing noticed something, Zixuan, that Huguang actually passed the academy exam, ranking 36th in the second class. How could he take it 3 times and achieve such a position? No wonder the young lady is disinterested. This is hardly better than her future uncle-in-law. Liu smiled slightly at this, harboring a twinge of pride. After all, to be favored by a beautiful and wealthy woman surely warranted a moment of self-satisfaction. Ultimately, achieving recognition on the list rendered the specific rank inconsequential. After relaying Inspector Wang's original words, Liu prepared to return home to gather his belongings, followed closely by Wu Jingqing. The importance of rank is uncertain to me. What I do know is that our county magistrate must be grinning from ear to ear, for while some counties have no candidates at all, ours has produced 2 scholars in one go. It is said that the previous scholar who achieved the rank of Xiaocai received a reward of 100 strings of cash from the county magistrate. Whether such a reward is still available this year remains uncertain. Mr. Xia's face seems to be perpetually beaming. Liu, recalling the endearing greed of Mr. Xia, laughed heartily, remarking that his stipend would surely double. Indeed, Mr. Xia deserves it, for over the past 8 years, he has endured countless reprimands. Had he been negligent, he would not have faced such chastisement nor attained his current status. Upon Ning Yuan's return after socializing with everyone, he discovered that these 2 had already packed their belongings. Zixuan, Mengzhen, congratulations. Ning Yuan exclaimed as he approached them, puzzled. Today's successful candidates for the scholar examination may very well become our contemporaries and colleagues in the future. Why don't you engage in conversation with them? However, by the time he intended to introduce his future brother-in-law, the two had vanished without a trace. Li Yu chuckled, having been away from home for nearly half a year. I fear my parents are worried, thus I am eager to return. What is there to discuss? Whether we will share the same village or take the Imperial examination together remains uncertain. Even if we do, we cannot predict if we will be kindred spirits. True affinities will always find a way to connect. Seeing his filial piety, Ning Yuan nodded in agreement. Do not fret. The results have already been dispatched swiftly to the various prefectures, so your parents will likely receive the news shortly. After Li Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Unsure of what to say next, Ning Yuan kindly reminded him, on the 6th of September, which is my father's birthday, I shall send you an invitation for both Zixuan and Mengzhen, inviting your entire family to join us for a feast. Engagements are not merely a matter of mutual admiration. Families must interact and build rapport before discussing when to formalize the betrothal. Though Li Yu found little to converse about with Ning Yuan, he was nonetheless eager to connect with his sister, thus he readily acquiesced. In that case, I shall await the invitation at home. Observing his apparent fondness for his sister, Ning Yuan smiled joyfully for her sake. A mutual affection is indeed the most splendid of unions. As Li Yu and Wu Jingqing approached the county gate, they sensed something amiss. Which family celebrates a joyous occasion by laying out a red carpet at the county gate? Could it be that the magistrate's son is marrying? Yet, there had been no news of any engagement. Even if the magistrate's household were to celebrate, it would not warrant such grandeur. As they drew closer, they discovered that the county magistrate, accompanied by officials from the county office, stood beneath the stone archway. While the parents of the Wu and Li families awaited eagerly at the entrance, even Mr. Xiao was present, and the faces of these three groups were practically radiant with joy. Particularly, Li Yu's mother, Zhang Sanyang, was laughing and crying simultaneously, fearful she might become breathless. Though Li Gang was there to gently soothe her back. Son. Upon seeing her child return, Zhang Sanyang could no longer contain herself and rushed forward to embrace him, stroking his face while weeping with joy. Oh, my son, you have truly vindicated me. She had endured the harsh words regarding a widow remarrying with a child. Now, she had triumphed over it all. Dr. Wu and Mrs. Wu hurried to see their son, while only Xia Huan and Li Gang remained, smiling at this heartwarming scene. Oh, old friend. Xia Huan, in his delight, did not forget to extend 6 fingers towards his old companion. After this year, I intend to substantially increase the stipends for the children. Having successfully educated 2 students, he stands as the sole figure of his kind in the county. Just yesterday, the county magistrate presented him with a plaque commemorating the diligent educator's contribution to nurturing talent for the nation. He mused that raising the stipend by half should pose no issue. Li Gang, somewhat at a loss for words, retorted, "What about the stipend for my youngest? Should he dare to claim an increase to 6 guan, I wonder if he would face a confrontation right here." Xia Huan generously suggested, "Let it be known publicly that we are in agreement, yet privately, we shall maintain the status quo. However, it must remain confidential." Were it not for the necessity of accepting stipends, he would have preferred to exempt the Li family children from such fees. The group did not return home immediately. Instead, they were escorted to the county office. As was customary, Magistrate Wang had the attendants bring forth 200 guan. Wu Jingqing and Li Yu each received 100 guan. Magistrate Wang grasped their hands, raised them high, and proclaimed loudly, "As long as I serve in this county, any successful candidate shall receive 100 guan. Those who achieve a higher rank shall receive 200 guan, and those who become jinshi shall be awarded 500 guan. All of which shall come from my own purse, without a single copper coin from the county treasury." In the early years of the dynasty's founding, it was inconceivable for one to become a scholar without financial means to travel to the capital for examinations. Not only would the county officials provide funding, but local landlords and gentry would also willingly contribute, as very few who attained high office would neglect to give back to their community. The county office hosted a celebration banquet for the two, and the monetary gifts received amounted to 500 guan, alongside the 321 guan awarded to Li Yu by the magistrate. It was said that those who eventually became successful would receive even more. Following the celebration, the homes of the newly elevated would swiftly transform into grand residences adorned with blue bricks and tiles. Li Gang prudently secured the received funds and the list of gifts within a locked box, entrusting the key to Zhang Sanyang for safekeeping. It is not that the father covets your money, but rather that you, in your youth, lack awareness of financial matters. In the future, as you prepare for marriage and seek a home, these matters will be entrusted to your wife, and how the funds are spent will be determined by you both. It is not to say that everything must be managed by the wife, it is simply the way of things. When unmarried, the mother oversees the finances, and after marriage, it naturally falls to the wife to manage. As for matrimonial prospects, Li Ying remarked, after the news of Brother Yu's success in the examinations reached us, our home has been besieged by matchmakers. They are merely opportunists, swaying with the winds. Why did they not notice Brother Yu before the county exams? When he had no title, they looked down upon him for lacking property, land, and a prominent family. Now that he has succeeded, they are all too eager to approach him. These individuals possess poor judgment. They could mistake a fallen gold ingot for mere refuse. Chapter 26. Ancestors above. Upon hearing the mention of marriage, Li Yu's face instantly flushed crimson. Li Ying, ever perceptive, quickly discerned that he was unlike his usual self. Father, mother, I believe that this time Brother Yu has returned not only with an academic title, but perhaps with some additional joyful news. At this, everyone turned their gaze towards Li Yu, and indeed, they found him blushing with embarrassment. Which family is it? Zhang Sanyang was the first to react, smiling as she inquired, have you taken a liking to a young lady from a particular family? Is she of striking beauty? Li Gang pondered for a moment before chuckling as he stroked his beard, saying, I fear it is not Yuer who has developed an affection for some maiden, but rather, it is a young lady who has taken notice of our Yuer, and her family background is quite commendable. Am I correct in my speculation? After all, any young man of good looks, esteemed lineage, and a steady disposition would scarcely wait until the examination results to seek a bride. Li Lian joined in the jest, indeed. Brother, do tell us, which family does my future sister-in-law hail from? Have I heard of them? Just then, Shen Dan, who was about to knock at the door, paused, intrigued by which young lady possessed such discerning taste. Li Yu, somewhat bashful, replied, it is the third daughter of the Ning family in our city. The daughter of teacher Ning. I trust you have heard of them. The Ning family intends to send an invitation, and this matter will surely not escape our parents' notice. So it is better to bring it to light early, allowing my father and mother to prepare. The Ning family? A prominent household. Li Ying exclaimed, a glimmer of joy in her eyes. I only wonder which wife of teacher Ning bore the third daughter. Upon learning that it was Madame Zhu, her delight grew. Madame Zhu hails from the royal merchant family of the previous dynasty. She is said to be gentle, graceful, and capable. Her daughters must surely be exceptional. She remembered hearing praises of the lady in her youth, although, over time, such discussions had faded away. Zhang Shenyang hesitated at this point, voicing her concern. Might a young lady from a wealthy family be difficult to get along with? I believe an ordinary family would suffice. Would we not have to pamper the daughter of such a family? Would she be able to live harmoniously with my son? Li Gang chuckled, on the contrary. Daughters from scholarly families are often well-educated and well-read from a young age. They make for excellent companions. He considered the Ning family to be respectable, not far removed from them, and well-acquainted. What a fortunate match. Outside, Shen Dan, upon hearing this, felt elated for his brother. Observing the cheerful atmosphere, he thought it best to refrain from intruding and decided to return later for a private conversation with his brother. Meanwhile, the Ning family was embroiled in a heated discussion. Ning Zhaoan sat with an icy demeanor, while Ning Duan wore a troubled expression and remained silent. My lord, could you please speak? Yusha urged, seeing him feign ignorance. Did you not promise me months ago that if Guang'er were to pass the examination and become a student, you would betroth the third daughter to him? Now, however, you wish to engage with the Li family. How many families must we promise our daughter to? Very well. Very well, Ning Duan soothed his anxious wife. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward to persuade her. Li Yu is indeed a fine scholar and possesses a pleasant appearance. Ning Zhaoan raised her head proudly. Did I not personally select him as a suitor? Of course, he is exceptional. Yusha was taken aback. Is this not an attempt to discourage her from marrying Li Yu? Why does my lord praise him instead? However, Ning Duan shifted the conversation. Yet, the family background of Li Yu is quite intricate, unlike your cousin Guang'er, who is from your mother's side. Marrying him means you would be among relatives. You would have the autonomy to manage affairs, and who would not cherish and respect you? Such a life would be quite pleasant. Yusha hastily affirmed the truth of her words, asserting that the Yu family also held a respectable reputation as cultivated and scholarly individuals, boasting a vast expanse of fertile land. far superior to the burdensome liabilities of the Li family. They honor and cherish me. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhaoan abruptly rose to her feet, startling her father into retreat. The Yu family, clearly coveting her dowry, was hardly deserving of such aspirations. If she were to marry without a dowry, would they still hold her in such esteem? Though their envy of her dowry was evident, Yu sure was displeased by her bluntness. What did it mean to be lowly? What respectable young lady ever married without a dowry? Did that Li lad not covet her fortune as well? What of it? Although they were indeed motivated by her dowry, their family was not lacking in merit either. It seemed there was some reason in their argument. Hearing this, Ning Zhaoan retook her seat and, with a mocking smile, retorted, "Come now. Let us inquire of mother about her nephew's literary prowess. How does it compare to that of the esteemed Li gentleman? What of their appearances? Surely, you cannot in good conscience believe your nephew superior in all respects? Human nature is inscrutable. How could she know the thoughts of others? If all were potentially interested in her dowry, why should she not choose to marry someone of commendable intellect, pleasing appearance, and whom she finds agreeable? At the very least, marrying someone visually appealing could bring her joy for several years." "You foolish girl," Yu Sure exclaimed, her irritation palpable as she slammed her hand upon the table. "With the mandate of your parents and the arrangements of matchmakers, how can you so carelessly select your suitor? Do you lack decorum? When faced with their own inadequacies, they would invoke the weight of propriety to suppress her." Ning Zhaoan's gaze turned frigid. Speak less, Ning Duan interjected, sensing the discord. Hastily calming his wife while attempting to advocate for her further, he sought to maintain peace in the presence of his wife, striving to fulfill his role. "Dear girl, your mother only wishes the best for you." Yet before he could finish, his daughter rose from her seat. "Father, you profess to care for me, but do you truly regard me as your daughter?" The chill in Ning Zhaoan's voice was laced with disappointment, her words sharp as daggers. "There is a saying that where there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather. It is better to follow a mother of humble means than a father of high rank. And this adage rings true." The daughter wished to inquire, "What am I to you? Am I merely your cherished pet, petted and praised when it pleases you, yet treated as a mere tool for your new wife's favor when it does not? In your heart, is there no memory of my late mother? Is there no place for us as mother and daughter? What distinguishes you from those impoverished families that sell their daughters? Your actions are even more contemptible. They sell their daughters for gain, while you do so merely to please a woman." Ning Duan, a man of notable reputation and elegance, cherished his dignity and standing above all. Now, facing his daughter's comparison of him to the downtrodden, he found it intolerable. This was no longer a mere argument. It was a profound assault on his very soul. Ning Duan raised his palm high, yet upon gazing at the countenance strikingly reminiscent of his deceased wife, he hesitated to bring it down. Ning Zhaoan, equally stubborn, lifted his chin defiantly. Would a father strike his own daughter? Indeed, a daughter is the flesh and blood of her father. If he wishes to chastise or even punish her, he could, and in this very moment. He might as well strike her down and cast her into a mass grave. After all, according to the laws of Daong, it is not a crime to slay one's offspring. Ning Duan trembled with indignation, his eyes reddening, yet the hand he had raised fell back silently. He dared not strike. The third daughter and son were the precious legacy of his late wife, who, in her final moments, had implored him fervently to care for these two children. When your father speaks to you, you must have 10 retorts ready. Have those books you read gone to the dogs? Upon witnessing her husband nearly brought to tears, Yu Sure quickly interjected, "My lord, as the head of the family, how can you allow the younger generation to sway your decisions? If she refuses to heed your words, where lies your authority? Even if it requires binding her, she must assist her nephew in this matter." Hearing this, Ning Zhaoan let out a cold laugh and knelt down, raising his hands above his head. The ancestors of the Ning family were watching. When a Chinese person kneels and calls upon their ancestors, it signifies that the matter at hand is of great consequence. Both Ning Duan and Yu Sure were left in stunned silence. Even the maidservants behind Ning Zhaoan could not remain composed, rushing forward to embrace her while attempting to cover her mouth. Invoking the ancestors in such a manner was not to be trifled with. Chapter 27. Together we rise in wealth and rank. The arrival of Sam Lang stirred excitement. Upon hearing the commotion from the main courtyard, Ning Yuan promptly set aside his book and hurried over. Upon witnessing the scene within the room, he grasped the gravity of the situation. He did not rush to assist his sister on the ground. Instead, he first bowed and greeted his father and mother before speaking. The Inspector Wang Zhiqiu is a favored individual at court, reportedly held in high esteem by His Majesty. During the provincial examinations, I observed him extolling the virtues of Li Zixuan. His meaning was clear. Do you desire a son-in-law of modest standing, or one who has garnered praise from the emperor's favorites? Ning Duan naturally yearned for a promising son-in-law, yet he refrained from revealing his true thoughts. After much inner turmoil, he feigned anger, casting the teacup from his hand to the ground. Do as you please. If you have grown wings and wish to take charge, then do so. I shall no longer concern myself with your affairs. With that, he stormed out, his sleeves sweeping dramatically behind him. Yu Shi, seeing that he had relinquished control, was unwilling to let the matter rest, hastily pursuing him for an explanation. Once they had both departed, Ning Yuan approached his fiercely determined sister. Sister, you are grown now. Understanding the importance of invoking our ancestors, rather than acting in haste. He had been deeply worried about her, fearing she might resort to violence as she had in her youth. Do you take me for a fool? Ning Zhaoan rose from the ground and slowly made her way back to her courtyard. Her father was not a fool. He had never held a favorable view of Huguang. He merely wished for her to play the villain, to articulate matters with a degree of severity. However, she had not anticipated her daughter's words to be so cutting, nearly bringing him to tears. Yet, witnessing her father's rage brought her a strange sense of satisfaction. Since you understand, why must you stab our father in the heart? Regardless of the circumstances, he is still their father, the one who granted them life and bestowed wealth upon them. I lament for our mother. Ning Zhaoan felt a tinge of sorrow. Look at father. Has he ever given a thought to mother, even for a moment? If he had any regard for his first wife, he would not have let her, an unmarried woman, confront the formidable Yu family alone. Ning Yuan nodded in agreement, then suddenly offered a comforting smile. We should be grateful that father has not lost his senses. At the very least, he has not allowed his stepmother's words to reign supreme. He looked at his sister and advised, Sister, you are approaching the age of marriage. You must temper your temper. It's one thing to exchange harsh words between father and daughter, but it is entirely different for spouses. A bond without blood ties must be nurtured carefully, otherwise, it can crumble unexpectedly. Moreover, I have heard that your future husband seems to favor gentle and tender women. However, upon observing his sister, he felt that when she was not angry, she appeared to possess a graceful and delicate demeanor. In any case, she would certainly not marry Huguang. As for how father would soothe his stepmother, that was beyond their siblings' concern. Ning Zhaoan was not foolish and certainly would not apply the same tactics used on their father to her husband. Noticing her brother approaching with somewhat disheveled clothing, she reached out to straighten him up. You too, though you are clever and gifted, remember to act with humility. Recently, in various tea houses and taverns, there have been discussions about the crown prince's grave illness. The affairs of the world change in an instant. Do refrain from speaking too freely in public, lest you provide others with leverage that could jeopardize your future. The succession of the throne is an imperial matter. If you speak carelessly, you risk being labeled as aligned with one faction. Should the one who ascends the throne not be your chosen candidate, your enemies may use your words against you. And even if you survive, you will suffer greatly. Sister, I understand. Ning Yuan harbored thoughts, yet never voiced them. What right had an unaccomplished person to discuss such matters? Li Yu, having earned 12 coins from selling his novel, generously shared half with Shen Dan. Here, study diligently. Your brother can support you for now. Keep your ambitions discreet, and do not let our grandparents find out, understand? With his newfound status, Li Yu exuded a different spirit, especially now that his purse was considerably fuller. In the tea house, he could even indulge in an 81 pot of tea. Drinking tea purchased with his own earnings indeed tasted all the more delightful. I understand. The silver given by my brother posed no burden for Shen Dan. Brother, you truly are impressive. I shall take the county examination in 2 years. If I succeed in becoming a scholar, the rewards will be substantial. Rewards that others may toil for lifetimes to achieve. Once I pass, the first thing I shall do is relocate father's grave. Well, I believe in you. Seeing his brother happily accept the money, Li Yu's mood brightened considerably. Brother, this is for you. Shen Dan rummaged through his pocket and produced a pouch embroidered with lotus flowers. I prayed for this at the Wenchang Temple, one for each of us. I hope that in the coming year, you will successfully navigate the provincial examination, and that I too will triumph in the imperial examination. Together, we shall ascend to positions of authority and wealth, bringing honor to our ancestors. Observing the enthusiasm of the second brother, Li Yu joyfully took the purse from his hand, examined the talisman within, and then happily affixed it to his waist. How much does this purse cost? The embroidery is quite exquisite. I should purchase a few to distribute to the children during the new year. This one is free, Shundan replied, his gaze slightly evasive, though he did not intend to conceal the truth from his brother. It was made for me by Miss Liu Heir, the daughter of Mr. Liu. She gifted me several once they were completed. Upon hearing this, Liu surmised the situation, and aside from expressing admiration for the precocity of ancient youth, he advised his younger brother to remain within bounds, refraining from further comment. Yet, later that night, he found himself unable to sleep, pondering whether the third daughter of the Ning family would also present him with a purse on his next visit. This could be considered a romantic tale reminiscent of the literary couples of old. Lost in thought, Liu found himself smiling foolishly, eagerly anticipating the birthday banquet of Master Ning. Startled awake by the sound of laughter, the young deer commented, "Laughing in the dead of night is truly frightening, you know?" Recognizing the Ning family's intentions regarding marriage, he understood that the initial visit warranted a substantial gift. Merely 2 young chickens had cost Li Gang 3,000 copper coins. Additionally, high-quality tea, delicacies, and fine wine totaled approximately 8 guan. Liu suggested that these expenses be covered from his bonus, reasoning that the elder gentleman was merely comfortable and still needed to prepare a dowry for his eldest daughter, with the added burden of a younger son. However, Li Gang firmly opposed this, insisting on using his own funds for such expenditures. Save your money for when you need to purchase a home or land, or for expenses related to your examinations. These small costs are my responsibility. Although a few hundred guan may seem substantial, they hardly suffice to acquire a significant amount of arable land. In Chapter 28, Sister Ying's marriage, it is articulated that, in practical terms, the home must be bequeathed to Lian Heir, and a portion of the wealth should be allocated to Ing Heir as her dowry. Yu Heir must earn his own property and land. As a stepfather, there is little else I can provide. My only hope is that he excels in his studies and gathers enough for the bride price. No matter how much I wish to give, my means are limited. Liu understood this well, yet he felt that being able to study was already a great blessing, and he felt it inappropriate to ask for more. Seeing her son in distress, Zhang Xinyang smiled and said, "In the future, when you achieve success, remember to be filial to your father." "Is that even a question?" Liu nodded, his eyes reddening. He had long regarded the elder gentleman as his own father. Although the Ning family is a prominent household in Shunqing Prefecture, Liu sincerely believed that Master Ning was remarkably unpretentious. He was not only polite, but also displayed great humility towards his parents. The only unsatisfactory aspect was Ning Madam, whose gaze often seemed to lack warmth and courtesy. When she did speak, her tone was rather brusque, appearing somewhat rude. After all, who could blame her for feeling slighted when he had taken her nephew's betrothal? Nevertheless, Liu paid her little mind, as she was not a legitimate mother-in-law, after all. On this day, Liu not only enjoyed tea and conversation with Ning Zhaoan, but also participated in a game of polo at the Ning residence. The young lady, clad in a delicate lavender polo outfit, gallantly raced across the field. Had she donned a yellow ensemble, she would have resembled a petite son. Liu couldn't help but inquire, "Do you have a fondness for purple?" Having met her twice, he noted her consistent choice of light purple attire, complemented by matching hairbands and shoes. Such frequent appearances in the same color suggested a genuine affection for it. His sister, Ing, would change outfits as many as 800 times a day when meeting Wu Jingqing. "Indeed, my mother says purple symbolizes bravery and courage." Observing the varying hues of Liu's attire at each encounter, Ning Zhaoan curiously asked, "What color do you prefer, Li Langjun?" Liu, engrossed in his studies, found it difficult to claim a particular favorite. As long as it wasn't green atop his head, he felt indifferent to colors. However, such superficial remarks were not suitable for a girl he held in high regard. "Every hue in the world possesses its own beauty. I appreciate them all," he declared. Upon uttering such profound words, he noticed a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Ning Zhaoan praised, "Li Longjuan's heart encompasses all, revealing him to be a truly virtuous gentleman. It is indeed my fortune to be acquainted with you." Flattered, a slight smile crept onto Liu's lips. The charming young lady's compliments were utterly delightful. While they engaged in lively conversation, Li Gang and Ning Duan observed with satisfaction. Li Gang felt gratified that his eldest son had finally found a beloved companion, while Ning Duan was pleased that his daughter maintained her feminine virtues in public, sparing him any embarrassment. Liu, empty-handed, had not brought any gifts for the young lady, uncertain of what would be appropriate, fearing the risk of offending her. Yet, Ning Zhaoan had thoughtfully prepared a gift for him. A transparent jade pendant adorned with the 8 treasures motif, the intricate knotwork evidently crafted by her own hands. Having accepted her token, Liu contemplated what to reciprocate during their next meeting. As they traveled home in the carriage, Li Ying reached for the jade pendant at his waist, and their heads leaned together in shared admiration. They observed the pendant in silence for a considerable time until Li Lian finally spoke. Sister, please don't be upset. But I think the knotwork that Ning Jia crafted is more beautiful than yours. It appears far more valuable. The plum blossom knot was exquisitely made, seemingly lifelike. Of course it's beautiful, Li Ying replied, feeling slightly competitive. If I had such fine materials, I could create something even better. Do you believe that? Though she spoke defiantly, a sense of joy swelled within her. Her younger brother was indeed fortunate, not only achieving remarkable academic success, but also winning the affection of a young lady from a prestigious family, skilled in her craft. Li Lian stuck out his tongue in disbelief, sensing their stepmother's rising irritation. Zhang Sanyang quickly embraced her, soothingly assuring, Mother believes our Heir has the most skillful hands in the world, as if comforting a 3-year-old. You've spoiled her, who indulges children like you do. Seeing her indulgence towards Heir, even her biological father Li Gang found it hard to bear. He lifted the curtain to glance at the Wu family's carriage behind him. How could a young lady, on the verge of marriage, still possess such a capricious nature? He harbored concerns that when Mengjin achieved success and left their hometown for an official position, her straightforward disposition might lead to her downfall. Rest assured, father, Mengjin would never dare to bully her elder sister, Liu declared, understanding his father's unspoken worries. In the quiet of the night, when his father struggled to find sleep, he vowed that should his sister suffer any grievances at the Wu household, he would travel far and wide to bring her back home, no matter the distance. His earnest gaze reflected a sincerity that Li Gang had never doubted in his eldest son's filial piety. Indeed, perhaps he was overly concerned. The road to success in the local examinations was a formidable challenge for scholars, and it was uncertain whether Mengjin would even achieve the distinction of serving as an official in a distant land. Yet, this child seemed to possess remarkable fortune, and he could not shake the unsettling premonition that these two children would eventually stray far from their roots. As parents, it was natural to worry about their children. Liu recognized that no matter what he said, his father's anxieties would persist. Thus, he chose to silently accompany Li Gang in his reflections. Li Ying, the bride-to-be, transitioned from the exhilaration of impending nuptials to the anxiety following their betrothal, ultimately embarking on her marriage with a heart full of trepidation. Sister, come here, Liu said as he knelt before his sister's bridal chamber, presenting his straightened back for her to lean upon. With the assistance of the matchmaker, Li Ying rested against him, holding a round fan. Gazing at their parents' reddened eyes, Li Ying felt an inexplicable twinge of regret. In a tone laced with melancholy, and in a voice only meant for him to hear, she murmured, had I known you wouldn't change your surname, wouldn't it have been best for me to marry you directly? That way, I wouldn't have to leave father and mother, and they wouldn't be saddened. When brother Yu eventually marries, we could remain a loving family. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Coughing lightly, Liu nearly choked on his own saliva at her words. He understood that Sister Ying bore no romantic feelings for him. She merely spoke her thoughts aloud. Sister, please refrain from such talk in the future. What if Mengjin took it seriously? Wouldn't we then lose our friendship? He was not one to be petty. Nevertheless, even with her lingering regrets, she still found Wu Jingqing to be utterly charming, likening him to a celestial being. He even asked me why I didn't choose you, she continued. Liu could not help but roll his eyes. He had changed his surname the moment he came here. Choose? What nonsense. Unless one were to revert back to the Shen surname and marry again, the neighbors would undoubtedly gossip. Li Ying, with a face aglow with happiness, remarked, I say you're not as charming or witty as Jingqing, nor do you possess his good looks. You only know how to read books. There's no way you could bring any joy to my life. His heart swelled with delight at her words, and he praised his own discernment. Sister, do you believe I could easily trip and fall for you? While he could concede to certain criticisms, he found it outrageous to suggest that Wu Jingqing was more handsome than he. Was she blind? Chapter 29. The royal prince Li Ying refrained from uttering any sentimental pleas for him to take care of their father, for she knew he would do so without her prompting. Moreover, the two families were merely separated by a narrow alley, making it convenient for visits home at any time. Upon catching sight of the dashing groom clad in a vibrant red attire, Li Ying felt a significant alleviation of her initial trepidation and regret. After ensuring her sister was comfortably seated in the bridal sedan, Liu turned to Wu Jingqing with earnest admonition. Treat my sister well, otherwise, our friendship may be at risk. It was not merely the loss of friendship that loomed. Should he neglect her, a swift reprimand would be warranted, for it would betray the elder's nurturing kindness. Rest assured, my brother, I shall do so, Wu assured him. Thus, the Wu family joyfully carried off Li Ying, while the once bustling Li household fell into a somber silence, with Li Gang shedding tears of sorrow. The family was collectively melancholic, though this sorrow was ephemeral. Given that the bride was married so close to home, her in-laws were not overly demanding, allowing her to yearn for family meals almost daily. Occasionally, when a dish pleased her palate, she would roll up her sleeves and declare her intention to bring some back for her in-laws. Honoring one's parents-in-law is indeed a virtue of a devoted daughter. However, the combination of feasting and her insistence on filial piety exasperated Li Gang to the point of nearly chasing her away with a feather duster. Yet, on reflection, he recognized this as a form of happiness. At the very least, his daughter's marriage did not drastically alter her routine at home. Li Yu and Wu Jingsheng formally commenced their studies at the county academy, where even the least accomplished students had passed the provincial examinations. Although the government claimed that scholars could dine and drink for free, County Magistrate Wang personally funded the meals for those who had succeeded in the exams, providing additional provisions of fabric, clothing, and grain during festivals. What does it mean to be a parental official? This is what it truly signifies. Furthermore, the students enjoyed hearty meals, with 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and soup each day. On the 8th day of the 3rd month in the 25th year of Qianyuan, Crown Prince Zhao Jun passed away in the Eastern Palace, prompting the grief-stricken Emperor Qianyuan, aged 70, to fall ill from sorrow. He urgently summoned the royal sons, Lu Wang, Liao Wang, and Xing Wang back to the capital. The death of the Crown Prince necessitated public mourning, while one could indulge in meat at home. The official academy was only permitted tofu as a substitute. His Majesty had 10 sons. Wu Jingsheng, an avid gossip, could not resist royal intrigues. Only Lu Wang, the Crown Prince's full brother, shared the same mother, while Liao Wang and Xing Wang, despite not being born of the Empress, were raised by the late Empress. His Majesty was the eldest son of Emperor Taizu, who had favored the second son, Jing Wang, nearly inciting a crisis over succession. Fortunately, the Ministers' Council preserved the Crown Prince's position, and Emperor Taizu, having realized his error, established a rule that henceforth, the eldest son must ascend to the throne. Observing that no one was within earshot, Wu Jingqing lowered his voice further and inquired, "Do you know the name of our Lu Wang?" Li Yu, having mashed the tofu with her rice and taken a large bite, shook her head. Of course, she did not know. Everyone simply referred to him as Lu Wang. Who would dare utter a prince's name? Zhao Yi, Wu Jingqing replied, shaking his head. Though the character Yi bears positive connotations, it implies support, indicating that His Majesty has never considered Lu Wang for the throne. It is said that His Royal Highness, the Duke of Lu, is both cultured and martial, possessing a heart of compassion and kindness. With the Crown Prince no longer present, the Duke of Lu now stands as the eldest son. If His Majesty were to appoint the Duke of Lu as the Crown Prince, it would indeed be commendable. However, what if His Majesty chose the royal grandson instead? His Majesty has shown immense affection toward the Crown Prince, likely due to his own experiences with the struggles of succession. If the intention is truly to have the grandson ascend the throne, how will the highly favored Duke of Lu, the most acclaimed candidate for the position, reconcile his fate? Will His Majesty take drastic measures against his own son for the sake of his grandson's ascension? Such thoughts lead one to pity the Duke of Lu. As no one was paying attention, Li Yu cautiously voiced his opinion. Is that truly feasible? The royal grandson is only 8 years old this year, is he not? I have heard that the Crown Prince has lost 3 sons, leaving only this young child. At this critical juncture, when the nation is in dire need of revitalization, how can one support a mere child to the throne? The Empress, hailing from a prominent family, has long since passed, unlike Kangxi or Zhu Qixin, who had their grandmothers to assist them. The current Crown Princess is said to be barely 30. How could a widow and her child navigate the complexities of state affairs? To put it plainly, can they truly contend with the seasoned political veterans of the court? We outsiders may perceive it thus, yet our sovereign is a benevolent father. Wu Jingsheng, detesting the ferns he was served, pushed them into his brother's bowl. With a mischievous glance, he suggested, "Why not wager 100 copper coins? I firmly believe His Majesty will certainly appoint the royal grandson and will take measures against the Duke of Lu. Do you not believe that?" Li Yu disdainfully returned the ferns, finding it ridiculous that someone of Wu's age could still be so picky. "I refuse to wager. Are you not being childish?" Such matters are not so easily articulated. It all depends on whether the emperor leans towards rationality or sentimentality. However, even the most rational of emperors may succumb to emotional folly in their twilight years, unable to escape the inevitable confusion that comes with age. Are you not being childish? Seeing Li Yu's faux solemnity, Wu Jingqing could not help but put down his chopsticks and retorted, "When Miss Ning requests your company for kite flying, do you label her as childish? A beloved is innocent and romantic, yet when it comes to a good brother, it suddenly becomes childish?" Li Yu replied, "Is that not obvious? You are merely a relative and colleague. How can you compare to his betrothed?" In the Imperial Palace, within the Qinqing Palace, the air was thick with the scent of medicine. As the emperor coughed, the princes who had come to the capital bowed in unison, pleading for their father's well-being. Only the second prince, Zhao Yi, with reddened eyes, remained silent, biting his lip, not joining his brothers in bowing, his face, so reminiscent of the emperor's, etched with sorrow. "Come here." My second son, Zhao Yan, gazing at the son he had not seen for nearly a decade, could not resist summoning him closer, gently caressing his cheek. "You resemble me the most, unlike your elder brother, who takes after your mother." At this, Zhao Yi could no longer contain himself. He turned away, weeping openly, his words choked and intermittent. "With just a word from father, I would never hesitate. My respect for my elder brother over the years will mirror my future regard for my nephew." He understood what weighed on his father's mind, fearing that if he were to become emperor, he might not treat his elder brother's lineage with the kindness it deserves. At this juncture, the father still harbored the intention of bequeathing the realm to his elder brother's child. After all, he was the second-born, and he had long resigned himself to this fate. Had he not? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan felt a twinge of guilt, yet predominantly, a sense of comfort washed over him. With such a sentiment expressed, his father could depart this world with his eyes closed. The second son was indeed a child of his word, steadfast in his commitments. Minister Fan contemplated confining Heir to the capital while the latter was returning, yet he could not bear to treat his own child in such a manner. The lady had left behind these two progenies, and now only one remained. Once the children had been dismissed, Zhao Yan instructed the eunuch, summon Wang Zhiqiu. Wang Zhiqiu was opposed to the notion of establishing the crown prince as the heir, and at this moment, he was even more averse to the thought of imprisoning the princes in the capital, vehemently opposing it. "Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider." Presently, external threats loom large, and the loyalty of the ministers within the court is uncertain. The remnants of the previous regime's traitors have yet to be entirely eradicated. The crown prince is but a child, and the crown princess is still youthful. If all the princes were to be rendered ineffective, any upheaval could spell disaster. He believed that even if the likes of Prince Lu were to rebel, what would it matter? In the end, the realm would still belong to the Zhao family. The 7 or 8 sons of the founding emperor have had their powers significantly curtailed. Your Majesty cannot afford to dismiss a few strong princes to maintain order. Chapter 30. Preparing for the provincial examination. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yan could not help but smile, allowing the eunuch to place a soft pillow at his waist as he sat up, gazing at him earnestly. "Such candid truths can only be articulated by you, Wang Zhiqiu. This is precisely why I hold you in such esteem. You dare to speak your mind without fear." Wang Zhiqiu, upon hearing this, quickly bowed in gratitude, saying, "It is through your Majesty's patronage that I stand here today. Should my words be misguided, I beseech your Majesty for forgiveness." In the past, he had merely been a lowly official, yet the emperor had prevented his potential from being tarnished. Indeed, Wang Zhiqiu saw himself as a gem. Once believing this during times of obscurity and still holding that belief now, he had always been a jewel in his own right. Zhao Yan waved his hand dismissively. "What patronage have I offered you? Until now, you remain merely a 7th-rank official. It seems I have not rewarded you adequately." Yet Wang Zhiqiu received the salary and treatment befitting a 2nd-rank minister. His official rank had simply not been elevated. Wang Zhiqiu shook his head. "Your Majesty," but his words were abruptly interrupted by Zhao Yan's raised hand. "I will decree your promotion to Right Chancellor in the court. You and Minister Fan must work together to assist the Crown Prince, while also maintaining a balance within the court to discern loyalty from treachery." When necessary, Wang Zhiqiu gazed up in disbelief, not anticipating such thoughts from the emperor. "Your Majesty, why not directly establish Prince Lu as the heir? Once he ascends the throne, who among the malevolent forces would dare oppose him?" Zhao Yan wearily closed his eyes. The imperial physician had mentioned that if fortune favored him, he might live for another 2 or 3 years. If not, he might not survive this year. He wished to pass his legacy to his elder brother's child. Yet he could not allow anyone to exploit his partiality to sow discord within the Zhao family's realm. As Liu learned of Wang Zhiqiu's ascension to the position of right prime minister, the weather had nearly transitioned into summer. He pondered whether this elevation in rank was rather swift. How could one leap from a 7th grade position straight to the 1st? It was indeed peculiar in our dynasty. A right prime minister had never been appointed before. Could it be that His Majesty was attempting to balance the influence of Prime Minister Fan? Though these well-meaning citizens could not earn much, they could engage in discussions about national affairs for an entire day and night without food or rest. Zixuan, isn't Prime Minister Wang rather fond of you? Queried Wu Jingcheng, whose keen instincts detected an undercurrent of concern. If His Majesty continues down this path, there will be no peace between Prime Minister Wang and Prime Minister Fan. You, Zixuan, have not yet embarked on your official career, yet you find yourself already entangled in the ruthless political struggles. What will you do if Prime Minister Wang falters? Indeed, being favored by those in high places was not always a boon. Liu, upon hearing these words, felt a pang of anxiety. Would he become yet another casualty in the ruthless arena of office? Li Lian, propping his round head, could not help but express his disdain. My beloved brother-in-law and elder brother, may I inquire what troubles you so? Do you truly believe you can succeed in next year's provincial examination? Having just earned the title of a student, they were already contemplating such distant matters. Exchanging glances, Liu and Wu Jingcheng breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their meal. Indeed, they were not even candidates. What did the brutalities of political strife have to do with them? After securing his student status, Liu relished his days, filled with feasting and merriment. Enjoying leisurely rendezvous with his beloved in the capital, his studies becoming ever more delightful. Before the provincial examination, Emperor Qianyuan ultimately decreed that Crown Prince Zhao Bo be appointed as the heir apparent. In pursuit of this, Wu Jingqing nagged for several days, insisting that Liu must wager 100 coins. Naturally, Liu was disinclined to engage, as he had never entertained the thought of gambling, especially since the emperor had not acted against the Duke of Lu, who had returned to his fief in good stead. How could that be considered a victory in wagering? Wu Jingqing remarked, "This fellow is so stingy. Does his betrothed know of his miserliness?" Liu, meanwhile, took little deer to consult several renowned physicians in the capital, hoping to remedy his voice. The doctors advised that such emotional ailments required a cure of the heart, assuring him that little deer's throat was not severely troubled. Observing little deer in this state, Liu made a significant decision. "Would you like to teach your stepmother a lesson?" Little deer nodded eagerly, his thoughts filled with desire for vengeance, even in dreams. Discovering that his stepmother often rendezvoused with her lover in the back mountains, Liu planned to sneak over with little deer to pilfer their garments, intending to keep it a secret. However, they were overheard by Liang, who had fortuitously returned home for a meal. "You two are up to mischief without me? Is this how you show loyalty?" Her awareness meant that Li Lian would also be informed. Thus, the four of them formed a group to steal the couple's clothing, leaving the pair shivering in fear and unable to descend the mountain. When they heard footsteps approaching, they could only hide in the brush, sustaining cuts from the thorns. Liang, having pilfered some itching powder from her in-laws, poured it all over the garments before returning them. The terrified couple, upon seeing their clothes, regarded them as a lifeline and hastily donned them, the medicinal powder swiftly seeping into their wounds. As he sprinted home, scratching an itch, the scene was comically absurd. A smile danced across the face of the young deer, yet it remained unable to articulate a word. Liang, however, expressed her dissatisfaction. "Why did you stop me when I wanted to call attention to those two shameless individuals? Such malicious people deserve to be reprimanded. They deserve their fate. How could they dare to put a fire tongue in a child's mouth?" She paused, realizing that as a scholar's wife, she should temper her words, for a young lady must maintain her decorum. Liu refrained from voicing the remainder of her thoughts. It would indeed be detrimental if the incident of the stolen garments became known. Wouldn't that imply she had seen that man as well? Thus, they would escape unscathed this time. Upon hearing this, Li Ying chose to remain silent. "I have heard that for this county examination, over 1,600 candidates from our province will be competing, yet only 50 will be selected." She pondered about her husband and brother's capabilities, wondering if they would succeed, for success would grant them official positions. Yet, she was cautious not to harbor excessive hopes, considering they were merely 16 years of age. "You have nearly finalized your engagement with the Ning family. If they succeed in the county examination, it would surely enhance your family's reputation when proposing, wouldn't it? This way, we can avoid the ridicule of gossipers who might claim her brother is inept. Given her brother's background, any minor flaw would be magnified, and she truly worried for his future. Conversely, Liu was brimming with confidence, even believing that securing a position this year and then attaining the title of Jinshi next year would be ideal. That would herald the moment of triumph and the joys of wedding night celebrations. Upon receiving the name list permitting him to participate in the county examination, Liu began to prepare his belongings. In truth, merely wishing to take the county examination was not sufficient. One must have the county magistrate submit the name list, with the approval of the local government and educational authorities. The court has stipulated that if a candidate is recommended for the county examination thrice without success, the magistrate and the instructor would be held accountable. Likewise, the candidate would be stripped of their status as a scholar. The same applies to the Imperial examination. If Adrian fails thrice to achieve the Jinshi title, they would be demoted to a mere clerk. The officials who recommended the candidate would also face inquiries from their superiors. Consequently, officials are exceedingly cautious in recommending candidates. Some students who have failed for 6 years hesitate to seek recommendations or may wait 3 years before attempting again. To mitigate the risk of accountability, scholars must excel in their county school, ranking among the top 5 to gain an opportunity to take the examination. Not only is the competition fierce, but the chances to sit for the examination are also exceedingly precious. Chapter 31. The County Examination. The county examination, also known as the autumn examination, marks the pathway to becoming a candidate for official positions within the court. Ideally, one would aspire to participate in the following year's imperial examination in the capital, as the starting point for officials differs greatly between those who attain the title of Juren and those who achieve the Jinshi title. Generally, Juren begin their official careers at the 8th or 9th rank, while a Jinshi starts at a minimum of the 7th rank. This year's county examination questions were crafted by the Ministry of Rights, with the examiners appointed by the emperor himself. The examiner for Liu and his peers was named Li Su, a sprightly 79-year-old who, it is said, has been serving in the Ministry of Rights since the founding of the dynasty and has dedicated 50 years to rise to the position of deputy minister. The grand entrance of the examination hall prominently displays a plaque inscribed with the characters for Gongyuan, and lanterns adorned with the same inscription have been replaced throughout the area. Surrounding the hall are placards warning officials and idle onlookers to keep their distance, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity and vigilance, far stricter than in times past. Wu Jingsheng felt a pang of melancholy regarding this. Zixuan, I hear that this time we cannot enter the examination rooms. If we do, our results will be rendered void. The county exam was far more lenient. We could visit the examination rooms several times a day without incurring the examiner's ire. Now, we are barred even once. What are we to do? He adhered to his father's advice, accustomed to relieving himself at a quarter past the hour of chun every day, a routine ingrained since childhood. You only realize this now? Liu retorted, incredulous. Mr. Xia must have repeated this thousands of times over the years, if not hundreds. He had even forced himself to endure for a week between visits. Yet the provincial exam spanned 9 days and 6 nights. Regardless, as long as it's not too watery, it should suffice. Unlike the candidates depicted in dramas, these examinees arrived completely empty-handed. Not a comfort item, nor even a single pen could be brought. It is said that 4 centuries ago, the imperial examinations were not so stringent. Candidates were required to bring their bedding and provisions. However, during the reign of the former dynasty's Emperor Shizong, a shocking scandal of examination fraud occurred. A candidate had hollowed out a brush handle to conceal cheat sheets, smuggling them into the examination hall, only to be discovered eventually. The emperor, infuriated, decreed that all candidates must enter the examination hall empty-handed. What of the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones? To address this, candidates were required to pay an examination fee in advance for these supplies, along with a bedding usage fee and daily meal costs, with all provisions provided by the court. This significantly curtailed opportunities for cheating, yet Liu found himself perplexed at the 2 strings of cash he had paid for the examination fee. He wondered whether he would be served meat during the meals. When the time for the first lunch arrived in the examination hall, Liu's anxiety finally dissipated. What meat? Just a plain steamed bun and a bowl of lukewarm water, without even a single leaf of green vegetable. Taking a deep breath, Liu lamented. After paying so much, this is what I receive? Where has all the examination fee from so many candidates gone? Indeed, while the chances of cheating had been significantly reduced. The opportunities for official corruption had vastly increased. With a resolute bite into the plain bun, Liu silently vowed that once he became a high-ranking official, he would be the first to investigate whether these esteemed examiners were lining their own pockets. It has been noted that the examination questions reflect the state of a nation. During his studies in a past life, he had delved into history. For instance, during the reign of Emperor Chongzhen, one of the palace examination questions posed by the emperor was, "The Eastern Manchus are indeed our enemies, with a narrow land and a sparse population. If they were to invade and the three Han states did not defend, what would be the reason? Moreover, with the marauders spreading for so long and the treasury depleted, those who speak do not consider the national strategy. Every time they wish to alleviate the burden, the people are the foundation of the state. Does the court not recognize this, nor care? To care for the people while also supporting the military, how could both be achieved?" The examination questions reflect the internal and external dilemmas faced by the court, seeking talent and remedies for the nation's ailments. Although the provincial examination is not set by the emperor, it is primarily formulated by individuals within the power center, reflecting the issues faced by the state and the sentiments of the court. The examination paper in Liu's possession chiefly assesses the moral standards of the candidates and their loyalty to the sovereign and the nation. In terms of governance, the only relevant topic concerns strategies for disaster relief, which is ostensibly an attempt to select practical talents. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. The elderly emperor undoubtedly has limited time remaining, and his anxiety over appointing such a young grandson as heir prompts him to seek loyal ministers to protect his beloved grandson. With this conjecture of the emperor's thoughts, Liu began to write. He found this task simpler than the previous examinations set by Wang Zhiqiu, which genuinely tested the candidate's abilities. This time, however, the examination seemed to boil down to a competition of flattery, where the outcome hinged on whose praise was more artfully expressed, essentially a contest of literary skill. Yet, how could he stand out? How could he emerge among the over 1,600 candidates as one of the final 50? Liu's gaze fell upon the topic concerning disaster relief strategies. He believed this question would be pivotal in distinguishing himself from the sycophants. In truth, the disaster relief procedures of Daong were meticulously structured, accounting even for the travel expenses of officials. Yet, during the severe drought in the northwest last year, many citizens succumbed to hunger and rose in rebellion. Why? The flaws arose in the execution of the relief process. The budget allocated by the Ministry of Revenue was intended to provide ample food and new housing for the disaster-stricken populace and attend to their ailments. However, in the hands of local officials, it was barely sufficient to distribute thin gruel. Even the distribution of this meager sustenance was uncertain, primarily due to issues within the Imperial oversight system. First, the selection of personnel was flawed. Most censors were drawn from the ranks of the successful candidates. While it is indeed commendable for these individuals to possess talent, they often lacked practical governance skills or were driven by greed and ambition. Few possessed the integrity and courage to act justly. Take for instance Wu Jingcheng, who aspired to be a censor. Even before assuming the role, he was preoccupied with concealing his friend's corrupt activities. Second, power was excessively fragmented, as Daong had inherited the oversight system from the Great Yong Dynasty. The founding emperor of the Great Yong Dynasty bore a striking resemblance to a time traveler, for most of his institutions were derived from the methods of the Ming Dynasty's Zhu Yuanzhang. The reason for this similarity, rather than definitive certainty, lies in the fact that he did not abolish the chancellor system. If he had truly become emperor, one would expect the chancellor system to be dismantled, unless, of course, this individual had traveled from the past as a chancellor himself. The board of censors, the 6 departments, and the 13 censors each performed their distinct functions without interrelation. While the local inspecting censors ostensibly operated under the board of censors, they wielded considerable power and frequently acted in defiance of orders. Third, there was a lack of oversight. While the censor scrutiny of officials was beneficial, who then monitored the censors themselves, Daong lacked institutions akin to the Jinui or the Eastern and Western Factory, and even places similar to the Imperial City Department were non-existent. Thus, Liu felt increasingly certain that another time traveler could not possibly be the emperor. Were he truly an emperor, the Jinui would undoubtedly have been established. For 9 days and 6 nights, one would subsist solely on plain steamed buns, with perhaps a modest serving of pickled vegetables at lunchtime. Liu had become quite bloated himself, his complexion pale and devoid of vitality from the lack of meat, his eyes dim and lifeless. Yet, He considered himself fortunate compared to others. During these 9 days and 6 nights, some candidates had suffered from severe diarrhea, and others had succumbed to illnesses due to prolonged exposure to unspeakable conditions, ultimately forced to abandon the examination and carried away. Even Ning Yuan, who was usually as steady as a mountain, now bore a countenance of utter fatigue. Li Yu took pleasure in critiquing the Great Yong's system of inspection on his examination paper, much to the dismay of the examiners. This was not because the imperial system was above reproach. Rather, the only question in their minds was whether this young man had strayed from the topic. Chapter 32. Blood Relations. While one might argue that he had indeed diverted from the subject, his assertions regarding the efficacy of inspection as a critical component of disaster relief were compelling. Conversely, if they deemed him not to have strayed, it felt somewhat peculiar. Minister Li, what do you think? Due to the anonymity of the examination papers, they could not ascertain which candidate had penned the work. After reviewing it, Li Su found himself equally perplexed. He believed the candidate displayed considerable talent, and marking it as off-topic seemed unjust. He decided to have a copy transcribed and sent to the Sichuan Prefecture, seeking the judgment of Minister Wang and the other examiners. The organizer of this provincial examination was Wang Zhiqiu, who had been recommended by His Majesty to oversee the proceedings in Rongqing. The transcribed paper was swiftly dispatched to the capital, and upon reviewing it, Wang Zhiqiu recognized the author with a smile, promptly concluding that it was indeed on topic. The top 3 candidates of the provincial examination were known as Ji Yuan, Yi Yuan, and Jing Kui respectively. The honor of Ji Yuan went to Ning Yuan, who had already secured 4 first-place finishes, leading Li Yu to speculate that he might achieve a 6th victory. Nonetheless, Li Yu felt elated for him, considering him his future brother-in-law, indeed, quite dear to him. The title of Ye Yuan was claimed by a middle-aged man in his 40s from Sichuan Prefecture named Su Ma Xuan, courtesy of his courtesy name, Wen Yuan. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions were collectively referred to as Jing Kui, while the 6th was termed Yayui. Li Yu held the title of Yayui, and to be frank, he was pleasantly surprised by his ranking. After all, it bestowed upon him a designation, did it not? Wu Jingqing's examination fortune was remarkably fortuitous, as he secured the 36th position, while his rival Huguang had the misfortune of failing to make the list. Ning Yuan had even inquired on his behalf and learned that Huguang had narrowly missed the mark by just 1 rank. Indeed, the sorrows and joys of individuals seldom resonate with one another. Dejected, Huguang had lost all appetite for food, refusing to ride in a carriage, and instead galloped away, kicking up clouds of dust in his wake. Wu Jingqing muttered, "Let him practice his skills in solitude. Why scowl at us?" The chief examiner, Li Su, was already contemplating writing a commendation for the governors of Shunqing and the magistrate of Yingshan. This was in recognition of Shunqing Prefecture's remarkable achievement in nurturing 3 candidates of filial piety, one of whom was the Ji Yuan, while the other 2 hailed from families that were not of high standing. What does this signify? It indicates that the local officials were performing their duties commendably. Given such a splendid outcome, it was only fitting to celebrate. The Minister of Revenue hosted a banquet in Rongqing to honor these 50 newly recognized candidates of filial piety. Li Yu observed these 50 contemporaries and noted that the youngest among them, like himself and Jingqing, were still in their youth, while the eldest appeared to be at least 60 years of age. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a sense of self-satisfaction, exclaiming to himself, "Could it be that I am a prodigy?" Yet, he had never even gained admission to Tsinghua or Peking University in his previous life. Little did he know that, had it not been for Wang Zhiqiu's covert support, he might not have even passed the preliminary examinations. Upon returning to the county town, he naturally basked in the glory of his newfound status. Li Yu's trunk was filled with an additional 500 taels of silver, and as copper coins were cumbersome, he exchanged them for silver ingots at the local bank. The county's wealthiest magnate, Old Master Bai, even gifted him and Wu Jingqing each a set of residences. Grand 3-courtyard mansions at that. Servants were provided free of charge, and neighbors brought gifts to the Li family, while the local butcher delivered the freshest cuts of meat to their doorstep, refusing payment even when offered, as the butcher's wife, Zhang Sanyang, insisted on giving it away and hurried off. Initially, he could have gone to propose to the Ning family, but considering only a few months remained until the imperial examinations, Li Yu thought it would be wiser to wait until he had achieved success in the exams before seeking a marriage proposal. Little did he know that this delay would lead to complications. A member of the Shen family, who had never contributed even a single copper coin towards his education, came knocking, demanding that Li Yu acknowledge his ancestry and revert to the Shen surname. In the hall of the Li clan's patriarch, the two families glared at each other, neither willing to back down, as if they were on the brink of a physical altercation. The clan leader, Li Da, wore a displeased expression. Back then, it was with the approval of the government that we allowed the boy to change his surname. On what grounds do you now come to claim him? The members of the Li family were filled with indignation, vocally expressing their discontent. Indeed, on what grounds? Although they had not funded his education, they had at least accepted the child into their fold, permitting his name to be inscribed in the Li clan's genealogy. It was implicitly understood that whether he succeeded or not, he would be allowed to enter their ancestral hall and partake in the offerings made by the descendants of the Li family. What, then, could the Shen family offer him? On what basis did they presume to stake a claim? Shen Tsong remained steadfast. Indeed, the actions of the elders of the Shen family back then were misguided, yet ultimately, my family is the true foundation of the boy, as we are bound by blood. The two factions, unwilling to yield, ultimately decided to consult the parties involved and summon the county magistrate to impart a fair judgment. It is not surprising that their dispute escalated, as the government had issued numerous benefits to encourage the populace to pursue education and official positions, while the small perks of rice, oil, and meat were inconsequential. The true advantage lay in the fact that the successful candidates were exempted from corvée labor for 4 male members of their household and were granted 400 acres of tax-exempt land, a tremendous boon in an agrarian society that revered grain. The clan could also register apprentices under the name of a successful candidate, thus allowing them to evade substantial taxes. Naturally, the Shen clan sought to reclaim him, while the Li clan was equally reluctant to relinquish their claim. The Shen family did not approach Li Yu directly, but instead sought out the clan leader in Li village for discourse. Upon receiving news of this, Li Gang hurried home from the county office and rushed his family to the meeting. On the way, he noticed Li Yu's lips pressed together in displeasure, signaling his unwillingness to revert to the Shen surname. Thus, he gently advised, acknowledging one's ancestry and not forgetting one's father is indeed a virtue. I believe that changing back to the Shen surname would be beneficial for your official career, my child. In the event that a forgotten reputation descends upon one, it is now the time when His Majesty places the utmost importance on the character of candidates. Li Yu's gaze was resolute. I refuse to acknowledge it. My son bears the surname Li, and should he choose a life devoid of officialdom, dedicating himself instead to the noble pursuit of teaching, he shall never bear the surname Shen. From the moment he entered the Li family alongside his mother, he vowed to prevent the Shen family from reaping even the slightest benefit from him. Yet, Li Gang persisted in his counsel. You have nearly concluded your engagement with the Ning family. Should this matter falter, it would be a loss that outweighs the gain. My son, the surname matters little. What is paramount is the friendship cultivated over the years. What does a surname matter? He is still my son. If it comes to an end, then so be it. Li Yu thought of his enchanting fiancée, and though his lips quivered, he remained steadfast. Perhaps it is for the best that those who cannot discern right from wrong do not enter into kinship with us. Even if I remain a lifelong bachelor, it is far preferable to yielding to the Shen family's desires. Indeed, we shall not waver. We shall remain Li. Zhang Shenyang wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, unwavering in her support for her son. They once cast aside Heir. Now, seeing an advantage, they wish to reclaim him. Since he was 6 years old, he has not partaken of the Shen family's provisions. On the rare occasions they brought a few eggs as a fade, I even returned the money to them. They never once claimed it was unwanted. My child is not an object. Why should they take him as they please? If they wish for the child to recognize his roots, let them remember the old saying, the kindness of birth outweighs that of nurture. They must repay tenfold for all that Heir has received in terms of sustenance and care. This year, Danner had barely passed the courtyard examination, and of her 3 sons, 2 had already attained success. The youngest was said to possess considerable talent. She believed she had endured the worst, yet that family still occasionally sought to irritate her. Li Yu remarked, Mother, even tenfold would not suffice. They would indeed gather the money to repay father. We need only to remain firm in our resolve to not change. To exchange some money for the title of a scholar is laughable. Those people would be the subject of ridicule. He possesses no land under his name, rendering him the ideal instrument for evading taxes within the clan. Shenyang, Heir, do not act impulsively. Li Gang genuinely cared for his child's future. But before he could voice more, he was interrupted by a heart-wrenching wail as Li Yu's grandmother, Wang, collapsed before the carriage, crying out, "Oh, my poor son! In death, you cannot even protect your own blood. You can only watch helplessly as your son calls another father from the heavens." Chapter 33. Has the rice swollen too much? Old Master Shun did not collapse to the ground in tears. Rather, he stood at the door, beating his chest in sorrow, feigning to wipe away tears that would not flow. At this moment, many outsiders had gathered outside the Li Patriarch's home, drawn in by the spectacle. Zhang Senyang, witnessing the scene, could no longer remain seated. She alighted from the carriage to confront him. "Old lady, what madness are you pretending? It was you who, driven by greed, accepted 20 guan in betrothal gifts, leading me to marry Inspector Li. You insisted that I take you with me. Now, why do you cry out here? If one were unaware, they might think we have wronged you." Her voice was both loud and clear, her unrepentant stance quickly garnering the approval of many onlookers. Sending a child away only to wish for their return is one thing, but to shift the blame onto others is truly disheartening for Inspector Li. Indeed, one cannot expect to entrust the upbringing of a son to another. Once raised and accomplished, the child will inevitably acknowledge their biological father. What significance does a stepfather hold? Lady Wang was taken aback by her second daughter-in-law's unexpectedly sharp tongue. After a brief moment of astonishment, she began to weep inconsolably, wailing, "My dear child, can you see me from the heavens? In your absence, anyone can bully your mother. Your wife has abandoned this family to climb the social ladder." Not even willing to address her mother-in-law. As she cried sorrowfully, Li Gang felt compelled to comfort her. But Lady Wang seized the opportunity to grasp his garment and knelt before him. "Master Li, Inspector Li, I implore you, for the sake of my frail old bones and my deceased son, please return the child to our family. If you do so, I swear I will repay you in my next life, toiling like a beast of burden. I bow before you. Will that suffice?" Although Inspector Li was not much older than her, the hierarchy of kinship was evident, and Li Gang was regarded as their junior. For an elder to kneel and bow to a younger, it was a blatant curse. "Stay away from my father." Li Yu stepped forward, protectively positioning Li Gang behind her, and shouted defiantly at the elderly woman, "Are you to repay kindness with malice? The disadvantages of early marriage in ancient times are painfully apparent in my situation. I am now of considerable age, yet these two old folks have just crossed 50 and are still vigorous, capable of causing trouble. Who do you call father?" Old Shen approached, pointing an accusing finger at Li Yu. "He merely fed you a few morsels, and you dare to call him father and dad, even raising your voice at your grandmother. The Shun family granted you life itself. Without your father, could you enjoy your current fortune? One must never forget their roots and the father who gave them life." Li Yu nearly laughed at this sentiment. "Merely fed me a few morsels? Does the essence of life differ based on who raised you? Grandfather, the debt of birth surpasses that of nurture, yet the debt of upbringing exceeds that of heaven." With suppressed fury, she declared, "As your grandson, I recognize that the heavens are greater than men. I have been nurtured by the Li family. Thus I am of the Li clan in life, and shall remain so in death. Whether I become a successful scholar or a mere official, any glory I attain, no matter how small, will be dedicated to the Li family." Tears streamed down Li Gang's face. He felt fulfilled by his child's words. Just as he prepared to express his willingness to return the child, the clan leader, Shen Song, spoke up. "And what of the debt of birth? How does one intend to repay such a debt?" Shen Song had once held great respect for Inspector Li, but now, in the scramble for the child, he abandoned all decorum, no longer addressing Li Yu as you were. Instead, he invoked a name Li Yu wished to avoid, a name tied to 400 acres of tax and the prestige of the Shen clan. "The debt of birth surpasses that of nurture," he asserted. Li Yu released his father's sleeve and, gazing into Shen Song's eyes, articulated each word with conviction. "If the Shen family truly seeks this favor, I shall repay it with my life. Even in death, I shall remain a Li." Upon hearing this, Shen Song fell silent, understanding that this young man had resolutely made up his mind. "My child, what are you speaking of?" Zhang Senyang exclaimed with a quivering voice. "After 12 years of arduous study, you have finally passed the provincial examination. What nonsense are you uttering?" She lamented, "Heaven is truly blind. Why must my son be entangled with this wretched family? Do you believe that Li Sun Jin treats you well?" Wang Shi suddenly stood up. "Do you think he truly regards you as his own son? Should you not inquire whether he is willing to divide the household and land with you and Li Lian? But once you return to the Shen family, it will be different. The clan will allocate 20 acres of fertile land to you. Only we, the Shuns, will truly care for you." Li Gang interjected, I cannot truly divide it, but he genuinely regards this child as his own. Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, he found himself unable to articulate them fully. He felt a twinge of guilt for not being able to divide the inheritance while simultaneously feeling wronged. Li Yu placed a reassuring hand on his father's back and, shedding a tear for the white hair atop his head, reflected on how well his father had treated him over the years. A true man, he believed, should rely on his own efforts to establish a family and accumulate wealth. It was only natural for his father to be reluctant to share the family fortune, yet why must they insist on having him recognize the Shen family? I am fully aware, as are you, that everyone present understands, he asserted. A few members of the Shen clan, feeling guilty, had already lowered their heads in silence. With a swift motion, Li Yu drew a short blade from his bosom, brandished it, and offered the hilt to his grandfather. Grandfather, if you wish to demand a favor from my father, then do so at once. The old man, having lived a lifetime in the village, had only committed minor acts of violence against snakes and poultry. How could he dare to take a life? He stumbled back a couple of steps, prompting Li Yu to extend the hilt to the bewildered Wang Laotai. Grandmother, do you wish to demand a favor from your grandson on behalf of my father? The elderly couple hesitated, unwilling to act. Li Yu then turned his attention to Shun Tsong, the clan leader, who promptly averted his gaze and remained silent. What a jest! How could he dare to harm a scholar? It was obvious that if he struck, the county magistrate would be the first to take action against him. Just as Li Yu intended to approach Shun Tsong and offer him the blade, the county magistrate arrived. At that moment, the assembly abandoned their squabbles over familial grievances and hurriedly greeted the magistrate. What is the meaning of this? After finally celebrating the success of two esteemed scholars, why are you resorting to violence over trivial matters? Give it here. County Magistrate Wang, with considerable strength, seized the blade from Li Yu's grasp, casting a stern glance over the gathered assembly. What is the commotion? Have you all overeaten? Chapter 34. You did right. The freshly minted scholar met a tragic end due to his surname under the magistrate's jurisdiction. Will he be able to don that official cap on his head again tomorrow? It truly does not allow one to rest easy. It seems that he is denied even a semblance of peaceful existence. When the county magistrate loses his temper, no one dares to utter a word, yet the people on both sides remain somewhat dissatisfied. Why are you standing there in a daze? Go inside and speak. Magistrate Wang does not wish to stand and talk, having already dealt with a number of cases today. His head is aching enough without having to endure the cold wind at the door. Once everyone settled down, Magistrate Wang gleaned from their words the crux of the matter. It was merely that the Shun family sought profit, and the newly minted scholar was unwilling to concede any benefits. Thus, he called aside Li Yu, Li Gang, and Zhang Sanyang to converse privately. It is merely a surname. Your family still has a capable brother, after all, Magistrate Wang remarked, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, before continuing. This year's provincial examination questions you have seen, have you not? His Majesty currently values loyalty and filial piety above all. I believe it would be prudent for you to make some concessions. For the sake of your future, it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Upon hearing this, Li Gang immediately agreed. Indeed, this matter pertains to your official career. It is merely a question of a surname. Does it not make us all one family? Li Yu resolutely shook her head. No, County Magistrate, I must remain a Li. Zhang Sanyang, upon hearing the discussion of official careers, opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Over the years, she had diligently studied, though her knowledge could not compare to those who had the privilege of education from a young age. Yet, she understood well the essence of loyalty and filial piety. Is being a Li not filial? Without Li Gang, her son would have long been sent to labor. As for her deceased husband, Zhang Sanyang scoffed, to the Shen family. That departed soul had sacrificed his life for them, yet his contributions were solely for his brothers. To her, he was merely a source of suffering, a man who, aside from siring children, had scarcely held her son, leaving her to endure hardships alone. There was no profound emotional bond, so no matter how one contemplates it, the gratitude owed to the Li family outweighs all. Her reluctance to remarry was not due to deep affection for her late husband, but rather her unwillingness to part with her two sons. Witnessing the stubbornness of the mother and son, Magistrate Wang turned to persuade the Shen family. The surname had been inscribed in black and white long ago. Do you not have a Shendan as well? That child has also passed the courtyard examination and has a bright future ahead. The Shen family frowned. Believing Shundan's success was largely due to luck, They had no assurance he would pass the imperial examination or even when he might be eligible. Where could one find a reliable candidate like Li Yu? Master, madam, and clan uncle, what are you doing? Learning of the situation, Shun Dan hurried back from the county academy, disappointment etched across his face as he gazed at them. It was you who refused to acknowledge your brother back then. What are you making a fuss about now? Do you not feel any shame? Regardless of how the Shun elders scolded him for being unfilial, Shun Dan respectfully approached Magistrate Wang, bowing deeply and exclaiming loudly, "County Magistrate, my mother could have taken me and my brother away. But it was grandfather and grandmother who insisted on keeping me here, allowing my mother to take my brother instead. The 20 pieces of silver paid for the hire of a scholar were merely a token, as when my mother departed from the Shen family. She brought nothing but the wedding attire crafted by Inspector Li. Even my grandparents were unwilling to provide her with a new quilt. Over the years, Inspector Li treated my elder brother as his own child and extended the same warmth to his students. Yet, neither my brother nor the students ever received a single coin from our grandparents. It was assumed that financial exchange was a necessity. Inspector Li's funding for the students' education stemmed from his regard for my brother and mother. Inspector Li did not merely take away a scholar from the Shen family. He nurtured one for them. My brother ought to express gratitude to Inspector Li and adopt his surname." Kneeling before the county magistrate, Shun Dan implored, "I hope the esteemed magistrate can discern the truth. The kindness my father bestowed upon my brother should be repaid by the student, and has no further connection to my brother. After all, they could have solely supportedly used studies without any obligation to me. Such an elementary truth should be apparent to any reasonable person." The magistrate despised domestic affairs, for they resembled tangled threads, impossible to untangle. However, today, he was resolute in addressing the domestic matters between the Shun and Li families, as Li Yu was soon to travel to the capital for the imperial examination, with the prospect of becoming a scholar, a rare achievement for one of 17 years. To ensure Li Yu could focus on his studies, the magistrate needed to consider his sentiments, particularly given his long-standing friendship with Li Gang. Thus, he decreed that Li Yu would retain the Li surname and warned the Shuns against causing further trouble regarding this matter, lest they faced severe consequences. With the magistrate's ruling, the Shen family dared not voice further objections and tempered their attitude towards Shen Dan, who had taken on the role of a scholar rather than remaining a mere pitiful creature. Nonetheless, the matriarch muttered under her breath, "It is clearly our ancestral graves that are fortunate. Otherwise, how could both of the second son's children achieve success?" She lamented that the Li family had no right to claim one of their promising sons without merit. Upon hearing this, even the highly composed magistrate's countenance darkened. "Were it not for Li Buochuan, your grandson's talents would have been of no avail," he retorted. Shen Dan remained speechless, recalling how his grandmother had once coerced him into working as a bookkeeper at a tavern. Even if their ancestors were to bless them, the elders could very well extinguish that fortune with their own hands. While many sympathized with Li Yu, believing it difficult for Li Gang to raise a stepson for education, others clung to traditional views, accusing Li Yu of forgetting his roots. In a small county town, opinions varied widely, and discussions in tea houses revolved around this matter. Li Yu, however, had no time to concern himself with idle gossip. After packing his belongings, he hurried alongside Wu Jingqing towards Sichuan Prefecture, for the imperial examination was of utmost importance. The journey spanned over 2,000 miles. If fortune favored him, he might even celebrate the new year in the capital, experiencing the splendor of the most beautiful and prosperous city of the Great Yong Dynasty. The cost of living in the capital was steep. It was said that a single bun could sell for 5 coins, while back home, they were merely 2. Aside from the 2 small coins he carried, there were also 70 taels of silver, which Xiao Lu helped him bear. Li Yu weighed it in his hands and found it quite substantial. It was fortunate to have Xiao Lu as a laborer to assist him. Ning Duan was aware of the affairs between the Shun and Li families, but he merely furrowed his brow and sighed. The aspirations of a scholar are still rather youthful. However, he refrained from saying more. Although he did not agree with Li Yu's confrontational approach towards his original clan, he nonetheless understood his sentiments. Compared to the Li family, what was the Shen family? Yet, he believed that changing one's surname was a simple matter, and there were countless ways to prevent the Shun family from taking advantage, rendering such a dramatic situation unnecessary. This time, Li Yu was once again heading to the examination alongside Ning Yuan. On the eve of their departure, Ning Zhaoan personally came to the front courtyard to seek him out. Fearing that his beloved would misunderstand him, Li Yu scarcely dared to meet her gaze. He was indifferent to the opinions of outsiders, yet if she were to align with those individuals, it would surely cause him distress, as he was uncertain if they could share their lives together in the future. He was acutely aware that cohabiting with someone of differing beliefs could lead to calamity. However, Ning Zhaoan was a woman of ancient times. Her thoughts being dissimilar to his was only to be expected. Thus, Liu felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain of the fate of his first love in this ancient setting should she fail to comprehend him. Yu Lang, sensing his unease, Ning Zhaoan took the initiative to grasp his hand. I believe you are doing remarkably well. A gentleman ought to embody your essence. You should bear the surname Li, and you should not allow the Shun family to maintain any ties with you or take advantage of you. Chapter 35. Journey to the capital. The delicate and cool hands of the young maiden intertwined with his warm palm, causing Li Yu's heart to race as he instinctively clasped her hand in return. Why are your hands so cold? Young women often have slightly chilly hands. Li Lian, the third brother, often remarked how Ning Jia's grip would send a shiver down his spine. Cold, are they? Not at all. Ning Zhaoan, blushing, attempted to withdraw her hand, yet Li Yu tightened his hold, even going so far as to cover it with his other hand. In that moment, Ning Zhaoan chose not to pull away, gently settling beside him instead. With a great weight lifted from his heart, a hint of joy sparkled in Li Yu's eyes. If I were to fail this examination, my reputation would suffer. Would you still be willing to marry me? Following this incident, the sycophants who had once flocked to him in droves would undoubtedly dwindle, and eventually, the competitors would whisper to the officials about his misfortune. It remained uncertain whether he might be barred from future examinations due to his reputation or if his failure would be attributed to such rumors, further leading to a cold reception at his doorstep. Ning Zhaoan did not rush to respond. Instead, with a playful smile, she countered. If Yu Lang were to fulfill his aspirations and succeed as a jinshi, only to be courted by the illustrious families of the capital, would he still return to pledge himself to me? The gentle moonlight cast a soft glow upon her face, rendering Li Yu speechless by her beauty. In a moment of spontaneity, he raised his left hand above his head. As long as Miss Ning San remains steadfast in her intentions, I, Li Yu, shall remain loyal and unwavering throughout my life. Should I falter in this vow, let the heavens strike me down. Before he could finish his words, Ning Zhaoan hastily covered his mouth. There is no need to swear so solemnly. I believe in you. Like you, I too shall not abandon you. As long as you remain by my side, I await your return, regardless of whether you achieve success or hold a position of power, or even if you become a humble villager, I shall marry only you in this lifetime. Recalling the youthful anxiety that had gripped him, Ning Zhaoan hesitated before rising on tiptoe. 2 days later, as Li Yu boarded the carriage to the capital, the memory of that gentle touch quickened his heartbeat. He had witnessed love in the modern world. The dark corners of the school garden held no secrets from him, and he had sneakily observed his close friends. Yet, witnessing love and experiencing it are worlds apart, especially in ancient times. Even if the local customs were somewhat liberal, it hardly seemed permissible for unmarried couples to kiss. Noticing his distracted demeanor, Wu Jingqing inquired, "What's wrong? You've been in a daze for 2 days. Ever since you met Miss Ning San, something seems amiss. Is the Ning family considering a withdrawal from the engagement?" Due to the considerable items they needed to bring to the capital, Ning Yuan rode in the front carriage alone, while the two of them occupied the rear. No, Li Yu replied, nearly suffocating from the weight of his thoughts. Such matters could only be shared with a trusted brother. She kissed me. He was aware that his close friend would keep the secret. Oh, and then what? Wu Jingqing responded with no hint of surprise. Isn't it perfectly normal for friends to kiss or hold hands? Is this really something worth your distraction? What expression is that? Li Yu, seeing his friend's lack of astonishment, sat up abruptly. Could it be that you and my sister shared a kiss before your marriage? Do not be so naive, Wu Jingqing retorted, brushing his hand away. Such matters are known only to heaven, earth, you, and her. As long as it remains unspoken, what harm could it possibly bring? Besides, your engagement with the Ning family is practically established. What is the significance of a kiss in such a context? He had assumed his friend was merely feigning seriousness, only to discover that he was genuinely earnest. Fine, he is a country bumpkin. You are the true relic of feudalism. The Shuntian mansion, as the capital of the nation, indeed differed from other regions. Approaching midnight, the entire city remained illuminated and bustling, filled with the sounds of silk and bamboo music, while patrolling soldiers ensured the safety of the populace. It is said that when the founding emperor entered the capital, he decreed that no fires or cannons should be used. In the face of danger, soldiers were to rely solely on swords. Thus, the architecture of the previous dynasty was preserved remarkably well, saving the court a significant sum in construction costs, although that savings was soon redirected toward warfare the following year. The Ning family also had a residence in the capital, conveniently located not far from the examination hall, a mere half-hour's walk away. On the second day after arriving in the capital, they received invitations from candidates to share tea and wine, discuss poetry and painting, and even to visit the entertainment districts for music and dance. Yet, Ning Yuan did not attend. Instead, they brought Li Yu and Wu Jingxing to pay a visit to the venerable Hanlin, Lin Qingyi. Lin Qingyi, styled Yin Yuan, hails from Shunqing Prefecture in Sichuan. He was a scholar recruited by the founding emperor during his arduous journey, and it was he who led the literary figures in compiling the new history. Ning Yuan elucidated the historical ties between their families during the tumultuous times of yore. The old Hanlin had come to visit, and there was a bond of 10 shi of rice between him and grandfather. This was no mere courtesy call. It was a request for sustenance. In such chaotic times, 10 shi of rice was indeed a monumental act of kindness. However, what intrigued Li Yu was not this history, but rather how the venerable Hanlin, now in his 80s, still held office in the court. He had discovered while studying the laws of Daong that there existed a commendable retirement system for civil officials, allowing them to retire at the age of 65. Yet, upon surveying the court, he found a surprising number of elderly ministers in their 70s and 80s. Could it be a case of deceptive recruitment? Ning Yuan chuckled softly. To adhere strictly to the laws, one might need to pass an additional 10 or 20 examinations. Our generation might contemplate such matters, but it was unimaginable for the earlier generation. Although the old Hanlin was advanced in years, his spirit remained vigorous, and he spoke with a commanding presence. However, his discussions predominantly revolved around poetry and classical literature, seemingly indifferent to the contemporary political affairs. Yet, their lack of concern also hinted at a desire for the younger generation to refrain from meddling in such matters, a sentiment both Ning Yuan and Li Yu comprehended. Only Wu Jingxing, with his easygoing nature, felt they had gained nothing from this visit. Upon exiting the Lin residence, Ning Yuan gazed at the bustling Wang Xiang's mansion. Zixuan, shall you pay a visit to Wang Xiang? After all, he has previously expressed admiration for you. Perhaps there are further opportunities to be seized. Li Yu looked at the imposing stone lions guarding the entrance of the Xiang residence and shook his head slowly. Not now, perhaps another time. He had heard that the power struggle between Fan Xiang and Wang Xiang was at a critical juncture, and to visit now would only embroil him in factional disputes, especially with the imperial examinations looming. Ning Yuan chuckled. He had expected his future brother-in-law to be eager to ascend the ranks by aligning with Wang Xiang, yet he was surprised by his ability to resist such a formidable temptation. In the late hours of the night, after a minor altercation with Fan Yunshin, Wang Zhiqiu returned home. After handing his official cap to a servant, he instructed the steward to bring forth the list of candidates wishing to pay their respects. However, upon perusing the names, he found none that piqued his interest. The steward, Wang Fu, could not restrain his curiosity. Whose name is the master seeking? Wang Zhiqiu, feeling pleased that his judgment had not failed him, refrained from mentioning Li Yu's name, but called for a light meal with a cheerful demeanor. Nothing much. Just have the kitchen prepare a bowl of chicken noodle soup. Chapter 36. The Imperial Examination in the 27th year of Qianyuan, on the 9th day of the second month. At the third watch, outside the examination hall in the capital, the morning breeze in February was bitterly cold, even more so than during the recent snowfall. The entrance to the examination hall was already teeming with people. Some candidates stood, others sat on the ground, and some closed their eyes while tracing their notes in the dirt. A devout mother knelt on the ground, petitioning the heavens and earth for blessings upon her son to succeed, while the father accompanying him displayed an air of disdain, though hidden within his sleeve. His hand was making the gesture of a bow. The capital truly deserves its reputation as the most prosperous place under heaven. Outside the examination hall, Li Yu encountered a multitude of opulent carriages. The attire and adornments of the maidservants and young attendants far surpassed those of the common folk. Fan Xiang's son was also participating in this imperial examination. The spectacle was nothing short of astonishing, with 30 or 40 officials clearing the way. The youth was spirited and exuded charm, his gaze and manner of speaking reflecting a certain politeness. However, regardless of the grandeur of the occasion, He too would ultimately find himself confined to the small examination room for 9 days, and would not indulge in lavish meals merely due to his father's influence. The vendors at the entrance offered a dazzling array of goods, food, drink, and clothing, while fortune tellers set up stalls, casting lots to foretell fortunes. Some conscientious fortune tellers would collect a fee and offer encouraging words, boosting the candidate's confidence as they boldly entered the examination hall. Others, lacking integrity, resorted to intimidation, warning of impending misfortune unless the candidate purchased a bowl of their talismanic water, claiming it would ensure success. To Li Yu's astonishment, some individuals actually believed this nonsense. Unable to contain his skepticism, he inquired, "Are you truly reliable?" He deliberately employed a local dialect. Although it differed slightly from the official language, his meaning was clear. The fortune teller, with a serious countenance, replied, "I have been here daily. How could I deceive him? If I were to trick him, I would be tarnishing my own reputation." The Na'vi candidate, upon hearing this, began to reach for his money, unaware that the fortune teller charged an exorbitant price, 1 full tael for a mere bowl of water, claiming he had already discounted the fee by half. Li Yu could not resist exposing the deception, stating, "Sir, you lack a proper establishment. By the time we finish our examination, you might very well have fled." It was not that he wished to meddle unduly. He had no concern for the affluent young gentleman. However, the scholar before him wore a patched scholar's robe that suggested his family had exhausted their resources for this examination, prompting Li Yu to speak up. Seeing that he could not swindle Li Yu, the fortune teller, now incensed, retorted, "Believe it or not, that is your choice. If you do not believe, then step aside and do not obstruct my business." At this moment, Zhang Wenhan finally grasped the situation, promptly retracting his money and bowing to Li Yu in gratitude. "Thank you, kind sir. Otherwise, my purse would have been in jeopardy." Li Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble, but Wu Jingxing expressed confusion, remarking, "As a scholar, you should understand that if your knowledge is profound enough, there is no need to rely on deities or superstitions to succeed. Why do you still believe in such nonsense?" Zhang Wenhan, with a wry smile, confessed his anxiety, which had led him to seek a little comfort. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a shameless fortune teller, one who offered neither kind words nor emotional support, but instead resorted to intimidation. "I am Zhang Wenhan, courtesy named Wuyuan, hailing from Lianjiang, Fuzhou. May I ask how you two gentlemen are named and where you are from?" The three exchanged names, places of origin, and ages, discovering they were of similar age, which fostered a more pleasant conversation. Zhang Wenhan, with curiosity, inquired, "I have heard that 3,000 candidates are taking the examination this time. I wonder how many will ultimately be selected? In our local examination, only 50 were chosen from 1,000. Will the provincial examination perhaps admit around 200? In the 24th year of Qian Yuan, out of 3,000 candidates, only 350 were selected. Yet, Ning Yuan remained entirely unperturbed, asserting that the palace examination was far more lenient than the provincial one. Li Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the provincial examination indeed posed the greatest challenge in the imperial examination system. Zhang Wenhan expressed that not passing was of little consequence, as he could still partake in the examinations organized by the Ministry of Personnel, aspiring for a minor official position of the 8th or 9th rank. At a quarter past the hour of the rabbit, the gates of the examination hall, which had been tightly shut for 3 years, opened promptly after 3 years. 3,000 candidates formed a long queue, entering in an orderly manner. From the disrobing inspection to the collection of examination tokens, and finally to their familiar assigned rooms. Li Yu mused that no matter how opulent the capital was, the examination booths remained perpetually cramped and exhausting. Could the conditions not be improved? What he cherished most about the palace examination was its omission of poetry and classical texts, which posed little challenge for him. However, this year's political questions were plentiful, comprising 5 inquiries. The first addressed the nation's need for war and the difficulty of balancing civilian welfare with military affairs. The second posed, regarding the imbalance of prices among merchants, how could order be restored to benefit the populace? What measures should be taken? The third questioned the pros and cons of the court's encouragement of free speech, how to discern truth from falsehood, and ensure the governance remained transparent and flawless. The fourth inquired about the notion that the flourishing literary style of scholars was mere rhetoric. How could practical learning be promoted to cultivate true pillars of society? The fifth discussed the rising tide of corruption within the bureaucracy and sought remedies for the governance of officials. Li Yu stretched widely, reflecting that the palace examination was indeed distinct from previous ones. These 5 topics encapsulated the contemporary issues faced by the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Revenue, the Censorate, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Personnel, seemingly serving as a means to scout talent for the various departments. It was no wonder that renowned ministers of antiquity were likened to bricks, moved wherever needed across the 6 ministries. In the preceding examinations, Li Yu had voiced his thoughts candidly, achieving commendable results, and this time, he was determined to articulate the detrimental aspects as well. Furthermore, the 4th inquiry had indicated the court's desire to advocate for practical learning, signifying that the current demand was for pragmatic talents. Over the last 3 days, Li Yu wrote fervently, penning down his insights and proposed solutions, honing his skills to complete the examination without a grand title for 9 days. Of course, this was not overly taxing. Merely sustaining himself on 3 dry buns a day was sufficient to quell his hunger, which had left him quite famished. It was perhaps better to remain within the confines of the examination hall, allowing his body to absorb the sustenance anew, as such circumstances were infrequent, and an occasional indulgence was inconsequential. After the examination, Li Yu confined himself to his quarters, indulging in a restorative sleep that lasted 3 days and nights. Wu Jingqing and Ning Yuan were similarly occupied, and now, there was also Zhang Wenhan. Li Yu observed that the Ning family, particularly Ning Yuan, genuinely enjoyed making acquaintances. Newly met individuals were readily welcomed into their home, provided with meals and lodging, not to mention new clothes and shoes, as though they had an inexhaustible supply of wealth. Perhaps this was the reason why these landowners and aristocratic families could endure for centuries. On the first day of the 3rd month in the 27th year of Qianyuan, deep in the night, Minister of Rights Hualang hurriedly made his way from the examination hall to the Wang residence, bearing several neatly transcribed examination papers, which he subsequently presented to Wang Zhiqiu in the study of the Xiang residence. Ming Feng, which of these papers were you referring to? The names have been muddled, and the papers transcribed. Discerning the examination scripts solely by names and handwriting is an impossible endeavor. One may only venture to speculate based on the style of writing. These scripts are remarkable, each word a gem, particularly that of this candidate. As you can see, this examinee advocates for strict laws and severe penalties to deter wrongdoing. If the law is not stringent, governance cannot be effective. Those corrupt officials must face harsh punishment. It may even be necessary to revive the anti-corruption laws of the previous dynasty. At this juncture, Hualang sighed, lamenting that the 168 anti-corruption statutes of the former dynasty have long been abolished for nearly 2 centuries. Old Yen and his associates deemed this candidate excessively ruthless, contemplating the dismissal of this individual's script. Should this matter resurface, very few in the court would escape unscathed. Old Yen. Upon hearing this name, Wang Zhiqiu could not suppress a mocking laugh. If the old laws were reinstated, his head would be the first to roll. He has long desired to revive the stringent anti-corruption laws of the Great New Dynasty, yet the emperor has remained hesitant, fearing that such harshness might evoke backlash akin to that of the previous reign. Wang Zhiqiu, with a lingering affection, caressed the scripts, delicately running his fingers over the works of these future pragmatists, ultimately resolute in setting them ablaze. Thus, in accordance with their wishes, not a single script would be retained. Chapter 37. Wu Jingqing passed in the 27th year of Qianyuan, on the 15th day of April. The time of blooming apricot flowers coincided with the announcement of the examination results, commonly referred to as the apricot list. Before the morning mist had dissipated, throngs of people had already gathered outside the southern wall of the Ministry of Rights. Many candidates, along with their attendants, had not returned home overnight, eager to secure prime positions for viewing the results, either for themselves or on behalf of their masters. When Li Yu, Wu Jingqing, Ning Yuan, and Zhang Wenhan arrived, all the spots had been filled. Fortunately, Xiao Lu had been waiting beneath the list since the previous day. He had even brought a stone to stand upon, facilitating a better view for his esteemed master. Li Yu clutched half of a cold apricot cake, his demeanor composed as he squeezed into the crowd. Convinced that his script was impeccable, he even contemplated how he would remain unfazed should the ailing emperor rise from his sickbed and approach him during the palace examination, ensuring that his performance would not be hindered by the emperor's presence. As the sun gradually ascended, the eagerly awaited list finally made its appearance. Seizing the moment, Li Yu finished the remaining apricot cake. At that instant, a man in his 40s suddenly leaped up before the list, exclaiming with fervor, "I passed! I finally passed. 36th place. I am in 36th place. Having taken the examination 3 times, failure this time would mean punishment as a clerk. Fortunately, he succeeded. Among the crowd, some celebrated while others lamented their misfortune. Alas, why have I not passed again? Is it my fate to remain a clerk for life? Those who had only attempted once consoled themselves with the notion that being successful on the first try was a rarity and resolved to try harder next time. As Xiao Lu was unable to speak, he could only produce the prepared pen and paper, jotting down the results he had seen and tossing it over. Upon catching the paper, Li Yu immediately unfolded it and excitedly tugged at Ning Yuan's arm. Xu Ben emerged as the top scorer in the provincial examination, and once again claimed the first position. If he secures the first place in the palace examination as well, he would become the first scholar of our dynasty to achieve the remarkable feat of 6 consecutive triumphs. Having such a talented brother-in-law filled him with immense pride. Ning Yuan smiled shyly, his previously anxious heart now at ease. It was merely a stroke of luck. As long as he could participate in the palace examination, becoming a jinshi was a foregone conclusion. Just as he finished speaking, a piece of paper was tossed over by Xiao Lu. Li Yu picked it up and laughed heartily. Mengzhen, you've struck it lucky again. You ranked 121st, soon to be our dynasty's 3rd 17-year-old jinshi. Yet, a hint of unease crept into his mind. He still hadn't seen his own rank. Surely, he couldn't have ranked lower than Mengzhen, could he? Wu Jingsheng was lost in joy and did not notice the peculiar expression on his close friend's face, almost fainting from excitement. When the 3rd paper ball was thrown over, Li Yu thought it must finally be his turn. To his surprise, upon picking it up, he saw Zhang Wenhan's name glaring back at him. 216th place. At that moment, Li Yu began to feel apprehensive. He couldn't possibly have failed, could he? No. He recalled hearing that this year's chief examiner was the Minister of Rights, Huang. Hua and Wang Zhiqiu were of the same cohort, and they had been friends back in their examination days. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Surely he would appreciate Li Yu's writing. Noticing his growing disquiet, Ning Yuan hurriedly reassured him. Zixuan, do not fret. I've heard they are selecting 420 scholars this year. With your exceptional writing skills, I cannot believe you wouldn't make the list. Indeed, Wu Jingsheng echoed, with so many names. It would take ages to read through them all. Xiao Lu, please pay closer attention. At that moment, Xiao Lu was in a state of agitation, scratching his head in desperation. He finished the first round of the list, then moved on to the second, and after that, the third. By the time he completed the 3rd round, the sun had reached its zenith, and the throng of people had begun to disperse. Yet Xiao Lu still could not find his beloved's name. At this point, Ning Yuan, Wu Jingsheng, and Zhang Wenhan also began searching for it. Li Yu joined in, and it was not until dusk that he finally resigned himself to despair. He had indeed failed, coming to terms with reality. He returned home and locked himself in his room, pondering where he had gone astray. He had considered the possibility of failing. After all, it was rare for someone to become a jinshi at 17 or 18. His heart was not so fragile. What troubled him most was that both Wu Jingsheng and that simple-minded Zhang Wenhan had succeeded. Though the latter was somewhat impolite, he had not been unjustly favored. Why had he himself not succeeded? Had Wang Xiang and Hualang altered their tastes, suddenly favoring less ambitious, more mundane writings? Yet that seemed unlikely, as this year's examination topics evidently favored pragmatists. Li Yu racked his brain in vain, ultimately unable to comprehend the situation. He could not resist the urge to visit the minister's residence, but the doorman informed him that the minister was unavailable. Undeterred, Li Yu mustered his courage and waited by the door. Regardless of how the servants of the Wang family viewed him, he continued to wait with unwavering patience. From the break of dawn until the stroke of midnight, he endured the biting cold that crept from his toes to envelop his entire being, exhaling puffs of breath in an attempt to warm his hands. Yet Wang Zhiqiu had yet to return home. Ultimately, he succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep at the desk in the entrance hall. It was only at the late hour of midnight that Wang Zhiqiu, invigorated, returned from the palace. Upon noticing him, the steward promptly approached. Sir, a gentleman named Li Yu, a failed scholar, has brought several boxes of pastries and insists on paying you a visit. Were it not for his scholarly status, the steward would have long since considered employing a stick to expel him. Does he not recognize the nature of this place? Does he think he can simply meet with the minister at will? Upon hearing of Li Yu's arrival, Wang Zhiqiu felt no surprise. Where is he? Upon learning that the youth had fallen asleep at his doorstep, a smile crept across Wang Zhiqiu's face. To be able to sleep amidst troubles suggested he was not overly distressed. Approaching the entrance, he peered in to find the lad sprawled uncomfortably across the desk, his hands frozen and red from the cold. Poor child, why has no one brought him a cup of hot tea? Though spring had arrived in April, the late-night air remained chilling, and he was well aware of the tendency of his servants to relish in the misfortune of others. Zixuan, Li Zixuan, awaken. Li Yu was stirred awake by a gentle tap, opening his eyes to behold the amiable visage of Wang Zhiqiu. He hastily rose to pay his respects. I am deeply sorry for my impropriety in sleeping at the minister's residence. I hope you will not take offense. How foolish of him to have succumbed to slumber. His arm, propped under his head, had grown numb, yet he dared not massage it, lest he appear disrespectful before the chancellor. Chapter 38. Not because of that matter, Wang Zhiqiu, with a warm smile, reassured him, no matter, come in and have a cup of hot tea. Initially apprehensive that he might be disregarded, Li Yu was elated by the invitation and promptly followed him inside. The minister's residence, as expected, was expansive, with deep courtyards that conveyed a sense of grandeur. However, the number of servants within was notably scarce, hardly amounting to half of what one would find in the Ning household. It was evident that the servants had retired for the night. The flower beds lining the corridors were poorly tended and unkempt, a clear indication of insufficient labor. The study lacked esteemed calligraphy and paintings, antique vases, or elegant screens. Instead, it was filled with an array of books and a clutter of official documents. To put it succinctly, aside from the size of the residence, it bore little resemblance to a minister's abode, and its decor was even less refined than that of his father's study. Noticing the curiosity reflected in Li Yu's eyes, Wang Zhiqiu chuckled softly and personally brewed him a cup of tea. I once resided in Jichuan Alley, where my family occupied merely 8 or 9 rooms. This estate was bestowed upon me by His Majesty 2 years ago. However, I find myself lacking the energy and wealth to properly maintain it. Just yesterday, His Majesty coughed up blood. I can only wonder how much longer he can endure. Should that old cur, Fan Qingyuan, succeed in silencing him, this grand estate may ultimately belong to someone else entirely. Here, drink your tea. Li Yu hastily rose to accept the tea with both hands, only then settling down to take a sip. With that single taste, he felt warmth enveloping him entirely. Indeed, Wang Xiang's tea surpassed any he had previously experienced. Judging by Wang Zhiqiu's demeanor, Li Yu sensed that it was not dissatisfaction with his work that led to his failure. Yet he couldn't fathom why he had not been successful when Wu Jingxing had passed. Wang Zhiqiu chuckled, of course. It is far superior to the tea you have previously tasted. This is the Emperor's favored brew. Upon realizing it was the Emperor's cherished tea, Li Yu eagerly took another sip, finding it even more delightful. This visit to the minister's residence was not in vain after all. He had anticipated encountering a troubled youth. But to his surprise, the young man remained composed and even found leisure in savoring tea. You sought me out. What is the matter? Are you here to inquire why your answers were deemed unsatisfactory by the examiners? Or do you wish to seek a position through backdoor means? Li Yu, of course, longed to know where his answers had faltered, yet he felt the specifics of the questions were secondary to whether it was related to his circumstances. His background was rather disheartening. Wang Xiang was surely aware that, after the provincial examination, Li Yu had declined the demands of his ancestral family to return to them. Soon after, he had faced failure in the palace examination. Understanding his youth, Li Yu acknowledged that shortcomings in his essays were a reasonable cause for his lack of success. Yet, he yearned to discern whether it was indeed the quality of his writings that had led to his failure, or if it was his reputation that stood in his way. If it were the former, he would return to diligently study for 3 more years. But if it were the latter, seeing him falter in speech, Wang Zhiqiu inquired with a smile, if it were the latter, what would you do? Would you forsake your principles for the sake of wealth and status, returning to acknowledge your entire lineage? Li Yu, with hands clasped, replied, I would either cultivate the land or engage in commerce to support my family. That is certainly preferable to languishing in despair from repeated failures. Wang Zhiqiu regarded the resilient youth before him, his admiration deepening. I can only tell you that your current setback is not due to your family's affairs. Even if it means relinquishing your path, you must steadfastly adhere to your choices. Very well, I have not misjudged you. Upon hearing this, Li Yu felt a weight lifted from his heart and promptly declared his intention to return to the capital in 3 years, determined to pass the palace examination and secure an official position. After the youth departed, Wang Zhiqiu remained silent for a long while, finally sighing, The unyielding may easily break. I hope you can comprehend my intentions. Ning Yuan and the others still needed to participate in the palace examination before donning their official robes and returning home in splendor to pay respects to their ancestors. A journey that would take at least 2 to 3 months. Thus, Liu packed his belongings and set off for home, for he had a wedding to prepare for. Due to their busy schedules, Ning Yuan and the others had no time to see him off, but he was still sent on his way by the Ning family's carriage, accompanied solely by the anxious little deer who stayed close by his side. During these days, the young lord's calm demeanor had unnerved everyone, as he neither cried nor fussed, instead eating and sleeping well. Often, he awoke in the middle of the night, fearing that the young lord might seek a drastic escape from despair. Fortunately, by now, the young lord appeared entirely normal, unlike someone contemplating such drastic measures. The swift horse had long since delivered the results of the imperial examination to the various provinces, states, and counties, and by the time Liu returned home, even the results of the palace examination had already arrived. Ning Yuan had not achieved the remarkable feat of scoring 6 distinctions. Instead, he had become the object of a man's dreams. He was the 3rd place. Wu Jingqing ranked 12th among the top 3, while his new friend Zhang Wenhan placed 99th, both of them having emerged from the same prestigious cohort. Upon returning home, the neighbors dared not speak to him. They scurried away like mice fleeing from a cat upon encountering him. On this particular day, his parents took Li Lian out, fearing that Li Yu would neglect his meals while alone at home, so they summoned Li Ying back to prepare food for him. Observing that he seemed to be in good spirits, Li Ying, concerned that he might be harboring feelings of sadness, feigned cheerfulness and instructed him to fetch some meat to keep him from brooding. Li Yu naturally complied with alacrity. Yet the neighbors he encountered on the way avoided him as if he were a plague. Yet, when he was out of sight, those very same people curiously peeked at him, gathering in clusters to gossip about his affairs. Didn't he fail the examination? Why does he seem utterly unfazed? He must be pretending, feigning indifference. This boy has been adept at acting ever since he entered the Li household, where it is difficult to maintain pretense. That cannot be. Inspector Li has treated him so well. And what good does that do? A promising scholar has just vanished from sight, while that Wu lad has made a name for himself. When has Li ever ranked below that Wu boy? Surely His Majesty must have learned of this matter and ordered his name to be removed from the list. Alas, this boy is likely doomed. The townsfolk readily accepted this conclusion, nodding in agreement and expressing their sympathy for Li Yu. A plump woman even remarked, "Perhaps we should keep our distance from this Li lad. He has incurred the displeasure of His Majesty." "Ah, Lida Mei, what are you doing?" Before she could finish her sentence, her hair was seized by a pair of hands dusted with flour. Looking up, she found Li Ying. Her eyes ablaze with fury. "Li Yu is raised by my father. His willingness to honor our father proves he is a devoted son. How can you twist his character into that of an unfilial child?" The overweight woman, who had been poised to retaliate, suddenly recalled that this girl was now the wife of a scholar, and despite her strength, she dared not act against her. Instead, she forced a sycophantic smile, saying, "Madam Scholar, I am but a simple person, and I often speak without thinking. Please forgive me." The other women nearby did not dare intervene, and even the men lowered their heads, feigning ignorance. They had always been wary of this fierce girl, especially now that her husband was a scholar. Li Ying, gripping the plump woman's hair with one hand and a rolling pin with the other, warned, "If I hear you utter one more slanderous word about my brother, do not blame me for tearing your mouth apart." With that harsh proclamation, Li Ying turned and returned to the kitchen to continue preparing meals for her brother. The crowd hastily dispersed, and the plump woman, whose scalp nearly suffered from the tug, quietly spat, "Vile woman, she will surely end up discarded by that Wu lad." In the courtyard, Liu remained unaffected by the commotion, even finding time to assist his sister in cracking an egg and selecting some greens for the meal. "Sister, you truly are remarkable. You are now a lady of distinction, and who knows, you may yet become a noble consort. Why bother to quibble with those people? Meng Zhun has secured his position in the Hanlin Academy, and surely he will establish a household in the capital. There, the women refer to themselves with terms of subservience. While you insist on calling your father in such an unconventional manner, aren't you afraid of being the subject of ridicule among the ladies of the capital? It's merely that their lives are mundane, and if they wish to gossip, let them do so." Chapter 39. My intimacy with Yu Lang. Seeing him appear entirely unperturbed, Li Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. "I was concerned you might be upset, yet you instead chastise me. Truly, it is like a dog biting El Dongbin." unable to recognize a good heart. I wonder what is amiss with my younger brother. His fortune was once so bright, yet despite his husband being a top candidate, he has inexplicably failed to succeed. The more I ponder, the more perplexed I become. Unable to contain herself, Li Ying offered a suggestion. The Ning family has some connections. Perhaps you could ask them to inquire about the reason behind this? If the article is not satisfactory, there is always room for improvement. But if it concerns that matter, Li Ying mused, unable to resist muttering, had I known this would come to pass, I might have preferred for you to revert to the Shen surname. Witnessing his cold reception, Li Ying felt a pang of discomfort. Li Yu understood it was not about that issue, so he felt little pressure. Do not overthink it. I have inquired with Minister Wang, and it is not related to that matter. Not that matter? Li Ying pressed eagerly. Then what is the reason? Ultimately, even Li Yu was unsure. All he knew was that Minister Wang had advised him to take the examination again in 3 years. You are merely 17, still youthful. In a past life. If a leader had praised him for his youth, he would have felt quite displeased. Youthful? It merely implies a lack of prospects for promotion, urging you to strive harder. Yet, for reasons unknown, in this ancient context, he perceived boundless possibilities in Minister Wang's remark about his youth. Regarding his unexpected failure in the Imperial examination, the family was notably cautious, afraid that something might upset him. The Wu family even hesitated to let off firecrackers, but Li Yu proactively urged the elders to select some. For such a significant occasion must be celebrated. Naturally, Ning Yuan was destined to enter the Hanlin Academy, yet unexpectedly, Wu Jingcheng was also chosen. With 2 members from the Shunqing Prefecture now in the Hanlin Academy, even if the Wu family wished to remain low-key, it became increasingly difficult, and gradually, no one paid heed to Li Yu's feelings. Li Yu, however, had no time to dwell on sorrow. Since the grand residence gifted by the wealthy benefactor had not been reclaimed, he needed to prepare for his marriage. Yet, he wondered whether Miss Ning would truly keep her word. At the Ning residence, Ning Yuan, clad in official attire, sipped tea, while his father, Ning Duan, bore a look of contentment. My son, you have worked hard on this journey. It has not been arduous. I appreciate your concern, father. Have you seen His Majesty? Is His Majesty in good health? I did not see clearly, but he seems well. My son, he found himself at a loss for words. Unsure of what to ask next, Lady Yu cast him a disdainful glance, yet quickly donned a beaming smile to inquire further. Brother Yuan, has that lad from the Li family incurred His Majesty's displeasure? Upon hearing this, Ning Duan became intrigued, casting an appreciative glance at his wife. It is indeed the wife who poses the pertinent questions. How could he have forgotten such a significant matter? At this moment, Ning Zhaoan also lifted her head, tightly clutching the handkerchief in her grasp. Ning Yuan shook his head. The son is unaware. Logically speaking, Zixuan's essay should not have failed. Perhaps it simply did not align with the examiner's expectations. Moreover, this year, over 100 more candidates were selected than in previous years. It is truly perplexing. It must be, exclaimed Yushur, appearing somewhat exhilarated, as if she had unraveled the mystery. It must be that His Majesty deemed him unfilial, thus deliberately striking his name from the list. Humph, I always found that lad lacking, with his countenance reeking of ingratitude. Hearing this, Ning Duan furrowed his brow. If that were the case, could the marriage still proceed? My lord, this marriage cannot be consummated. Yushur had initially thought her nephew's prospects were dim, yet unexpectedly, Li Yu's fortunes seemed to have soured. Was this not a nudge for her nephew to offer a pillow? If we were to ally with someone detested by His Majesty, it would undoubtedly jeopardize our Yuan family's future. What would the ministers think of Yuaner with a disloyal and unfilial brother-in-law? Moreover, he has no prospects of an official career. How could he provide a good life for Injia? Surely, we cannot rely solely on our family's support. Even if we could sustain a son-in-law, one must consider Yuaner's future. After all, he is our family's first esteemed Hanlin scholar in this dynasty. Ning Duan nodded repeatedly, recognizing that financial support for a son-in-law was not lacking. His concern lay in the potential impact on Yuaner's official path. The eldest and second sons had failed their examinations twice, likely destined for minor posts. The 2 sons-in-law faced a similar fate, leaving only the youngest, who had entered the Hanlin Academy. As a precious gem, he must not encounter any misfortune. And girl, otherwise. Father, Ning Duan's unfinished thought was interrupted by Ning Zhaoan. Her expression fraught with difficulty. She declared, my relationship with Yu Lang has transcended mere acquaintance. Regardless of wealth or status, I am forever bound to him. Her words, referring to their physical intimacy, bore a different connotation to the ears of the experienced, who interpreted it as having engaged in all that should not be done. What are you saying? Ning Duan, upon hearing this, was incensed, leaping 3 feet high and hastening towards his daughter, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Repeat that. What is between you and Li Yu? How could such intimacy be possible? He had raised his daughter with the same care as a son, instilling in her the teachings of sages. How could she possibly engage in such conduct? Yusher's mouth fell agape, astonished at her daughter's audacity. Not yet married. And yet, a flicker of surprise crossed Ning Yuan's eyes. He believed neither his sister nor Zixuan to be of such character, yet he remained silent, understanding the gravity of the situation. Thus, Ning Zhaoan reiterated, "My bond with Yu Lang has deepened. A virtuous woman does not wed 2 husbands." Slap. Immediately, Ning Zhaoan received a resounding slap, the force so great that her hairpin fell to the ground. Just as she braced for a second strike, Ning Yuan intervened. Their father, realizing the futility of his anger, conceded that it was best for the Li family to choose a day to propose. The son reflected that this was not solely about that incident. Even if Li Zixuan's future in the civil service appeared bleak, he believed it was far preferable to the volatile temperament of the Yu family, known for their propensity to lash out. Ning Duan, filled with ire, longed to silence the girl but restrained himself in front of his scholar son, for after all, they were siblings. Alas, the misfortunes of their household weighed heavily upon him. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed, prompting Ning Yuan to hastily follow. "Shouldn't a daughter who behaves so shamefully forfeit her dowry?" he exclaimed, as another sharp crack echoed, accompanied by Ning Duan's irritable voice. "You foolish creature, as foolish as a turtle. Do you wish for the entire Shunqing Prefecture to mock me for not providing a dowry for my daughter?" The sound of a woman's sobs followed, gradually fading away as Ning Yuan immediately summoned ice to soothe his sister's face. He instructed the maid to retrieve the fallen hairpin, clean it, and return it to her. "If you are to marry, you ought to discuss it properly with our father. Why jest with your reputation?" Though such matters were not uncommon in their circles, they predominantly involved families of lesser standing. Their father, being a man who valued his dignity, would undoubtedly struggle to bear it. "I prefer not to entangle myself with the Yu family. It is better to speak plainly." The old man had indeed struck hard, even with ice applied. Ning Zhaoan grimaced in pain. "Moreover, I never implied any intimate relations. Their minds are simply tainted with filth." Chapter 40. Marriage. Ning Yuan remained silent for a considerable time before inquiring, "If Zixuan is truly destined to be estranged from a career in governance, would you still wish to wed him?" In truth, as long as his sister resolutely refused, their father would not insist on her marrying Huguang. With so many talented young men in Shunqing Prefecture, surely one could be found who was suitable. "Naturally, I have sworn an oath to the moon goddess," Ning Zhaoan replied softly. Zixuan has also sworn an oath, declaring that should he break it, he would face divine retribution. If one were to break such a vow after years of studying the classics, it would indeed render their education futile. This was not something a woman could dare to divulge to her family. What if it were to be publicized? She had a young daughter still in swaddling clothes to consider. After receiving word that he could propose, Li Yu prepared the betrothal gifts and sent an official matchmaker to the Ning household. When he finally found the opportunity to speak with Zhaoan, he learned of the grand deception she had spun. "Are you out of your mind? Do you not fear your father-in-law might sever ties with you over such a matter?" He recalled the dramatic portrayals often seen on television. Couples eloping or committing infidelities, with women facing the wrath of their families, often resulting in dire consequences. Although he had not heard of such occurrences during his time here, surely they existed. After all, art is derived from life. What? Severing ties for righteousness? Ning Zhaoan was oblivious to his thoughts, merely smiling as she remarked, "Isn't it the case that the entire Shunqing Prefecture is aware of this matter? My father would never engage in such foolishness." She playfully poked Li Yu's cheek and added, "What are you pondering?" Li Yu smiled shyly, realizing that life in ancient times was not as stringent as he had initially believed. Many years later, upon taking a post in the north, he came to understand that it was not the era itself that lacked rigor, but rather that their locale was more lenient. Such leniency often prevailed in remote areas where clan and local powers overshadowed legal authority. In the place where he was born and raised, most families were immigrants, and the bonds between clans were not as tightly woven as in other regions. The local government was capable of effective governance. It was not a matter of arbitrarily imposing private justice. Moreover, he and Zhaoan were essentially betrothed. even if formal engagement rites had not yet been performed. Li Yu's wedding was quite the spectacle, as it was not only a reflection of his standing, but also of the Ning and Wu families. Although he had not excelled in the imperial examination, his brother-in-law and sister's husband were both successful candidates. Consequently, speculations arose regarding the reasons behind Li Yu's failure. If he were truly disdained by the emperor, would the astute Ning family still consider a union with him? Perhaps his drowsiness during the exam had sullied his prospects. Thus, the neighbors who once avoided him now reverted to their former demeanor, illustrating the complexity of human sentiment. On the day of the wedding, Wu Jingcheng was inebriated. "Zixuan, I must depart for the capital in a few days," he said, leaning on Li Yu's shoulder. "I shall await you in the capital and see if I can glean any insights from the Ministry of Rites." The two had studied together since childhood, preparing for examinations, and now found themselves in separate official capacities, which felt somewhat disconcerting to him. "There's no need for that. Focus on your duties," Li Yu replied, his cheeks flushed. Though slightly dazed, he reminded his friend, "With the current state of affairs being so tumultuous, you must exercise caution and avoid entangling yourself with any faction. Attend to your own responsibilities and refrain from meddling in other matters, understood?" He worried that Jingqing's carefree nature might lead him into peril upon his arrival. Li Yu did not extend invitations to the Shun family for his wedding, only inviting Shen Dan. Originally, Shen Dan could have participated in the provincial examination this year, but having failed to rank among the top 5 at the county academy, he was unable to obtain an entrance ticket and would have to strive for 3 more years. He was genuinely happy for his elder brother's marriage and bore no ill will for the absence of their grandparents. "Brother, may you and your wife enjoy a life as sweet as honey, and may you soon be blessed with a noble son." Initially concerned that the Ning family might retract their agreement, he was pleasantly surprised when they not only upheld their commitment, but also brought along an impressive dowry, reportedly including substantial farmland and property. Thus, even if his brother were to remain ineligible for an official position, he would not lack for sustenance in his later years. Moreover, he could eventually open a private school, ensuring a life more comfortable than that of most. "Thank you." Li Yu finished his cup of wine in one gulp, smiling as he added, "Brother, I wish you success in securing a place among the top 5 in the county examination, becoming our county's 5th scholar under this dynasty." He finished his drink, and Li Lian immediately poured him another, even clenching his fist with a serious expression, saying, "When my second brother becomes the 5th scholar, I will follow behind him and become the 6th scholar of our county. All 3 of US brothers will eventually become scholars. And one day we will create a remarkable story of 3 successful candidates from one family, bringing honor to our mother and sister." The 12-year-old boy, still cherubic in appearance, looked adorably earnest as he dreamt. Having drunk a bit too much, Shen Dan felt somewhat lightheaded. Over the years, he had come to understand many things. Much in life is dictated by timing and fate. His mother was undoubtedly correct, and his younger brother was also blameless. He realized that no matter how sad he felt, he could not vent his frustrations on innocent individuals. Thus, for the first time, he reached out his hand and gently patted the little fellow's head, saying, "You have ambition." Nearby, Zhang Xinyang, witnessing the harmonious bond among the brothers, finally relaxed her held breath. As long as the children were well, there was nothing a mother would not endure for their sake. Li Gang took his eldest son aside to speak, handing him a filled wine cup. "The peach blossoms are beautiful, and the youthful visage is charming. The phoenix robe and the embroidered garments are exquisite. As a father, I know well the sweetness of marrying one's beloved. When you wed the girl you desire, the joy is akin to a general achieving a great victory. I am happy for you. Yet as an elder, I must remind you on this splendid occasion not to neglect your studies simply because of marriage." The 18-year-old, full of vigor, worried that his son might lose focus on his studies. However, he also understood that one must not let studies overshadow the new bride, for he and your mother were eagerly awaiting grandchildren. The words of elders always carry a gentle urgency. In his youth, he found his parents' chatter bothersome, but now, listening to Li Gang, he felt a warm sense of comfort. Indeed, it often takes the trials of life to truly appreciate the well-meaning admonitions of one's parents. "Father, rest assured." With the blessings of his elders, Li Yu stepped into the newly adorned chamber, filled with vibrant red decorations. Ning Zhaoan, feeling starved and dizzy, had just called a maid to bring some pastries. Upon seeing the groom enter, she quickly raised a fan to shield her face, a gesture of shyness and decorum from the bride. When Li Yu leaned to the left to glimpse her face, She shyly blocked it with the fan. When he leaned to the right, she did the same. All right, are you not tired today? Liu had no desire to play hide-and-seek with her on this day. So he reached out and snatched the bothersome fan away, revealing his bride, with her fair, radiant complexion. Oh no, this is ancient times. He should refer to her as his wife. Are you hungry? The maiden said nothing in reply. Lowering his gaze, Liu noticed crumbs of pastries scattered on her embroidered skirt adorned with pomegranates, symbolizing numerous descendants, indicating her hunger. These do not suffice for a meal. They are dry and unpleasant to eat. Yunban, please prepare a bowl of chicken noodle soup for my wife. This was the mansion gifted to him by the wealthy, and until today, he had never resided here. Not yet accustomed to commanding servants, he remembered to say please when asking for assistance. Leaving Yunban, nearly bowing in gratitude before departing. It is only natural for the master to command the servant, yet one should refrain from uttering the word please. Chapter 41. The death of Emperor Qianyuan on the night of their wedding. The red candles crackled as they burned, and Liu, the groom, trembled more than an elderly man. Despite his quaking, he did not forget to explore the matters at hand. My dear wife. Liu had just begun to call when the jade fish pendant left on his waist jabbed into the bride, causing her to cry out in pain. Upon hearing his wife's cry, Liu hurriedly removed the jade ornament from his waist, lying back down with an expression of deep regret. I am truly sorry, my dear. What a foolish head he had, forgetting such an important detail. Ning Zhaoan gently shook her head and then shyly lowered her gaze. It is nothing, my husband. This was, after all, Liu's first experience in such matters, combining both past and present lives. Although he was earnest in his efforts, he was undeniably inexperienced. While he had seen some necessary things before, there was a vast difference between observation and practice, not to mention his concern of causing her pain with a heavy hand. After a flurry of activity, when the deed was finally accomplished, both were drenched in sweat, not from exhaustion, but from sheer nervousness. In their love nest, where the dual stars twinkled, they intertwined their dark tresses, pledging a bond lasting a century. When the first rays of dawn crept into the bridal chamber, Zhaoan's scattered tresses were entwined with Liu's undergarment ties, and the lovely bride slept soundly. Liu could not help but recall the previous day when, after sipping the ceremonial wine, Granny Chun had snipped a lock of their hair, binding it with red silk and securing it in a box adorned with 100 children motif. To become husband and wife, their love untainted by doubt. Indeed, the ancients possessed a purer understanding of love than modern folk. The newlyweds needed to rise early to pay their respects to their parents. But Zhaoan was dissatisfied with her attempts to draw her brows, having tried several styles. Desiring to present herself in the most dignified manner before her elders, she noticed the little maids were growing anxious. Liu rolled up his sleeves. Let me assist. Though he lacked skill in painting, he thought that with practice, he would surely improve. No need. Ning Zhaoan, witnessing his serious intent, was startled into standing. Husband, let us hurry to pay respects to my parents. She was unaware of her husband's prowess in painting eyebrows, but had seen his brushwork and found it unbearable to behold. Thus, it was better to forego the brow painting. How could she face her in-laws and sisters if it went awry? Liu felt a pang of disappointment. Oh, very well then. To paint his wife's brows was a romantic gesture celebrated by the ancients, a symbol of deep marital affection. He longed to savor such archaic romance. No matter. The days ahead are long, and I shall surely learn to paint her brows beautifully. After marrying, Liu had effectively established a separate household, for his father's residence was indeed insufficient. He wished for his parents to move in so that they could all live together as before, but they were hesitant, fearing it would disrupt the newlyweds. Thus, Liu and his wife resided alone in this spacious home, embarking on a blissful married life, with Zhaoan handling all matters except for his studies. Li Gang and Zhang Sanyang had visited several times, reassured by Liu's unwavering dedication to his studies and thus at ease. Initially, the visits occurred every 3 days, which later transformed into once every 6 days. And now it has become uncertain whether they will come even after a span of 10 days or half a month. Liu has profoundly experienced the elegance and romance of tender companionship. During the summer, while he immersed himself in his studies, his wife would be by his side, fanning him and preparing delightful, refreshing bowls of iced treats to alleviate the heat. In the winter, she would drape a cloak over him and ensure that the charcoal fire was tended to, checking for any drafts from the windows, caring for him as one would for a child. Whenever he encountered perplexities in his studies, his well-read wife would either elucidate them for him or engage in thoughtful discussions, often leading to conversations that lingered deep into the night, leaving them both yearning for more. He found such days to be quite satisfactory. The pursuit of fame and fortune seemed to pale in comparison. Naturally, such sentiments arose only under two circumstances, the first being after a morning of exercise, when one might prefer to linger in the warmth of their beloved's embrace until the sun graces them, or to rise only after sufficient affection has been exchanged. The second instance occurred when intriguing thoughts emerged during his reading, in which case, the allure of officialdom, let alone the prospect of becoming an immortal, held little appeal for him. In the 28th year of the Qianyuan era, on the 17th day of the 12th month, Emperor Qianyuan passed away in the Xing'an palace. Before his departure, he entrusted the Chancellor Fan Qingyuan, the Right Chancellor Wang Zhiqiu, Duke Zhao Lixian, Duke Li Gao Lian, and Marquis Pingnin Zhangbo, along with 5 other esteemed ministers, to serve as guardians of the imperial heir. They were to unite in their efforts to ensure that the crown prince, Zhao Bai, secured his position atop the grand realm of Daong. Thus, Zhao Bai ascended as the 3rd emperor of Daong, renaming the next year's era to Xing'an. In the Qianqing Palace, the 10-year-old emperor, clad in mourning attire, was engaged in discussions regarding funeral rites with his ministers. Upon hearing Chancellor Fan's intention to summon the imperial uncles back to the capital, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "My grandfather explicitly instructed that the uncles should not return to pay their respects. Given that this was the decree of his grandfather, as a grandson, he felt it was only proper to obey. Your Majesty," Fan Qingyuan, slender in stature, narrowed his eyes, sensing that the young emperor was too inflexible in adhering to the late emperor's wishes. Historically, the rebellion of vassal princes has occurred frequently. It would be prudent to summon all the princes back to prevent any future insurrection that could lead to widespread suffering. The implication of Fan's suggestion was clear. Summoning the princes back meant to confine them, essentially imprisoning them. Upon hearing this, Empress Dowager Zhou felt a twinge of interest and turned to inquire of Wang Zhiqiu. "What are your thoughts?" She contemplated whether it was wise to deceive the young uncles into returning and confining them so soon after the passing of the late emperor, fearing the public's judgment upon them. "I believe it is inadvisable. The nation is already burdened with the uncertainty of a young ruler. To lure the vassal princes from their domains and imprison them would only embolden certain factions within the court. The late emperor has only just departed, and to confine the uncles would undoubtedly invite scorn from the populace." Zhao Bai, seated upon the dragon throne, nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. The matter of diminishing the power of the vassals warranted careful deliberation. "Peasant, what do you understand?" Fan Qingyuan could not help but point an accusatory finger at Wang Zhiqiu. "Shall we not invoke the late emperor's decree to summon the vassal princes back?" Although the territory of the Duke of Lu and Jinan was notoriously difficult to defend and susceptible to theft, King Keilu commands an impressive force of 80,000 guards, accompanied by a battalion of skilled warriors adept in naval combat. Moreover, within the court, the king is not devoid of martial support from generals who would rally to his cause, should he genuinely seek rebellion. The outcome of such a conflict would be far from certain. You wish for His Majesty to act against his own uncle, and even to forge a false imperial edict that would unjustly tarnish the late emperor's reputation? Recalling the late emperor's final wishes, Wang Zhiqiu resolutely prohibited the vassal kings from returning to the capital. Many of the military heroes share a history with King Keilu from his youth, naturally aligning themselves with Wang Zhiqiu. Thus, the principle of majority rule led Zhao Bai to disregard Fan Qingyuan's counsel. Upon returning to his own domain, Fan Qingyuan could no longer contain his ire. "That old wretch Wang Zhiqiu, a mere peasant, dares to stand against me. How can someone of such humble origins, descended from ordinary tenants, presume to contend with my stature?" The late emperor must have lost his senses to support such a rabble-rouser and to relinquish so much power to him. "Do not let trivial matters incite your anger, my lord," his advisor Zhu Jingming interjected swiftly. "Wang Zhiqiu is the most esteemed minister in the late emperor's eyes. It is customary for sovereigns and their ministers to share long discussions well into the night, and it is not unusual for His Majesty and the Empress Dowager, even the noble families, to heed his counsel. However, it would not be difficult to sway them away from Wang Zhiyuan's influence. Not wishing for that peasant to obstruct your ambitions, Fan Qingyuan eagerly urged him to speak, wishing fervently to eradicate the malignancy that was Wang Zhiyuan. Zhu Jingming smiled knowingly. The world is bustling, all driven by profit. The clamor of society is but a pursuit of gain. Wang Zhiqiu, being excessively principled and obstinate, will inevitably impair the interests of others during his governance. Even His Majesty's interests may be jeopardized. In due course, Wang Zhiqiu will falter from his position without your direct intervention, so there is no need for concern. Chapter 42. A return to the capital. 3 years had passed, and Li Yu anticipated the time would drag on painfully. However, with his wife by his side, the days flew by in the blink of an eye. As he prepared to return to the capital for the imperial examinations, his son had just celebrated his 100-day feast. Li Yu named the little one Li Chan, who was born weighing a perfect 5 pounds, sparing his wife from excessive hardship. Even the midwife remarked that the child appeared to be a blessing returned. As a new father, he found himself enamored with the cherubic infant, believing his nursing antics far more delightful and exceptional than those of other children. Gazing at his son, who was not yet a year old, and his fragrant, doting wife, Li Yu found it difficult to part ways for the examinations, contemplating whether to wait another 3 years. After all, there were no age restrictions in ancient times. It would not be too late to sit for the exams at 40 or 50. Oh dear husband, you're insufferable. Stop that. Ning Zhaoan playfully pushed him away, adjusting her disheveled attire. With a mock glare, she chided him. We hardly have enough time for the child. And you behave like this. The little one had a peculiar attachment to her, refusing to eat from the wet nurse regardless of her coaxing. You seem to have eyes only for our child, Li Yu lamented with a hint of reproach. For that little rascal, you even insisted on sleeping apart from me. If it weren't for his sister giving birth, I would think you've grown fond of Wu Jingqing. He considered his skills to be as exceptional as ever, and his wife should not harbor any disdain. However, Ning Zhaoan shot him a glare. Despite their separate beds, he always returned to her side in the middle of the night. How could he have been such an upright man before their marriage? Was it not out of concern for disturbing her studies? The magistrate had sent inquiries several times. This year, among those from their estate taking the imperial examination, there were few particularly outstanding candidates. The county and the estate were hoping for her husband to achieve success. If you say you want to participate in the examination, I wouldn't mind, but I fear that the county magistrate and the estate lord might come over and whisk you away to the capital. Over the years, she had her brother Ning Yuan investigate, and even inquired through Wu Jingqiang at the Hanlin Academy. She had left no stone unturned in her inquiries. There had been no reports of the late emperor harboring any dissatisfaction towards her husband, so it seemed it truly was not due to that matter. Do not fear. Ning Zhaoan believed her husband was merely anxious about possibly failing again, so she stepped forward, embracing him gently and tenderly stroking his hair. If you do not succeed this time and do not wish to be a minor official of the 8th or 9th rank, then we shall simply open a private school in the county. Li Yu wholeheartedly agreed. A minor official of that rank earned meager pay. Being a principal of a private institution would be far more liberating and enjoyable. Ning Zhaoan continued with a smile. I've even thought of a name for the school, Pine Wind Academy. The evergreen pines symbolize resilience and nobility. This name suits you perfectly. After all, life could be navigated in various ways. There was no need to walk a single path into darkness. With a wife by his side, Li Yu felt a significant alleviation of pressure and promptly expressed a need for some pre-examination encouragement to help him approach the test with a calm mind. Ning Zhaoan bit her lip. Why do we keep returning to such matters? Upon re-entering the capital, Li Yu felt much calmer than during his previous visit. At the city gate, Ning Yuan, now a 6th-rank Hanlin scholar, and Wu Jingqiang, a 7th-rank editor, were tugging at the 2 bundles in the hands of the young deer, neither willing to yield. Ning Yuan struck first. Your home has merely 6 rooms. A sneeze from next door can be heard in yours. How can my brother-in-law concentrate on his studies? His own place was spacious and more suitable for receiving his brother-in-law. Wu Jingqiang, having held an official position for 3 years, had not shed his childish temperament and seemed to have become even more juvenile. My wife is your sister. Should her brother not stay at her home? Of course, it was only reasonable for him to reside there. Ning Yuan retorted, is he still my brother-in-law? Besides, everyone knows they aren't blood relatives. Yet he could not bring himself to voice such a painful truth. After much debate, Li Yu ultimately decided to stay at his sister's home for a couple of days, intending to visit his niece before going to his wife's brother's home. Ning Yuan had also married. His wife was the granddaughter of the Minister of Rights, Huguang. From a family of scholars and officials, he felt it was best not to intrude. Staying at his sister's home was different. It was far more comfortable and relaxed. Wasn't he it? In the Jade Belt Lane of the southern city, most residents were of humble origins, low-ranking officials. With a travel time of at least half an hour to the palace, Wu Jingqing eagerly carried his bundles, and even the young deer could not compete with him. Amidst the casual chatter, he remarked, "The properties in this area are exorbitantly priced. My own dwelling, though modest and somewhat remote, cost me 267 taels. My parents had to scrimp and save for 4 or 5 years, enduring hardships to amass such a sum. Were it not for your sister selling 2 acres of fertile land, it would have been utterly impossible to afford it. Here, the price of meat is also steep, fetching 21 per pound, while eggs cost 2 each. How much did we sell our meat for again? I seem to recall it was either 12 or 13. Li Yu found this quite extraordinary. You are a scholar of high repute, yet you concern yourself with the price of meat? He had ceased to pay attention to such matters after his marriage and had never heard Zhao mention them. How could I not be concerned? Have you ever heard of a poor scholar? Besides, Sister Ing constantly reminds me. It is impossible not to be aware. Back in Yingzhan County, his family was relatively well off, yet he had not anticipated that upon arriving in the capital, he would need to economize from his wife's cosmetics to cover living expenses. As he strolled through the alley, the mother's washing clothes greeted him warmly. "Mr. Wu, have guests at home? Ah, is this the esteemed Li Xiaolian whom Lady Li often speaks of?" These noble women were gentle and approachable, and Wu Jingqing exchanged pleasantries with them. The trio soon arrived at a residence, where the sounds of meat being chopped echoed from within, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of braised pork wafting through the air. Li Yu was an ardent meat lover, for the pork of ancient times was incomparably more delectable than the modern feedlot variety. Pushing open the door, Wu Jingqing called out, "Dear wife, Zixuan has arrived, and Yaya, your uncle is here." In the small courtyard stood a stone table beside a bamboo cradle, where a 1.5-year-old Wu Jingzhu sat, playing with her tiny feet. Upon hearing her father's voice, she made a determined effort to stand and raised her little hand towards Wu Jingqing. "Daddy." As for the unfamiliar Li Yu, she merely regarded him with curious eyes. Li Yu felt a stirring in his heart, contemplating the notion of having his wife bear him a daughter to cherish. Wu Jingqing promptly lifted his daughter into his arms, but before he could even bestow a kiss upon her, Li Ying emerged, calling out a greeting. "You must be exhausted from your journey. Go wash your face. For dinner is nearly ready. I have prepared 8 dishes. How are father and mother? And how is your sister-in-law? What of my little nephew? Why did the 3rd brother fail the provincial examination? Hurry, husband, and fetch a good bottle of wine," she urged. Sensing that the siblings had much to discuss, Wu Jingqing tactfully took his daughter and left to procure the wine. After 3 years, the once youthful and enchanting sister had transformed into a graceful matron. However, the calluses on her hands served as a stark reminder that life in the capital was not as idyllic as they had once envisioned, and her skin was no longer as delicate and radiant as it had once been. Li Yu naturally followed her into the kitchen to assist. After surveying the surroundings, he settled down to tend the fire, responding to his sister's inquiries one by one. "Father and mother are well, as are your sister-in-law and nephew. They miss you dearly." The 3rd brother failed the examination due to a lack of composure, resulting in a smudged paper. Upon hearing that such a trivial matter led to his failure, Li Ying felt an urge to return and chastise the boy. "What of Shen Dan? I heard he also did not pass the provincial examination last year." Chapter 43, Marriage Alliances and Peace Negotiations. Li Yu picked up the dry twigs in front of the stove, placing them on his lap to break them before adding them to the crackling fire. "That lad is merely 10 ranks short. I fear he will need to toil for another 3 years to achieve his goal. His 2 younger brothers are not yet capable of understanding, being still too young, unlike myself, who harbors the soul of a mature man within. Sister, how fare you? Shall I engage someone to assist you with the cooking?" Juggling both childcare and meal preparation must be overwhelming. She even bears marks from hot oil upon her hands. "In my younger days, I hardly labored at home, yet now, having established a family, everything feels different." "You speak of having more than enough money," Li Ying interjected with a flicker of amusement in her eyes. "It is indeed burning a hole in your pocket. Your wife is quite wealthy, I hear. It is said she brought with her over 600 acres of prime farmland. No wonder you now adorn yourself in silks and satins. Clearly, you have married well." When our parents wrote, they mentioned how my sister-in-law had funded the complete renovation of their old residence and even purchased the neighboring houses. They had become the rightful owners, and she had also acquired several servants to attend to our elders. Life, it seems, is becoming increasingly hopeful. However, I will manage without assistance. Look at the wives of our neighbors. They all toil away themselves. What would it say of me to hire someone? The The phrase poor scholar would lose all its meaning if I were to do so. Furthermore, Meng Zhen is more than capable of handling household matters. It is not burdensome. Yet, it is true that our resources are somewhat meager. My use of cosmetics has reduced by half. And the climate here in the capital is not as nurturing as our hometown. My complexion has darkened, and my skin has become coarser. Fortunately, Ning Zhaoan has considered all this, bringing not only fabrics and jewelry, but also a plethora of cosmetics for my elder sister. Though he did not bring money, he gifted a 50-tael silver note for the young girl. Naturally, Li Ying intended to refuse such a generous offering, but Li Yu quickly interjected, "This is for the child. You wouldn't want to deny her the chance to recognize me as her uncle, would you?" With that remark, Li Ying ceased her objections and readily tucked the note into her bosom. "I shall save it for Yaya, to prepare her dowry in the future." "Save what?" Li Yu scoffed. "In the capital, where can one truly save money? By the time Yaya grows up, this sum will likely have vanished." At the dining table, as Li Ying fed her daughter, she lamented, "Those officials who were sent to serve in distant provinces, they seem to be living quite comfortably. Take that fellow from Fuzhou, Zhang Wenhan, for instance. He has been appointed as the county magistrate in Xing'an, and not long ago, he wrote to say he has gained over 10 pounds. Meanwhile, look at us. We're on the verge of emaciation. Clearly, those stationed in the provinces enjoy a better lot." Li Yu observed his brother-in-law's figure, noting a slight gauntness. Though he felt his sister was employing a touch of exaggeration. Who can argue with that? It is often said that those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door, Wu Jingxing thought to himself. So many second-degree scholars have been dispatched to serve, yet here I am, a mere third-degree scholar, left in the Hamlin Academy to scrape by. What luck I possess. I approached the grand scholar to request a transfer, yet he insisted on my staying, praising my exquisite calligraphy and claiming that the Hamlin Academy could not do without me. But I ponder, what significance does fine handwriting hold? Before entering the political arena, he aspired to be a censor. Yet now he finds himself overwhelmed with an endless stream of documents, each day writing to the point of nausea. Over these years, he has contemplated exploring alternative paths in hopes of securing a better life outside, yet the court remains embroiled in fierce factional disputes, leaving him hesitant to seek any route. Each day, he can only serve with trepidation, daring not to venture beyond the confines of the Ning family. Li Yu furrowed his brow. Is the court truly in such disarray? I have not heard of it at home. How could it not be chaotic? Wu Jingxing replied, lowering his voice after taking a swig of strong liquor. Just days ago, factions led by Prime Minister Wang and Minister Fan clashed in the court, even before His Majesty. Over the young lord of the Pingnan Marquisate, Jiang Qian had initially set out to quell the maritime bandits, but perhaps due to his eagerness for quick success, he hastily deployed troops intending to eradicate them all at once. Little did he know, not only did he suffer a significant defeat, but he also allowed the pirate leader, who was on the verge of surrender, to escape with several ships laden with weaponry and treasure. Now, if he wishes to negotiate again, who knows how long it will take to capture them. As for Prime Minister Wang, he advocates for severe punishment, calling for the young lord to be stripped of his title and held accountable, insisting that he should no longer partake in military affairs. Conversely, Minister Fan believes in granting the general another chance, arguing that no general is without defeat. At this point, Wu Jingxing waved his hand, his flushed face a portrait of exasperation. These past 2 years have seen an unending array of trivial matters. Just 2 months prior, the Northern D invaded our borders, demanding that we send a princess for marriage to ease tensions. Wang asserted that previous dynasties had refused to compromise their dignity, and our dynasty must uphold the same principle. Fan countered that without resources, we could not wage war, thus suggesting marriage as a means to alleviate hostilities. Wang insisted on increasing taxes in the Jiangnan region to fund the military, while Fan argued that sending a princess did not necessitate burdening the people with taxes. This dispute has raged on without resolution, to the extent that once His Majesty fell asleep amidst their bickering. Upon hearing this, Li Yu's brow deepened. He could not recall any surviving princesses from the late emperor. It seemed they had not even come of age. Li Ying, who was sewing winter garments nearby, remarked, Fan's words are indeed light-hearted. Historically, it has always been the daughters of nobles and officials who are conferred the title of princess for such marriages. Why not send Fan's daughter instead and see whether he is willing? However, sending anyone's daughter for marriage could be perceived as a sign of weakness. It is no wonder Prime Minister Wang refuses. The dignity of the nation surpasses all else. Having supplanted the Xing'an dynasty, De Jong could hardly agree to such a compromise, considering de Xin had never contemplated submission in the face of adversity during its early years. Liu listened to this convoluted affair within the court, his frown deepening further. Is it possible that Prime Minister Wang's influence is gradually waning in comparison to minister fans? Wu Jingqing nodded in surprise, asking how he knew. Liu replied, what fan envisions aligns with the desires of the powerful, whereas Wang's thoughts fall short of those ambitions. Thus, one thrives in the shade while the other teeters precariously. The late emperor was far too naive. Had a capable prince ascended the throne, such matters would not have spiraled into such chaos. Wu Jingqing sighed, reflecting on the past 3 years during which more than 10 outspoken officials had been demoted, and 3 ministers had met their demise at the hands of court enforcers. Zixuan, in retrospect, it seems your failure to pass the examination was indeed a blessing in disguise. During his years in the capital, he had sought to understand why his friend had faltered, even going so far as to inquire at the Ministry of Rights for his friend's examination papers. The eloquence and depth of his friend's writing left him breathless, reminding him of the late emperor's fervent desire to select loyal and capable ministers for the nation. Had Zixuan's work been presented before the late emperor, he undoubtedly would have been retained in the capital and entrusted with significant responsibilities. If Zixuan were to govern with the same steadfastness reflected in his writing, his name might have been included among those unfortunate officials who lost their lives. Zixuan, for this examination, perhaps you should consider altering your writing style. Once you succeed, focus on practical matters and take up a position in the provinces rather than remaining in the capital to become a target. Chapter 44. A sense of dread. Liu nodded gravely, acknowledging, ideally, this would be the case, yet such matters are inherently unpredictable. He harbored concerns for Wang Zhiqiu, uncertain how long the latter's rigid integrity could endure. Wu Jingqing, too, felt powerless, as such matters ultimately depended on the will of the Ministry of Personnel. All they could do was pray for divine favor and wish their dear friend good fortune in his endeavors. Before the examinations, Liu moved in with Ning Yuan, for the Ning residence was conveniently close to the examination hall, allowing him a few extra moments of sleep. Ning Yuan was fortunate indeed, having what a remarkably beautiful wife. Yet he seemed oblivious to his good fortune, often preferring the solitude of his study. In discussing the political climate, Ning Yuan leaned somewhat towards the views of Fan Qingyuan. Wang Zhiqiu's governance is rather harsh. The detriments of oppressive rule are far worse than those of a ferocious tiger. Furthermore, Wang Zhiqiu is not only severe with the common folk, but also imposes similar rigor upon officials and nobles, which inevitably will lead to his downfall. Liu expressed his disagreement. Is it truly oppressive to impose additional taxes solely on the affluent regions of Jiangnan? How did such a notion spread? I have heard that the tax policy proposed by Wang Zhiqiu is based on the grain production of each locality and is not arbitrary. Do not concern yourself with how this rumor originated, Ning Yuan replied, shaking his head. In any case, I suspect that Wang Zhiqiu's tenure may be short-lived. Liu shared this apprehension but yearned for greater clarity. Ning Yuan sighed. The emperor is merely 12 or 13 years old, at an age ripe for play. Aside from the emperor's birthday and festivals, Wang Zhiqiu insists on subjecting him to rigorous study and martial training. The curriculum is overflowing, and should the emperor adhere to it, he would undoubtedly become a well-rounded and illustrious ruler, appreciating Wang Zhiqiu's guidance. The issue lies in the fact that the emperor is, after all, a mere mortal. Forcing him to sit in a classroom or ride on horseback, even under the guise of benevolence, will not evoke gratitude. Strict parenting may garner appreciation from children, but Wang Zhiqiu is not the emperor's parent. His impositions are bound to breed resentment. In contrast to Wang Zhiqiu, Fan Zhi is considerably more adaptable, always aligning with the emperor's desires and never coercing him into unwelcome obligations. After the late emperor's demise, His Majesty initially favored Wang Xiang, but now he seems to hold a closer affinity for Fan Xiang. The Empress Dowager shares a similar sentiment. Ning Yuan continued. The Empress Dowager has a fondness for the cherries from our region. Although cherries are challenging to transport and require considerable effort, what of it if the Empress Dowager desires them? Wang Xiang even submitted a memorial arguing that the Empress Dowager should not indulge in such gluttonous desires, which caused her to wear a grim countenance for several days. After sharing these thoughts, Ning Yuan shook his head vigorously, expressing, "It is not that I believe Fan Xiang to be superior. Rather, I deem Wang Xiang more suited to the role of an inspector than a prime minister. For the role of a chancellor requires more than this. The late emperor did a disservice to Wang Xiang. Why would the late emperor elevate someone like him to such a position? It is as if he is destined for misfortune. The spring in the capital was colder than winter, and Li Yu's heart grew chilly in response to Ning Yuan's words. He had once envisioned a future where he could ascend alongside Wang Xiang, ultimately entering the cabinet and leaving a mark on history, thus justifying his years of arduous study. Who could have foreseen that, as things stood, merely avoiding association with the Wang faction would be a blessing from his ancestors? The prospect of entering the cabinet seemed far-fetched. Would he dare to suggest such ambitions? Perhaps he should rest for 3 more years and return after the outcome is determined. Just as this thought began to form, Ning Yuan's words shattered it. Zixuan, so many people are waiting to see your downfall. You must succeed this time. Indeed, the numerous neighbors and envious individuals were eager to witness his failure. He himself was untroubled, but the reputations of his father, mother, and wife were of great importance, compelling him to exert every effort. After the examination, he could explore opportunities for an official post in the provinces. On the 9th day of the 2nd month in the 2nd year of Xing'an, at the examination hall in the capital, Li Yu felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The same surroundings, the same arrangements. Even the seat he drew was identical to the previous occasion. The only difference was the change of emperor, resulting in a shift in the minister's influence. During this examination, Li Yu's responses were notably more temperate, placing greater emphasis on the embellishment of language and showcasing his writing skills. He maintained a neutral stance on current affairs, striving to ensure that neither of the 2 major factions in the court would take issue with his essays. After 9 days and 6 nights, Li Yu emerged from the examination hall, pallid and weary. Before he could settle into the Ning family's carriage, a young boy collided with him and handed him a note. Once seated in the carriage, Li Yu unfolded the note to find elegantly penned characters. At the 3rd watch and a quarter, please visit my residence for a discussion. The note bore no signature and did not specify which residence nor how to reach it. Fortunately, Li Yu recognized the handwriting, having seen it in Wang Zhiqiu's study. Should he go? If he refrained, Wang Xiang had shown him kindness, and he held a genuine admiration for him, believing him to be the backbone of the nation. Ultimately, he decided to go. After all, the invitation was not overt. Did he not possess the courage to visit discreetly? Was he not a man? The former emperor's granted residence has become overgrown with weeds. Of the once numerous servants, only 2 elderly remain, appearing even more unadorned than 3 years prior. The once vibrant and spirited Prime Minister Wang, who toiled until dawn with eyes aglow, is now graced with a head of gray hair and vacant eyes. Had the former emperor still been alive, Wang would likely have continued to bask in his former glory. It is indeed a pity that a wise minister requires a sagacious ruler to flourish. Li Yu clasped his hands and remarked, Prime Minister, do take care of your health. He felt his brother-in-law's words rang true. The former emperor's demise had brought about Wang Zhiqiu's downfall. This individual was suited only for the role of an inspector, not for the position of prime minister, unless accompanied by a capable sovereign. Wang Zhiqiu, weary, sat up and gazed at the more composed youth he had not seen in 3 years. After a prolonged silence, he candidly inquired, Do you wish to remain in the capital, or seek an appointment in the provinces? Although he himself was in a precarious position, arranging a post was still within his grasp. After all, he was a trusted minister of the former emperor for the time being. He was not in any immediate danger of rebellion, and Fan Qingyuan and his associates could do little to him. Li Yu, perplexed, responded, Prime Minister, the list for the Imperial examination has yet to be released. Is it not premature to consider whether to stay in the capital or go to the provinces? Wang Zhiqiu pressed on. If you were to succeed, how would you choose between remaining in the capital or going to the provinces? Given the seriousness of the inquiry, Li Yu refrained from jesting. Prime Minister, I aspire to gain practical experience in the provinces. This anticipated response caused Wang Zhiqiu to pace back and forth for quite some time before he resolved. I wish to send you to the territory of the Duke of Lu. There happens to be a vacancy for the county magistrate of Zhangqiu. It was not that he couldn't send others, but such a move might attract undue attention. After much deliberation, he concluded that a recently successful scholar would be the least conspicuous choice. Li Yu was taken aback. Does the Prime Minister imply that the appointment to Zhangqiu should be tied to the Duke of Lu? The Duke of Lu was the former emperor's legitimate son and the most suitable heir following the demise of the former crown prince. Wang Zhiqiu's sudden mention of this figure filled him with trepidation. Chapter 45. I contemplate more broadly than Li Yu arrived at Wang Zhiqiu's residence with empty sleeves. but emerged with something concealed within the voluminous folds, so much so that even the little deer failed to notice the difference. Since his last visit to the Prime Minister's residence, he had not returned after achieving recognition in the examination, nor had Wang Zhiqiu summoned him again. The two seemed as if they had never intersected, and it appeared unlikely that they ever would again. This examination cycle accepted 350 candidates, all of whom would advance to the second round and the palace examination, with Li Yu ranking 11th among them. However, he could not directly proceed to the palace examination. Instead, he was required to participate in another confirmation round, overseen by the Ministry of Rites. The venue was set in the Hall of Heavenly Prosperity within the Imperial Palace, and only upon passing this round could he partake in the official palace examination. Li Yu's confirmation round naturally proceeded without a hitch, allowing him to smoothly enter the palace examination. The palace examination was also conducted in the Hall of Heavenly Prosperity, but was overseen by the emperor himself. On the 21st day of the 4th month in the 2nd year of Xing'an, before dawn had fully broken, the candidates donned their standardized scholarly robes and lined up to enter the grand imperial palace of Daong. Li Yu, like his fellow candidates, donned a black silk cap, its corners perfectly aligned, with a small jade crown adorning his forehead, symbolizing the aspirations of a scholar. A 2-foot-long black ribbon hung down from the back of the cap, gently swaying in the morning breeze like the tip of an ink-soaked brush. He wore a deep blue silk robe with a round collar and wide sleeves, its front embroidered with silver-threaded cloud patterns, cinched at the waist with a plain white sash. Suspended from the sash was a gilded plaque inscribed with the words. The plaque was adorned with 3-inch apricot yellow tassels, while beneath the robe, the tips of his cloud-patterned shoes peeked out. The shoes, made of green satin with sandalwood soles, made no sound as he walked. Upon entering the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the successful candidates, after paying their respects to the emperor and the officials present, took their positions as directed by the ceremonial officers. As they were required to stand while answering questions, everyone remained on their feet. The 12-year-old Emperor Zhao sat upright, exhibiting a semblance of decorum in his gestures. Although Li Yu dared not gaze intently, he caught a fleeting glimpse of impatience in the young emperor's eyes as he entered. It was understandable. At that tender age, even a child would find it tiresome to endure an entire day of examinations. The palace examination consisted of a single essay question, the topic of which was, "I inherit the grand legacy," working diligently both day and night, with thoughts directed towards the submission of the 4 barbarian tribes and the tranquility of the 9 frontiers. In ancient texts, it has been said, "Guard the heavy gates and strike the bell to await the raiders." Sun Tzu also stated, "The best way to conquer is through strategy. The next is through diplomacy." All these illustrate the importance of seizing the initiative in the art of warfare. Nevertheless, there remains the threat of the Xianyun. The Han's troubles with the Xiongnu, the Liang struggles against the Tubo, and the pressures from the Huiha. Some fortify their defenses with walls, others seek peace through marriage alliances. Some dispatch valiant generals to plow the enemy's territory, while others offer annual tributes for security. Each method varies, with divergent outcomes. Currently, our borders are alarmed by frequent skirmishes, with northern raiders relying on their prowess in cavalry and archery. If we wish to intimidate formidable foes externally while ensuring peace for the populace internally, what should be our guiding principle? The scholars, well versed in the classics and history, ought to analyze the strategies employed by previous dynasties in border defense, discerning their offensive and defensive approaches and the appropriateness of war and peace. They should further consider the contemporary geographical, military, and social changes, proposing a plan for lasting tranquility. Had it been 3 years prior, Li Yu would have vehemently criticized the strategies of marriage alliances, tribute payments, and purchasing war horses. However, recalling his decision after an evening conversation with Minister Wang, he unreservedly expressed his appreciation for the policy of concession in his essay. In this current era, it was not about declaring a stance, but rather ensuring his name appeared among the ranks, swiftly making his way to the Duke of Lu. The essay had no length restrictions. By sunset, Li Yu, feeling rather bored, estimated that his composition exceeded 8,000 words. Throughout that day, the candidates stood fasting from dawn till dusk, enduring the fatigue of standing without even a sip of water. Following the conclusion of the palace examination, they would have to wait 4 days for the emperor to hold the announcement ceremony, at which point the results and rankings would be revealed. 3 days later, the Ministry of Rites delivered to Li Yu the garb of a successful candidate, indicating that all 350 examinees had been accepted, and advised him to don his new robes the following morning before entering the palace. The following day, Li Yu donned the scholar's robe bestowed by the Ministry of Rites once more and joined the ranks of over 300 fortunate individuals entering the imperial palace. The attire of the scholar bore only slight distinctions from that of the provincial graduates, with subtle alterations in the details. For instance, the scholar's headscarf required the adornment of a flower. As he prepared to leave, he gazed into the mirror for quite some time, unable to comprehend the aesthetic of men wearing flowers in his previous life, deeming it effeminate and unattractive. Yet today he found it exceptionally elegant, affirming that the aesthetic sensibilities of his ancestors were indeed commendable. In contrast, modern individuals often resorted to artificial blooms, as affording fresh flowers daily was a luxury. And even if one were to splurge on flowers, there would be no suitable attire to complement them. Zhao Bai sat upon the dragon throne, yawning repeatedly. Yet he was compelled to maintain a dignified posture, for the prime minister's watchful gaze was ever upon him. Should he falter, a reprimand would surely await him upon his return. Although he was the emperor, he could not disregard the prime minister's authority in the classroom. Once the officials of the Ministry of Rites had positioned the new scholars, they began to chant loudly. On the 21st day of the 4th month in the 2nd year of Xing'an, the imperial examination for the nation's scholars commenced. With the first class being awarded the title of Jinshi, the second class recognized as Jinshi graduates, and the third class acknowledged as candidates of the same rank. After finishing the chant, the officials of the Ministry of Rites retrieved the candidates' records, beginning with the announcement of the top scholar. In the 2nd year of Xing'an, the top scholar of the first class was the great-grandson of the county magistrate of Qiantang, a descendant of the governor of Yuzhou, and the son of the district historian of Dingyuan, who was also the son-in-law of the governor of Huangzhou. He was commanded to kneel at the left side of the imperial path. The recitation did not end there. The top scholar, the second, and the third were required to be chanted 3 times each. The officials continued this practice, extending it to those who had yet to be listed. In the 2nd year of Xing'an, the second-ranked scholar of the first class, the lineage was recited in detail, was commanded to kneel at the imperial path shortly thereafter. The third-ranked knelt slightly to the left, and thus the top 3 scholars were assembled, immediately receiving their appointments. The top scholar was granted the position of a 6th-rank editor in the Hanlin Academy, while the second and third received the rank of 7th-rank editors. Naturally, Li Yu was not among them. He held the 26th rank in the second class of scholars. Unlike others, who were only required to recite the names of their ancestors for 3 generations, Li Yu, due to his mother's remarriage, had both families' lineages recited by the officials. Noticing the peculiar gazes from his peers, Li Yu straightened his back a little more. If he, as a mere burden, could achieve the status of a scholar, it signified that his father had not raised him in vain. Indeed, he had proved himself worthy. Was it not so? He felt a twinge of sympathy for the officials of the Ministry of Rites, who would have to tend to their throats after reciting the lineages of over 300 candidates. While they stood under the sun, listening for their names, the young emperor enjoyed fine tea and water within the palace, receiving the top scholars. The spring sun was pleasantly warm, and Li Yu felt a strong desire to nap in its embrace. Li, my contemporary, I encountered you 3 years ago. You do not recall me, do you? Lu Yinxing noticed that Li Yu genuinely seemed to have forgotten him, and hurriedly helped jog his memory. We both failed the examination that year. You searched for your name until dusk, while I was more pragmatic, having looked for mine only twice before leaving. Yet, upon returning to the inn, I grew increasingly frustrated, searching for my name several more times. Chapter 46. The county magistrate of Zhangqiao, Li Yu, appeared suddenly enlightened. Ah, now I remember. Yet, deep within, the little man in his heart wore a face of dismay. After so many had failed the examination, how could he possibly recall what you looked like? Lu Yinsheng, styled Mo Yuan, hailing from Jining, ranked 28th in the second class. Perhaps out of sheer boredom, he inquired of Li Yu's opinion on the issue of the northern desert. And before Li Yu could concoct a suitable evasion, Lu Yinsheng began to expound his views, his tone fervent and his posture erect, evidently ready to engage in a fierce battle against the enemy. In the early years of the new dynasty, their ancestors had implored the Emperor Taizu to send a princess as a gesture of goodwill between the two nations, to which the new Taizu retorted, questioning why they did not offer a princess in return. Subsequently, their requests for tribute and war horses were also rebuffed by the new Taizu, lamentably. The subsequent emperors of the new dynasty proved to be inept. Having lost the heritage and dignity of their forebears, we, the de Yong, must never follow in their footsteps. These words elicited a modicum of resonance among the gathered scholars, yet they also attracted disapproving glances, making it ill-timed to voice dissent. Liu shifted his position, initially intending to distance himself from this brash youth. However, after some contemplation, he gestured for Liu to cease his discourse. Both offense and defense possess their own merits and drawbacks. We should simply await the court's appointments and diligently attend to our own responsibilities. Do you not see that this is hardly a suitable place for such discussions? Are you not concerned about unwittingly aligning yourself with a faction? Of course, this faction is not a true party. Liu Yanxing, brimming with ambition, was not preoccupied with merely attending to his own duties. He aspired to become a renowned minister. Sensing Liu's disinterest in further conversation, he prudently refrained from pressing the matter. Yet, in his heart, he branded Liu as sly. Once the names were called, all officials and newly minted scholars were required to perform a kneeling salute before the emperor, followed by the performance of the harmonious music of the Imperial Orchestra, which was traditionally employed during sacrifices, court meetings, and banquets. After the musical rites concluded, the emperor, flanked by his guards and eunuchs, returned to the palace. Subsequently, the scholars, noblemen, and officials were publicly displayed on the golden list outside the East Chang'an Gate, where the top scholars, accompanied by their peers, went to view the list. What followed were delightful activities such as parading on horseback and attending the Choming banquet. It must be said, riding through the streets on horseback was truly exhilarating, especially in the capital, where the gazes of young ladies and gentlemen, as well as the older folks, sparkled with admiration. The sole regret was that the top 3 scholars, the champion, the runner-up, and the third place, were permitted to parade through the main gate, while those in the second and third tiers could only do so through a side entrance. While galloping, one had to be mindful of their speed, ensuring they did not exceed that of the top 3, lest they be labeled as uncouth. Nevertheless, the exhilaration was undeniable. With the spring breeze at their backs and the hooves of their horses swift, one could behold the beauty of Chang'an in a single day. As for the second and third tier scholars aspiring to enter officialdom, they were required to participate in an entrance examination organized by the Ministry of Personnel within the Fengtian Hall. Subsequently, based on the combined results of the examinations, those with the most eloquent talents would be selected to enter the Hanlin Academy as probationary scholars, colloquially known as Dian Hanlin. The remaining distinguished scholars were assigned to various departments as principal officials or dispatched to localities as regional governors. This achievement was announced in less than half a month. Liu was unaware of the exact machinations of Prime Minister Wang, but he successfully secured an appointment from the Ministry of Personnel, and remarkably, it was astutely precise. He was designated as the county magistrate of Zhangqiao. It seems that although Wang appeared unimpressive, he was, in fact, significantly more capable than the average official. Upon learning of this news, Ning Yuan and Wu Jingqing felt a sense of disappointment. Particularly, Wu Jingqing lamented, "I had hoped you could remain in the capital. It would allow the 3 of us to look after one another once more. If you must leave the capital, at least it should be to a place closer to our hometown. But look at this. How unfair it is for fate to place you so far away. Zhangqiao is over 4,000 miles from our home. How often will we see each other again in this lifetime? Distance is not the worst thing. Spending a few years gaining experience and then returning could be beneficial." Ning Yuan believed that he would eventually ascend to a higher position, and by then, securing a brother-in-law should not pose a significant challenge. The key point was that Zhangqiao fell under the jurisdiction of Xing'an Prefecture, a territory belonging to His Royal Highness the Duke of Lu. Prime Minister Fan had long sought to deal with the Duke of Lu. Unless the Duke complied and surrendered, a civil strife seemed inevitable. In such turmoil, how would Zixuan, this local official, respond? Would he stand against the Duke or align himself with him? Whichever choice he made, he perceived the risks to be substantial, an arduous situation, troublesome to navigate, akin to being a beleaguered young bride. "I shall consult with the old Hanlin for a solution," Ning Yuan declared, rising from his seat. "Why must your brother-in-law be sent to such a perilous location? There are numerous new scholars available. Surely one of them can take his place." "Hold on, Uncle Ben," Liu quickly intervened, pulling his younger brother back to the table. "I actually believe Zhangqiao could be quite advantageous. What if you cause me to remain in the capital? My temperament cannot be contained there. Furthermore, it's merely a trivial matter. Must we disturb the old Hanlin over it? Zhangqiao indeed harbors dangers, but it also represents opportunities, does it not? Although Ning Yuan did not comprehend his desire to go to Zhangxiao, he was always respectful of others' opinions. Will you be taking my sister and Chungu along with you? Isn't that an obvious question? Liu replied immediately. My sister is the scale, and I am merely the weight. Have you ever seen a scale without its weight? After finally having a wife, do you expect him to live apart from her? What are you thinking? As for his chubby eldest son, such a small child cannot be separated from his mother. He is still nursing. Without her, he would surely perish from hunger. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan fell silent, merely selecting 10 exceptionally skilled bodyguards for Liu to take along on his assignment. These bodyguards were indeed remarkably proficient. Hunting a rabbit was a task they accomplished with unfailing precision. Adhering to a principle of making good use of resources, Liu decided to have Xiao Lu accompany them to learn from the best. After all, with such considerable strength, it would be a waste not to acquire a few skills. The young deer indeed did not disappoint his expectations. Within just a few days, he had mastered the art remarkably well, capable of catching flying daggers with bare hands without drawing blood. County Lord, this young lad possesses extraordinary talent. Zhao Tie, the leader of several enforcers, was quite fond of this unexpected apprentice. Once they arrived at their post, if the county lord could facilitate the young deer's learning of archery and horsemanship, it would not be long before he surpassed us all. Without any systematic training, he merely needed to be shown the technique twice to catch the flying daggers. What does this indicate? It suggests that this young man is indeed a genius. Liu felt a sense of joy at his remarkable talent, yet lamented the fact that such a good child was mute. Had he not been mute, perhaps his future would be boundless. Upon returning home, Ning Zhao unpacked his belongings and discovered an unfamiliar, locked box within his bundle. Husband, what is this? She rummaged through the bag for quite some time, but could not find the key to the locked box. Seeing this, Liu quickly took the box and said, I cannot tell you just yet. I will explain once we arrive at our destination. Chapter 47. Taking office after paying homage to the ancestors of the Li family upon returning to his hometown, Liu, under the persuasion of the county magistrate and his father, also visited the grave of his biological father, Shun Eryong. He financed the relocation of his father's grave to a more auspicious site and commissioned an inscription to be carved in gold powder on the tombstone. Liu had no intention of forcing the matter. After all, he felt the debt of his birth must be repaid. However, he ceased to concern himself with the remaining members of the Shen family. He did not enter the ancestral hall of the Shen clan, nor did he pay heed to the two elderly members lamenting and reproaching him for forgetting his roots. After completing the ancestral rites, he prepared to set off for his official post, and naturally, none of the family wished to part with one another. Li Gang, an emotional man, wept profusely when his eldest daughter left for the capital with her husband, and now, as his eldest son prepared to depart, he was similarly overcome with tears. Zhang Sanyang was no different, wiping her tears as she expressed her concern. I've heard that the customs in Chilu are rather coarse, with people primarily consuming noodles and not rice. How will you manage to adapt? If they could not even eat well, how could they expect to live comfortably? Upon hearing this, Liu could only smile in disbelief. Mother, where did you hear such things? They indeed produce rice there. You should not listen to those who have never ventured beyond the county town. When he traveled to the capital for the examinations, he mentioned he was from the Bashu region. Oh, the Jiangzhou examinees looked at him with pity, as if he were a refugee escaping from a slum, even asking if he could eat meat within 3 days. Yes, his childhood was indeed difficult, often going a year and a half without meat. However, the reality is that wealth and poverty exist everywhere. Could it be that the affluent Jiangzhou region has no beggars? Is it impossible for places that consume noodles to occasionally crave rice? Can one not purchase rice? Their family even occasionally prepared some noodles. His mother was merely worried about their well-being, having never traveled to other places. Li Gang found his son's reasoning sound, but insisted that several large bags of rice he had purchased be loaded onto the cart. What if the rice from Chilu does not suit your taste? Zhang Shenyang pondered that since the flavor of the rice differs, the eggs laid by the chickens raised on it would surely be distinct as well, leading to a frantic search for eggs. Liu chuckled and said, Mother, these items are readily available outside. You need not trouble yourself. This is not the modern era when one could find only pure free-range eggs, rather than the insipid ones from commercial breeds. What can compare to the quality of home-produced goods? Zhang Shenyang, recalling her son's fondness for cured meats, remembered that they still had 2 preserved pigs feed at home, and she dashed back to retrieve them. Mother, Liu attempted to call her back, but was gently restrained by his wife. This is your mother's intent. You should simply proceed with your tasks. If you do not allow her to worry or accept her care, she will only feel more sorrowful. Zhang Sanyang caressed her grandson's face, reluctantly saying, "To take such a small child on such a long journey is unwise. Perhaps we should leave Chun'er at home with Zhaoan. It would be better to wait a few years until the child is older to reunite with you." With her son away on official duties, many responsibilities fall to his wife, meaning she must honor her in-laws in his stead. Zhang Sanyang did not require her daughter-in-law's filial piety. She simply couldn't bear to part with her grandson. "Perhaps I shall leave Chun'er behind," she suggested. However, Liu was unwilling to endure a separation and replied directly, "Although he does not drink others' milk, he will inevitably eat if he is hungry." Upon hearing this, all of Zhang Sanyang's thoughts were extinguished. How could she bear to let her precious grandson go hungry? Li Lian and Shun Dan, though reluctant to part with their elder brother, were more envious than anything. They believed the official robes issued by the court were truly splendid. Setting aside the power that the robes represented, the fabric itself was worth a considerable sum. Shen Dan draped the official attire over himself, envisioning his own rise to office. "Brother, do you aspire to be a virtuous official or a corrupt one?" This question lingered in his mind for some time, and he found himself still uncertain about the kind of official he wished to become. Perhaps he was simply not destined for such a role? "Naturally, I aspire to be a good official," Liu declared. Despite his own desires for wealth, he possessed a strong sense of morality and was not inclined to indulge in every temptation. Yet, he could not guarantee a lifetime of unblemished integrity. Effectively, he proclaimed, "To establish a mandate for the people, to cultivate a heart for the heavens and earth, to inherit the teachings of the sages, and to bring peace to all ages. This is my lifelong aspiration." One cannot instruct a young scholar to grow up to be a corrupt official. That would be a disservice to the nation's future. This declaration earned applause from Li Lian and Shen Dan, who, though yet to embark on their official careers and feeling quite lost about their futures, found some grounding in their brother's words. In contrast to the reluctance felt by their parents and siblings, Mr. Xia exhibited a much more optimistic demeanor. He patted Liu on the shoulder and laughed. "Work diligently. I await the day you become a high-ranking official, and I shall eagerly bask in your success. At that time, I dare say your gifts will multiply significantly." Liu understood the implications behind his words, and with a resigned smile, he clasped his hands in a gesture of goodwill, wishing the elder gentleman prosperity in his endeavors. As he prepared to depart, he embraced his parents and his two younger brothers. "Study diligently and strive for success. I believe in your potential." The 5 carriages gradually rolled out of the familiar little town, and the couple made their way to the capital city to bid farewell to the father-in-law, who generously provided them with 2 carts of provisions. Only then did they continue their journey. 7-month-old Li Chun was at an age filled with playful curiosity, and Li Yu's sole amusement on the road was to entertain the child, whether it was teasing him with his beard or making silly faces to frighten him. The little one seemed unfazed by the latter, but the beard tickling was truly unbearable for him. Eventually, upon seeing Liu approach, the child would cry in protest. At such moments, Zhaoan would intervene, rescuing the child from his husband's playful antics. "Chubby boy is your own son. He is not merely a toy for your amusement." It puzzled her how her husband could think this way, especially when other children had charming and poetic given names. Yet, for their son, he had chosen the name Chubby Boy. Wouldn't that invite laughter from his classmates in the land of Confucius and Mencius? "Dear husband, you must reconsider our son's nickname." Despite the child's evident reluctance, Liu insisted on taking the little one from Zhaoan's arms to continue their playful banter. "He will grow accustomed to it as he matures," he reasoned. Gradually, the initially resistant Chubby Boy transitioned to a state of indifferent acceptance. Zhaoan shook her head in resignation. Her husband remained somewhat childlike himself. After all, he was a year younger than her and needed coaxing to rise in the mornings. Upon arriving in Jinan, Liu instructed Tai Yi to protect the carriage and proceed directly to Zhangqiu, while he took the little deer to report to the administrative office. The governor of the province held a significant position, overseeing 6 prefectures, 15 states, and 89 counties, managing the administrative and financial affairs of an entire province. Such a prominent figure was not someone Liu could easily encounter. After waiting at the entrance for half an hour, he finally met with the official in charge, Chen Jingli, whose rank was equivalent to his own, yet carried an air of superiority due to his provincial office. Chen regarded Liu with a scrutinizing gaze, reflecting a blatant lack of respect. A Sichuan native, and a burden to boot, he mused. Noting Li Yu's high placement in the palace examination, yet finding him relegated to the position of county magistrate without even a leading role, a clear indication of a lack of influential support. With such a background, your prospects are rather bleak. Chapter 48. Taking office, Li Yu sensed the disdain directed at him and forced a smile. Indeed. We are both 7th grade officials. What is with your attitude? He thought to himself, what is wrong with being ranked 26th in the 2nd class? Does that disqualify me from serving as a county magistrate? This was my own choice. Had it not been for the trust placed in me by Minister Wang, I would have remained in the capital. Shen did not continue speaking, his face displaying a palpable impatience as he stamped the official document and disdainfully pushed it back, as if discarding an unwanted object. That will suffice. Be on your way. He then lowered his gaze to the book in his hands, unwilling to utter another word. Li Yu mused that a harmonious and equitable workplace was a mere illusion, especially in the more intricate realm of officialdom. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for their paths would not cross again. If they did, and he found himself in a position of power, he would be the first to deal with that insufferable individual. Although Li Yu experienced neglect in the provincial office, he received a warm welcome from the local gentry and landlords in Huangzhou County. Ning Zhaoan had already taken refuge in the county office's backyard, finally free from being scorned by his father, nestled against his fragrant mother, laughing merrily. Dear chubby boy, wash your face. Wait for your father to demonstrate his authority. Li Yu planned to report to the county office the following day, so he rested at the relay station in the capital for a day, intending to set off early the next morning. Meanwhile, the clerks, county magistrate, chief scribe, and various officials anxiously awaited at the city gate, having received news of the new county magistrate's arrival. The officials and aides within the office were busily scurrying about, organizing files, compiling ledgers, and addressing long-standing cases, acutely aware that a new official's ascendance often brought scrutiny. They feared being caught off guard by the freshly appointed leader, knowing all too well the repercussions of being one of the new official's early targets. On the 2nd day of June in the 2nd year of Xing'an, just past the 3rd watch, the radiant and gentle sunlight enveloped Zhangqiu's city gate as a blue official sedan chair gradually came into view. 8 court attendants in black robes promptly jogged forward to offer their greetings. Welcome, county magistrate. As the curtains of the sedan chair fluttered, Lulu, the head of the court, was the first to catch sight of the young magistrate clad in a blue satin official robe embroidered with herons. He felt a flicker of joy within. Youthful leaders were often easier to manage. Li Yu, naturally, did not miss the glimmer of delight in his eyes. He discreetly rotated the walnut in his hand, silently noting the man's face and name. Before Li Yu could utter a word, the county magistrate, Xiao Yinzhou, the chief scribe, Jiang Yan, and the clerk, Lu Qingyuan, approached with broad smiles. We humbly welcome you, county magistrate. It has been a long journey. Clerk Lu Qingyuan held up a tray, presenting it to Li Yu with both hands. Please accept the county seal. Li Yu observed the meticulously arranged seal and, without hesitation, accepted it with a smile. Thank you all. Now, let us proceed to pay our respects at the city god temple. It was customary for all newly appointed county magistrates in Dayong to first visit the city god temple. Although the landlords, gentry, and wealthy merchants yearned to ingratiate themselves, they could only follow behind the sedan chair, awaiting their turn to speak when the magistrate deemed it appropriate. As Li Yu stepped into the city god temple, the copper bell at the eaves chimed without a breeze. Following tradition, he paid his respects to the deities of the temple, lit incense, and then vowed before the gods, the officials, and the gathered townsfolk. I, Li Yu, the newly appointed county magistrate of Zhangqiu, hereby declare my sincere intentions to the esteemed city god. In this county, the seal is affixed, ensuring that no innocent souls languish in prison and that justice prevails in the marketplace. Should anyone exploit the common folk, they shall face a punishment of 1,000 cuts. Should they betray the grace bestowed by their sovereign, they must willingly endure the torments of a fiery abyss. Yet, Li Yu found himself perplexed by the multitude of county magistrates in the world. Before assuming their posts, they would solemnly swear various oaths before the deities. Some met their fate with beheadings and confiscation of property, while others ascended smoothly to higher ranks. Thus, is there truly a divine presence in this realm? If one asserts there is, where are the deities when the populace suffers? Conversely, if one claims there are none, how then does one traverse from the modern era to the ancient? After paying respects at the city god temple, it is customary to visit the Confucius temple, the Temple of Guanyu, and the Temple of Wenchang. In essence, all renowned temples in the city must be visited. Before these deities, one must once again recite their vows. Only then can they proceed in an official sedan to the county office. Upon arrival, entry is still barred. One must first circle the premises in the sedan before gaining access. This is not a matter of reverence towards the divine, but rather a display of bureaucratic authority. As others indulge in such displays, Liu naturally conformed to this expectation. With the gavel striking to announce the arrival of the new magistrate, the gates of the county office swung open. Over 170 officials stood in order, categorized by rank and seniority, awaiting the new magistrate's address. Upon crossing the threshold of the county office, Liu beheld the golden plaque that proclaimed the principle of your salary is the blood and sweat of the people. This serves as a reminder for officials to empathize with the populace, govern diligently, and maintain integrity in their duties. Yet, one might wonder if this would suffice for Liu to take his seat. No, there remained the ritual of 3 gavel strikes before he could sit. Liu was required to kneel in reverence to the capital, then listen for the gavel to strike 3 times before proceeding to take his place in the main hall. The ceremonial authority echoed resoundingly as Liu placed his hand upon the imposing gavel for a considerable moment before bringing it down forcefully. The sound signified to all the citizens and officials of the county, "I have arrived." With the resounding thud of the gavel, the previously bustling county office fell into an immediate hush. Some gazed with curiosity, others with anticipation, some with trepidation, and some merely for the spectacle. All eyes fixed upon the youthful magistrate beneath the golden plaque, speculating on his words and the light or darkness he would bring. "I, appointed by the Son of Heaven, sit here today with but 3 statements to convey to you all." With a gaze that was both gentle and authoritative, Liu surveyed those present before slowly raising the tax and labor register. His first pronouncement was thus: "I do not concern myself with how matters were conducted previously or what customs you held. From this day forth, all affairs shall be conducted in accordance with the laws of the court. Any individual who deviates from these laws regarding finances or penalties shall find that my enforcement does not discriminate." Upon hearing this, the county deputy, Xiao Yunzhu, lowered his gaze, dismissing the words as typical of a new official eager to say what the people wished to hear. Liu, having previously toiled in the financial department, recognized the truth with a mere glance. The newly appointed county magistrate, having exercised the authority of a local sovereign for 5 years, was certainly not to be underestimated. The second statement indicated that tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, the county would inspect the old household and property records. Every ledger from the 24th year of the Qian Yuan era, since the last magistrate's retirement, would be scrutinized meticulously, down to the last copper coin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunzhu furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. The 60-year-old accountant could not withstand such intimidation. His forehead was beaded with cold sweat. He sensed that this young magistrate might not be easily deceived. Liu suddenly emerged from behind the official desk, emanating an aura of coldness that made even the most guilty shudder. As for the third point, Chapter 48, Dispersing Funds, Liu deliberately paused before continuing. From the 24th year of the Qian Yuan era onwards, anyone who has engaged in corruption, oppression, or unjustly wronged the innocent will have a fortnight to come forward and confess, which may result in leniency. Otherwise, the penalties will be severe. Do you all understand? Wang Zhiqiu had previously mentioned to Liu that the former magistrate had been intimidated into retirement due to his advanced age. Although he had important matters to attend to, there was no immediate rush. Wang Zhiqiu hoped he could gain some experience in Zhangqiu first. After all, being young, it was essential for him to accumulate wisdom. Thus, Liu's immediate priority was to become a competent magistrate. Once the admonition concluded, the group dispersed, as weary travelers need a well-deserved rest. Meanwhile, the county deputy Xiao Yunzhu, clerk Jiang Yan, and secretary Lu Qingyuan were far from inclined to rest. They formed a group to discuss this Liu over tea at the Xiao residence. Jiang Yan was already 47, and Xiao Yunzhu was nearing 50. Both families had resided in Zhangqiu for generations. Although the new magistrate appeared youthful, the 3 matters he raised today were indeed pointed and significant. The court had not appointed a new magistrate for several years, allowing everyone to live in relative ease. Unfortunately, such good times could not last indefinitely. They had initially thought Xiao Yunzhu might be promoted to magistrate, yet the court surprised them by sending a newly minted scholar. Indeed, he is no ordinary individual. Lu Qingyuan nodded in agreement, glancing at Xiao Yunzhu. Zixuan, this new magistrate does not seem easily manipulated, unlike Magistrate Wang. He does not resemble a mere youth in his early 20s. Even the previous magistrate did not possess such a demeanor upon his appointment. I can't shake off this unsettling feeling. Most magistrates typically deliver a speech upon assuming office. It is rare for one to directly state intentions to investigate this and that. What is there to fret about? Xiao Yunzhu replied nonchalantly, smiling. He is merely a young lad. How formidable can he truly be? It is just his first time in office. He seeks to showcase his authority. Let him have his fun. In a few months, he will tire of it. After all, it is merely a matter of dealing with a few clerks or errand runners. They are not a threat to us. At the county office, the guards of the Ning family tightly surrounded the back courtyard, preventing the on-duty officials from approaching. The day was still bright and sunny, yet unexpectedly, a light rain began to fall in the dead of night. Liu cradled her plump son in her arms, while Ning Zhaoan held a bowl of steamed egg custard to offer him an additional meal, tenderly wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. The 3 remarks made by her husband today must have sent a tremor through the hearts of those present. Yet, remarkably, her husband remained composed after delivering those words. He returned to bathe, dine, and indulge in a restful slumber. Meanwhile, the old steward, Li Tu, had made several visits, inquiring whether Liu intended to inspect anything the following day or if they were in need of any supplies. She chuckled, remarking, "My husband truly lacks respect for the elderly." Each visit was rebuffed with the excuse that the county magistrate was asleep, and she feared the old gentleman would find it impossible to rest that night. Liu's gaze became somewhat peculiar, and she even swallowed nervously. "I do not lack respect for the elderly. I simply hold my wife in higher regard." Ning Zhaoan followed his gaze downward and noticed that some of her clothing had inadvertently become disarrayed, prompting her to blush and hastily tidy herself. "How frivolous. What does my husband plan to investigate tomorrow? Will it be the tax assessments or the various allocations from the court?" The picturesque view is obscured, leaving Liu somewhat despondent. "I intend to first examine all expenditures. We can address the income issues later. Once we clarify the expenditures, the income concerns will become trivial." Ning Zhaoan tilted her head. "So how does my husband plan to proceed with the investigation?" Liu smiled. "Do you have any insightful suggestions, my dear?" Ning Zhaoan placed their son in his arms and rose to approach a large chest beside the dressing table. Upon opening it, she revealed a chest brimming with copper coins. Liu was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that? That is quite a considerable sum. His salary has yet to be received. How can he dispense such a large amount?" Ning Zhaoan, however, replied with a smile, "Funds must be allocated judiciously. This is a worthy investment. Do you not agree, my husband?" As the rain intensified well into the night, Liu enjoyed a particularly restful sleep, awakening the next morning to find the sun shining brightly. What splendid fortune! The county treasury in Zhangqiu housed 4 account clerks, and on this day, the newly appointed magistrate was to conduct an audit, so the clerks and the deputy magistrate, Lu Qingyuan, had already gathered in the treasury. "Greetings, magistrate." Upon Liu's arrival, everyone bowed in unison, and she casually engaged them with a smile. "Oh, so early. Has everyone had breakfast?" Before anyone could ponder their response, Liu cheerfully added, "I had someone fetch some sesame cakes this morning, accompanied by a bowl of your sweet paste. It was delightful, exceedingly fragrant. The meat was quite generous as well, unlike the meager portions they serve over there." "Is that so?" The magistrate's approval is gratifying. The others exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond, as they typically did not partake in street food of dubious cleanliness. However, the steward Li Tu chimed in with a smile. "Magistrate, our sugar-crusted pancakes are also delicious. I buy a couple each day to accompany my rice porridge for breakfast, and it revitalizes my spirit. If only I could have some pickled vegetables with it, the day would be utterly complete." "Oh, is that so?" Liu, intrigued by his words, immediately turned to Xiao Lu. "Go, fetch a couple for us to try." Though Xiao Lu did not fully grasp the significance of the request, he understood that eating pancakes at that moment did not seem like a serious matter. However, the command of the county magistrate could not be defied, so he nodded and proceeded. He brought over a grand armchair, and as Liu settled into it, he casually crossed his legs. The 2 young maids, Yun Ban and Yun Ling, promptly approached to massage his shoulders. Liu intended to continue a pleasant conversation with Old Li about the local delicacies. Noticing his interest, Old Li readily shared every detail. Coughing lightly, Xiao Yunzhou interjected, "County magistrate, in 5 days, you will officially preside over the court. There are many matters that require your attention before then, and they are of utmost importance. For instance, you must inspect the city, evaluate the prisons, visit the county academy to meet the local scholars, and finally, host a banquet to become acquainted with the local gentry. Chatting about local cuisine was a trivial pursuit for a newly appointed magistrate. Ah, indeed, the pressing matters take precedence, Liu remarked, gazing at the towering pile of account books before him, showing no inclination to reach for them. As I embark on my official duties, I have prepared a modest greeting gift of 501 for each staff member at the county office, as a token of appreciation for their hard work. He instructed Zixuan to inform everyone that he would present the gifts according to the roster. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunzhou's expression shifted, yet he promptly summoned the necessary individuals. This was advice imparted by Wang Zhiqiu, who likened the county office to a military unit, where there are always those who exploit the system for personal gain. Liu was unwilling to support those who merely collected a salary without contributing. Old Li's eyes widened as he hesitated, pointing at his meticulously organized account books. County magistrate, did we not agree to scrutinize all expenditures at the office yesterday, ensuring that every coin is accounted for? Why, then, have we shifted our focus to counting personnel? Chapter 49. Replacing Chao Fu with Du Tu. Liu rose and addressed Old Li. I must ask you, when you maintain the accounts, do you do so with a clear conscience for the public good? At this, Old Li's heart trembled, but upon meeting Xiao Yunzhou's gaze, he replied, County magistrate, I have dined on the public's provision for 30 years, and I assure you there is not a single discrepancy in my accounts. I would never dare to act without conscience. Seeing his earnestness, Liu chose not to press him further, simply ordering the storeroom to be locked. From this day forth, no one may enter or exit the storeroom without the county's decree. The individuals present showed little reaction to the locking of the storeroom, as they had been organizing the account books for several months and were confident that nothing could be discovered. In the grand courtyard of the county office, over 100 officials and clerks from various departments, hearing of the promised rewards, eagerly rushed to line up. How remarkable it was that the new magistrate not only refrained from expecting tribute, but also intended to distribute rewards. Surely, this must be a dream. It was uncommon, even in other counties, to witness such generosity. After much excited discussion, they arrived at a consensus. The new county magistrate is truly benevolent. It is worth noting that most of them earned only 300 to 400 won per month, and the rewards given by the new magistrate amounted to a full month's salary. What joy is there in receiving a salary without lifting a finger? Liu sat in her chair, basking in the warmth of the sun after the rain, directing Zhao Tie to call out names one by one. The handwriting of this girl, Yun Ban, was delicate and her thoughts meticulous, as she handled the distribution of funds and the record-keeping. Those summoned by name approached to collect their money, pressing their fingerprints beside their names. Observing this, Xiao Yunzhou furrowed his brow. How could one allow women to perform such tasks in the front hall? It was a disgrace to decorum. Indeed, it was a reflection of the uncouth and unrefined nature of the impoverished and inhospitable lands of Bashu. Once all present had received their funds, Liu perused the roster and discovered that over 30 individuals were absent from their posts. What more needed to be said? Promptly, she ordered that those listed by address be summoned. Those needing to be reprimanded would be dealt with, and those deserving of removal would be dismissed. The officers, having received their rewards, worked diligently, and within an hour, they had gathered over 30 individuals. Among them were those sleeping in, reveling in gambling dens and brothels, and several whom no one had ever seen fulfilling their duties. There was even one who had passed away 4 years prior. Yet his elderly father was brought to the county office by a clever fellow named Chao Fu, leaving the old man trembling and bowing repeatedly to Liu, exclaiming, Your Excellency, your keen insight is unmatched. Since the untimely passing of my son, I have not received even a half-copper coin from the government. My son died while apprehending a thief, and though the compensation was supposed to be 6 guan, it was reduced to 3, and I said nothing. Who would have thought that someone would be siphoning off the deceased's wages? Chao Wang, with a glint of mischief in his eye, interjected, Your Excellency, since Chai Wang's death, I have indeed not seen the old man at our county office. He continued, Chai Wang met an unjust fate. The compensation was insufficient for the old gentleman. However, he has been rather dishonest, spreading falsehoods about our county office, claiming he was given only 3 guan. The elder Chai's eyes widened in disbelief. He lacked the audacity to make such claims. He was always courteous to the young man, even treating him to roasted eggplant. How could he harm himself? Just as he was about to protest, he noticed Chao Fu winking at him, suddenly realizing that this was a ploy to assist him in reclaiming the funds from the new magistrate. Thus, he immediately lamented, "Your Excellency, I am wronged. The regulations state that the compensation for those who die in service is 6 guan, yet I have only received 3. The subtle theatrics of the two men did not escape Li Yu's notice, and even the captain, Lu Lu, could not be deceived. He silently cursed Chao Fu for being so disloyal, despite having always remembered to reward him during good fortune. Who would have thought he would betray his own? Li Tu quickly distanced himself from the matter, asserting that he had adhered to proper protocol in disbursing the compensation. As for why the compensation was issued while salaries continued, that was due to an oversight in his duties. He was willing to accept any penalties, but he had certainly disbursed the funds. At that moment, Xiao Lu returned, and Li Yu took a sip of tea to clear her throat, instructing Xiao Lu, accompany Li Zhangfang to retrieve the ledgers for salary and compensation distributions. The ledger was soon presented, clearly inscribed with the date of the 27th year of Qian Yuan, the 8th day of the 3rd month, at the hour of the 5th watch, detailing a sum of 6 guan for the bereavement compensation of Chai Wang. Upon further examination of the records, Li Yu noticed that the signature of Chai Lu, also known as Old Man Chai, was indeed present, albeit with a few remaining lines of expenditure. The handwriting was consistent, and even the patterns of the fingerprints bore striking similarity. He turned to Li Tu and inquired, "Who, in truth, has claimed the funds?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Tu averted his gaze and looked towards the headman, Lu Lu. Lu Lu attempted to defend himself, claiming, "Your Excellency, Brother Chai Wang's father is illiterate. Thus I took it upon myself to collect the funds on his behalf, yet the money rightfully belongs to him." He wished to assert that Old Man Chai had wronged him, but Li Yu raised his hand to silence him. All disbursements made by the government, including salaries and compensation, must be personally collected by the individual or by their immediate family, parents, spouses, children, or daughters. If they are unable to sign, they may use their fingerprint as verification. Why, then, did you not adhere to protocol? Are we to assume that the individual's fingers are entirely severed, necessitating your assistance? Furthermore, why have you continued to collect the deceased's salary from the court each month? Surely, the departed cannot spend it. Do you pocket it for yourself? Seeing Lu Lu cower and kneel, at a loss for words, Li Yu immediately commanded his subordinates to force him into a chair. Lu Lu was to receive 20 lashes, and an investigation was to be conducted to recover the embezzled funds, resulting in a 5-year sentence and immediate dismissal from the office. In the presence of their former superior, some were hesitant to act, but ultimately, having unlawfully appropriated the salary of the newly appointed county magistrate for a month, they were dissuaded from showing leniency, for they dared not defy the county official. "Your Excellency, please show mercy. I shall never act so again. I have served in the office for 20 years. I may not have achievements, but I have endured hardships." Li Yu remained unmoved by Lu Lu's pleas, while Xiao Yunzhao merely shifted his lips without uttering a word. This young magistrate had yet to address Lu Lu's negligence and oversight. It seemed he had returned with a resolute disposition. At that moment, Li Yu suddenly pointed towards Chao Fu, saying, "I find you quite commendable. From today onward, you shall assume Lu Lu's position." Chao Fu, taken aback by the prospect of promotion through good deeds, responded with uncontainable enthusiasm, nearly shattering the eardrums of those nearby. "Yes, Your Excellency." The new magistrate was generous with rewards and possessed discernment. Henceforth, he would undoubtedly be unwaveringly loyal to the new magistrate. Li Yu smiled, for this was indeed the primary objective of the day. Though these minor officials held little rank, they played crucial roles, necessitating a change in leadership among them. Chapter 50. What happened to the reservoir? Since the time when Xiao Yunzhao was conversing with Li Yu and Old Li about food, an unsettling sensation had begun to stir within him, as he sensed that this fellow was somewhat different from his initial expectations. This young man, despite his humble origins, had married the daughter of a wealthy family and acquired some capital, yet how could he possess such formidable means? He directed efforts from the east to the west, catching them completely off guard today, and even went so far as to spend money to win people's hearts. The headman was replaced as well. After today's events, while it could not be said that the entire office was now wholly devoted to the new magistrate, he had certainly garnered the loyalty of a significant portion of the populace. Jiang Yin speculated that his stepfather, being an inspector and a man of the yamen, must have been influenced by his surroundings since childhood absorbing knowledge and experiences. If a noble scion from a prestigious family were to emerge, it is possible that he might lack such insight. Conversely, children from impoverished backgrounds have encountered diverse experiences, enabling them to act with foresight and weigh their options carefully. Lu Qingyuan sighed, advising caution, as the newly appointed officials often initiate their tenure with fervor. This was merely the first blaze, leaving one to wonder who might be scorched by tomorrow's fire. In truth, if we adhere to conventional wisdom, the initial flare has already dulled in intensity. In the span of 2 days, the crowd's initial disdain transformed into a blend of caution and apprehension. Within the courtyard of the county yamen, Li Yu reclined upon his wife's lap, relishing her ministrations on his shoulders and head, leisurely perusing the impeccable accounts. Indeed, they were quite commendable. He remarked to his wife, "These accounts are truly well executed. Allow me to show you." Despite his extensive experience in a more advanced financial sphere and his recent acquisition of a silver bracelet, he found nothing amiss at first glance. However, given the potential differences between modern and ancient accounting practices, he decided to consult a seasoned individual from the past for further insight. Ning Zhaoan took the ledger, examining it meticulously for several pages before smiling. He found no apparent issues. The grain prices aligned with their inquiries, and the costs associated with repairing bridges, roads, and temples matched their findings. Yet often, the absence of problems can be the most significant issue of all. They had investigated the prices from the 24th year of the Qianyuan period, which did not deviate from those recorded in the accounts. Li Yu felt a lingering unease. Could it truly be devoid of any issues? It seemed implausible. If the situation were as simple as merely pocketing a few empty salaries, would the previous county magistrate have succumbed to illness out of fear prior to the arrival of his successor? Observing Li Yu's confusion, Ning Zhaoan pointed to an entry regarding the construction of a reservoir. "I believe it would be prudent for you to inspect this matter tomorrow, to ascertain the true state of the reservoir. It lies over 30 miles from the county seat. Perhaps they presume you will not venture here. It is possible that the reservoir does not exist, or if it does, it may have been funded by local gentry and landowners, only for them to manipulate the accounts. Regardless of the scenario, if no construction occurred, there would naturally be no evidence of expenditure. Conversely, if the latter were true, a stele commemorating the merits of the project would be present. Unless they genuinely utilized the funds to construct the reservoir, the situation would remain ambiguous." Prompted by these words, Li Yu sat upright, revisiting the detailed accounts for the construction of the stone reservoir. It was a point his wife had nearly overlooked. Typically, in ancient times, the construction of bridges and reservoirs was financed by gentry, wealthy landowners, and villagers. Only when funds were insufficient would the yamen allocate a sum to cover the deficit. Hence, such hydraulic works were often attributed to the official's merits. Funds from the imperial treasury could not be counted as an official achievement. However, the reservoir in question had received 5,000 guan from the yamen, a sum substantial enough to construct a medium to large-scale reservoir. "Very well. Tomorrow I shall venture to observe the reservoir that cost 5,000 coins, and I shall discreetly arrange for an in-depth investigation." The men surrounding him were excessively conspicuous. So while Li Yu conferred with his wife about enlisting Tai Yi for covert inquiries, they also included the maids and servants they had brought along. These individuals inherently held a low regard for women, thus granting them a considerable advantage, sometimes proving to be more effective than professionals. On the following day, when Li Yu expressed his intention to personally visit the Zhuo manor, those privy to the situation turned pale. Even the typically composed Xiao Yunzhu exhibited signs of unease. They naturally urged Li Yu to spare himself the trouble, but his determination to proceed could not be thwarted, leaving them no choice but to follow with trepidation. Upon arriving at the Zhuo manor, Li Yu was taken aback. There was no sign of a reservoir, let alone a pond. Instead, a mere plot of land was enclosed, littered with several large stones and decayed wooden beams infested with insects. Li Yu, hands on his hips, was rendered speechless as he pointed at the so-called reservoir. After a lengthy pause, he turned to the evasive Xiao Yunzhu and demanded, "Zixuan, will you not provide an explanation? Surely, 5,000 coins cannot have been spent entirely on this. At the very least, 2,000 ought to have been allocated. And what of the meticulous accounting? Every coin accounted for. What nonsense is this?" The county magistrate, Xiao Yunzhu, stammered, "This is due to the spring plowing and autumn harvest, and I did not wish to burden the populace with excessive labor that could hinder their farming efforts. Hence the delay in commencing work." "Li Yu, exasperated, retorted, "So where has this 5,000 taels truly gone? What of the timber documented in the accounts? The iron tools? And the provisions prepared for labor?" Silence was his only response, and he felt there was no point in further inquiry. He planned to return and immediately report to the governor's office, advocating for the dismissal and investigation of Xiao Yunzhu, but Ning Zhaoan advised him to exercise patience. It appears that from the county clerk to the assistant, all are deeply compromised. It would be prudent to ascertain their culpability before reporting to the governor. Otherwise, should you report one at a time, not only will the governor be vexed, but I shall be as well. The court mandates that local governments can only impose minor penalties on their subordinates. Direct dismissals require a hierarchical report, culminating in actions taken by the provincial supervisory office. Were it not for this, Xiao Yunzhu would already be languishing in prison, counting cockroaches. At this moment, Xiao Yunzhu was sweating profusely, and the others were not faring much better as they awaited the return of their scouts. Xiao Yunzhu immediately inquired, "What news? Has anyone from the county office ventured to the city?" After their excursion to the reservoir, the county magistrate fell silent, his heart racing with apprehension. Had he known the county magistrate was so astute, he would have concealed the accounts 100 miles away. "Sir, there has been no one from the county office leaving the city." Upon learning that the magistrate had not dispatched anyone to the city to lodge a complaint, Xiao Yunzhu sank back into his seat, utterly defeated. "I truly underestimated him. I thought his youth would render him easily deceived, and that as long as the accounts appeared sound, all would be well. Who could have anticipated his initiative to conduct a field investigation? It is astonishing how swiftly he acted. While other magistrates are busy engaging with students at the county school, discussing academic matters, he would think to inspect the reservoir." Jiang Yindao remarked, "This county magistrate also hails from humble beginnings. Zixuan, do you think he is merely waiting for us to present our filial offerings, allowing this matter to pass? Otherwise, why would he not directly report such an evident issue?" Xiao Yunzhu pondered this notion and found it reasonable, yet upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. When we were young, did we ever contemplate engaging in the very pursuits we are currently involved in? The magistrate, having toiled for decades in the cold confines of study to achieve success and become a local authority, must surely feel invigorated and accomplished at this juncture. Moreover, he possesses a wealthy wife. Any inclination towards greed would likely arise many years hence, making it improbable for him to act in such a manner so soon after assuming office. Chapter 51. The secretary Lu Qingyuan presented a sumptuous spread of fine wines and delicacies, expressing a desire to engage in conversation with Li Yu over drinks. As Li Yu surveyed the table laden with exquisite dishes, he, having just dined, found himself lacking appetite. "Let us get straight to the point. I have an engagement with the county school children tomorrow." Observing Li Yu's languid demeanor, Lu Qingyuan eagerly poured him a glass of wine. "This is our renowned Lanling wine. It would be a delight for the magistrate to sample it." Although Li Yu was generally indifferent to wine, he was open to trying something novel. However, as Lu Qingyuan poured, Li Yu caught a glimpse of the embroidered gold thread pattern peeking from his sleeve, igniting his curiosity to converse further with Lu Qingyuan. "What is your relationship with Lu?" Lu Qingyuan responded that they were merely distant relatives, and Li Yu chose not to pursue the matter further. "Were you employed by County Magistrate Wang? You must have been in the Yamen for quite some time, then?" The secretary was not a public servant. Most were hired by local officials at considerable expense to assist with mundane affairs and swiftly grasp local sentiments. Lu Qingyuan's annual salary was 40 guan, surpassing that of his father's 9th-grade inspectorate, indicating the significant reliance County Magistrate Wang placed on his secretary. "As for the magistrate, I have diligently served in the Yamen for nearly 17 years, Lu Qingyuan stated, refilling Li Yu's glass as soon as he finished his drink. When Magistrate Wang first arrived here, his grandson was still in swaddling clothes. By the time he departed, his grandson was already carrying a doll. Throughout those years, there was little he was unaware of." Li Yu nodded in understanding. "Since Magistrate Wang has retired, I suppose no one is compensating you. Why do you not return home?" The secretary, akin to a personal assistant, may be convenient for others, yet the new master might not find him as such. "Are they eager to have me leave?" Lu Qingyuan's smile faltered slightly, yet he maintained his jovial demeanor. "Serving the court is a privilege for us scholars. Discussing remuneration feels somewhat disheartening. That meager salary is trivial. Whether it is received or not seems inconsequential. You are indeed a paragon of virtue, a veritable sage." Li Yu thought to confront him with the findings he had uncovered. Yet to avoid raising suspicions, he merely smiled. It is a pity that County Magistrate Xiao has gone too far. That is a sum of 5,000 guan. The hard-earned money of the populace. Lu Qingyuan's sleeve twitched imperceptibly, his demeanor growing even more deferential as he filled Li Yu's glass once more. The young county magistrate, unaware of the intricacies involved, found himself overwhelmed by the pressures of his position, leading to his illness and retreat from duty. The dim light of the oil lamp cast shadows on Lu Qingyuan's face, and Li Yu discerned a warning in his eyes. Before he could voice his thoughts, Lu Qingyuan spoke again. Although I am 2 decades your senior, I dare to share my humble opinions with you, esteemed magistrate. Though the county lieutenant is of a lower rank, he is deeply rooted in this locality, having connections with influential families and strong ties among various clans. Unlike you, who is a true scholar by merit, the county lieutenant has risen through the ranks from a mere assistant, and despite his lengthy tenure, the court has yet to promote him to magistrate. If you aspire to achieve political success and ascend in rank, or if you wish to fulfill your duties for the court effectively, you may need the assistance of the county lieutenant. Young and affluent, he may not be swayed by mere charm or beauty. It is likely that only renown and wealth can capture his allegiance. Are you reluctant to offer even a modest token of respect to yourself? Li Yu, feeling slighted by the insinuation that he was being painted a fool, swirled the wine in his cup, admiring its intricate design, while a prickling sensation spread through his palm. Are you attempting to threaten me, sir? If I choose to remain willfully blind to your intentions, are you preparing to employ the same tactics you used against Magistrate Wang on me? It was audacious for an assistant lacking formal appointment to presume to threaten a county magistrate. Who would believe such a tale? Esteemed magistrate, please do not misconstrue my intentions. Lu Qingyuan replied with heightened respect. I am solely concerned for your well-being, fearing that you might jeopardize your significant affairs over past grievances. My intentions are pure. If you perceive any ulterior motives, consider my words as if they were never spoken. After uttering this, he scrutinized the youth's expression but could discern no sign of pleasure or displeasure. A shiver ran down his spine. Could Li Yu truly be just over 20 years of age? Li Yu remained silent for a long while before finally permitting him to depart. You may go. I shall carefully contemplate your words. He would consider how to gather irrefutable evidence and subsequently apprehend all involved, followed by appointing a few incorruptible officials. The following day, Li Yu feigned normalcy, adhering to protocol as he toured various locations in the county, making no mention of the financial audits. He did not promise a retrial for the prisoners in the jail who cried out for justice. Everyone believed that the matter had been laid to rest, thinking the magistrate would not pursue it further. Once they had relaxed their vigilance, Li Yu dispatched Xiao Yunzhu to oversee the construction of the reservoir. Recognizing him as the most astute among them, he intended to replace the corrupt elements and knew that removing this cleverest one would facilitate his investigation. While many county lieutenants were assigned to important positions for independent duties, Xiao Yunzhu had already exercised the powers of a magistrate for 5 full years. For a considerable time, he had been convinced of his impending promotion to a true magistracy and was naturally unwilling to serve as a mere water management lieutenant. Li Yu was indifferent to whether they were willing or not. The enormous mess they had created for this county could not simply be left for the next administration to handle. He raised the ledger in his hand and slammed it down heavily on the official desk. For other matters, I might choose to turn a blind eye, feigning ignorance. But this deficit must be addressed by you. He placed his hands on the armrests of the official chair, casually crossing his legs. If the reservoir is constructed successfully, I shall overlook past grievances. However, should it fail, we shall take our concerns to the prefectural office and the inspection bureau. Though it was unpleasant to have to return the funds that had been misappropriated, Xiao Yunzhu did not dare to offend Li Yu at this moment. Despite having 1,000 reservations in his heart, he acquiesced like a subordinate. Internally, he cursed vehemently, realizing the weight of authority could be suffocating. Understood, he replied. Li Yu cautioned that villagers should not be asked to donate. The funds must be returned in the same manner they were taken. After Xiao Yunzhu departed to carry out the orders, Lu Qingyuan could not help but voice his thoughts. Why must the county magistrate speak so harshly? The county vice magistrate and you are not adversaries. Not only were they not enemies, but they could potentially assist in securing a substantial profit. Li Yu regarded the golden floral pattern on the inside of his sleeve and suddenly laughed. I wonder how much of that 5,000 guan allocated for the reservoir repairs they managed to siphon off for themselves? Following his gaze, Lu Qingyuan quickly concealed his inner garment, feeling a twinge of guilt. What does the county magistrate mean? Are we to settle old scores with them? Or shall we let bygones be bygones? Chapter 52. Do you not value this county? Your words hold little weight for this county, Liu remarked, bemused by Lu Qingyuan's anxious demeanor. You have acquired so many benefits. Did you truly intend to hoard them all for yourselves without considering a share for me? Although he did not state it outright, his meaning was abundantly clear. Lu Qingyuan initially felt astonished, but then a look of delight spread across his face. I understand. Rest assured, regardless of any losses incurred, this county shall not suffer. I will make arrangements immediately. Initially thinking it would be fortunate if the county magistrate remained silent, little did he expect the new magistrate to voluntarily join the endeavor, which was indeed the best outcome. This indicated that they could continue to prosper. As Lu Qingyuan's figure gradually faded from view, Liu's fingers spun the 2 walnuts in his hand with increasing speed. Damn that wretched scoundrel. He had stealthily inspected the county granary the previous night, which housed the newly collected taxes set aside as disaster relief provisions. In a year of peace, these would be distributed as salaries to the officials. However, upon his visit to the granary, he found that while the outer sacks contained what appeared to be new rice, beneath them lay bags filled with moldy, stale grain. Liu was not one to demand absolute purity, but those who tampered with disaster relief supplies were beyond redemption. They were akin to beasts that, when caught stealing food, deserved a beating. Prepare the horses. I must meet with the governor of Huangzhou. The prefect of Xing'an, his direct superior, is named Hang Jun, courtesy name Zixuan. He was a second-degree scholar in the Imperial examination of the 21st year of Qianyuan and was appointed as the prefect of Xing'an just last year. Zhao Taishan harbors some concerns about whether Prefect Hang would be willing to assist us. This matter is not as simple as imposing penalties on a few low-ranking officials. In truth, neither the prefect nor the county magistrate possesses direct authority to dismiss errant officials, as they are overseen by numerous higher authorities. Should any discrepancies arise concerning revenue or grain, it falls under the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Revenue, while issues related to criminal justice are handled by the Supervisory Office. Matters of misconduct that warrant the revocation of titles must be managed by the educational authorities. Naturally, the opinions of the county magistrate and the prefect hold significant weight, and if there is substantial evidence, action may indeed be taken. If the county magistrate wishes to set an example, that is one thing. However, to conduct a thorough cleansing of the entire county office, the prefect would need to engage in extensive coordination, mobilizing the Bureau of Revenue, the Supervisory Office, and the educational authorities. Would they be inclined to undertake such a troublesome endeavor? There exists no established rapport, and it would be far simpler for them to remain in their office and peruse a book at leisure. Liu refrained from addressing this concern, knowing that Minister Wang had mentioned reaching out to Hang Ziyue for assistance. Should Hang Ziyue dare to refuse, he would face dire consequences upon his return. As he slipped out through the back door of the county office, Liu cast a glance at Chao Fu, who was trailing behind him. Where did the county magistrate go today? Chao Fu appeared momentarily perplexed, but quickly regained composure, responding respectfully. The county magistrate has not ventured anywhere today. I have not seen him leave the office. Liu nodded in satisfaction and continued walking, while Li Tie tossed the prepared pouch of money into Chao Fu's arms, saying, "The county magistrate invites you and your brothers for tea." Chao Fu hurriedly extended his hands to receive the pouch, the weight of it causing him to beam with delight. "Thank you, county magistrate." The other officials also wore expressions of joy, finding the new county magistrate exceedingly generous. Besides distributing silver to those in the know, Chao Fu also contemplated hosting a banquet for everyone in the county office. Otherwise, his position as head constable would be precarious. Of course, he must also attend to the county magistrate's affairs. Otherwise, he might as well resign. After exiting the city, Liu could not help but inquire. "I did not instruct you to spend money, did I? It is not your own, so it should not be squandered." "Oh, county magistrate, this was commanded by my wife," Tie hurriedly explained. "She said that until the task is accomplished, it is best to reward these officials generously." Upon hearing this, Liu fell silent, primarily concerned that such indulgence might spoil the constables, leading them to neglect their duties once the rewards ceased. However, since his wife had indicated that rewards would not continue after the task was completed, he saw no point in further discussion. At the prefectural office, Hang Jun had anticipated Liu's visit, but did not expect it to occur so swiftly. He emerged from his inner chamber with a smile, greeting Liu warmly. "Before taking office, I heard from my mentor about your literary talents. and I had hoped for the opportunity to collaborate. I never imagined our meeting would come so soon. Having spent 7 years in the capital, Huangzhou exuded the poise and maturity of a seasoned man, marking a clear distinction from the reckless youth. It cannot be delayed. Li Yu replied, clasping his hands in greeting, before adding with a hint of resignation, Minister Wang has instructed me to manage Zhangqiao well. But the county office is in utter disarray, which is why I must seek your assistance. Huangzhou, upon hearing this, chuckled softly as he sipped his tea, for he had long been aware of the situation. How might I assist you? His mentor, Wang Xiang, hailing from the esteemed position of a censor, may not surpass Fan Xiang in other domains, but in terms of acquiring information, he certainly eclipsed him. 2 years prior, Wang Xiang had already been privy to the matters concerning Zhangqiao, deliberately allowing this gap to persist to enable the young Li Yu to garner experience. Simultaneously, he was keen to ascertain the capabilities of this promising youth whom he so highly regarded. With a gentle smile, Li Yu articulated his plans. As night fell, a shroud of darkness enveloped the entire Zhangqiao County. Every household was secured, the affluent illuminating their abodes to engage in idle conversation, while the less fortunate retired early, laboring for the next generation of servitude to the state. The county office, originally a bastion of justice for the people, found itself in an unusual predicament as Lu Qingyuan, accompanied by the clerk Jiang Yan, arrived bearing a substantial box filled with silver ingots to share with Li Yu. Li Yu casually picked up a large ingot, scrutinizing it under the glass lamp. This must be melted official silver, he mused, for although it bore no official insignia, the evidence of deliberate melting was glaringly apparent. Aside from official silver, he could conceive no other rationale for such an extensive quantity of melted bullion. The county magistrate had an astute eye. Jiang Yan, ingratiating himself, claimed this was part of the 5,000 taels allocated for reservoir construction, with 2,000 taels set aside as a tribute to the county magistrate, hoping he would not take offense. Among the 5 individuals privy to the inner workings, the county magistrate alone had appropriated nearly half. He believed he had demonstrated sufficient sincerity. Yet Li Yu was far from satisfied. Does this county think me easily swayed? You bring this box of silver to placate me like a beggar? For 3 years, the county had been under the stewardship of a diligent magistrate, with 100,000 taels of snow-white silver, and Xiao Yunzhao had been the magistrate for 5 years. Did they think 2,000 taels would suffice to dismiss him? Did he possess a countenance that invited mockery? Jiang Yan, bewildered, cast a glance at Lu Qingyuan, who too was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Yu, though youthful, would possess such formidable aspirations. Li Yu extended his left hand, prompting Li Tie to promptly present a ledger. What became of the reserve grain from the granaries in the years 25, 26, and 24 of the Qianyuan era? How much was sold? Old Li has meticulously recorded every transaction. Old Li, though timid, was quick to divulge when pressed, yet he was also inclined to show leniency, for they had once shared the same profession, and he understood the burdens borne by those at the grassroots level. Chapter 53, Dissolved in Water, quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Li Yu, observing the incredulous expressions of his companions, felt a moment of unease and lowered his gaze, but quickly regained his composure. Those who keep accounts often maintain 2 ledgers. What you requested me to record is one. Yet I have also kept a separate account of what you wished me to forget. Old Li had consumed public fare for 30 years. For the first 20, he had taken nothing more than his rightful share, but in the latter decade, he had been reluctantly compelled to join the ranks of the unscrupulous. Could he not carve out an escape for himself? Realizing that the county magistrate had become aware of the situation, and considering the new official was so young, it was improbable that he would allow matters to rest so easily. Perhaps if he confessed honestly, he might yet preserve his life. This ledger is now in my possession, Li Yu declared, tapping the book in his hand before opening it to read aloud. In the 25th year of the Qianyuan era, the land tax amounted to 8,000 shi, yet only 5,000 shi was legitimately contributed to the public treasury. The 3,000 shi that were illicitly acquired were divided among the county magistrate, who took 1,000, the chief clerk who received 700 shi, and the accountant who was allotted 700 shi, with the remaining funds distributed among those in the know. Li too, the unfortunate accountant entangled in these shady dealings, received a mere 20 shi, a paltry sum that hardly justified the perilous risks he undertook. Indeed, it was akin to earning a pittance while toiling under the weight of a grave transgression. Once again, one cannot help but shed tears of bitterness for this profession. Lu Qingyuan had previously suggested that they allocate more to Old Li, but his counsel was disregarded, leading to this unfortunate predicament. County Magistrate. The matter of silver is quite negotiable. Thankfully, they are not here to apprehend anyone. Issues that can be resolved with silver are not truly issues at all. What do you think of adding another 2,000 taels? To offer 4,000 taels without any effort is far easier than their convoluted attempts to procure funds. Surely, the county magistrate can see their sincerity. Absolutely not, Liu firmly rejected. This is far too meager. You must return all that you have previously earned and distribute at least half to this county. Upon hearing this, not only Jiang Yan, but even Lu Qingyuan widened their eyes in disbelief. County magistrate, where in the world is there such a principle? They have long since divided their ill-gotten gains, and now that they are willing to share a portion with you, you audaciously demand half. Is that reasonable? Reasonable? Liu could not suppress a laugh as he witnessed Jiang Yan attempting to reason with him. He planted his hands on his hips and confronted Jiang Yan, who averted his gaze. Which sage's teachings instruct you, Chief Clerk Jiang, to deliberately intercept the imperial decree exempting taxes during a poor harvest, thereby coercing the populace to pay their dues, only to pocket the taxes for yourself? And who conspired with Xiao Yunzu to pressure the common folk into paying additional so-called rodent losses? What principle is at play here? Which sage's text supports this rationale? Rodent losses, a mere pretext, signify private interests. While the granaries are ravaged by vermin, the burden falls upon the people, yet the profits line the pockets of corrupt officials. Jiang Yan retreated, wiping the sweat from his brow. Old Li is truly outrageous. Why does he disclose everything to the county magistrate? Lu Qingyuan clenched his fists momentarily, but then relinquished these petty grievances, recognizing that even the small-minded would willingly offer half to the county magistrate, setting a precedent for future dealings. At this juncture, he still believed that matters that could be resolved with money were not insurmountable. Very well, let us tally the accounts. Liu instructed Old Li to fetch the abacus, and he began calculating in front of the two. The reservoir had consumed 5,000 taels. In the 24th year of Qian Yuan, it had devoured 3,000 shur of grain, equating to 1,500 taels of silver. In the 25th year, it consumed 4,000 shur, amounting to 2,000 taels, resulting in a total of 15,000 taels of silver over 6 years. The rodent losses from the 24th to the 28th years, including the first year of Xing'an, summed to 5,000 taels of silver. Do the calculations, is that correct? Seeing the adversaries advance with force, Lu Qingyuan let out a sigh of relief. He was quite willing to part with this substantial sum of over 10,000 taels. After acknowledging the figures, he promised a timeline for the grain delivery and attempted to take the ledger from Liu's hands. Naturally, Liu refused. Not so fast. I have yet to declare my demands. Really, at such an advanced age, one should not be so hasty. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan trembled with trepidation. What secrets did the county magistrate truly possess? Lu Qingyuan's heart sank as he realized that there were matters that had not been disclosed by Old Li. Li Tu's expression mirrored his confusion. He was equally unaware of what else remained unknown to him. Li Yu, with a cheerful demeanor, recounted. In the 24th year of Qian Yuan, you orchestrated 14 miscarriages of justice, receiving over 20,000 taels in bribes from both plaintiffs and defendants. Through coercive interrogations, you altered testimonies, leading to wrongful convictions and even the deaths of 3 victims, one of whom was a mere 15-year-old boy, who had yet to marry or start a family, driven to his demise by your actions. Over the past 6 years, the total amounts to 123,000 taels of silver. Have I erred in my calculations? Lu Qingyuan swallowed hard, not daring to utter a word in rebuttal. For in Li Yu's possession was the very account book he had concealed at home. He could not fathom how his ledger had fallen into Li Yu's hands. In truth, the account book was blank. Li Yu had merely crafted an identical cover based on Lu's description. The evening's dim light further obscured Lu Qingyuan's vision, and in his panic, he could not ponder the details. Li Yu pressed on relentlessly, unveiling the so-called settlement fees and case closure funds, colluding with lawyers to extort and accept bribes from wealthy families while imposing their burdens on ordinary citizens. They had deliberately intensified the demands for labor, compelling the populace to pay to evade these duties, while accepting bribes to allow unworthy students to pass county examinations. Moreover, they extorted merchants, coercing them to pay various taxes. Over the span of 6 years, this accumulated to over 200,000 taels, all derived from the blood and tears of the common folk. For 3 years, the county magistrate received 100,000 taels of snowflake silver. Yu and Xiao Yunzhao wielded authority for 6 years, amassing over 300,000 taels. Now, you expect to settle with me for just over 10,000 taels? He instructed Zhao Tie to bring forth a lengthy list, presenting it before Lu Qingyuan, signaling him to sign and submit the silver. I am not inclined to demand more from you. I merely require 16,000 taels, and this matter will be resolved. Once the silver reaches my ledger, I shall return it to you. Should I not see this silver by tomorrow, I shall be compelled to send this ledger to the prefectural office. The air had grown warm, yet some felt as if they had been thrust into the depths of a frigid winter, nearly rendered immobile by the cold. Jiang Yan, nearly in tears, cast a silent plea towards the equally perspiring Lu Qingyuan. What are we to do? Must we truly yield 20,000 taels for the magistrate to relent? Yet what if, upon giving this sum, the magistrate still refused to budge? Naturally, the underhanded would be willing to compensate. As Lu Qingyuan regained his composure, he pondered that regardless of the circumstances, the evidence was firmly in their hands. They could not simply allow themselves to be extorted. A glimmer of cold resolve flickered in his eyes. The new magistrate was quite young. It was reasonable to assume that his indulgence in fine wine had led to a stumble, resulting in his fall into the county office's pond. Chapter 54. There is one more matter to discuss. He believed that Li Yu was unaware of his intentions. However, Li Yu never engaged in unprepared battles, and his thoughts were as transparent as glass. Just as Lu Qingyuan was about to turn away, Li Yu promptly raised his hand to halt him, his languid tone sending a chill down one's spine. I am aware of another matter. Would Master Lu care to stay a while longer? Upon hearing these words, Lu Qingyuan's pupils constricted, yet he had no choice but to stand tall. He feigned composure as he responded, there is nothing more to discuss. Even if our household were to be turned upside down, we would leave no trace behind. He could not believe it. He refused to accept that the matter had been uncovered. The individual in question was merely mad, not deceased. It was entirely normal for an elderly mind to falter. How could the new county magistrate possibly investigate such a thing without cause? The matter regarding the silver was irretrievable. The actions taken by them would only lead to their own demise. However, should they dare to harm a government official, it would result in the annihilation of their entire clan. Even if the individual had merely lost sanity and not life, their deeds were enough to implicate their family. Would you like me to elaborate on this for you, Master Lu? In ancient times, the hierarchy was of utmost importance. The emperor desired absolute obedience between superiors and subordinates, which meant unconditional submission and respect for one's superiors. Why? Because the emperor reigned above all, and the foundational principle of feudal society rested upon the privileges granted by the upper class to those below, thereby exerting control over the entirety of the populace. If you harm your superior today and are not severely punished, could it not lead to treachery against the emperor in the future? Divine authority, royal power, paternal authority, and marital authority. These concepts essentially educate everyone against rebelling against their superiors. For a meager profit, all would clutch tightly to their fragments of power. Therefore, regarding the harm done to the county magistrate, while it may not lead to extensive repercussions, at the very least, the male members of one's family would be unable to escape the fallout. Lu Qingyuan inhaled deeply. County magistrate, one must speak with evidence. To make baseless accusations is no different than murder. Few were privy to this matter, unless, he suddenly widened his eyes. Was Lulu mad? He had not immediately recalled Lulu, but now it was evident that he was the only one who had seen his ledger. Good heavens, it truly is a disgrace to have raised him in vain. Li Yu's tone grew increasingly reminiscent of storytelling. When you first entered the county office, you were merely 32 years old, and you initially got along well with the former county magistrate. You accomplished much good for the county, addressing the remnants of chaos left by your predecessor, and during years of disaster, you provided gruel to the people using your own grain, while other advisors thrived in wealth. You were so impoverished that your trousers hardly held together. As memories flooded back, tears welled in Lu Qingyuan's eyes, recalling the time that individual had come to his home, urging him to take office. Calm yourself. Studying should not be solely for leisure. We must contribute our modest efforts to the world, so we do not waste the years spent in pursuit of wisdom. At that time, he had failed the provincial examination 3 times and had relied on various connections to avoid being penalized as a clerk. Disheartened, he entered the county office with a heart full of youthful idealism, providing counsel and contributing to the achievements of governance. Yet, ultimately, he failed to ascend the social ladder, living a life less affluent than in his youth. and his efforts bore no fruit. The esteemed reputation belonged to another, as did the admiration of the populace. And he? What did he possess? When did the transformation occur? Liu feigned contemplation before seemingly recalling something. It was the winter of the 20th year of Qinyuan. Your eldest grandson was on the verge of marriage, yet your family was too small, necessitating an expansion of the home. Lacking sufficient funds, you sought a loan from County Magistrate Wang. Although he readily lent you the money, your heart was burdened with anxiety over the debt. At that moment, Xiao Yunzhu stepped forward, mocking your considerable talent yet constrained existence, ridiculing your diligent service to Magistrate Wang while still needing to repay a mere loan. He lured you and Jiang Zhuzhu into a web of collusion using both wealth and allure, a lamentable turn of events indeed. Having spoken, Liu slowly approached Jiang Yan, offering him a congenial smile. That woman, is her name Xinyue? The son born to your wife, the old clam nurturing a pearl, was actually fathered by her. Was it not? The law of Daong states that one may only take a concubine after reaching the age of 40 without male heirs, though many disregard this, believing that as long as it is not registered in the official records, it is not illegal. Yet Jiang Yan is one who prides himself on his adherence to the law, while internally he harbors a profound fondness for beauty and the desire for progeny. Furthermore, his wife hails from a respectable family and is a woman of jealousy. Thus, Xiao Yunzhu ensnared him with both money and allure, binding him firmly to his own faction. Bang! Jiang Yan, startled, stumbled backward, inadvertently knocking over a stool. Liu continued to address Lu Qingyuan, aside from the magistrate. Nearly all key figures have been dragged into this mire, and the conspiratorial activities you engaged in have already caught the magistrate's attention. You have known him for many years and are well aware of his character, knowing he would not betray his principles for mere money. You understand that Magistrate Wang possesses a belief in the supernatural. Moreover, you are cognizant of his past, where, in a bid to please a newly appointed governor, he acted against his conscience and caused the demise of the Zhou family. They were a wretched lot. The daughter caught the eye of the governor's son, who resorted to violence, prompting her to leap into the river. In their quest for justice, they had not even left the county before being seized by the authorities, vanishing without a trace that very night. To this day, no one dares to discuss the matter. You summoned individuals to conjure specters, driving Magistrate Wang to the brink of insanity. Whether genuine madness or feigned, no one could discern. However, this long-buried incident resurfaced, and Magistrate Wang could not dare to resume his duties. Should he continue, he would either turn a blind eye or unearth his own transgressions. You initially hoped to oust Magistrate Wang, thereby facilitating Xiao Yunzhu's ascent to the position of county magistrate. Who could have foreseen that the court would defy convention and directly appoint someone from the ranks of the Jinshi? What do you know? It is surprising that Liu perceives matters so simplistically, causing Lu Qingyuan's resolve to waver as he looked mockingly at the youthful and accomplished Liu. Wang Zixuan, much like an aged ox, toiled tirelessly throughout his life, yet in the end, what did he truly gain? It seems that the county magistrate possesses a greater wisdom, having understood the essence of importance upon entering the bureaucratic realm. Alas, Wang Zixuan and the unscrupulous comprehended this truth far too late. Had he grasped this principle years earlier, his family would have long since amassed a fortune, and he would not now be subjected to extortion by a mere youth. You are aware of the gravity of this matter, and I am not one to act without reason. Liu's fingers gently tapped on the desk, pondering the irony of the official court's complacency while simultaneously harboring a tinge of sympathy. Lu and his accomplices have all confessed by now. If you were to offer less, the county would find itself in a predicament. These individuals have long sought to poison Lu, yet his bodyguard, sent by his uncle, proved to be quite formidable, thwarting their intentions. Lu Qingyuan understood the implication of this, and thus he clasped his hands and said, "Please, county magistrate, state your price." Regardless of the amount he desired, it was imperative that this young man be silenced permanently. Chapter 55. The older, the better. As for me, my demands are modest. Upon seeing that all matters had been acknowledged, Liu smiled and glanced towards the screen. He was uncertain how much the provincial governor would ask for, nor if you could afford it. At these words, Lu Qingyuan's pupils constricted, and he nearly shouted in disbelief. Are you setting a trap? This wretched fellow sought not money, but rather a confession of guilt from his own lips. Furthermore, he had the audacity to summon the governor as a witness. When Hang Jun emerged from behind the screen with a solemn expression, Jiang Yin was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground, his mind consumed by a singular thought. It's over. Hang Jun had no time for idle chatter. He immediately instructed the clerk to prepare the documentation. Subsequently, he ordered the main officials involved in the case to be apprehended and placed under house arrest at the county yamen. Xiao Yunzhou, the river affairs deputy, had scarcely held his position for a few days before being apprehended by the officials. Since the governor lacked the authority to imprison them, they were merely detained for the time being, awaiting further action. However, Lu Qingyuan, being unregistered, could be incarcerated directly and subjected to interrogation. The dimly lit cell was permeated with a musty odor that Li Yu found quite unpleasant. However, to maintain the faade of a dignified official, he felt compelled to endure it. Familiar, is it? Within the confines of Lu Qingyuan's prison lingered the restless spirits of those who had perished due to his corruption, casting an eerie atmosphere that unsettled Li Yu. Yet, Lu Qingyuan exhibited no fear, revealing that it is not the absence of wrongdoing that keeps one from fearing the specter of guilt, but rather the weight of one's conscience. Justice will be served. And having reached this juncture, I accept my fate. What further inquiries do you have? There is no denying the truth. As one ages, acceptance becomes a necessity. Li Yu gazed at Lu Qingyuan, who appeared to have aged 20 years in an instant, and after a prolonged silence, he found himself at a loss for words. He then proceeded to raid Lu Qingyuan's residence, uncovering a ledger hidden within a jar. The findings revealed that his corrupt gains were less than the charitable deeds he had performed in his earlier years. Is it true that people are capable of change? What is it that you wish to consume? Li Yu crossed his hands over his knees, his tone earnest and sincere. Would you care for a drink? I can have someone bring you a roast chicken. He was genuinely curious about what had transpired to transform this benevolent person into such a state. With the wine laid out before them, Lu Qingyuan consumed several cups, but uttered not a single word. Li Yu remained silent, quietly refilling his glass. After downing several pots of wine, Lu Qingyuan began to reminisce. In Chang'an, the bustling city of carriages and horses, I devoted myself to the powerful. I have known County Magistrate Wang for many years, witnessing his rise to prominence, observing his unwavering integrity. I then watched as he bowed and scraped before his superiors, spending all his years here, ultimately feigning madness to escape the turmoil. It became clear to me that in this world, mere talent and righteousness are insufficient to fulfill one's aspirations. One must also have a patron, a benefactor, someone willing to recognize and elevate you. Surely, this is a lesson the county magistrate has come to understand. Those with connections become scholarly gentlemen, while those without must bend over backward to secure their place in the capital, seeking to establish their presence before the emperor. To Lu Qingyuan, it seemed that Li Yu lacked both connections and a mentor, and his forthright nature had likely offended others, resulting in his assignment to this remote county. Yet, Li Yu chuckled, I relish the role of a public servant. Before he could finish his thought, Lu Qingyuan erupted in agitation. You relish it? Do you think your affection holds any real value? Fine, let us assume you genuinely enjoy it. But what if a high-ranking official, like the Minister of Revenue, demands you to act against your conscience? What would you do then? If you disobey, your official cap is at stake. If you refuse, your family's lives may be in jeopardy. They have 100 ways to deal with you. What will you choose? Will you comply or resist? Why pretend to be a diligent servant when you are being crushed under your superior's weight? It would be far better to plunge into decadence. At least one would enjoy a few years of freedom, wouldn't one? Why should those people live in ease while others tremble in fear, forced to commit wrongful acts, their lives hanging by a thread? If that is the case, it would be wiser to sever ties completely, at least when the truth comes to light. One wouldn't be at a loss. This was the turmoil within Lu Qingyuan's heart. Having been oppressed for so long, he yearned to exert pressure on others. He did not wish to live a life of silent suffering. If you are truly righteous, why not write to His Majesty to accuse Zhang Yi? Li Yu fell silent. Zhang Yi was the previous Minister of Revenue, now serving as the Minister of Personnel and a key advisor to the throne, ostensibly aligned with Wang Xiang. Given the current circumstances, he was hardly mad enough to eliminate his mentor's right-hand man. However, reminding others that Zhang Yi was not a virtuous man seemed permissible. Wait, not a virtuous man. In truth, those who ascend to such heights are rarely paragons of virtue. Moreover, the position of county magistrate in Zhangqiao was bestowed by Wang Xiang. Could it be that Wang Xiang was truly unaware of Zhang Yi's character? In this world, as long as one is useful, one's identity and past actions become inconsequential. With the assistance of Hang Jun, personnel from the Minister of Revenue's office, the Inspectorate, and the Education Administration had all come to lend their support. After confirming their transgressions one by one, the authorities began a gradual process of imprisonment, confiscating properties, and stripping individuals of their titles, ultimately leading to sentencing. Those of rank, such as Xiao Yunzhao and Jiang Yan, were subjected to severe penalties, including execution by hanging, ensuring their corpses remained intact, and their entire male lineage was barred from participating in the imperial examinations for 3 generations. Lu Qingyuan, on the other hand, faced beheading, with the same prohibition on examinations for his lineage. With this matter resolved, the county office could now enjoy a semblance of tranquility. Holding a folding fan and gently swaying it, Hang Jun inquired with a smile, "What are your next steps?" Governing a county encompasses far more than merely apprehending a handful of corrupt officials. The intricacies involved are far greater. Naturally, recruitment is essential, Liu replied, gesturing toward the vacant county office with a hint of resignation. With no one here, I am merely a figurehead. Although the old Li and his associates had received leniency for their confessions, they could not be retained. Positions such as county deputy, clerk, and record keeper would all require fresh appointments. These individuals would serve as his aides in the future, so it was imperative that they shared a common purpose with him. Liu hoped to select these candidates himself. Alas, the greatest pity was his inability to act against Zhang Yi. All the troubles stemmed from this individual. Yet he remained unscathed. Then do take your time in selecting. Hang Jun responded supportively, recognizing that since these were recommendations from his own mentor, he would provide unwavering assistance. Once you've compiled the list, send it to me, and I shall speak with the officials at the provincial government. Choose those whom you find agreeable and capable. Only then can we accomplish our tasks effectively. With Hang Jun's assistance, Liu swiftly issued a recruitment notice and prepared for written examinations, akin to a minor imperial examination. In any case, the turnout for the examination was remarkably high, with numerous scholars aspiring to fill the accounting positions. Zixuan was among those applying for the accounting role. A young man in his 20s standing out amidst a sea of middle-aged candidates, attracting derision from the older crowd. Has this lad, who has only just outgrown his infancy, come to manage the public accounts? Laughter erupted from the crowd in response. It was an undeniable fact that this profession favored the elderly. The older one was, the more esteemed they became. Chapter 56. All young hotheads. Zixuan, his face flushed from the ridicule, stood even taller with determination. It seemed there were no explicit regulations barring young applicants from competing, was there? While other county offices might stipulate a minimum age of 35 for accounting positions, their county magistrate differed from the rest. He had declared that anyone over the age of 20 was welcome to take the examination. Given that the magistrate had opened the door, why should he not seize the opportunity to try his hand? This magistrate was indeed a formidable figure. A middle-aged accountant deliberately attempted to intimidate him, saying, "Have you not heard tales of past accountants receiving 10 lashes and serving years in confinement?" Nowadays, many prominent figures in the county office had been dismissed by this new magistrate. Zixuan scrutinized the man, finding him rather perplexing. "If you're difficult to please, why are you even here to compete? Wouldn't it be better to rest at home? What do you have to gain by contending with those who rely on public funds?" He was there to seek employment for himself, not to engage in corruption at the county office. The magistrate's temperament had no bearing on his own aspirations. Is it not sufficient to simply balance one's accounts? In the courtyard of the magistrate's office, over 30 tables have been arranged, each equipped with an abacus. Liu occupies the position of the chief examiner, personally crafting questions, relishing the subtle thrill of wielding authority. In the autumn of the 23rd year of Qianyuan, Zhangqiu County harvested a total of 5,400 shur of rice. The tax in silver, levied at 7 qian and 3 fun per shur, reveals that with a known surplus of 200 shur due to the deliberate manipulation of the tax collectors, who would kick the measure to cause the grain to spill onto the ground, preventing the common folk from reclaiming it, thus accounting for the loss. One must inquire as to the actual quantity of grain stored in the Jinan granary. The term kicking the measure refers to the practice of tax officials intentionally jostling the measure to increase the tax yield, leading to losses that conveniently line their own pockets. Upon hearing this, the accountants exchanged glances. Was this not merely a matter of distributing what was collected? However, Zixuan, a youthful and impetuous individual, promptly responded with conviction. According to the magistrate's words, he believed that not a single grain would enter the Jinan granary. Rather, there would be a deficit of 197 shur. Li Yu smiled at him, encouraging him to elaborate. Zixuan declared loudly, when the county collects grain, it is at the rate of 7 qian and 3 fun. Yet when purchasing from merchants, the rate is deliberately suppressed to 6 qian and 8 fun. The tax collected from the populace amounts to 3,942 taels for 5,400 shur of rice, while they report to the Ministry of Revenue a purchase price of 6 qian and 8 fun. This results in a total of 5,797 shur reported in inflated silver, plus the documented 5,400 shur of tax, alongside the 200 shur surplus. Subtracting the 5,797 shur of inflated silver reveals an actual grain deficit of 197 shur, excluding the discrepancies in grain pricing. Thus, while the populace is overtaxed by 200 shur, the officials have embezzled over 3,000 taels of silver. Yet they hold sway over more than 5,700 shur of grain and in excess of 3,000 taels in silver, all while fabricating a deficit to continue profiting at the expense of the crown. Li Yu held a deep admiration for this young man. Many presume that mathematics is a foreign concept, yet in truth, we comprehended the principles of positive and negative numbers 8 centuries prior. For the second question, please identify the discrepancies in the following financial items concerning the relief funds for the flood in the 7th year of Qin Yuan. First, the distribution of 2,000 shur of millet, noting that 300 shur have been repurposed as fodder due to mold. Second, the allocation of 800 taels for medicinal herbs, comprising 60 jin of Baiji at 3 qian per jin, and 100 jin of Cangzhu at 2 qian and 5 fun per jin. Third, the provision of 500 bolts of hemp cloth for wrapping corpses, with a recorded death toll of 486 individuals, at the market price of 1 qian and 5 fun per bolt. Li Yu's questions are genuine inquiries. The first is a recent case, while the disaster relief question pertains to a matter from many years ago. His intention is not to test them on unrelated subjects, but rather to assess their familiarity with the prices in Daong. An accountant must possess a clear understanding of market values. Quick-witted, Zixuan was once again the first to respond. During the preceding dynasty, with a history spanning over 200 years, the maximum mold incidence was no greater than 5%. Thus, a rate of 15% is undoubtedly erroneous. Furthermore, Baiji and Cangzhu currently fetch only 2 qian and 3 fun, indicating that the prices of these medicinal herbs are also incorrect. As for the burial cloth, he pondered for a moment and then remarked, a fully grown man of 7 feet would require no more than half a bolt, while the needs of women, children, and infants would be even less. Thus, the quantity of burial cloth was indeed incorrect. Xiao Ji, naturally inclined towards mathematics, had studied this matter during a year of pestilence and discovered that merely half a bolt of cloth sufficed to wrap a large man. Some laborers, in their frugality, would even use half a bolt to wrap 2 women and a child. Therefore, it was unequivocally impossible for over 400 victims to have consumed 500 bolts of burial cloth. Li Yu's admiration for him deepened, and he subsequently presented 3 ingots of official silver, inviting everyone to discern their authenticity. The silver itself was not counterfeit. Rather, it was mingled with spurious official silver made from burnt materials. Thus, discerning the genuine from the false required considerable effort. Yet 7 or 8 individuals successfully identified the real silver, among whom was Zixuan. For the final task, Li Yu had various types of rice brought forth, some freshly harvested, while others had been stored for a year, 3 years, or even a year and a half. He instructed them to identify each type and accurately state its year of harvest. Upon hearing Zixuan's success, Li Yu was moved to applause, awarding him the crucial position of chief accountant. Additionally, he selected 4 assistants, all relatively young, with the eldest being merely 33, which caused a stir among the county officials. Esteemed county lord, is this appropriate? Iron Shirt expressed his bewilderment, believing that older individuals would be more reliable. Are not young people prone to clumsiness? Li Yu responded with depth. Reliability is one thing, yet they also harbor fears. With families to support, they dread losing their positions, making them susceptible to threats and temptations. Unlike the youth who fear nothing and act with abandon. Given Zixuan's temperament, do you truly believe he wouldn't march straight to the county office to raise a ruckus if recruited? Managing chaos requires the vigor of youth. Iron Shirt conceded. The county lord speaks wisely. If our county lord were older, such decisions would likely differ. A complete overhaul of the county administration was a bold undertaking that few would dare to execute. Regarding the selections for the deputy county magistrate, chief clerk, and records officer. Li Yu deliberately chose individuals in their early 20s, preparing to take decisive action against the disorder that had plagued Zhangqiu for several years. On their first day reporting to the county office, each of them knelt towards the capital, weeping and swearing to be good officials, lest they face divine retribution. Among them, Deputy Magistrate Zhou Yunqi was particularly outrageous, insisting on relocating to the riverside on his very first day to commence work on a long-delayed reservoir. Li Yu quickly interjected that immediate action might not be feasible. The reservoir's construction would encroach upon a small portion of the Xiao family's farmland. And with Xiao Yunzhou in custody, they were unwilling to concede their land. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunqi was incredulous that a mere landlord would dare dictate terms to the government. This matter does not hinge on his willingness. I shall go to the Xiao family and obtain clarity. Today, he shall comply, whether he likes it or not. Li Yu's heart blossomed with joy, yet he outwardly admonished the young lad to prioritize harmony, advising against resorting to force unless absolutely necessary. However, this sentiment, upon reaching Zhou Yunqi's ears, transformed into a notion that force could indeed be employed when all else fails. Chapter 57. The youthful advantage. Once Zhou Yunqi departed, Tai Yi hurriedly approached, inquiring, "County Master, will this not lead to a major upheaval? This new county official appears somewhat reckless. Even if it does lead to chaos, so what?" Li Yu reclined comfortably in his chair, casually propping his legs upon the official desk like a rogue. If we avoid creating a stir, how can we hope to accomplish anything in the future? If you allow others to perceive you as weak, then do not expect to maintain the title of a true leader. Even the emperor, when lenient, finds himself bullied. What chance do we have? Li Yu had already ascertained the family background of the young Zhou. Aside from his elderly father, he was a solitary figure devoid of a mother or wife. With such an individual brimming with aspirations, it was only fitting for him to take charge and resolve matters. If the situation escalated, he could conveniently step in to clean up the mess, appearing virtuous while contemplating personal gain. Ultimately, this approach promised both ease and efficiency for himself. With this thought, he rose and stretched, realizing he had some time before heading to the government office. Why not return home and indulge in another nap with his wife? The night had brought heavy rain, making the already treacherous path even more difficult, and now Zhou Yunqi's official litter was mired in mud. The driver and a dozen officials scurried about like ants, attempting to lift the carriage free. This was a government vehicle. Should it sustain damage, the paperwork would be a cumbersome burden. The newly appointed Zhou Yunqi, barely 20, peered out, his new official attire adorned with remnants of a pancake, resembling a cat that had just pilfered a treat. What troubles you? He had not succeeded in the provincial examination and ranked far from passing. Believing he would forever remain a humble teacher, he was perplexed by the county master's decision to submit his name for recommendation, astonished that it had actually been accepted. Heaven had granted him a considerable opportunity, and he was determined to fulfill his duties diligently. He understood that the county was filled with many esteemed scholars whom the county master disregarded, yet he had chosen him and insisted on his recommendation. Why? Was it merely because of his youth and unwavering drive? My lord, those scoundrels from the Xiao family have deliberately dug a deep pit on the road. It seems our carriage cannot advance. Upon hearing the inquiry from the county official, the errand runner Wang Quan rushed over, his trousers rolled up. Curse it! These are the new shoes my mother just made for me, and they are already ruined. Zhou Yunqi frowned at this news. The 8th-rank quail insignia gleamed in the sunlight as he leaned forward to see that the entire wheel was deeply entrenched in the mud. He immediately intended to disembark and address the situation. Repairing the reservoir is a vital task for the people. We cannot allow them to dictate the terms. Yet, just as his foot was about to touch the ground, he hesitated, fearing that the mud would tarnish his new official boots, an opportunity bestowed upon him by fate. He must cherish it. He resolutely removed his shoes, placing them carefully in the carriage. Then, he rolled up his trousers, ensuring not a speck of mud would cling to them before disembarking. Along the mandatory route to the reservoir stood over 20 servants, brandishing rakes in formation, gazing at the young county magistrate with a mixture of fear and reluctance to retreat. The fear stemmed from the authority he represented, while the hesitation to withdraw arose from the dread of failing to account to their master, as they all relied on his patronage for their livelihood. Zhou Yunqi cleared his throat, emulating the official tone he had observed in others before. By the decree of the court, I am tasked with the construction of the reservoir. You should promptly make way. The head servant, Xiao Daniu, scratched his sparse hair, yet mustered the courage to respond to the young magistrate. Our master, Xiao, has declared that if you wish to disturb the land near his ancestral tomb, you must first crawl through our trousers. The term second master referred to the county magistrate, who was also known as the Zanfufu. Zhou Yunqi was indignant. This is utterly preposterous. I am an official as well. And the Xiao family dares to humiliate a representative of the court. Your master signed the documents, and it is clearly recorded in the archives. How has this land now become your ancestral burial site? If you wish to renege on the agreement, simply state your intentions openly instead of using your ancestors as a pretext. That is not our concern, Xiao Danyu retorted, his gaze flickering. Our master has said that the construction of the reservoir has nothing to do with him, and this land cannot be touched. The compensation can be returned, but the land remains untouched. He was uncertain of his master's reasoning, as the land deed had long been signed, and the funds from the court had already been received. Why stir up such trouble? He had heard that the young magistrate favored seeking support. What if he went to the city and summoned the governor to back him up? I care not for your ancestral tomb. I have never heard of land purchased by the court being returned. Zhou Yunqi was determined not to suffer a setback. He could not return without facing the county magistrate, so he promptly dispatched someone to gather reinforcements. Today, I shall excavate this land. Anyone who dares obstruct my official duties shall face dire consequences. The constables of the county office were trained, while the Xiao family servants were merely tasked with menial chores. Even if they outnumbered the officials, they could not hope to prevail. Moreover, they were disinclined to fight, having heard that those who died in such conflicts would receive no reward. This is outrageous. When Lord Zhu arrived, he found that half of his servants had already fallen, and the construction crew had commenced work without regard. Enraged, he pointed a trembling finger at Zhou Yunqi. I shall submit a petition to the governor's office, accusing you of desecrating ancestral graves and assaulting my servants. What if he signed the land deed? That does not justify the excavation of ancestral graves. When he signed, he knew it would not involve digging, thus sparing himself a considerable tax burden. Had he known a new county magistrate would arrive, insisting on constructing a reservoir, he would never have sold the land. Reflecting on the fact that he had only received half the market price for this land deed is truly lamentable. Zhou Yunqi gracefully opened his plump hand, revealing a mouthful of teeth as white as snow. Master Xiao, your arrival is quite timely. I was just intending to invite you to the magistrate's office for a discussion, and perhaps summon the scholar to deliberate on the notion of duplicity. He took a handkerchief from the attendant behind him, elegantly wiping his soiled hands. Had it not been for the prior county magistrate's interference, your esteemed son would have participated in the 3rd provincial examination, wouldn't he? What is it then? Have you given up on the scholar's title? Though the family had not been directly affected due to the absence of 3 generations, the Xiao family's male descendants had indeed faced a decade of bleak prospects in the Imperial examinations, as the county offered them no opportunities for testing. Thus, Master Xiao harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the new county magistrate, yet he restrained himself for the sake of his son's future, hoping that once this magistrate was dismissed, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Alas, having loyal subjects in the court is far more advantageous. Without such support, what good are vast riches? Li Yu sensed that matters were progressing favorably, yet felt a twinge of perplexity. How could these landlords be so audacious as to confront the officials? Was this not akin to assaulting the authorities? Chapter 58, 2,000 Lives? Merely a trivial matter. At that moment, Ning Zhaoan was bathing his son and, without lifting his head, remarked, my great-grandfather, during the previous dynasty, conspired with the Minister of Revenue to eliminate the then governor of Shunqing, simply because that governor sought to shift the burden of taxes onto the landlords and gentry, while others contributed both wealth and effort for his reputation. Asserting that the affluent ought to bear a heavier tax burden, none among the landlords were willing. His forthrightness offended the Minister of Revenue, leading to a plot against him, resulting in his execution under the guise of treason. This was during the tumultuous twilight of the dynasty, a time rife with rebellion against both the populace and the military. The emperor, preoccupied with his own survival, had little regard for whether the governor was wronged. Since this event occurred in the past, she recounted her family's dark history without any burden, almost as if gossiping about another family. The demise of a 4th-rank local official was merely a trivial matter. She looked up at her husband, saying, thus, while you may have achieved victory, you must remain vigilant. Fortunately, your arrival here has not ruffled any feathers among the local dignitaries. As long as you haven't offended those in higher positions, Local powers will tread carefully. Liu raised an eyebrow. Is there such a tale? His father-in-law's audacity was truly remarkable, and yet he had not faced any repercussions. Ning Zhaoan chuckled as he continued bathing his son. If one lacks audacity, how could they safeguard their wealth? They would have long been robbed by others. Liu gazed skyward, pondering the thoughts of Minister Wang. Zhang Jun had, in a bid to shield his son from blame, obliterated the entire family of the accused. And it was said that his son now held the esteemed title of Hanlon Scholar in the capital. Upon reading the letter, Wang Zhiqiu burned it immediately, while his aide, Hualang, furrowed his brow tightly. Zhang Jun must not be touched at this juncture. Although he has surreptitiously allied with Fan Qingyuan, he outwardly remains part of our faction. Any action against Zhang Jun would surely incite discontent among others. Hualang gently pried apart each of his friend's tightly clasped fingers. Ming Feng. To achieve peace across the realm, one must first attain power. It is imperative that we secure authority to foster tranquility. This principle must be understood. Wang Zhiqiu, fully aware of this truth, promptly sat down after careful contemplation to compose a letter, sealing it with beeswax before summoning someone to discreetly deliver it to Zhang Qiu. The golden dragon column of the Feng Tian Palace shimmered brilliantly as the youthful Emperor Zhao Bai sat upright upon the dragon throne. However, within the sleeves of his bright yellow robe lay a cage containing a cricket. Indifferent to the discussions of those below, he seized the opportunity, when unobserved, to glance at his cricket, causing a flicker of vitality to illuminate his eyes. Noticing the young emperor's lack of interest in state affairs, Fan Qingyuan was about to rise and propose an early adjournment of court, yet his court shoes had scarcely touched the ground when Hualang's tablet obstructed his path, igniting a verbal skirmish. Surely the flesh pressed by your belt could sustain the frontier soldiers for half a month? Indeed. Wang Zhiqiu scrutinized the luminous pearl inlaid upon his court shoe, unable to suppress a sardonic retort. Shall you not provide His Majesty with an explanation regarding the month-long delay in the military provisions? Is it not worthy of a report to the emperor that so many soldiers have perished from starvation? Upon hearing such grave news, Zhao Bai temporarily set aside his childish whims. What happened? How could the provisions be delayed by a month, especially in the snow-laden expanse of Liaodong? Fan Qingyuan's beady little eyes darted, and he promptly bowed to the emperor, stating, while it is true there was a delay of a month, I have already punished the officials involved, and the Ministry of Revenue has commenced disbursement of the relief funds. I merely thought that while every matter is indeed significant, Your Majesty is still young and should not be overburdened with worry. Thus, I preferred not to trouble you with such trivialities, believing that I could manage the situation on your behalf. Now that Wang Xiang has raised this issue, I realize it was inappropriate. I acknowledge my fault and will not act thus in the future. Hearing this, Zhao Bai found himself at a loss for words. For Fan Xiang was indeed acting in his best interest, was he not? His flattery was evident, his demeanor humble, embodying the very essence of a cunning minister. Wang Zhiqiu, infuriated, felt an urge to crush the tablet. A trivial matter? The loss of nearly 2,000 soldiers, frozen and starved, is deemed insignificant? What sort of triviality is this? Fan Qingyuan, this scoundrel, wore two faces. During the reign of the late emperor, he was diligent and upright, yet he had maintained this facade for 2 decades. Does Wang Xiang aspire to emulate a street brawler? As Fan Qingyuan flicked his sleeve, a waft of sandalwood filled the air, nearly causing Zhang Yu to stifle a sneeze. As he boldly proclaimed, our nation boasts a formidable army of 3 million, with 600,000 stationed in Liaodong alone. Is the death of 2,000 soldiers not a grave matter? He continued, did I pocket the relief funds or fail to supply the provisions? I simply wish to spare your Majesty from distress. Why must you be so confrontational? Confrontational, you say? Wang Zhiqiu suddenly hurled the ivory tablet to the ground, the sound startling Zhao Bai, causing his cricket to chirp in alarm. He hastily passed the cricket to a young eunuch behind him, signaling for him to take it away. Wang Zhiqiu nearly roared. The pillars of 2,000 families have vanished just like that, while your precious nephew, the grain transporter, indulges in a life of debauchery. What are you still writing about? It is not surprising that King Chu favors slender waists. How should you deal with your nephew? Moreover, are you not aware of the hollowness of that 3 million? Fan Cheng immediately replied, naturally, it is up to His Majesty to decide. Whatever disposition he deems fit shall be followed. Although Zhao Bo was incensed at Fan's nephew's ineptitude, he considered that Fan had treated him reasonably well, so he merely demoted him by 2 ranks to settle the matter. So many lives lost, and all that was done was a mere two-rank demotion? Such leniency is unheard of in this realm. Wang Zhiqiu's face darkened with anger, while Fan Qingyuan had already bowed to express his gratitude. Hualang tightly grasped him and whispered, "Mingfeng, we cannot contradict His Majesty. If we frequently oppose him, we would be playing into Fan Qingyuan's hands." After the court session, Wang Zhiqiu remained silent. Before the session ended, His Majesty summoned Fan Qingyuan. He claimed it was for a lecture, but in reality, it was likely another scheme to divert the emperor's focus. Seeing the troubled expression on Fan Qingyuan's face, Hualang was in a state of agitation. "Mingfeng, why not follow my suggestion? Let us emulate Fan Qingyuan. Is it not merely a matter of currying favor with the emperor? If the emperor falls, he falls. There are other princes and grandsons who can inherit the throne. However, if we allow Fan Qingyuan to continue his machinations, our fates are sealed. I have staked the lives of my entire family. We cannot afford to lose. I dreamt of the late emperor last night." Wang Zhiqiu sighed heavily, tears glistening in his eyes. He looked just as he did in his youth. He stood in my courtyard, smiling at me, uttering the same words he did before his passing. "Mingfeng, my eldest has this one bloodline. You must ensure he becomes a wise ruler." He intended to nurture the young emperor, should circumstances permit. Wang Zhiqiu wiped his tears, clinging to his friend's arm, choking on his words. "They are not merely sending a lean horse to your son-in-law. Let him accept it. With his intelligence, even if we face defeat, he can maneuver through it. The Hua family's disciples are widespread. Should they fall, Fan Qingyuan would not dare to pursue them to the bitter end, especially since they are attempting to court Li Zixuan's brother-in-law." Hualang clenched his fists. What lean horse? That was merely his son-in-law's token of allegiance, though his unsuspecting daughter would likely be heartbroken. Wang Zhiqiu wiped away his tears and resolutely stated, "We must prepare for that matter as well. Should His Majesty falter, we cannot allow the kingdom of Daong to be destroyed." Chapter 59. Where are there so many scholars to kill you? Fan Qingyuan remained behind not for any other reason, but due to his unease regarding those strong uncles. Every time he suggested recalling a few uncles, why did Wang Xiang always obstruct him? He once thought it unbearable to confine his uncles. Yet now he found it difficult to sleep at night, always feeling that the dragon thrown beneath him was unsteady. He even regretted not heeding Fan's advice to call back a few uncles following his grandfather's passing, which resulted in the current unbearable situation. Perhaps Wang Xiang had other intentions? Fan Qingyuan discreetly instilled doubt in the young emperor, saying, "However, I believe it is unnecessary to consult Wang Xiang's opinion. If your Majesty wishes to summon a few royal uncles back to the capital for a brief stay, that is a family matter. It is not for a mere subject to comment upon. When the time comes to confine or eliminate, so be it." Zhao Bai nodded repeatedly in agreement, and thus asked Fan Xiang to draft an edict for him. After Fan Qingyuan completed the edict, he promised to take the young emperor out of the palace for a little adventure in a few days, before respectfully taking his leave. However, as he turned away, a flicker of derision crossed his eyes. The founding emperor of the Zhao family was undoubtedly wise, yet his descendants were tragically mundane. Ultimately, this realm would revert to its rightful owners. When Li Yu received the letter, the county affairs had already been largely rectified. In Wang Zhiqiu's correspondence, aside from the words "remain calm," there was a small note indicating that Zhang Wenhan would soon be appointed as the governor of Dezhou. At this point, Ning Zhaoan was already aware of Wang Xiang's intentions. Upon hearing this, he remarked, "To breach Shunqing Prefecture, the first hurdle is Dezhou. Wang Xiang is preparing for the worst and strategizing for an even graver scenario." Li Yu's gaze deepened. Seizing Dezhou means controlling the canal's grain transport. Once we possess that control, we effectively sever the supply to Shunqing. It was understood that the governors and county magistrates of Daong held no military power. Theoretically, they did not directly oversee grain transport. However, the grain transport fell under the jurisdiction of the grain supervisors and deputy judges, who were essentially the governor's aides, thus allowing the governor to intervene directly. Ning Zhaoan continued, "Once Dezhou is secured, we will reach Cangzhou and cross the Yellow River to Tianjin, ultimately arriving at the greatest granary of our dynasty, Tongzhou. From Tongzhou, one can gaze upon the imperial city of Shunqing, positioning us at its very gates." Attaining a peaceful transition of emperors was clearly out of the question. Li Yu stared at the map on the wall, his tone tinged with melancholy. "I must devise a means to capture the attention of the Duke of Lu. Otherwise, how can I present him with the means to legitimize his uprising at such a critical juncture? As merely a small county magistrate with no military authority, I can only manage the administration of a single county. What actions can I take to draw the Duke's notice? I wonder what Wang Xiang is contemplating. Why entrust such a formidable task to the fourth-rank governor, Hang Jun? Surely there are eyes watching from the Hang residence. Tai softly remarked. It seems some individuals around the Hang residence exhibit rather suspicious demeanors, with a palpable aura of hostility in their every move. Anyone who can access the Duke of Lu is likely surrounded by layers of surveillance. Liu replied, so what then? How can I truly attract the Duke's attention and make a favorable impression? After a moment of contemplation, Tai suggested, the Duke's command has a subordinate named Yang Gao, currently stationed at Mingshui Post, which falls under your jurisdiction, esteemed county magistrate. If you could win over this Commander Yang, it might provide you with an opportunity to approach the Duke. Brilliant! Liu exclaimed, rising with excitement and laughter. How many of those soldiers under the Duke are truly blameless? If I uncover any discrepancies and put a stop to them, the Duke will surely perceive me as a worthy official. He patted Tai on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction with the ingenuity of youth. Tai interjected, that is not quite what I meant. Ning Zhaoan smiled softly, yet remained silent. She perceived that, rather than ingratiating oneself with a soldier, it was far more captivating to pose as an upright official. 2 weeks later, Liu indeed discovered that Yang Gao had surreptitiously opened the iron mine in Fu Village and, every 2 months, quietly transported the smelted iron to the capital city. My husband, she gently restrained him from pursuing Yang Gao, placing a tender hand on his arm as he prepared to change attire. Do you suppose that the iron he has been secretly refining is destined for the Duke of Lu? After all, how could a mere lieutenant muster the audacity to smuggle such a substantial quantity? Why should I concern myself with him? Liu mused, contemplating the situation, and resolved not to let this opportunity slip away. I shall simply regard him as a smuggler. The Duke of Lu will either advise him to mind his own business or forego the iron from Zhangqiu altogether. The latter is implausible. However, should it be the former, perhaps I might just encounter the Duke himself. If it is indeed the Duke who has instigated Yang Gao's actions, it would indicate that he is unwilling to remain subservient, thus making matters easier to manage. Ning Zhaoan, upon hearing this, could only assist him in fastening his cloak, gently cautioning, soldiers can be rather unreasonable, my husband. Do exercise caution. Liu cupped her face and planted a kiss upon her lips before departing, also bestowing a kiss upon their slumbering son, earning both a loving reciprocation from his wife and a disgruntled pout from the child. 30 miles from the Fu Village iron mine, Yang Gao, accompanied by over 30 soldiers, was hauling 5 carts of iron towards the outskirts of the city, calculating the necessity of opening additional iron mines. As he pondered, he was startled to see the darkened area suddenly illuminated by the glow of 20 torches. However, upon noticing that the leader was merely a newly appointed county magistrate, he exhaled in relief. County Magistrate Li, how delightful to see you, he remarked, grasping the sword at his waist, as his soldiers similarly readied their weapons. Are you here in the dead of night to intercept my grain carts? The iron was securely wrapped. As long as Liu did not choose to provoke matters, it would remain undiscovered. Should the truth come to light, his sword would serve to silence any witnesses. Liu was a man who prized his life, and it was unlikely he would insist on inspecting Yang Gao's carts. This county is currently apprehending bandits, yet I did not anticipate encountering you, Commander Yang. Grain is meant for the Mingshui post. What purpose do you have in heading outside the city? Yang Gao understood that Liu would not conduct an inspection, yet he would not permit Yang Gao to exit the city. Yang Gao harbored suspicions regarding the magistrate's knowledge, though he possessed no evidence. The thought of eliminating the magistrate crossed his mind, but recalling the Duke's instruction to avoid trouble, especially with so many officers accompanying him today, he weighed the pros and cons. With a grin as foolish as a simpleton's, Yang Gao relinquished his weapon and declared, "It is merely the darkness that obscured my path. I shall return with my brothers. A day or two's delay would not matter. He could always deliver the iron tomorrow." Little did he know that for the subsequent half-month, whenever Yang Gao attempted to leave the city, he would invariably encounter Liu, who consistently claimed he was not there to obstruct him. Whether it was under the pretext of apprehending bandits or merely to practice with his officers, Liu never once inspected the contents of Yang Gao's carts. Instead, he would kindly inform him of the wrong path taken and even guide him back to the camp. Occasionally, he would offer to escort him, and under the moonlight, they would engage in conversation, leaving Yang Gao both anxious about his unfinished business and unnerved by the peculiar camaraderie. In the span of a fortnight, Yang Gao was driven to the brink of exasperation, nearly succumbing to a fit of rage. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he abandoned the task of transporting iron and made his way directly to the Duke of Lu's residence, contemplating a decisive resolution to his predicament. "Your Highness," he remarked, "that little scoundrel must surely be privy to some secrets. It would be far simpler to eliminate him entirely. It pales in comparison to the time when Xiao Yuzhou acted as the acting county magistrate. At least he was merely greedy for wealth and indifferent to other matters. Unlike this Li Yu, who seems to have nothing better to do than to pester me incessantly." The Duke of Lu was currently troubled by the imperial edict summoning him back to the capital, and the incessant talk of execution from his subordinates only added to his vexation. "You have seen the battlefield, after all. How troublesome can a mere 20-something county magistrate be? Do you intend to kill every scholar in the land? My father insists that uncles and nephews should maintain a close bond. Yet my eager nephew's insistence on summoning me back is nothing short of a threat to my life. What am I to do now? Returning certainly spells my doom, while staying put would leave me vulnerable to accusations of treason. Yet, I have no justifiable cause to raise an army." Chapter 60. The three brothers of the second household Yang Gao, feeling aggrieved after being reprimanded by the prince for suggesting the execution of the young magistrate, was about to take his leave when he hesitated and turned back. "Your Highness, you have yet to offer any advice on how to handle the iron shipment," he implored, as he could think of no other solution besides murder. He felt an inexplicable itch in his hands, but reminded himself that this was not the time to lash out at his subordinates, who, despite their folly, were still loyal. What wrong have they committed? Such trivial matters should be resolved by you. You must learn to make your own decisions. How can you expect to lead troops in a battle if you rely on me for everything? His mind now focused on how to navigate the imperial decree. He promptly summoned his brother-in-law, the Marquis of Liqing. "Go inquire with the third and fourth brothers. See if they intend to return to the capital." Meanwhile, Yang Gao emerged from the duke's study in a despondent state, only to encounter the young Prince Zhao Yun, who was brandishing a sword. The youthful prince, having just celebrated his 15th birthday, was a mischievous lad who had escaped from class under the pretense of a stomach ache, seeking amusement from his father. To his surprise, he stumbled upon the disheveled Yang Gao. "Uncle Yang, why do you look so disheveled?" Despite Zhao Yun's aversion to academics, he possessed a keen understanding of social dynamics. Addressing his father's subordinate with an air of familiarity, those older than him he referred to as uncle, while peers were addressed as brother. "Oh, I wouldn't dare. How could I ever merit being called uncle by the prince?" Yang Gao replied, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his inner satisfaction. After ensuring no one was watching, he leaned closer to whisper, "I suspect this young magistrate knows something, yet the prince has forbidden me from taking action. What a coincidence that he always seems to be out at night, wandering about, and runs into me each time." Upon hearing that it was merely a minor county magistrate who dared to hinder his father's endeavors, Zhao Yun could hardly contain his ire. Clenching his jaw and gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he strode purposefully toward the exit. "I shall accompany you, Uncle Yang," he declared, driving the carriage back from Zhangqiu County myself. "I am curious to see just how difficult this little magistrate truly is." With the backing of a prince, one would expect an advantage, yet Yang Gao seemed to recall something, hastily following behind. "Your Highness, you cannot leave the manor at present, can you?" He recalled how the prince, upon leaving the royal residence, had once caused quite a ruckus, galloping forth and toppling an entire street of vendors. In an effort to salvage their reputation, the prince and princess had personally visited those affected, offering compensation and apologies, resulting in the prince being confined for 6 months. Having been cooped up for a month, Zhao Yun could hardly remain patient. Upon hearing Yang Gao's words, his eyes gleamed with mischief. "You go ahead. We shall meet atop the hill in the rear courtyard of the manor. There's a dog hole through which we can escape." Yang Gao nodded repeatedly in agreement, determined to fulfill his task. After all, if the prince himself was restless and wished to venture out, how could he, as a subordinate, possibly discourage him? Surely, the prince and princess would not hold him accountable. In the rear courtyard of the manor, Zhao Yun found himself half stuck in the dog hole, desperately trying to squeeze through, but to no avail. Had he not eaten much recently? Yang Gao grasped the second prince's hand, attempting to pull him free. Yet he dared not exert too much force, fearing he might dislocate his arm. Suddenly, Zhao Yun felt a sharp kick to his backside, causing him to curse vehemently. "Which scoundrel dares to strike this prince?" Just then, he heard a familiar cough, followed by the voice of his elder brother. The discourse begins at the third watch. The teacher may fear your retaliation and hesitate to discipline you, but Mother Empress's rod is not so lenient. The 20-year-old heir to the Lu Wang, Zhao Ming, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casually warming up his foot, poised to deliver another kick to his brother's rear if need be. If you are so eager to leave this world, dear brother, perhaps I should assist you on your journey. Realizing he had been caught, Zhao Yun feared the impending consequences. Seeing Yang Gao contemplate abandoning him, he clutched his attire tightly. Brother, I intend to relieve our father's burdens, not to cause chaos. Would you kindly help widen the hole so that I may escape? Recalling the stern methods employed by the princess to discipline the princes, Yang Gao instinctively recoiled. Could we not keep my presence a secret? 13-year-old Zhao Xian stifled a laugh nearby, evidently the one who had informed on them. Brother. The second brother mentioned yesterday that the son of the Minister of Revenue lacked loyalty and reported him. He spoke of finding an opportunity to confront him to vent his frustrations. This is not about relieving father's burdens. It is clearly a scheme to run amok. Every time the second brother found himself in trouble, their mother would punish all three of them. In the past, he would have been included. But now that the second brother wanted to venture out without him, he certainly could not let him escape. Zhao Xian, are you not my brother? Hearing this, Zhao Yun was infuriated, nearly spitting blood, and hastily assured his elder brother of his intentions. Brother, I have truly taken on the burden for our father, have I not? Uncle Yang Gao, aware that escape was futile, readily affirmed and recounted the events. Zhao Ming furrowed his brow upon hearing this. You may continue your ironwork without returning to the capital just yet. When the time is truly necessary, I shall have my father dispatch someone to find you. Should that young magistrate attempt to obstruct you, we shall address it then. At present, the inner ministers who have come to convey the decree have not yet departed. We must avoid any unnecessary complications. Yang Gao's eyes brightened at this notion, realizing he could indeed hold on to his goods for the time being. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Ming added, also, enlist a few clever individuals to keep an eye on that young magistrate. If he truly is an agent of the young emperor, we must report back to our father for appropriate action. Ultimately, Zhao Yun could not evade capture, as his elder brother escorted him back to class with a stick, leaving him devoid of spirit. Observing his brother's despondency, Zhao Ming sighed and instructed someone to fetch a cloth to wipe his brother's face. I advise you to refrain from causing trouble for our parents. With our grandfather gone, we are no longer in a position to act as we once did. The court could strike against our father at any moment. Our father was once the most favored candidate for the throne, and now the young emperor has commanded his return to the capital. Our parents can scarcely manage the mess you've created. Whether they would return remained uncertain, but it was clear that regardless of the outcome, the prospects were grim. He harbored concerns for his own future, as well as profound anxieties for the family's fate. Zhao Xian, noticing his elder brother's glare, hurriedly poured him some tea. The obsequious act brought a slight comfort to Zhao Yun, who then remarked casually, returning is out of the question. I propose we raise an army and march back to Shuntian. Dying on the battlefield is surely preferable to being imprisoned behind high walls. The mere mention of this matter ignited Zhao Yun's ire. What on earth was our grandfather thinking? Appointing Zhao Bai as emperor is nothing less than leading our entire family to ruin. If I were Zhao Bai, I would have to eliminate the Duke of Lu before I could rest easy. Having initially believed he might attain a princely title, he was dismayed to find himself relegated to a mere county prince, with a residence no larger than that of a county office. What was the point? The king of Korea, rendered speechless, mused, as a monarch, is my palace not comparable in size to a county office? Chapter 61. The unresolved case of the previous dynasty Liu, of course, remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the royal residence. He only knew that shortly after Yang Gao's return, news of the Duke of Lu's grave illness began to circulate. Tai Yi, returning from the capital, reported, County Lord, you have not perceived the scent emanating from the royal residence. Even I, stationed outside, can detect the odor of medicine. Nearly all the renowned doctors in the capital have been summoned to the Duke's side. It is rumored to be malaria. However, the truth of the matter remained uncertain. If the claims were valid, this illness could indeed be fatal. Could it be that the Duke of Lu would meet an untimely demise? Malaria? Ning Zhaoan, intrigued, approached, saying, isn't that contagious? Regardless of its authenticity, the envoy would be reluctant to allow the Duke to return to the capital immediately. However, they should send Imperial physicians to ascertain the truth. Imagine if the illness were to spread to the common folk along the way, or worse, reach the capital and afflict His Majesty. Who could predict the outcome? Li Yu held little faith in the notion that the Duke of Lu was afflicted with the so-called malaria, especially not among the denizens of the capital. Nevertheless, he had to concede that this tactic was indeed effective. After all, every day gained was a victory. Only a fool would hastily return at the first call. It was reported that both the king of Liao and the king of Xing had set out, indicating that these two were not deterred by the specter of death. However, there are only 3 feudal lords wielding military power. Aside from the Duke of Lu, the other 2 are likely to survive, albeit unable to leave the capital. Li Yu chuckled lightly, expressing his hope that the emperor would act foolishly and eliminate the 2 uncles directly. Otherwise, what we possess would be of little significance. The late emperor's edict was to purge the court of corrupt influences. Yet how can one enact such measures in the absence of significant turmoil? Ning Zhaoan laughed. My husband seems to delight in chaos, does he not? You are part of the Wang and Xiang faction. Should true disorder arise and lead to failure? What then for you? Before marriage, I perceived him as a young man of integrity. Yet now I find he harbors a heart as dark as the bottom of a pot. Nevertheless, why do I sense a certain fondness for him? Naturally, Li Yu did not conceal his thoughts from his wife, for he understood the truth that fortune favors the bold. The young emperor is too immature and detestable. I have no desire to serve as a subordinate to Fan. Should the Wang faction be toppled, it is likely the young emperor would gradually become a puppet. As for fearing retribution after failure, to be honest, the sea is quite accessible here. When the time comes, if I can escape, I shall. If not, I must resign myself to fate. This path resembles a gamble. One must possess the courage to risk everything if they dare to sit at the card table, lest they never approach it at all. A true man should aspire to be a minister of virtue or a protector of the state. If one wishes to enter the officialdom, they must do so with the intention of leaving a name in history. The 2-year-old chubby boy may not comprehend the words of his parents, yet he claps his hands and laughs, sensing their joy. Officials, great officials, names and legacies. Li Yu smiled as he lifted his hefty son, who, even at such a young age, understood the aspiration of becoming a great official. When I become a great official, I shall ensure you receive a title as the head of the teaching bureau. How does that sound? All the teaching bureaus across the nation would fall under his purview, allowing him to spend his days with talented young ladies, composing poetry together. Truly, the thought alone brings joy to the heart for his son. Which great official would allow his son to oversee the teaching bureau? Ning Zhaoan could only smile in resignation, then shifted the topic. My dear husband, you seem quite interested in the former dynasty's ministers of state lately. The desk is cluttered with their biographies. Surely you should have memorized them by now. Why revisit them? Li Yu wished to ascertain who among the former dynasty was a time traveler, yet no matter how he searched, he found no clear leads. Everyone seemed to fit, yet none truly resembled. As he pored over the texts, he inadvertently stumbled upon a revelation. He entrusted his son to a servant and led his wife to the official desk. The last chancellor of the previous dynasty bore the surname Lin. Yet his son-in-law was named Fan. He had inquired through a connection about the Hanlin Academy's little brother, confirming that this was indeed Fan Chengyuan's direct lineage. However, this was not particularly strange. Ning Zhaoan quickly grasped her husband's implication, but promptly shook her head in denial. There are many connections between the old ministers of the former dynasty and the new nobility. Fan is unlikely to be as you imagine. Besides, the new dynasty's royal family has all but vanished, has it not? The descendants of the new emperors have dwindled, with several emperors being adopted members of the royal clan. When the dynasty fell, as the founder's army besieged the city, the emperor, crown prince, princess, empress, and concubines all perished together. Few royal descendants remained. Those who did were either ill or deceased, or left no heirs. For the Fan family to contemplate rebellion is akin to a fool's dream. In whose name shall we rebel? Moreover, after years of diligent study and over 2 decades of service to the previous sovereign, is it truly for the restoration of the old regime? One might say it is more plausible that he harbors aspirations of claiming the throne for himself. Li Yu shook his head and turned to the new history. The Empress Shunlai of that era bore the surname Lin, originating from the Lin family. And she was indeed the elder sister of Fan Lin, the wife of a Hanlin scholar. Before the Taizu had even breached the imperial city, records indicate that Empress Lin was already 6 months pregnant at that time, prompting the emperor to summon her mother, Lady Sheng, to the palace for her confinement. However, 2 months post the Taizu's conquest of the capital, there exists no further documentation regarding the child in Empress Lin's womb. Only the account of the Empress's suicide remains, while the fate of her unborn child is left unchronicled. Either the child perished in utero, or it was discreetly whisked away. Ning Zhaoan interjected. Might it not be possible that the tale of a single corpse bearing 2 lives was deemed too cruel, thus leading to its deliberate erasure from history? Even if the Empress's son had survived, he would have lived under the watchful eye of the new dynasty. How could a ruler as cautious and strategic as Taizu possibly overlook such a matter? Liu reasoned. At that time, in his efforts to unify the hearts of the people, Taizu primarily targeted the direct descendants of the royal family, allowing most collateral relatives who did not resist to escape lightly, some even being granted official positions. If that young prince did survive, hidden among the branches of the Fan family, it is not entirely implausible. Yet, why did Taizu never inquire about the child's whereabouts? Based on age, if the young prince were still alive, he would be of a similar age to Fan Qingyuan. Yet having seen portraits of the new dynasty's royal family, it is clear that Fan Qingyuan does not possess royal blood. Yet, all of this remains mere speculation on his part, devoid of any substantiating evidence. Even if we entertain the possibility that the child did survive, whether he was a prince or a princess remains unrecorded. Ning Zhaoan pondered, regardless of the truth. If Wang Xiang were to exploit this matter, it could lead to the revelation that a descendant of a former courtier was covertly harboring a prince of the previous dynasty. Perhaps he himself is that missing prince, seeking to conceal his identity beside the young emperor with ulterior motives. Should the young emperor believe this, Fan Xiang's life would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Conversely, if the young emperor harbored doubts, would it not be entirely reasonable for Duke Lu to raise an insurrection? To restore the monarchy, Fan Xiang would surely be implicated. Beneath the flickering candlelight, the couple felt a tightening in their hearts. Instinctively falling into a harmonious rhythm, one ground the ink while the other penned the letter. Once the missive was complete, Liu remarked, "Yesterday, Commander Yang met with Duke Lu, and today several inquisitive eyes linger outside the county office. I instructed my people to feign ignorance of their presence. What could Duke Lu be thinking? What could one meeting possibly change? What purpose does it serve to have someone surveil him? That would be splendid." Sealing the letter in a bamboo tube, Ning Zhaoan playfully quipped, "My dear, we need not fear their scrutiny. What we should dread is if the people of Duke Lu's residence do not pay heed. Is that not so? If they observe, they will recognize their allies. If they do not, they may mistakenly believe them to be the emperor's spies." Liu smiled but said nothing. Indeed, his wife was the one who understood him best. Chapter 62. The wine brewed at home does not inebriate. As expected, the letter made its way to Duke Lu's residence, tainted with the scent of various herbs before being returned to the bamboo tube. "Send it wherever it needs to go," he instructed. "Zhao Yi has only just discovered today that this minor county magistrate is, in fact, a student of Wang Mingfeng." Wang Zhiqiu. A flicker of pity crossed his eyes. The minister who had stood by his side from the very beginning, he wondered if they would ever meet again in this lifetime. The princess of Lu, Yu Hualang, meticulously dusted her husband with powder, striving to create the most authentic appearance of illness for him. This was already the 4th attempt, yet she still felt it fell short. "My lord, what shall we do when the imperial physician arrives in a few days?" The local doctors would naturally follow their directives, but the imperial physician from the capital would not necessarily comply. No matter how well the makeup was applied, it could easily be exposed. They certainly could not allow the prince to become genuinely ill, could they? "We shall address it when the time comes. We must delay for as long as possible. Once inside the Lu Wangfu, he cannot leave. Unless my lord is genuinely gravely ill, not a word of this can be communicated back." Zhao Yi caressed the crack on his jade ring, feeling a surge of chaotic emotions. He was not yet prepared, yet his nephew's blade was so impatient. A commendable heir chosen by the emperor. "My lord," Yu Hualang held her husband's hand, her gentle tone betraying a resolute spirit. "Tomorrow, I shall personally visit the Wang family to propose to Yuner. I have heard that General Wang's daughter has blossomed into a graceful young lady, and she is of an age that perfectly complements Yuner." Wang Yu, the cavalry general, served as the commander of Shandong and had held various positions including commanding officer of the Jining Guard and commanding officer of the Jinwei camp in Shandong, as well as a garrison in Tongzhou. "While we await the court's imperial physician, we must ensure that those in our camp are settled first." Yu Hualang continued softly, "I shall convey that my lord is nearing the end of his days and wishes to see our son married soon. Surely, this will proceed smoothly. Though everyone was aware that the illness was feigned, the Prince of Lu could not help but cough awkwardly upon hearing her words, yet he maintained a solemn demeanor. I am too ill to accompany you, so it falls to you, my princess. To outsiders, his ailment seemed contagious, prompting Yu Hualong's tone to soften further. General Wang's sister has returned home after her divorce, and General Zhang's daughter is still unmarried at 20. My lord must recover swiftly to welcome both of these young ladies into our household as concubines. At their ages, only your esteemed lord would be able to accept them. Currently, the Lu Wangfu could directly command merely around 20,000 troops. Shandong was said to have 200,000 soldiers stationed. Yet they knew that even if they held the entire force of Shandong, along with the anti-pirate troops, it would amount to no more than 70,000. Without those 70,000 soldiers, there would be little else to discuss. Thus, it was imperative for the son to marry, and for the husband to take a concubine. A suspicious blush crept across the Prince of Lu's cheeks. The princess is a virtuous wife chosen for me by my father. Such a trivial matter is best left to her discretion. He and the princess had grown up together, their marital bond strong, and he had never found the courage to express his desire for a concubine. Now that the princess brought it up, it would be disrespectful not to acquiesce. As for that clever little county magistrate, Zhao Yi's gaze darkened. Inform Yang Gao to proceed with abandon. Since he is affiliated with the Wang family, he is, after all, one of ours at the Lu Wangfu. Outside the Fushan iron mine, Li Yu had instructed his men to lay out a mat on the ground, setting forth food and drink, and even had Yun Ban play the flute for his enjoyment. After a melancholic tune, the latter complained about his plight. County Lord, who would use a maid as a songstress? Most would only employ them for warmth at night, yet your esteemed household insists that she learn to calculate accounts, master massage techniques, and now even be proficient in song and dance. I assure you, this is for your own good. Li Yu tore off a leg of roasted duck. Savoring a bite, acquiring another skill while young is never a loss. Yun Ban is not a fool. While this sentiment may seem reasonable, it is, in fact, a form of bullying. So, after mastering so many skills, when will the county lord increase my monthly allowance? Initially, I believed I would merely serve tea and water, but I later discovered I must also handle accounting and various official tasks, and now I am expected to cook, wash, massage, play the flute, and sing. Even a donkey wouldn't be subjected to such treatment. Enough of this. Do they still expect an increase in my allowance? Tai snatched the flute from Yun Ban's hands and pointed to the distant Xiao Lu, who was practicing his punches. How much does Brother Lu earn each month? A mere 501, while the little maid receives a commendable 1,501. The capable fighters earn only 10 guan monthly. Yun Ban pouted. That cannot be compared. Brother Lu spends 7 or 8 guan on medicine for his throat each month, not to mention the cost of martial arts training. Last month, the county lord even bought him a horse for a full 30 guan. 30 guan. With just an additional 20 guan, one could purchase half of me. This is no mere domestic servant. It resembles the maintenance of a brotherhood. All right. I shall add 501 to your allowance. Li Yu, unconcerned about such trifles, chuckled. If you were to learn the pipa as well, I would grant you 3 guan a month. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Yun Ban's eyes lit up momentarily before she became exasperated, stamping her foot. The talented courtesan at Xing'an Pavilion earns at least 10 guan a month for merely playing the pipa. Why should a maid receive only 3 guan? However, serving the county lord as a maid may lead to a good marriage in the future. Then why not serve as a concubine to the county lord? Tai, observing the county lord's expression, tentatively inquired. If you were to take on the role of concubine, both the county lord and his wife might grant you 20 guan each month. I wonder if they harbor such intentions? Nonsense. This county lord does not possess enough salary to support a concubine. Li Yu laughed playfully, pointing at Tai, then glanced at Xiao Lu in the distance. Yun Ban, what do you think of Brother Lu? This girl, beautiful and charming, truly deserves better than a mute. But what if he likes her? Even during the night watch, the young lady has heard things both appropriate and inappropriate. Yet, when it comes to the naked discussion of marriage, she still blushes and stomps away. The county lord is detestable, and so is Tai. I shall ignore you both. This display of playful shyness elicited a chuckle from Li Yu. It is no wonder that rogues delight in teasing young maidens, for such endearing demeanor is irresistibly charming. Unlike you, who would tease married women, only to find them more articulate than you. The one who ultimately blushes and runs away remains uncertain. Curse it. Yang Gao, noticing that someone lingered well into the night. Still indulging in food and music, could not help but exclaim, striding toward Liu with hands on hips, radiating indignation. Initially intent on questioning him about his lingering presence, he was taken aback when the other party greeted him with a remarkably amiable smile, even extending an invitation to join in the feast. "Director Yang, are you hungry? Shall we partake in some food and drink together? The wine is exquisite, and the dishes are delightful." As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Yang Gao's initial bravado diminished somewhat, and after a moment of hesitation, he sank into his seat, casting a troubled glance at the wine glass before him. "Perhaps I shall merely partake in the food, for drinking during official duties may lead to regrettable consequences," he murmured. Yet, what could this minor county magistrate truly accomplish? He pondered that there likely was no hidden agenda here. Perhaps he might sample a few dishes to avoid appearing ungracious in the face of such warm hospitality, lest he be labeled as difficult to approach by others. Noticing his insincere refusal, Liu discreetly filled his glass. The wine brewed by his own hand was not intoxicating, merely a means to refresh the general. Yang Gao inhaled the fragrant aroma of the wine, swallowing hard. Truth be told, he possessed quite a commendable capacity for liquor. "Then I shall taste just a couple of cups. A mere 2 cups will suffice. After all, what harm could there be in sampling 2 cups when one could down an entire cask of the strongest spirit?" In reality, there was no issue at all. Liu was simply accompanying him for a pleasant evening of food and conversation. Initially, Yang Gao relished the exchange. Imagine a learned scholar, burdened with wisdom, taking time out of his day to indulge a brutish warrior with tales and trivialities. The scholar remarked on the hardships of a soldier's life, and Yang Gao proudly asserted his own prowess, to which the scholar affirmed that he had never encountered a figure as formidable as the general. Regardless of what he claimed, there was always a scholar nearby, ardently supporting him with heartfelt praise. What if it was all insincere? It didn't detract from his enjoyment. He savored the food, relished the drink, and reveled in the conversation. No wonder emperors throughout history have favored the arts over martial pursuits. Someone as blunt as he could hardly articulate such flattering sentiments. However, Yang Gao was not naive, as the adage goes. There is no such thing as a free lunch. When someone visited him with fine wine and sumptuous food, it undoubtedly served a purpose. "Zixuan, speak your mind," he urged, deliberately dismissing the attendants nearby and lowering his voice. "After all, it's just the 2 of us here. I promise I shall not disclose anything to others." He patted his chest, declaring, "We warriors are men of our word, straightforward in our dealings. Truth be told, in this regard, you civil officials cannot hold a candle to us." If he didn't clarify matters soon, he might as well consider Li Zixuan a brother. What if he later discovered they were not of the same ilk? How could he possibly take action against him? Indeed, Liu concurred that warriors were straightforward and valued loyalty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so readily embraced him as a brother, revealing his own gullibility. "Then I shall speak freely." Yang Gao gestured for him to proceed without reservation. "This conversation must be had. Only then will I know whether to continue indulging in your wine." In a hushed tone, Liu replied, "I wish to meet His Highness, the King of Lu. I have something valuable to present." Given the existence of time travelers, this world possessed flintlock firearms, and even designs for matchlocks that could withstand inclement weather. Regrettably, it appears that the spring mechanism of the flintlock may have been hindered by the craftsmanship of the era, leading to a gradual decline in interest in its manufacture. Liu, though modest in his abilities, possesses some knowledge in this domain. However, the complexities of ancient methods yield less than optimal results, yet they remain functional. Yang Gao remarked, "What treasure could we possibly lack? Our prince possesses countless valuables." His skepticism was not born from disdain for his new acquaintance, but rather from the observation that this young man, while not entirely impoverished, hardly appeared to be wealthy or in possession of any extraordinary treasures. With a sly grin, Yang Gao inquired, "Does Zixuan have a sister of celestial beauty awaiting marriage?" Beyond this, he found it difficult to fathom what this youth could offer that would pique the prince's interest. Liu retorted, "Is your mind so fixated on women that you cannot conceive of anything else?" He elaborated with a smile. "You may convey to the prince that I possess a method for crafting flintlock firearms that maintain their efficacy even in inclement weather." Yang Gao, incredulous, exclaimed, "Are you truly making such claims?" Liu met his doubt with a sincere smile. Yang Gao hastily rose, took a few steps, and then returned, questioning, "Are you certain?" "I truly intend to approach the prince. Deceiving him could lead to dire consequences, Do not take such matters lightly. After all, hundreds of craftsmen over the centuries had failed to resolve such challenges. What could this young man possibly offer? Liu assured him that he was not jesting. And recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yang Gao promptly summoned a horse to hasten to Jinan. After riding for a short distance, he rushed back to ask, "You truly aren't deceiving me? I am genuinely going to see the prince?" The potential repercussions of betrayal weighed heavily on him, despite the prince's seemingly affable demeanor. His wrath was to be feared. Liu chided, "Why must a straightforward man like yourself be so overly cautious?" He realized that, ultimately, his standing was simply too low. Whether through loyalty or integrity, without substantial offerings, one could hardly expect an audience with the Duke of Lu, who was likely too preoccupied to entertain him. Departing from the Fushan iron mine, Liu made his way directly to his laboratory. In truth, it resembled a large smithy, staffed by the county's most skilled blacksmiths, all encircled by Chao Fu and his entourage. Upon his return, Chao Fu greeted him eagerly. "County Magistrate, I observed that the steam had turned a bluish hue." Lacking deeper understanding, he could only report the change in color. Liu nodded with a smile. "Well done. Your efforts will not go unrewarded." Although Zhangqiu possessed iron mines, they primarily yielded limonite and siderite, both of which contained high levels of sulfur and phosphorus, making them inferior to the red iron sand found in Fujian's Yinping Prefecture. Yet, given the considerable distance, compromises were inevitable. Thus, to produce spring steel in Shandong, it was essential to first refine the impurities from these ores, subsequently adding limestone sourced from southern Jinan for slagging. Additionally, a method of combining wrought and cast iron was required, with quenching facilitated by mixing the reed ashes from the summer rains of Daming Lake with sesame oil. At this moment, the seasoned blacksmith Zhao Yuguan, bare-chested and wielding a heavy hammer, was engaged in the process of folding and forging iron, hardly pausing to acknowledge Liu's entrance. As for why he is called Zhao Yuguan, it is said that his father's ambition was to earn 6 guan a month. Upon realizing his own limitations, he passed this hope on to his son. Fortunately, with the arrival of Liu, he has successfully fulfilled his father's grand wish. Liu, indifferent to this trivial detail, casually found a spot to sit and gazed at the clerk, Chu Liang. "Why are you still here so late?" Since he personally selected the students at the county school and recommended them to the province, Liu felt quite at ease. And there were some matters he did not conceal from him. Of course, there was no need for concealment. What issue could arise from him crafting a spring? In Chu Liang's mind, he merely thought the county magistrate wished to serve the court. He had initially come to deliver the tax rolls for the autumn assessment of the 4th year of Xing'an, and seeing the magistrate absent, he decided to wait for his return. Curiously, he wondered what the magistrate found so compelling in this stifling and humid place. Liu sighed upon hearing this. Has it already arrived at the autumn assessment of the 4th year of Xing'an? In the 2nd year of Xing'an, he had embarked on this journey to Zhangqiao with grand aspirations. Little did he know that in 2 years, he had not encountered the king of Lu, nor had he managed the mundane affairs of the county. His work was limited to attending court sessions punctually. Fortunately, the individuals he selected were commendable, honest, and dedicated, and his annual evaluations from above were always filled with accolades. Just as County Magistrate Chu Liang was about to say something, his gaze caught the sight of the steel blank that Zhao Liuguan had folded for the 9th time. It has developed a pattern. In the realm of ancient spring manufacturing, there is no comparison to modern techniques. Yet, when applied to the modified flintlock musket, its power is formidable. Liu stood outside the martial training grounds of the county, meticulously polishing this firearm, and Chu Liang felt a surge of excitement within. He wondered about the effectiveness of the musket the magistrate had modified. For the past few months, the magistrate had been immersed in ironworks and the armory, delegating nearly all county duties to him. Now that the musket was completed, it was time to focus on county affairs as well. He had not returned home in 3 days and could not possibly move his entire family to the office. Liu smiled and explained with care. Under calm conditions, it can penetrate cotton armor within 100 paces, and in inclement weather, it can claim an enemy's life within 70 paces. 100 paces is approximately 140 meters. This technology could be deemed exceptionally advanced. This was his declaration of loyalty to the king of Lu. What a pity. Now, more than 50 years since the founding of the nation, peace reigned, albeit with some internal strife. Otherwise, he would genuinely consider raising a flag and indulging in the fantasy of being an emperor. Impossible. Chu Liang was the first to express disbelief. Immediately countering with a smile, That would rival the divine weapon blueprints left by Duke Deng of the previous dynasty, wouldn't it? Duke Deng once told the founding emperor that if that invention could be realized, no one in the world would be able to rival the new dynasty. Yet, he never managed to create it in his lifetime. How could the county magistrate accomplish it in mere months? Liu merely smiled in silence, having initially thought that Duke Deng was a time traveler. However, he later dismissed this conjecture. For this illustrious Duke Deng did not support the new Emperor Taizong's campaign against the Eastern Islands, citing the capriciousness of maritime weather. Should they fail to cross, not only would the nation's prestige be diminished, but it would embolden the adversary further. How could a time traveler possibly utter such sentiments? One would expect a fellow from another time to eagerly take the vanguard in such a conflict. Indeed, Zixuan, how can you boast so boldly? Yang Gao, having grasped the prince's intent, rushed over in haste. Yet, to claim the ability to take an enemy's life within 100 paces, such bravado seemed almost otherworldly. Presently, their firearms' effective range approached 60 paces. Under ideal weather conditions, with wind, it dwindled to merely 20 or 30 paces, and in the rain, it often rendered the weapon inoperative. If one could ensure the firelock still functioned in the rain, that would be a remarkable feat. And to suggest its power could be augmented by half without fear of exaggeration was audacious indeed. As Chu Liang observed Yang Gao's flamboyant entrance, casually engaging with the county magistrate, he felt his mind was struggling to comprehend the situation. What was happening? How had the county magistrate allied himself with the Duke of Lu's faction? Liu did not withdraw his hand from the magistrate's shoulder. Instead, he smiled as he extended the firearm towards Yang. Would you like to give it a try? Without needing to ask, Yang knew the outcome. The Duke of Lu must have allowed him to witness the weapon's power firsthand to agree to meet him at such a pivotal moment. Yang Gao indeed had this intention. He took the firearm and examined its design closely. It was rather intriguing. At the very least, there was no need to carry a slow match around, and the ignition would not betray their position. Liu raised his hand, and the ironclad soldiers positioned the target 100 paces away from Yang Gao. Yang Gao chuckled. Why are you so stubborn? Nevertheless, he aimed at the target, and at the instant he pulled the trigger, the flint struck true, sending smoke billowing from the bullseye. Yang Gao stammered. Could it truly pierce the bullseye from 100 paces? His instructor during his studies had claimed such prowess was a mere illusion. To his astonishment, today he encountered the tangible reality of it. Could there be any falsehood in this? Liu, exasperated, noted that he could also unleash 3 shots. The 3-shot mechanism required a minute, thus allowing him to fire thrice within the same span. Naturally, Yang Gao was eager to test this assertion and discovered it to be accurate. He was astounded as he meticulously examined the firearm, entirely disregarding Chu Liang as an outsider. Should the prince indeed succeed, this alone would warrant a noble title. Truly, scholars could achieve great feats without stepping onto the battlefield. He resolved to encourage his own son to pursue his studies more diligently. Suddenly, with a thud, Yang Gao had not finished his thought when he noticed Chu Liang, pale and trembling, collapse to the ground. Liu quickly helped him up, saying, "What are you so flustered about? This has nothing to do with you." He had warned him not to come, yet he insisted on doing so, only to be so frightened upon arrival. What of rebellion? Has history not seen its fair share of insurrections? Chu Liang was on the verge of tears. How could this not concern him? If the Duke of Lu's plans were to be unveiled, would not the county magistrate and all those in the know face dire consequences? He initially believed that the county lord was crafting firearms as a tribute to the court, unaware that the intent was to assist the Duke of Lu in rebellion. Yang Gao was indifferent to his expression. After all, news destined for the capital would inevitably pass through the hands of the Duke of Lu. Sooner or later, the truth would surface. There was no need to conceal anything from anyone, aside from the few simpletons from the capital residing in the palace. He patted Liu on the shoulder and, taking the flintlock musket, prepared to depart. You are no longer a close aide to the prince. Such perilous items should not be in your possession. Allow me to present it to the prince on your behalf and convey his message. With lethal potential within 100 paces, what if he were to act recklessly and attempt to assassinate the prince? Certain matters necessitate vigilance. Liu responded. Then I shall trouble you to command. How is it that in television dramas, encounters with princes occur so nonchalantly? Yet here, it seems an arduous task to merely meet a royal. The chubby child had reached the age of recognition, refusing to be held by anyone but his own parents, and would wail loudly the moment he was out of their sight. This predicament greatly tormented Ning Zhaoan. as she was compelled to carry this little tyrant wherever she went. Upon Li Yu's return, she hurriedly thrust the child into her husband's arms. "Quick, play with your son for a while. My arms feel as though they might break." She shot a glare at Li Yu. I don't know who he takes after, but not even 2 wet nurses and 4 nannies can soothe him. A child weighing over 20 pounds demands to be held by his mother all day long. Who can bear such a weight? Li Yu, disregarding the infant's cries, placed him into a walker, retorting, "When Shun Dan and I were his age, we followed the adults into the fields to gather grass. So surely he takes after the wealthy family's nurse, not my poor lineage." The chubby boy, feeling neglected as his parents conversed, began to wail even louder. Zixuan, concerned for her son, made to pick him up, but Li Yu tugged her toward the room. "Ignore his futile cries. Once he tires himself out, he will cease." Zixuan hesitated, glancing back at her son. What if his voice is ruined from crying? "If it is ruined, so be it," Li Yu replied, blocking her line of sight with a smile. "When he grows up, he won't be performing on stage. In ancient times, as long as one could speak, that sufficed." Still howling, the chubby boy, left alone as his parents departed, gazed with bewildered eyes at the firmly shut door, opening his mouth to cry but unsure to whom his lament should be directed. His round face was filled with confusion and a hint of grievance. Yun Ban observed his endearing demeanor and smiled, promptly picking him up to console him. "Be good, dear child. The county lord and your mother have gone to bear you little brothers or sisters. Perhaps by next year, you will have siblings to play with." Chapter 64. The Li Yu stood before the study of the Duke of Lu, his fingers unconsciously stroking the quail patch on his robe, perspiring despite the chill of winter. Admittedly, he felt a twinge of anxiety. However, who wouldn't he feel nervous? It was akin to working in a colossal corporation with tens of thousands of employees. At such a moment, when the big boss and the second-in-command clashed, one might hope for the latter's victory and promotion, yet one remained merely a lowly, inconspicuous manager. After exhausting all his efforts, the second master finally agreed to meet you alone. "Are you not feeling anxious?" Yang Gao, well acquainted with the surroundings, led the way, saying, "Come, Zixuan, this way." Noticing a hint of perspiration on your brow, he offered some reassurance. "Our Prince of Lu is quite affable. Under normal circumstances, he does not resort to violence. Unlike him, who is prone to unsheathing his sword against those he deems displeasing. After all, his father once served the Duke of Zhao, known for his ruthless treatment of captives. Such lineage is not one he desired." Li Yu interjected, "I appreciate your concern. If you are not adept at comforting, it is perfectly acceptable. Thank you." The entire royal residence was enveloped in a pungent aroma of medicinal herbs, and the servants' faces were obscured by white cloths, reminiscent of precautions taken against an epidemic. You were stealthily ushered through a side entrance, traversing a labyrinth of corridors and artificial hills, until finally halting in a room whose purpose was unclear. The room was currently unoccupied, and the servants promptly served tea to both of you. Yang Gao lifted the teacup to his nose, wrinkling his face in disdain. Such exquisite tribute tea, of which each prince received a mere half a pound annually, was surprising to be served to you. In the past, he had yearned for such fine tea, but the prince had only afforded him the privilege a couple of times. Zixuan, on her very first visit, was granted such lavish hospitality. It seemed he had not misjudged his brother. He might indeed prove to be of assistance in the future. That day outside the iron mine, sharing a few cups of wine was truly delightful. "Of course, would you dare to compare with my little master?" Laughter from Zhao Yi emerged from behind a screen, and as Li Yu looked up, he beheld a tall figure clad in a golden dragon-patterned royal robe, adorned with a jade belt, stepping forth from behind the partition. In their first encounter, Li Yu hastily approached and performed a deep bow, declaring, "Li Yu, the magistrate of Zhaoqing, pays his respects to His Highness." The Prince of Lu appeared quite approachable, devoid of any menacing demeanor. Having experienced the power of that flintlock gun and recognizing him as a disciple of Wang Mingfeng, Zhao Yi harbored a favorable impression of the young man even before their meeting. Now, upon witnessing his noble countenance, that admiration only intensified. With a smile, he assisted Li Yu in rising, saying, "Please, young sir, do not be overly formal. Take a seat." "Young sir?" The Prince of Lu addressed him as such. Li Yu quickly replied, "I am but a mere lowly official, unworthy of such a title from your highness." The term young sir left him flustered. It felt somewhat odd, considering the prince was nearly 20 years his senior. Zhao Yi gently pressed him back into his seat before taking his own position. It is indeed a grave error of the court to allow someone like Zixuan to be thus neglected. As a student of the Prime Minister, why was he not retained in the capital? Given the Prime Minister's standing, one would expect him to keep his students close to assist him. Yet he has exerted effort to send them so far away. Li Yu felt compelled to muster a few drops of courage, and then rose to perform a 90-degree bow to Zhao Yi. If it pleases your highness, might I request that you dismiss the attendants? I have matters of great importance to discuss with you. Since he had been searched prior to entering the royal residence, Zhao Yi thought it harmless, given that Li Yu was a disciple of Wang Mingfeng, and thus readily dismissed the attendants. Only Yang Gao stood guard at the entrance, preventing anyone from approaching. When the old emperor departed, he indeed left behind his own handwritten edict, not a forgery by the ministers. Upon seeing that no one was around, Li Yu unhesitatingly took it out. He had read its contents many times and could even recite it by heart. His wife, Ning Zhaoan, had also perused it and remarked on the old emperor's excessive favoritism. However, upon observing Zhao Yi's anguished expression, Li Yu understood the depth of his internal suffering. It was not pity for his father or sentimentality, but rather the pain inflicted by the emperor's favoritism in his final moments, causing him to feel a sense of sympathy for the Duke of Lu. I have served the imperial mandate for over 28 years, diligently and with trepidation, often fearing that my virtue may fall short and burden my ancestors. I have never dared to forget the hardships endured by the founding emperor. Now, as I am gravely ill and near my end, I entrust these heartfelt words to the Golden Seal. Firstly, by divine decree, the Crown Prince Zhao Bai, being the legitimate son of the heir, is to ascend the throne. You, my sons, should follow the example of the Duke of Zhou in assisting the king, united in heart and spirit, to safeguard our lineage. Secondly, regarding the court's integrity, the Astronomical Bureau has observed ominous signs in the celestial bodies, and the land bears witness to fracturing patterns. After my demise, should any treacherous officials harm the state or disrupt governance, it will bring calamity upon the Zhao clan. The second son, Zhao Yi, is to lead the other princes and the governors of the 9 borders to eradicate these traitorous officials, ensuring the stability of our Great Yong Dynasty and preserving the crown prince's lineage upon the throne. Thirdly, for the tranquility of the realm, all military forces are to return to their respective garrisons, and the governors of the 9 borders shall bear secret edicts. If peace prevails in the court, anyone daring to incite rebellion under this edict shall be punished by the realm. Should treacherous officials rebel, this edict may be used to command the troops of the entire nation. Thus decreed on the 2nd day of the 3rd month in the 20th year of Qianan. What did the late emperor mean by ensuring the crown prince's eternal reign? Did he intend for Zhao Yi to eliminate the treacherous officials, allowing his nephew to continue as emperor? Did the late emperor truly believe this was feasible? Once his nephew ascended as a capable ruler, the first to be purged would be the Duke of Lu's lineage. No trace would be spared, and no one would plead for mercy on their behalf. The Duke of Lu wiped away his tears and inquired, "Does the edict mention all princes? Are there others among my brothers with such advisors?" He then comprehended why Li Yu had come to Zhanqiu. Besides the late emperor's edict, there was also a letter from Wang Zhiqiu, which elucidated the current issues within the court, explicitly stating that if the turmoil continued, the Great Yong would be no more. The treasury was depleted, and the borders lacked supplies. Were they not on the brink of collapse? Minister Wang remarked that after some hesitation, he stated, among the princes, only His Highness the Duke of Lu possesses the talent to secure the throne. In truth, Minister Wang meant that only the Duke of Lu had the capability, as he was the most formidable in both status and ability, the only one who could restore order in the capital and deal with Fan Qingyuan. However, he revised his words, for he did not wish to align himself with a ruler devoid of ambition. His loyalty to the Duke of Lu hinged on one condition, that the Duke would not be merciful, nor would he harbor familial sentiments that would spare his grandnephew. To do so would mean achieving righteousness while his subordinates would meet their demise. Li Yu aspired to carve his name in history, establishing a distinguished legacy. Following a ruler who showed compassion would be akin to seeking solace in a nunnery, chanting scriptures with the abbesses. The Duke of Lu tightened his grip on the yellow silk. If my father decrees that His Majesty shall eternally reign, how can I secure my own position? This mountain cannot harbor 2 tigers. How can there be 2 emperors in this world? Li Yu spoke slowly. Your Highness, if you strive, there may still be a glimmer of hope. If you do not, having secretly opened an iron mine, what pretense can you maintain? The subsequent words he refrained from uttering. Yet the Duke of Lu was already aware, for his brothers who wielded military power had been summoned back to the capital. He sighed, closing his eyes. Currently, the court is not in chaos. Presenting this imperial edict would serve no purpose. I possess the desire but lack the means. Not only will I be unable to aid in raising troops, but it may instead become my death warrant. Upon hearing this, Liu immediately responded, I believe the court may soon descend into turmoil. We must prepare the new weapons in advance, ready to act should the need arise. Even if there are no opportunities in the court, the Prime Minister will create opportunities for your Highness, will he not? Chapter 65. The death of the Duke of Xing in the Sichuan Prefecture. Duke Zhaosong of Liao and Duke Zhaoheng of Xing had just arrived in the capital. After feasting with their nephew, the Emperor, the two brothers casually walked back to the Liao Duke's residence, arms linked. As princes, they possessed their own estates in the capital. Why won't the second brother return? Zhaosong, inebriated and swaying, couldn't help but chuckle. Is he perhaps too afraid to come back? He believed that the young emperor had nothing to fear. As long as one did not rebel, there would be food and drink to enjoy. Zhaoheng nodded repeatedly. Ever since our elder brother departed, the second brother has been in this state, fearful for his own head. He even advises us younger brothers not to return, with the second brother standing guard. Which fool would dare to touch either of us? Previously, they had thought their father favored the elder and second brothers. Yet now they found solace in being illegitimate. At least they would not be seen as thorns in the side of the new emperor. Regardless, they were still the emperor's uncles. How could he neglect them in terms of provisions? Handing over military power is no great matter. It is merely a transfer. Upon returning to the duke's residence, the brothers intended to drink once more. Duke Zhaoheng had always been fond of wine, believing that a day without indulging until drunken slumber was a day wasted. Third brother, it has been years since we last met. Tonight, we must drink to the point of oblivion. However, while Zhaosong also enjoyed wine, he was a man of moderation. No more drinking, no more. It would be quite unbecoming to collapse like a sack of mud on the floor. Third brother, you remain as pretentious as ever. In truth, you are the worst. Remember when you spied on our father's beauties bathing? After teasing his third brother, Zhaoheng began to drink heartily. If only the second brother were here. He can drink better than both of us. He resembles our grandfather the most, being both gallant in battle and eloquent in poetry. Alas, he never became emperor. Had he ascended, would there be such suspicion among us? Among the brothers, they respected the elder brother most, followed by the second brother. This is the capital. Do not bring harm to the second brother. Zhaosong cautiously glanced around before whispering, we still do not know how the second brother fares. Whether he is confined or slain, it would sadden me greatly. Zhaoheng gulped down several mouthfuls of wine, expressing sympathy. Who could argue against that? He genuinely felt sympathy for his second brother and harbored deep admiration for him as well. Just as the third brother was about to recount some past events, Zhao Yi suddenly experienced excruciating pain in his abdomen, so intense that he began to roll on the ground. Fourth brother, what has happened to you? Seeing his sibling's face turn ashen, Zhaosong was taken aback and hastily summoned a physician. Fourth brother, what did you eat? They had all consumed similar fare. So why was it only he who was afflicted? Zhaosong's gaze fell upon the scattered wine nearby. With his knowledge of medicine, he crawled over to examine it. And a chilling realization struck him like a plunge into an icy abyss. Crimson of the crane. The crimson of the crane was indeed red arsenic, capable of causing death within half an hour. Third brother. Zhao Yi moaned in agony on the ground, prompting Zhaosong to rush over and embrace him. Shouting towards the entrance, is the physician here? Has he arrived? He knew that even the physician's arrival would be futile, for there was no saving his fourth brother now. Zhao Yi wept. It's fortunate that second brother was not here, and that you, third brother, did not partake in the wine. If it wasn't he the young emperor, it must have been Fan Qingyuan. He is the only one who incessantly clamors for the reduction of the fiefdoms, always wishing to imprison us. That scoundrel, third brother. You must avenge me. With his brother lost, Zhaosong was naturally incensed, demanding an explanation from the emperor, with his ire directed squarely at the formidable Fan Qingyuan. Yet, Fan Qingyuan was no fool. Why would he strike against the princes of Liao and Xing at this juncture? The very prince he wished to eliminate, Prince Liu, had yet to return. The young emperor certainly would not engage in such treachery. Amidst the confusion, Fan Qingyuan suddenly fixed his gaze upon the grief-stricken Wang Zhiqiu. He charged towards Wang Zhiqiu, seizing him by the throat with both hands. It was you. Did you do this? Being seasoned foxes of the court, Wang Zhiqiu would hardly reveal anything. Wang Mifeng, have been nurtured and elevated by the late emperor. Should I commit such heinous acts? May I be torn apart by horses and struck by divine retribution. But what if he did commit the act? As long as he denied it, the most suspicion would fall upon the two of them, the Lord and his minister. Although Wang Zhiqiu's actions harmed many interests, his character was well known, and the ancient customs placed great emphasis on oaths. Zhao Song, nearly driven to madness, drew his sword from the Imperial guards and, in a frenzy, swung it towards Fan Qingyuan. You treacherous minister, how dare you incite his majesty to poison the royal uncle? If I do not slay you today, I shall not bear the Zhao name. The act of drawing a sword in the presence of the princes was serious business, causing the young emperor to rise in alarm. Third uncle, do not act impulsively. I assure you I will provide an explanation. While it was true he intended to bestow poison wine, it was meant solely for the second uncle. Chaos erupted in the grand hall as Zhao Song's sword struck Fan Qingyuan, sending him sprawling on the ground. The surrounding guards hesitated to intervene, and Zhao Bai, following closely beside his third uncle, pleaded with him repeatedly. Seeing that his entreaties fell on deaf ears, he could only exclaim in anger, arrest the third prince, and escort him back to the residence. No one is permitted to leave without my command. The guards then dared to restrain Zhao Song, while Fan Qingyuan, though uninjured, was already in a disheveled and pitiful state. Upon exiting the palace, Hualang followed Wang Zhiqiu, gazing at his friend's serene countenance and inquiring, with the death of the Prince of Xing, what shall be our next course of action? He understood that beneath Wang's calm facade lay a tempest of turmoil, an anguish stemming from betraying the late emperor, yet a necessity that could not be avoided. Wang Zhiqiu's gaze drifted toward the royal tomb, his tone reminiscent of an octogenarian awaiting the end of life. We must incite the Liao king to take his own life. He then proceeded to circulate rumors about Fan Qingyuan being a remnant of the former dynasty, ultimately offering himself to the cause, thereby rendering the Lu King's uprising justified. Seeing his friend's silence, Hualang could only choke back tears, expressing, upon the Lu prince's arrival in the capital, he shall surely not spare the emperor's life. The late emperor believed that the throne would serve as a protective talisman for his grandson, yet in truth, it is a death warrant. It would be better to openly declare that the Lu king should enthrone his nephew, thus allowing for survival. However, if such a course were taken, wouldn't all the feudal lords desire to purge the court? Now, for the sake of one Fan Qingyuan, a feudal lord and an emperor would both be sacrificed, which would further betray the late emperor's trust. What options do I have? The typically gentle Wang Zhiqiu could no longer contain his anger, retorting, the emperor listens to the surname Fan, disregarding our counsel. Do you think I wish to support the Lu king? Do I not desire for the emperor to be a wise ruler? The emperor is swayed by that Fan's reckless tax exemptions, leading to a 50% drop in this year's Ministry of Revenue's income, leaving the treasury half empty compared to the late emperor's reign. What shall we do about the borders? Must we truly resort to marriage alliances, paying exorbitantly for their sick and aged horses to procure peace, thereby humiliating the entire Great Yong Dynasty? War is looming. We must provide disaster relief, repair the royal tomb, develop water conservancy, and pay official salaries. Without funds, how can anything be accomplished? If the court becomes incapable of action, chaos will ensue, and in that eventuality, we would further betray the late emperor and our own esteemed positions. Chapter 66. The Liao King's self-immolation. These 6 years in the court have turned Wang Zhiqiu's hair nearly white. Hualang felt both pained and helpless. Although the emperor indeed possesses a will, how can the military discern between treacherous and loyal subjects when the realm is in disarray? Executing 2 feudal lords, while certainly disreputable, pales in comparison to the calamity wrought by traitors. How can we reconcile this disparity? Wang Zhiqiu merely smiled at his friend's words, unwilling to engage further. In the palace, Fan Qingyuan repeatedly assured the young emperor that he had not plotted against the Liao or Xing princes. Sharing his suspicions with the young ruler, Wang Mingfeng aimed to disrupt the situation, hoping to provide the Lu king with a legitimate pretext to remain outside the capital, potentially instigating rebellion. He felt vindicated in his deductions, believing that Wang Zhiqiu, that old rogue, was siding with the Lu king to thwart his plans. Your Majesty, I have heard that Wang Mingfeng has supported the Lu king as the heir from the very beginning, and I fear he still harbors treacherous intentions. Yet Zhao Bai shook his head, finding Wang the Chancellor merely bothersome and somewhat irritating. However, if one were to suggest that he aided his second uncle in rebellion, Zhao felt that it appeared utterly implausible. Wang Xiang was a trusted minister bequeathed by my grandfather, and without substantial evidence, Fan Xiang ought to remain circumspect. The immediate priority was to identify the perpetrator behind the poisoning of the fourth uncle, in order to quell the fury of the third royal uncle. Should this matter remain unresolved, it is likely that my second uncle would feel even more reluctant to return. If he does not return, must we then engage in a head-on confrontation? I have no desire for such conflict. Seeing that the young emperor was disinclined to heed his counsel, Fan Xingyuan outwardly remained silent, but turned and proceeded directly to the Shunqing Palace of Empress Dowager Zhou. The Empress Dowager, having been widowed at the tender age of 24 or 25, commanded a respect that even the emperor must acknowledge. Yet, what she lacked was a male companion. In the second year of her ascendancy as Empress Dowager, Fan Xingyuan discreetly provided two handsome, capable young men disguised as eunuchs to attend to her. The Empress Dowager found great pleasure in this arrangement, and, in her eyes, the portly Fan Xingyuan appeared rather endearing, certainly more agreeable than that Wang Zhiqiu fellow. Upon hearing his intent, the Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. Wang Mingfeng has been spoiled by the late emperor and shows no respect for me or the emperor. She merely wished to have a new phoenix crown crafted, yet Wang Mingfeng dares to petition against it, citing concerns of public distress and financial burden. How much could it truly cost to create a crown? Merely 200,000 to 300,000 taels of silver, the equivalent of taxes from 4 counties. With over 1,000 counties in Daong, can a dignified Empress Dowager not afford such an expenditure? While he may be a favored minister of the late emperor, such trivial matters could be overlooked. However, should he genuinely harbor treasonous intentions, I shall ensure his entire family faces the consequences. Having just emerged from the company of attractive young men, her face glowed like a peach blossom, yet her beautiful eyes harbored a fierce resolve. There was but one condition. That evidence must be irrefutable. Without solid proof, even as Empress Dowager, I would not dare to act against such a minister. There would be those scholars who would kneel at the palace gates in protest. Indeed, the old minister would surely investigate thoroughly. Fan Xingyuan raised his eyes slightly, and, with great thoughtfulness, inquired, "Are Xiao Shi and Xiao Tao attending to you well? If not, I shall select 2 more spirited attendants for you, Your Highness." The Empress Dowager smiled upon hearing this. The 2 young men were satisfactory, though she worried they might tire themselves. Please trouble Minister Fan to find 2 more to send over. I am somewhat sentimental, and Xiao Shi and Xiao Tao may remain. No wonder men are so fond of being emperors. The sight of handsome young men humbly kneeling before her, seeking her affection with such care, brought her immense delight. The matter concerning the Duke of Lu must be resolved swiftly. The emperor, still young and tender-hearted, might come to consult me again for matters like today's. Such blissful days must not be disrupted. Whoever obstructs the path of mother and son shall meet their demise. Fan Xingyuan, upon hearing this, smirked and promptly knelt in a grand gesture of respect. "Yes, Your Highness, I shall attend to this matter at once." With the Empress Dowager's words, he immediately returned to prepare, intent on firmly pinning the treasonous plot on Wang Zhiqiu, who had just stealthily exited the Duke of Liao's residence. The commander of the Imperial Guard stationed at the Duke of Liao's residence was the youngest brother of the late emperor's consort, and thus also the emperor's maternal uncle, as well as a companion to various princely lords, Gu Mingyuan. Those familiar with him refer to him as Gu Jingxing, the Duke of Qinghua, who is merely 38 years old. He lost his father shortly after birth and was raised in the palace by his sister and brother-in-law, enjoying a status akin to that of a prince. Growing up in the palace fostered a close bond between him and the young emperor. His visit to guard the Liao Wang was intended to console a once dear brother. However, now, with newfound knowledge weighing upon him, he chose to remain silent, his head bowed in contemplation. Observing Wang Zhiqiu's retreating figure, he felt a surge of words rise within him, yet he ultimately stifled them. Inwardly, he cursed, pondering the misguided affection of his brother-in-law, as the care for the crown prince was misplaced. With a sigh, he glanced back at the firmly shut gates of the manor, ultimately deciding to return and listen to music instead. What did it matter? As long as the emperor bore the surname Zhao, it was inconsequential who held the title. That night, a great fire erupted at the Liao Wang's residence, and the capital's firefighters labored throughout the day until the flames were finally subdued. In the aftermath, the coroner discovered the skeletal remains of Liao Wang Zhao Song and his consort, Qin. Meanwhile, a personal guard of the Liao Wang fled the capital, proclaiming that the Liao Wang had succumbed to humiliation and set himself ablaze. With the deaths of the Xing Wang and the Liao Wang, the heirs of both princely houses could no longer remain passive, lamenting fiercely as they vowed to avenge their fathers. The emperor and Fan Qingyuan were thrown into disarray, urgently seeking the culprit, knowing they must find a scapegoat to execute, even if they could not smile. At the Luoyang manor, upon receiving the harrowing news of his two brothers' demise, Zhao Yi's eyes turned crimson with despair. Was this what chaos entailed? The thought of his two ever-present younger brothers, now departed, nearly caused him to falter. Though he had aspired to seize the throne, he never envisioned paying such a grievous price with their lives. Yet, both had perished in the very place where they had grown up, victims of the brutal struggle for imperial power. Liu, who had come to report on the results of the newly developed firearms, fortuitously overheard this tragic news and sighed in condolence. "Your Highness, please accept my condolences. The throne has always been a ruthless affair. One can only say that the actions of the late emperor were inhumane." Zhao Yi had previously urged them not to return to the capital, but they had deemed it irrelevant since they had no desire for the throne. Yet, how little time had passed since their return, and now they were gone. I advised them. I warned them. They refused to heed my counsel. Frustrated, Zhao Yi pounded the table in vain, having surmised that Wang Mingfeng was behind these events, for he knew the emperor and Fan Qingyuan were not so foolish. Yet, rather than harboring resentment towards Wang Mingfeng, he silently commended him. This incident provided him with a valid reason to refrain from returning to the capital. Chapter 67. A letter home. After a moment of mourning for his brothers, Zhao Yi raised his gaze to Liu. "How goes the development of your firearms?" The identity of a royal demanded that, despite his sorrow, he could not remain in despair indefinitely. He had mourned the loss of his elder brother. Yet after a few days, that sadness had faded, leaving him to ponder whether his father would appoint him as the crown prince. The elder brother is still dear, especially considering that the third and fourth brothers share a different mother. Liu hastily replied, "I was just about to discuss this matter. To be honest, the raw materials from Shandong are indeed inferior to those from Yinping Prefecture. However, Zhao Yi has been quite diligent in eradicating the Japanese pirates. The seized Japanese swords have proven to be excellent materials. After a month, I have crafted over 300 swords, though the spring steel remains challenging to produce. It is still insufficient." Zhao Yi understood that the sentiments of the populace are a delicate balance. While the imperial edict left by his father may provide some assistance, there will always be those who perceive it as insufficient. This battle must be fought, regardless of fortune. The generals of the Nine Borders ponder whether the emperor or the Duke of Lu is correct. Time is of the essence. He anticipated that before long, troops would be dispatched from the capital to besiege the Duke of Lu's residence. Liu was acutely aware of the urgency and, after bowing, took his leave, contemplating whether he should simply reside in the armory to oversee the relentless efforts. Upon exiting the study of the royal residence, Liu encountered the Duke of Lu's heir, Zhao Ming. He promptly smiled and bowed. "Greeting, I am Liu, at your service, your highness." Zhao Ming exuded an air of cultured refinement, and Liu instinctively felt he would one day make a commendable emperor. "No need for excessive formality, County Magistrate Li," Zhao Ming replied, raising a hand as he gazed towards the study door. "How is my father faring?" The relationship between his uncles and his father was exceptionally close, and with the passing of the third and fourth uncles, it must weigh heavily on his father's heart. Naturally, the prince will feel sorrow. Liu hesitated momentarily before continuing. "I believe it would be wise for both the prince and your highness to offer comfort to the heirs of the Liao and Xing princes, particularly the heir of Liao, who commands a capable contingent of Mongolian cavalry. An alliance with them would bolster our strength considerably." At this, Zhao Ming's eyes gleamed with intrigue, and he saw an opportunity to incite his cousins to attack the capital during their time of mourning. However, he feigned compassion, even shedding a couple of tears. "You speak wisely. My cousins must indeed be grieving. At the tender age of 15 or 16, they are the most easily swayed." Yet, he could not be blamed for his ruthless intentions, as he had never truly met these cousins. Liu recognized the machinations in Zhao Ming's mind and quietly lamented how royal children differ from those of common folk, often inheriting a more callous disposition. After observing the fervent activity in the bustling forge, Liu promptly returned to the county office, preparing to bring bedding to personally oversee the operations. Upon his return, Ning Zhaoan eagerly pulled him back into the room. Liu chuckled, It has only been half a day since our last meeting. My dear wife, are you so impatient? What shall we do if I am away for several days? In ancient times, it was considered improper for couples to engage in intimacy during daylight. However, he and his wife had long since disregarded the distinction of day and night. What are you thinking? Ning Zhaoan playfully struck him and then produced a letter, saying, it was sent urgently by the family of the third brother, smuggled in by a servant hidden within a merchant caravan. Upon receiving a letter from her brother-in-law, Liu hastily unfolded it to read, to my esteemed sister, as the new year approaches, I respectfully pin this letter to you. It has been 3 years since we parted in the spring, and each time the night deepens and the clock strikes, I gaze longingly towards the vast lands of Qi and Lu, unable to hold back my tears. I think of you managing the household diligently and supporting your husband with grace. The achievements of these past 3 years are indeed a blessing for our family. I have heard that my nephew will soon commence his studies after the new year. I implore you to care for him well, that he may not be overburdened, and may be free from calamities and worries, for that would be true fortune. Since I took on the role of Hanlon Scholar, I have devoted myself tirelessly to my duties. This autumn, I was fortunate to receive the recognition of Minister Fan and was promoted to Hanlon Bachelor. Yet my official responsibilities keep me from attending to my family. Last month, I received a letter from our father, stating that the wisteria in the old residence has already covered half the courtyard. I still remember our youthful days when you would often bring me to sit and linger beneath the flowers, sipping tea and reading poetry, which was truly delightful. Now, seeing that Jiaxing has no siblings to accompany him, I feel a twinge of sorrow. Therefore, I have sent the guard Song in to escort him to your side, so that he may spend some time in your company. The winter winds are biting. I hope you and your husband take care of yourselves and cherish your meals. With heartfelt sentiments, I remain, your brother, Uncle Ben, bowing in reverence. 13th day of the 12th month in the year of Renwu. Jiaxing is the son of Ning Yuan and his wife, Hua Shi, whose father is the Minister of Rights, Hualang. Ning Zhaoan bit her lip, suppressing her emotions. This is not merely a family letter. It is a clear entrustment of responsibility. What is he truly intending? Has he not already joined Fan Qingyuan in his duties? Why this additional urgency? She covered her mouth, weeping. It is not wise for one to be overly clever. Even in the capital, no one troubles my brother-in-law. This brother-in-law, of course, is Wu Jingcheng, a humble scholar known for his calligraphy, whose wife is merely the daughter of a minor inspector. As long as he refrains from foolishness, it is said that no one would trouble him. Otherwise, he would not be regarded as a significant concern at all. Do not cry. Liu embraced his wife, offering comfort. This young man, Uncle Ben, is quite prudent. Perhaps he is merely being cautious? A letter travels faster than a person, and by now, Jiaxing must already be on his way. We must remain optimistic in these times. The fact that we can still send someone from the capital indicates that the situation has not deteriorated beyond reason, does it not? Should he perhaps remind his sister? Otherwise, it may be wise to take the child back to the old home for safety. However, if his brother-in-law has thought of this, he must have already advised him. Yet, the situation does not bode well. If there were not an urgent crisis, why would they send the child away? Ning Zhaoan wiped her tears but found herself agreeing with her husband's words. These are tribulations wrought by the late emperor, now entangling our family. It is no wonder they say that the elderly should refrain from managing affairs, lest they bring misfortune upon their descendants. This emperor, in his confusion, still clings to power, bringing calamity to the realm. Though she refrained from voicing her last thought, her heart was filled with reproach for the old emperor. Exile holds no fear. As long as Lord Lu triumphs, he can be reinstated at any time. If defeated, as long as one remains alive, hope still exists. What truly frightens her is the prospect of execution. Once life is extinguished, all hope is lost. However, there is no use in fretting. The immediate concern is to dispatch someone to assist Jiaxing. Poor child, to leave his parents at such a tender age. As Liu comforted his wife, he could not help but ponder the reason behind his brother-in-law entrusting the child to him rather than returning the little one to the ancestral home. The distant mountains and rivers of the southwest offered seclusion, a refuge even sought by Emperor Tang Mingwang during calamity. Surely that must be the safest haven? Chapter 68. The Raiding of Homes Beijing. On the night when the residence of Wang Zhiqiu was encircled by the Imperial guards, a wet nurse managed to escape with the 2-year-old child, who was none other than Wang Zhiqiu's youngest grandson. Master, will you not stop her? Lin Zhong, a subordinate of Duke Qing, inquired, noticing his lord's indifference. After all, there were still stragglers within the encirclement, which would be quite embarrassing for them. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyuan turned his gaze towards his subordinate. Would you be able to find rest if the loyal grandson of Wang Xiang fell by your sword? The Wang family is already sparse. Leaving them with a remnant is merely a way to accumulate virtue for oneself. Lin Zhong pondered this, beginning to feel a twinge of unrest. But, my lord, if Wang Xiang truly revolted, was it he who orchestrated the assassination of Xing'an? Even the duke believed Wang Xiang to be a loyal minister. How could the voices of the common folk be silenced? Attend to your duties, and refrain from prying into matters of the underworld, Gu Mingyuan admonished. There is not merely Xing'an to consider, but also the Prince of Liao. Wang Xiang indeed appears to be instigating a rebellion. It is no injustice that his entire family faces confiscation and execution, for the accusations hold merit. Yet, he still regarded Wang Xiang as a loyal subject, believing his brother-in-law had not misjudged him in this instance, though on other matters, it was indeed difficult to articulate. The late emperor, upon meeting the founding emperor in the afterlife, would likely receive a stern reprimand. With a piece of fruit candy now resting in his mouth, Gu Mingyuan's gaze turned contemplative. Do not lay a hand upon the women of the Wang family, lest I sever your lineage, he sternly warned. This morning, the male members of the Wang family had been detained in court, leaving only the women and some innocent grandchildren behind. However, no sooner had he spoken than the first raiding officer burst forth. Master, you must come inside. The arrival was in tears, overwhelmed by the countless souls lost beneath the blade, wishing fervently that he had never taken on this duty. Seeing this, Gu Mingyuan's heart sank, and he quickly followed the officer into the Wang ancestral hall, only to find 5 women hanging there. They were Wang's wife, along with 3 daughters-in-law and a daughter. Their faces were pale, tongues lolling, suggesting they had been deceased for some time. Clad in coarse hemp garments, their hair neatly arranged with wooden hairpins. They bore no adornments of gold or silver. The finery bestowed by the palace lay neatly folded on the ground. With a choked voice, Lin Zhong lamented. Knowing they were to be raided, even the deceased would have their garments stripped. Is this what drives a butcher to tears? Gu Mingyuan surveyed the yard, observing a few elderly servants and several children resolute in their fate. He then cast a glance over the overgrown courtyard and the house, which contained only books and official documents. Truly, a heinous act. Regarding financial matters, aside from the 500 gold pieces bestowed by the late emperor, all that remained were a few shards of silver that scarcely amounted to 50 taels. He recalled that whenever disaster struck, the minister was always the first to contribute. What a pity. Such noble intentions. As for the little grandson who managed to escape, whether he can elude the clutches of fate remains to be seen. Early in the morning, Liang ventured out to purchase vegetables and was taken aback to find the streets swarming with Imperial guards. After inquiring, she learned that the minister had been accused of treason. Rumor had it that the emperor had issued an edict for the annihilation of the entire family. Surely, this cannot be true. The citizens of the capital debated the impossibility of such a fate while hastily gathering outside the minister's residence to witness the unfolding drama. Having completed her shopping, Liang hurried home, disinterested in the commotion. Yet, as her neighbors flocked to the spectacle, a woman with a child trailed closely behind her in the empty alley, appearing pitiful and forlorn, prompting Li Ying's heart to soften. She turned to the woman and inquired, "What brings you here? Where is your husband?" If the child belonged to an innocent family, it might be worth bringing them home for a warm meal and shelter for a few days. The world was troubled. She could consider it an act of kindness. Shunqing, clutching her child, wept uncontrollably but managed to produce her identification tag from her bosom. "Are you Li Yu, the sister of County Magistrate Li?" How could Liang fail to recognize the jade token of the minister's residence? Initially reluctant to involve herself, she recalled that this woman had once aided Zixuan, a person of considerable standing. Her father had always taught her the importance of gratitude. Otherwise, one would be no better than a beast. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, she hastily decided to take the woman with her. "Come with me." Fortunately, she had sent her daughter back to Xing'an a couple of months ago. Otherwise, the sudden addition of 2 people to her home would have been difficult to conceal. At this moment, when everyone was engrossed in the commotion, no one would notice her return with a companion. "How did you escape? Did anyone see you?" Upon reaching home, Liang quickly secured the door. Noticing the child's wide, bewildered eyes, her tone turned slightly reproachful. A family like the minister's should have made plans long ago. It was foolish to run when danger was at their doorstep. Even families like theirs had prepared in advance. What purpose did it serve to bring a child into such peril? The minister had evidently not intended for the child to survive. Shunqing had long urged her mistress to send the child away, but both the mistress and the minister had refused to let the child live a life of hiding. This morning, before dawn, the third lady steamed a bowl of egg custard, tearfully urging me to feed it to the young lord before she covered her mouth and fled. Seeing her distress made me realize something was amiss. I had intended to comply, but looking at the child I had nursed for 2 years, I couldn't bear to abandon him. I thought perhaps I could attempt to help him escape, and to my astonishment, we succeeded. However, now that we were free, I found myself at a loss for what to do. My home is not in the capital, and I have no relatives here. Given the current circumstances, leaving the city is out of the question, and I had brought little money with me, fearing that staying at an inn might raise suspicion. She recalled that Liu had previously visited the Xiang residence, and she had encountered this lady Li while purchasing vegetables. Learning through the vendor's discussions that she was indeed Li Yu's sister. They had never exchanged words, yet today, upon their unexpected meeting, she felt compelled to follow her. Shunqing mused that since she was a student of the Xiang residence, it was unlikely that she would willingly turn the child over, even if she were reluctant to protect him at this moment. You are a loyal soul. As a mother herself, Liang was already moved to tears upon realizing the full extent of the situation. If the Lord knows from beyond, he will surely be grateful to you. As a mother, she could not bring herself to abandon such a small child. Liang prepared her daughter's room for them, urging her to ensure that the child did not cry out, for her daughter had long ceased to be a weeper, and the sudden presence of an infant would certainly raise suspicions. Seeing her genuine willingness to provide refuge, Shunqing fell to her knees in tears, proclaiming, "Madam, you are a kind person, and good people are rewarded. I thank you on behalf of the Lord. He is a good man, and I believe that one day, the Wang family will be vindicated. At that time, the young lord will surely be grateful to you and your entire family for a lifetime." Liang, though skeptical about the matters concerning Lord Wang, had no desire for posthumous vindication. She simply did not want such a small child to perish. When Wu Jingsheng returned and learned of the situation, he fell silent for a moment, eventually acknowledging that his wife's actions were indeed correct, regardless of Lord Wang's involvement. He thought, what wrong could such a small child have committed? Chapter 69. Embracing loyalty as the ancients did. Moreover, should that incident truly involve Lord Wang, Wu Jingsheng would genuinely admire his courage. Even a rogue like himself recognized that the current emperor was no benevolent ruler. While the surface appeared to be marked by benevolent governance, the reality was that it was leading to the downfall of De Yong. Conversely, if the matter did not concern Lord Wang, it was a tragedy that such a commendable minister was unjustly accused, stirring his heart with sorrow for the realm. In any case, he was determined to protect the young grandson of Lord Wang. Fortunately, the 2-year-old child could comprehend speech, and with a wet nurse present to care for him, he was not a mere infant wailing incessantly. With careful vigilance, they could evade detection. Should officials come to search, they could conceal the child and the wet nurse in the cellar. Once the matter settled, they would devise a way to quietly return the child to his hometown, claiming he was their own, entrusted to them for care. Thus, it would also count as a meritorious deed. In the capital, not only children, but even households with pigs or chickens were meticulously recorded. Therefore, the disappearance of Lord Wang's 2-year-old grandson could not be easily concealed. Although Lord Wang hailed from humble beginnings, his years in office had garnered numerous acquaintances among the literati. Throughout history, it was not uncommon for the families of high-ranking officials to be implicated, and with Gu Mingyuan's lenient approach to inspections, matters were somewhat mitigated. Fan Xingyuan had little time to concern himself with the child, and, after a few days of searching, ultimately abandoned the effort. A 2-year-old child could do little in a short span. It was far more pressing to topple the last remaining powerful prince, paving the way for subsequent endeavors. Within the depths of the Fan residence, the outwardly imposing Fan Xiang maintained a respectful demeanor toward a cousin of the same age within the confines of his home. Your Majesty, once I have resolved the matters concerning King Lu and Wang Zhiqiu, the time will come for the young emperor. I intend to persuade him to select a consort, and subsequently send forth my own sovereign's offspring to the palace to assume the title of the crown prince, all the while discreetly orchestrating the demise of the young emperor and the empress dowager. In this manner, the grand state of Daong can seamlessly revert to the dominion of the Great Nu. Over these past years, I have embedded numerous schemes within the palace. Thus, It would not be arduous to introduce a child into the mix. Qi Yu harbors no interest in reclaiming the throne, content with a life of carefree ease. For by the time of his birth, the realm had nearly been surnamed Zhao. Yet, my cousin incessantly refers to him as Your Majesty in private, perpetually consumed with thoughts of restoring the kingdom, which leaves him feeling quite exasperated. The fate of the nation is finite, once it is exhausted. It is exhausted. Why must one strive so fervently? Each time he suggests that such a pursuit is unnecessary, his cousin erupts into a frenzy. Having been sheltered within the Fan family as an offering since childhood, he possesses no skills for survival, leaving him with little choice but to resign himself to fate. His cousin assumes authority, despite the many years he spent in diligent study, achieving the esteemed role of prime minister, adorned with wealth beyond measure. What further discontent could there possibly be? While his cousin's fervor for the throne is commendable, why expend such energy for others' aspirations? On the day of Wang Zhiqiu's execution, the heavens unleashed a flurry of snowflakes, as heavy as goose feathers. The common folk, as they had in times past, gathered at the execution grounds with wilted vegetable leaves in hand, yet none were ultimately cast aside. Wang Xiang did not fit the mold of a traitor. During his tenure as an imperial inspector in Fujian, he had even aided my cousin's aunt's family in overturning a wrongful conviction. Had it not been for Wang Xiang, an innocent life would have perished unjustly. It is said that during his inspection in Jiangxi, he was even honored with the people's umbrella. The citizens of Hushi constructed a temple in his honor. How could such a figure ever revolt? What do you know? To fabricate a crime, one need only find a pretext. Some officials in the court were disinclined to engage in warfare, and Wang Xiang's political views clashed with theirs. Thus he was cast aside as a stumbling block. Indeed, throughout history, royal families have dismantled bridges behind them. How often has one not been accused of treason to achieve their goals? Without such a grave accusation, how could one fulfill their ambitions? The murmurs of the populace were loud, and Wang Zhiqiu, seated in the prisoner cart, heard them clearly. He smiled as he extended his shackled hands to catch the snowflakes descending from the sky. The common people remained so innocent and naive, unaware of the profound depths and darkness at the center of power. The two sons of the late emperor have perished at his hands. Should King Lu enter the capital, the current sovereign could not endure either. He cannot live openly in this world and revel in wealth and honor. Thus he must atone for the sins of the late emperor with the blood of his entire family. He only regrets the plight of brother Hua, who has seen their entire clan exiled to southern Fujian. Yet, fortunately, they are still alive. As long as they live, there remains a glimmer of hope. The snowfall intensified, and it is uncertain who initiated it, but wilted vegetable leaves began to rain down upon the officials escorting the prisoners. The escorting officials expressed their innocence, for the execution of Wang Xiang was never their design. Upon reaching the execution grounds, the escorting officials and soldiers were covered in dirt, whereas the condemned remained impeccably clean. This truly is the maiden's first journey in the flower sedan. Wang Zhiqiu descended from the prison cart, casting a glance at his three serene and composed sons, as well as his young yet unafraid grandsons, who nodded subtly in acknowledgement. Addressing the crowd of onlookers, he boldly recited, "Do not allow fleeting fame to burden this body." The rivers and mountains stretch for thousands of miles, swept by the winds of dust. When the tumultuous waves threaten to topple the heavens, who can inquire? I alone embrace my solitary loyalty, shining upon the ancients. I, Wang Mingfeng, have remained steadfastly loyal throughout my life, with no shame before the late emperor or my country. Though I may now perish, my loyal spirit endures. After uttering these words, he gazed skyward as the snow fell like feathers. He could only hope that heaven would bear witness, ensuring no treachery within the court, that the nation would be blessed with wise rulers and virtuous ministers, that the people would not suffer hunger, and that wars would not be lost. His words stirred the crowd once more. They firmly believed that Wang Xiang, who had received the people's protection, was indeed wronged. The execution officer, a man of Fan Qingyuan, fearing prolonged delays might lead to unforeseen complications, hastily commanded the executioners to proceed. Although the workers harbored reluctance, they dared not defy their superior's orders. A mouthful of fiery liquor was splashed onto the executioner's blade. Their only aim now was to ensure a swift beheading, minimizing the pain endured by the Wang family. In the 4th year of Xing'an, on the 17th day of the 12th lunar month, the head of the late emperor's entrusted minister, revered by the people, fell amidst blood upon the pristine snow. The heads of the family were displayed at the Xuanwu Gate of Shuntianfu, branded with the charge of treason. Wang Zhiqiu, styled Mingfeng, hailing from Yueqing, Zhejiang, was a prominent minister under the reign of Emperor Taizong of the Ming Dynasty. In the 4th year of Xing'an, he was falsely accused of treason by the left minister, Fan Qingyuan, leading to his unjust demise at the age of 52. In the palace, Zhao Bai, upon learning that the execution had been carried out, felt somewhat dazed and inexplicably sorrowful. Could it be that I truly misunderstood the minister? Wang Xiang bore a striking resemblance to his deceased father, always rigorously concerned about his studies, eager to impart all matters of state into his mind, so that he might swiftly become a wise sovereign. Your Majesty, the most pressing matter now is still the King of Lu. Fan Qingyuan was indifferent to whether Wang was wronged. For him, eliminating this obstacle brought immense satisfaction, and it was time to target the next one. The King of Lu's illness must be feigned. I propose we immediately dispatch troops to summon the King of Lu to the capital. If His Highness is reluctant to come, then the forces sent to escort him should simply seize him and bring him back. Chapter 70. Do not harm my uncle's life. Zhao Bai had just lost 2 uncles, leaving him hesitant about the third. Yet, he was after all his imperial uncle by blood. To force 3 imperial uncles to their demise within a year. Surely the lid on his grandfather's coffin could scarcely contain the weight. Moreover, his second uncle was his father's own brother. Your Majesty, which is more crucial, the stability of the throne or familial bonds? Fan Qingyuan urged fervently. If Your Majesty summons the King of Lu to the capital and he refuses, does that not already speak volumes? He speculated that the King of Lu had begun preparations, thus this matter must be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, once the preparations were complete, it would likely be far more challenging to handle. Your Majesty, what are you still hesitating for? Zhao Bai, initially indecisive, immediately saw his mother emerge from the inner palace, prompting him to rise and pay his respects. Mother, Empress Dowager Zhou exclaimed in anger. Do you intend to wait for your second uncle to march into the capital with troops, dethroning you and dragging your mother along to the underworld? After expressing her indignation, she disregarded her son's countenance and turned directly to Fan Qingyuan, stating, Let this matter be handled according to your counsel, my loyal minister. Immediately dispatch troops to summon the Duke of Lu back to the capital. Regardless of his ailment, he must be brought back, even if it requires carrying him. The presence of such a vassal outside the capital is a source of great unease for me, disrupting my peace day and night. Fan Qingyuan promptly bowed, affirming, Yes, I shall obey your Imperial Majesty's command. Zhao Bai sensed that both his mother and the Chancellor treated him as inconsequential. Yet he chose not to dwell on it, and quickly added, Be sure to advise him kindly, do not endanger my second uncle's life. His grandfather had warned him countless times before his passing to refrain from harming his uncle, yet now too had perished. Initially, he had contemplated eliminating his second uncle, but now he resolved to merely detain him instead. Otherwise, he would need to ensure his royal mausoleum was sufficiently distant to avoid his grandfather's wrath. Your Majesty is benevolent. Fan Qingyuan praised, though he did not acquiesce and swiftly shifted the topic. Your Majesty has reached the age for marriage. As a sovereign, it is imperative to propagate your lineage. I suggest we promptly arrange for the Ministry of Rites to select a consort. The Empress Dowager, eager to play the role of a mother-in-law, nodded in agreement and instructed, My minister, remember to inform the ministry that the beauty of the future consort is of little consequence. What matters most is her ability to bear children and her gentle, virtuous character. If one were to marry a strikingly beautiful yet domineering woman, who would only provoke my son, it would be far better to wed someone less comely, but capable of childbearing. Ultimately, the ability to produce heirs is of utmost importance. Zhao Bai pondered. Is my desire for a beautiful spouse truly so insignificant? Upon exiting the palace of heavenly purity, Fan Qingyuan encountered Ning Yuan. With a smile, he inquired, Are you here to see His Majesty? Ning Yuan harbored a deep resentment for this scheming minister who had caused his father-in-law's downfall. Yet his face was adorned with feigned amiability. Today, I am to attend the imperial lecture. May I ask if the Chancellor has dined? In his quest to remain in the court and observe Fan's faction, he donned his most insincere smile. But alas, Fan Qingyuan remained wary of him. I shall take my leave to dine. You may enter, he replied. Despite being the son-in-law of the esteemed Hualang, he refrained from taking action against Ning Yuan. Yet he would not genuinely consider him an ally either. Oh, I can only hope these individuals will remain steadfastly loyal to the future emperor and work together to restore the grandeur of the new dynasty. In Zhangqiu, a lively 4-year-old Ning Jiaxing greeted aunt, uncle. Although he could not recall his uncle's appearance, he knew that anyone standing beside his aunt must be him. Given that his aunt resembled his father so closely, he recognized him immediately upon disembarking from the carriage. "Oh, dear child, are you cold?" Liu asked as she bent down to scoop him up on this snowy day. "How are your parents?" Ning Jiaxing politely responded that they were well, his eyes darting around in search of unfamiliar friends, as he was nearly bored to tears at home. Liu smiled as he explained. "The chubby boy did not come today. He caught a chill a few days ago, and with the weather being so cold, you shall meet him upon your arrival at the county office." Although the two brothers had never met, an innate bond of closeness existed between them. Had it not been for the chubby boy's recent ailment, they would likely be frolicking in the snow by now. Once the children were settled, Liu inquired about the situation in the capital. Xing'an, a guard from the illustrious Hua family, had an inkling of the unfolding events even before they transpired. He had been enduring the weight of sorrow, striving to keep the young lord cheerful to prevent him from yearning to return to his parents. One could hardly fathom how he managed to get through those days. If all went as anticipated, Minister Wang should have already met with a public execution. Yet it remained uncertain what fate awaited the Hua family. Ning Jiahong's maternal grandfather was from the Hua clan, and should they be implicated, returning to Shunqing would not be the wisest choice. Only Liu's abode offered true safety, being under the auspices of the Duke of Lu, whereas Shunqing was directly governed by the court. Upon hearing the tragic news of Wang Zhiqiu, Liu let out a long sigh. What was the purpose of Minister Wang's actions? They had already driven two princes to their demise. Should they provoke the Duke of Lu further, he would undoubtedly take up arms. Why must they sacrifice the entire Wang clan? Liu spoke not in bravado. He believed that as long as Wang Zhiqiu himself did not wish for death, at the very least, Fan Qingyuan's schemes would not progress so smoothly. Yet those who conspired against the Liao and the two princes boldly stood forth, and all evidence was effortlessly unearthed. It was patently clear that something was amiss. The world might suspect Fan Qingyuan's involvement, but only those in the know would realize that the true mastermind was none other than Wang Zhiqiu himself. Minister Hua and Minister Wang were genuinely close friends. Ning Zhaoan clutched his handkerchief tightly, exclaiming, "Such a perilous affair, and it is entangled with Minister Wang. The crime of rebellion could very well lead to the extermination of 3 generations. The Hua family, however, is a prominent clan. The Hua family might not face such dire consequences. I estimate that at most, they would endure exile." Minister Hua, as the Minister of Rights, oversaw education nationwide, with students scattered throughout various domains. Fan Qingyuan would surely be wary of overstepping his bounds. However, families like Minister Wang's, lacking substantial roots, would suffer immensely. It remains uncertain whether he has left behind a bloodline. If not, it would indeed be a grave loss. In any case, were Liu in this situation, he could never sacrifice himself for the emperor of a feudal era. The emperor is merely a ladder to his own glory and wealth, not a master to whom he must remain loyal. Moreover, what wrong had his family committed to warrant such a fate? Nevertheless, this did not diminish his admiration for Wang Zhiqiu. It was sincere and profound, for even a great sage might find it difficult to achieve such a level of commitment. Chapter 71. The return of the prince to the capital upon learning of Wang Zhiqiu's death. Duke Lu Zhaoi could not help but recite the poem composed by him shortly before his demise. Do not allow fleeting fame to burden this body. Mountains and rivers stretch for miles, engulfed in dust. When the tumult threatens to topple the heavens, alone, I embrace unwavering loyalty, illuminating the ancients. Who were these ancients? Was it Shen Tianyan? Shen Tianyan served as a chief minister during the mid-period of the new dynasty, due to the emperor's infatuation with alchemists and neglect of state affairs. After repeated admonitions, the sovereign grew weary and allowed his political adversaries to conspire against him, leading to the execution of his entire family. Was Wang Mingfeng sacrificing the lives of his family to pave his own way? Yet, the deaths of 2 feudal lords seemed insufficient. Why must he also throw himself into the fray? Although Zhaoi felt a twinge of regret for the fall of such a distinguished minister, this fleeting emotion did not hinder the actions of his subordinates. How was the grain supply being assembled? If he were to fail, it would be a disservice to his 2 brothers and the deceased Wang Mingfeng. The chief aide, Cui Yinling, promptly interjected, "Your Highness, there is little concern regarding the grain. The granaries of the 11 counties in Xing'an have already amassed a total of 47 million shur of grain. Once we raise our banner and issue proclamations to the world, local landlords and wealthy gentry will surely donate grain, and purchasing additional supplies will suffice. However, the most pressing matter remained the military strength. With merely tens of thousands of troops from Shandong, confronting the imperial army of over several 100,000 would ultimately rest upon fate. Chen Zhongqing of the Yingyang Bureau had been silently calculating when he suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing Cui Yinling's words. Recently, during my nocturnal observations of the stars, I have discerned that the purple star is exceedingly dim, while the imperial star in the northwest is surrounded by a crimson aura, precisely corresponding to the territory of the prince. Li Yu's eyes glimmered with interest, prompting him to inquire eagerly, "Quickly, Yingyang Bureau, divine for me, and reveal the course of my official career." It was known that old Chen charged a hefty fee of at least 100 taels of silver for his divinations. Was it not unreasonable to seek his wisdom without compensation? He must obtain a reading for free. The others murmured, "In such dire times, is he truly so foolish?" Just as Cui Yinling was about to reprimand him, he noticed that Prince Lu did not appear angered. In fact, there was a slight smile upon his countenance. What charm does this county magistrate Li possess, that he has garnered such favor in a mere 2 months? Since Prince Lu had no objections, Chen Zhongqing had no choice but to perform a divination for him. Given that this was a person favored by Prince Lu, old Chen boldly declared, "I foresee that county magistrate Li possesses profound fortune and virtue. He is likely destined to become a prime minister in the future." However, according to his own observations, this county magistrate Li was indeed a man of unfortunate fate. He had lost his father at an early age, his mother remarried, his brothers were estranged, and his wife did not bring prominence. His life was one of hardship, and he bore no signs of attaining high office. Yet now, he had not only become a jinshi and a county magistrate, but had also caught Prince Lu's eye, indicating a significant shift in his destiny. Given this, it was surely inappropriate to speak of anything but auspicious prospects. Li Yu, however, expressed strong disagreement. "If your highness's desires are fulfilled, I shall be the first to advise the abolition of the prime minister's powers." Upon hearing this, the aides exchanged incredulous glances, as if unable to believe their ears, while only Prince Lu paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Now was not the time for such discussions. The proclamation could be drafted, and once completed, they could deliberate it together. The powers of the chancellorship had been excessively vast throughout history, with many instances of prime ministers monopolizing authority. This was precisely what Zhao Yi had been contemplating, and he was astonished that Li Zixuan shared his sentiments. In light of the urgent situation, no one took the time to analyze the implications of Li Yu's remarks further, and each set about their respective tasks. Li Yu, however, was retained by Zhao Yi, who personally poured tea for him. A secret report from the capital revealed the presence of a mysterious distant cousin residing in the Fan residence, one whom none of the departing servants had ever encountered. It was unnecessary to elaborate on the identity of this cousin. The illegitimate son lost during the downfall of the previous dynasty spoke volumes. Li Yu could not help but feel that Wang Mingfeng was overly generous, having sent such a talent as Zixuan to his side. Not only was Zixuan skilled in crafting fire weapons, but he was also meticulous, and, most importantly, his political views aligned harmoniously with Li Yu's own. Such a talent was impossible to overlook. Clenching his fist, Li Yu mused that they could craft a compelling narrative in their manifesto, proclaiming the prince's intention to cleanse the court and eradicate traitors, thereby amplifying their cause. It was rumored that Fan Xingyuan forbade anyone from retrieving the remains of Prime Minister Wang, whose head still dangled from the city wall. Such ruthlessness would only invite dire retribution. The prince shared this sentiment. Zhao Yi placed his hand before his mouth, allowing the warmth of his breath to warm his hands. Reports from the capital indicated that 30,000 troops from the left guard had departed for Shandong to provide disaster relief, simultaneously returning the prince to the capital for recuperation. His nephew, it seemed, had a kind heart. How could he not be aware of the calamities afflicting this region? Mobilizing 30,000 soldiers to escort him back was indeed a sign of respect. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yu inquired whether the envoy was acquainted with the prince. If they were old acquaintances, perhaps they could be persuaded through reason and emotion to surrender. This would not only neutralize the threat posed by the 30,000 Yulin troops, but could also bolster their forces with an additional several thousand men. The envoy was none other than Fan Xingyuan's son, Fan Jun. Yet Zhao Yi remained unperturbed, for possessing the command token did not necessarily confer authority. Most of the soldiers in the capital were hereditary. What did hereditary mean? It signified that the grandfathers and fathers of these Yuan troops had once served the royal family, and thus they were the true old acquaintances of Zhao Yi, particularly among the commanders and captains. There was a possibility that they had even played with the young Zhao Yi or had been recipients of his favors, as long as Zhao Yi could persuade these individuals. The command token in Fan Jun's hand would be rendered meaningless. Li Yu felt relieved. Fan Jun, being a civil official and not a member of the nobility, could not suppress those descendants of merit within the capital's ranks. With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles, clinking their cups together like toasting vessels. Zhao Yi continued, suggesting that Li Yu bring his family to the prince's residence for the princess to care for them, to prevent any mishaps during the chaos of war. Consolidating family members would facilitate care and strengthen the loyalty of their subordinates. Naturally, Li Yu did not refuse. He drained his cup of tea and replied, however, I must return to Zhangqiao to ensure the safety of the people during my term. Who would not appreciate subordinates with capability and a sense of responsibility? Zhao Yi had no objections, understanding that he would not take Li Yu with him to the battlefield, as the rear was where civil officials were most needed. Yet, while ideals may be lofty, reality often proved disheartening. Just as Li Yu was set to return to Zhangqiao after sending his family to the prince's residence, Fan Jun had already arrived with 30,000 troops, surrounding the Duke of Lu's residence, addressing the prince with a tone devoid of politeness, issuing commands instead. Under the imperial decree, I am tasked with escorting His Highness Prince Lu, along with the princess and the young prince, back to the capital. I hope that your highness and the princess can prepare your belongings and set forth within a day. Chapter 72. The Death of Fan Jun. The peril of the nation. The winter wind outside the Lu prince's residence was biting, and in that moment, Fan Jun resembled a petty man filled with ambition. Regarding Zhao Yi as one would a prey, what if he were a royal? Ultimately, he would still meet his demise at the hands of the father and son duo. Presently, 30,000 elite troops besieged the Lu prince's mansion. Not even a fly could hope to escape his grasp. Zhao Yi stood silently beneath the eaves of the mansion, flanked by his loyal guards, who shielded him as if encased in iron. Feeling overlooked, Fan Jun, embarrassed, posed another inquiry. Isn't His Highness recovering from a grave illness? It seems you are already well. Since you have recovered, might your highness be able to journey back to the capital with me tomorrow? Li Yu, observing the scene, discreetly withdrew a short distance, fearing that Fan Jun's impending bloodshed might soil the newly crafted garments he wore. Zhao Yi regarded the foolish Fan Jun for a moment before bursting into laughter. I am somewhat hard of hearing. Would you kindly repeat that in my presence? Fan Jun, though not entirely dim-witted, dared not approach Zhao Yi directly. Witnessing his lack of courage only fueled Zhao Yi's amusement. Your father, Fan Qingyuan, is indeed a rare breed of scoundrel. As his son, you bear a striking resemblance to him. Before Fan Jun could mount a defense for himself or his father, Zhao Yi settled onto a chair that had been moved aside by a servant and began to enumerate Fan Qingyuan's transgressions. In the first year of Xing'an, when Zhuo Ligay disturbed our borders, your father proposed that waging war would squander resources, only to later suggest purchasing their aged horses, claiming it would promote amicable trade between our nations. Li Yu stifled a laugh, thinking Fan Qingyuan truly was an economic genius. Spending on war damages the economy, while tributes facilitate commerce. Of course, he had no genuine interest in national welfare. Rather, he likely hoped that external enemies would weaken the economy of Daong, thus allowing him to act with impunity. Zhao Yi, angered, clenched his fists. In the third year of Xing'an, when the scholar Zhang De wrote 10 discourses on the northern expedition, your father sent men to invade his home, burning books and razing his dwelling. He obliterated that scholar's path to the imperial examination and ruined the future of a promising intellectual. It is said that the scholar was so terrified he became mad and could no longer write. In the fourth year of Xing'an, while your father vocally advocated for anti-corruption and integrity, he misappropriated military funds intended for the northern borders to construct a summer retreat. Although astonished by Zhao Yi's extensive knowledge, Fan Jun still wished to defend his father. His father was no treacherous minister. He was the finest minister in the realm, sacrificing his own comfortable life for the sake of his old master. What did these traitors understand? Unfortunately, he could not voice these sentiments, for he must not reveal his father's identity, despite its widespread rumor. As long as they did not acknowledge it, Such matters could not be deemed true. The young emperor and the empress dowager would hardly believe them. Zhao Yi's ire grew. In the 4th year of Xing'an, Fan Qingyuan poisoned the prince of Xing, drove the prince of Liao to his death, and falsely accused the regent left by the late emperor, Minister Wang. Countless loyal subjects have been banished. Yet now they dare to conspire against His Majesty to take the life of this prince? Do they truly believe that a few scoundrels can overthrow the grand empire of Daong? It is nothing but the delusions of madmen. No, that is not true. Fan Jun immediately rebutted. My father did not cause the deaths of the 2 princes, nor did he poison them. Wang Zhiqiu brought his fate upon himself. Upon hearing the name of Wang, Liu instinctively turned slightly away. The mere mention of that name now pierced his heart. For such a noble minister should not meet his end in such a manner. Bring forth the imperial edict. Zhao Yi extended his right hand to take the edict from Yang Gao, then read it aloud with authority. Many of you here have seen the late emperor's handwriting. You may step forward to verify it one by one. The left general of the Imperial Guard, Li Wen, was the first to approach. Upon confirming it was indeed the late emperor's script, he, already predisposed, remained silent. The remaining generals who had seen the late emperor's handwriting stepped forward one after another, affirming its authenticity. What edict? Fan Jun exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide. When the late emperor passed, the Duke of Lu had not even returned to the capital. How could there be an edict? Li Yu observed the unfortunate youth and silently retreated a little further. He sensed that this night would likely not witness much bloodshed. Predicting that only Fan Jun and his sycophants would perish, Zhao Yi rose, sword in hand, and slowly approached the still arrogant Fan Jun. You and your son have maliciously slandered His Majesty, causing turmoil in the court, emptying the national treasury, inviting foreign enemies to our borders, and leading to the demise of loyal subjects, while the royal bloodline turns against itself. You harbor remnants of the previous dynasty's royal family within your residence, plotting rebellion and usurpation. These are grave matters that threaten the very foundation of our state. You have taken advantage of the youth of our emperor and the naivety of the empress dowager to act with impunity. Today, I shall uphold the heavens to quell the turmoil, cleanse the court of treachery, and safeguard our nation. Fan Jun, being a civil official, had only come to exert his influence. With 30,000 soldiers at his back, he assumed nothing would go awry. Yet, he could never have imagined that his son would meet such a swift demise. Nor did he expect those 30,000 soldiers to remain as passive witnesses to his son's execution, offering no pretense of obstruction. The servants of the Fan family were incensed. Yet before they could voice their outrage, they too met their end, their necks swiftly severed. Zhao Yi raised his bloodied sword high and proclaimed, Brothers, you serve in the prosperous capital, oblivious to the plight of the soldiers at the borders, who suffer from hunger and cold. They fight to protect our families, and it is their vigilance that allows us our comfortable lives. Yet, these treacherous ministers have subjected our frontier warriors to hardship. Picture your own children facing such persecution in the future. How would you feel? Those willing to join me in cleansing the court, step forward. Together, we shall carve out a clear and just world. Those unwilling may return to the capital. Regardless of your choice, I shall ensure you are not wronged. No matter who leads this nation, none wish to wield their sword against these brave souls. He hopes that their blood may be shed on the battlefield to resist foreign foes. The young commanders exchanged glances. Witnessing the son of the minister fall effortlessly to the hands of His Highness, the King of Lu, could they still expect to live comfortably upon their return? It would be far better to align themselves with the King of Lu. Moreover, ever since the young emperor ascended the throne, he had capriciously abolished taxes, resulting in a disarray in the payment of their salaries. Sometimes they received their stipends every 2 months. At other times, it took 3 months to receive them. They had wives and children to support, and the expenses in the capital were inherently more burdensome than elsewhere. Even with some ancestral wealth, one could not rely solely on past fortunes. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, the leaders of the 30,000 young men promptly bowed in reverence, proclaiming, We are willing to serve His Highness, the King of Lu. With their leaders making such declarations, the soldiers naturally followed suit, kneeling in homage as well. We are willing to serve His Highness, the King of Lu. Chapter 73. After the success, you shall be in theft as King of Wu. The phrase destined by heaven flashed through Li Yu's mind, followed swiftly by a call to arms. His confidence surged as if invigorated by a potent elixir. He sensed that he was closer than ever to attaining high office and riches, believing that the realm would undoubtedly belong to Zhao Yi. Shandong had always been Zhao Yi's territory, and now, with the shattering of the metaphorical windowpane, all military forces within Shandong had swiftly rallied to the king of Lu. Li Yu glanced at the unassuming young deer by his side, contemplating the remarkable talent of this lad, and resolved to recommend him to the king. This presents a splendid opportunity for you. Though your speech impediment has not been entirely cured, I believe it will not hinder your path to achievement. While serving as a general may be out of reach due to your struggle with speech, should fortune smile upon you, and you save a prominent figure on the battlefield, you might secure an official position worthy of favor or even a noble title. A future of marriage and family would surely be more promising than merely following in my shadow as a lowly magistrate. Upon hearing this, the previously docile young deer sprang up in excitement, defiantly gazing at Li Yu as he stammered out unclear words. No, in this chaotic time of war, he felt compelled to remain by his lord's side to protect him, ensuring that neither his lord nor his lady suffered any harm. I still have my armor. Li Yu thought that having one more companion was neither excessive nor lacking. Your father has only you. Do you truly wish to remain a servant forever? Unless granted a tremendous favor, your descendants will inherit your status as a servant as well. The ironclad soldiers belong to the citizenry. This is a prime opportunity for you to alter your fate. Li Yu gently coaxed, be obedient. The king of Lu is currently in need of men. Such an opportunity may not arise again. No, he willingly desired to serve his lord and be a servant to both his lord and lady, feeling no shame in it. The young deer's voice, having been treated for so long, could still only manage to produce words one at a time, making it a laborious task for himself and for others to understand. Li Yu, with a dark expression, threatened, be obedient, or I shall send you back to your stepmother. Yet, Xiao Lu remained steadfast, his face set with determination. He was no longer afraid of his stepmother. No, he had matured, now possessing both the strength and the will to defend himself. Xiao Lu, listen to me, Ning Zhaoan chimed in, attempting to soothe the child. Your lord is a civil official, and who knows what the future holds. Should any misfortune befall him, your contributions could lend a voice to his cause, could they not? Think carefully, my dear. Which official in the court lacks a few guards or servants? What they truly need are allies from both the civil and military sectors. After contemplating this, Xiao Lu found some merit in the argument, yet he was reluctant to leave his lord's side. The future was uncertain. Without his protection, how could his lord survive the trials ahead? Li Yu, exasperated, remarked, the ironclad soldiers are no mere pushovers. They have trained you well. Though you have only practiced for 2 years, you have already become a force to be reckoned with. Ultimately, Xiao Lu acquiesced, and Li Yu hurriedly introduced him to Prince Lu. Initially, Zhao Yi held a poor impression of the mute boy. After all, even in need, one would hardly require a child with a speech impediment. However, due to Li Yu's recommendation, he reluctantly accepted the boy and assigned him to his brother-in-law's command, as a gesture of respect for a valued minister. Many years later, Zhao Yi would look back on that decision with gratitude. But that was a tale for another time. Presently, Zhao Yi was busy recruiting troops, leaving no stone unturned, even involving his own son. I refuse to go. Zhao Yun sat defiantly on the ground, his youthful face suffused with obstinacy. Why must I always yield to my brother and accommodate my younger sibling? Why is it that when trouble arises, I am the first to be summoned? If anyone is to go, then the eldest and the third should go as well. Why must it be only me? At merely 16 years of age, having just married and yet to father a child, he questioned why his father insisted he go to battle. Was he truly his father's son? Zhao Hualang, alongside his other 2 sons, pondered how to persuade the second son to comply when Zhao Ming stepped forward. Father, allow me to accompany you. My younger brother is still too young. Silence. Zhao Yi coldly rebuffed. You are the heir, destined to remain with your mother at the rear. Can we truly rely on this troublemaking scamp to hold the fort? As for the youngest, merely 14, he was certainly not fit for the front lines. If he were to take none of his 3 sons, how would his generals view him? Furthermore, should he succeed in his endeavors, he would need a capable son to carry on his legacy. A great general must train his offspring from a young age. Only then can he be assured of their competence. Regardless of his father's reasoning, Zhao Yun remained resolute. I will not go. I refuse to go. Wiping his nose, he persisted in his defiance. Even should the kingdom be won, he could never become the crown prince. If that were the case, why should he risk his life in battle? He wished to remain in the royal palace. If his father were to falter, he could seize the opportunity to escape to the east by boat. Only a fool would follow his father to the front lines to rebel and risk his life. The young scoundrel, Zhao Yi, as a father, was well aware of his son's temperament. After much contemplation, he settled down to paint a grand vision for his son. Once we seize the realm, how would you like to be titled the King of Wu? The Kingdom of Wu refers to the affluent region of Jiangsu. And upon hearing this, Zhao Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement, though he quickly sensed something amiss. Father, did you not promise the heir of the Liao prince in your letter that once our plan succeeded, their fief would be relocated to Jiangsu? Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. How can two kings inhabit the same province? Zhao Yi retorted darkly. Why would I give such a splendid place to another's son instead of my own? Do you take your father for a fool? It is common knowledge that Jiangnan has always been a land of prosperity, and bestowing a kingship there would severely impact the court's financial revenue. Zhao Yi was no simpleton. He would not invite trouble upon himself. Once he ascended to the throne, the question of fulfilling promises could be addressed later. Such a desirable fief would surely tempt anyone. Zhao Yun, overly trusting of his father, cheerfully agreed, believing that his own efforts could secure a bright future for his descendants. However, Zhao Ming, who had already seen through the intricacies of the situation, gazed skyward in silence, realizing that the king had succeeded in amusing his second brother. Should the king later retract his promise, would the second brother not create a tumult? He could already envision the scene of his younger brother weeping and cursing their father for his favoritism. Chapter 74. Who to seek justice. In the 5th year of Xing'an, on the 13th day of the 1st month. This year, the new year was enveloped in an extraordinary heaviness. Once a vibrant and celebratory Sichuan Prefecture now lay still. Like a stagnant pool, 2 princely lords had perished, a powerful minister had fallen from grace, and numerous capable officials had been exiled. Neither the citizens of the capital nor the officials felt any festive spirit. Just past the 3rd watch, an urgent battle report from the king of Lu arrived in the capital. Zhao Bai had just awakened from a nightmare when the eunuch Wang Deshan hurriedly presented the report. Your Majesty, the king of Lu has risen in rebellion. The garrison commander Zhang Chongyi and the governor Zhang Wenhan have opened the city gates for him, bringing 3,000 troops to his side. Wang Deshan held the report high, his voice trembling despite his efforts to maintain composure. He could hardly believe the prowess of the king of Lu, who had effortlessly captured a city without a fight, even before the official start of hostilities. What? My uncle has truly rebelled? Zhao Bai, still barefoot, rushed down from his bed. Upon receiving the report, darkness clouded his vision, and his body swayed uncontrollably. How could such a critical place as Dezhou fall into his uncle's hands so easily? Wang Deshan hurried to support the young emperor, offering a feeble consolation. Your Majesty, take care of your health. While Dezhou was indeed crucial, there were still many challenges ahead. Let it be known that all officials of the 2nd rank and above, as well as those with military authority, must enter the palace immediately. Such matters are not to be handled by the esteemed eunuch Wang Deshan. A mere glance would suffice for a young attendant to flee. Thus, Wang Deshan remained at Zhao Bai's side. Your Majesty, I have a thought that I am uncertain whether to voice, he said. Having been castrated at the tender age of 7 and sent to the palace, he had exerted considerable effort to serve in the Eastern Palace, earning Zhao Bai's utmost trust. Zhao Bai, feeling a headache coming on, urged, speak freely. When have I ever silenced you? Those eunuchs who had accompanied him since childhood were sometimes more considerate than his own mother. Your Majesty, Wang Deshan's eyes glimmered with intent as he directed his focus toward Fan Qingyuan. The rebellion of the Duke of Lu has, in truth, arisen from the controversies surrounding Minister Fan. Currently, Minister Fan wields immense power, and the entire court looks to him for guidance. I believe that during this military campaign to rectify matters, Fan Qingyuan will undoubtedly recommend those familiar to him. He continued, I have heard whispers of a mysterious figure within Minister Fan's household. If this enigmatic individual is indeed a surviving heir of the previous dynasty, with Fan possessing both political and military power, it could spell peril. Noticing Zhao Bai's contemplative demeanor, Wang Deshan earnestly added, in battle, it is the kinship of fathers and sons, the bravery of brothers, that prevails. After all, it is the former emperor who appointed the trusted ministers. Yet, one must remember, these relatives are also connected to the Duke of Lu. While it may be difficult to speak of shared kin, it is unwise to favor outsiders. Zhao Bai nodded slightly, his suspicions regarding the mysterious figure from the Fan family growing. It was imperative to ascertain the truth of the matter, if it were indeed the case. A change in leadership for Minister Fan would be necessary. As anticipated, upon Fan Qingyuan's arrival, he promptly recommended General Wang Li to lead the troops in quelling the rebellion. Zhao Bai furrowed his brow upon realizing that Wang Li was Fan Qingyuan's son-in-law. It seemed that the earlier assertion was indeed correct. Minister Fan favored those close to him. Zhao Bai did not acquiesce to Fan Qingyuan's proposal, but instead turned to the eldest among them, Duke Li Xian of Zhao, with a respectful demeanor. What is your perspective? Uncle Li? This esteemed elder had rendered great service to the Yong Dynasty, possessing both valor and wisdom, and was well versed in military strategy, having previously driven back foreign adversaries. Witnessing the young emperor's humility, Li Xian's heart softened, and he offered his most sincere and practical advice. In my opinion, we might sacrifice the small for the greater good, entrusting Minister Fan to the Duke of Lu. By dismantling the so-called cleansing of the court he speaks of, the Duke would have no justification for rebellion and would have to withdraw his forces. Before Zhao Bai could respond, Fan Qingyuan erupted in anger. What does Duke Zhao mean by this? Are you suggesting the emperor bow before a traitor? He continued, when he regains power, he will be the first to execute all of us nobles. Li Xian, undeterred, retorted, you are the one at fault, are you not? If your actions had not been reckless, there would be no reason for anyone to seek a cleansing of the court. I am not to blame. Fan Qingyuan exploded, exasperated, insisting that he had explained countless times that the misdeeds were orchestrated by that scoundrel Wang Zhiqiu. Alas, no one believed him, not even the young emperor, who remained skeptical. Although Zhao Bai harbored some dissatisfaction with Minister Fan, he could not bring himself to surrender him, nor could he admit to a misjudgment in his discernment of character. It was better to seek Uncle Li's counsel on which general to dispatch to rectify the situation. Seeing him so obstinately unrepentant, Li Xian shook his head in despair. Oh, Emperor Taizong, you are truly mistaken. Yet, when questioned by the emperor, he could not remain silent, though he was at a loss for an answer, and thus could only express a superficial loyalty. The venerable elder, despite being 85 years of age, still wished to serve His Majesty. Observing the gnarled hands of the old man, Zhao Bai felt a twinge of guilt for subjecting him to undue pressure, and turned his gaze towards the silent Duke of Lai, Gao Lian. What do you think, Brother Lian? Gao Lian, also a descendant of a founding minister and one of the trusted advisors, held significant authority over the three major camps in the capital, safeguarding its security. Your Majesty, I believe Duke Qing, Gu Mingyuan, is the most suitable candidate for the task of rectification. Absolutely not. Before he could finish, Fan Qingyuan stood up in vehement opposition. Your Majesty, Duke Qing has had past associations with the King of Lu. Ah, that is not quite right, Minister Fan. This time, it was Gu Mingyuan who interrupted Fan Qingyuan, lazily remarking, not only do I share a good relationship with the King of Lu, but I maintain cordial ties with all the princes. If you are unwilling for me to lead the troops, I can simply relinquish command to someone of your choosing. Why must you claim that I have a close relationship with the rebellious king? Isn't that harmful? If we are to speak of who I am closest to, it would be the late Crown Prince. He was the one who fed me as a child and sang lullabies to put me to sleep. Alas, the interests of the state will always prevail over personal sentiments. Chapter 75. Capturing the King of Lu in 2 months. If this era had smartphones and the internet, Fan Qingyuan would undoubtedly have berated Gu Mingyuan as a green tea, possibly even resorting to physical confrontation. What does it mean to say one does not want him to lead the troops, and that relinquishing command to one's own people is acceptable? What kind of reasoning is that? Let Duke Qing take the lead. Zhao Bai, having pondered for a moment, resolved to entrust this significant matter to his uncle, Gu Mingyuan, believing that his uncle would not wish him harm. Fan Qingyuan, in a fit of frustration, nearly clawed at his own head, wishing to deliver a sharp reprimand to the young emperor and pry open his mind to see what lay within. True, Gu Mingyuan was indeed his uncle, but he was also the maternal uncle of the King of Lu, Zhao Yi. Your Majesty, we must not allow Duke Qing to lead the troops in rectification, for he shares a profound bond with His Highness the King of Lu. The Empress Dowager could be addressed as Your Majesty, though this was more formality. In casual speech, everyone preferred to call her Empress Dowager. In a bid to curry favor with Empress Dowager Zhou, Fan Qingyuan consistently referred to her as Your Majesty. However, Empress Dowager Zhou harbored her own fears regarding Duke Qing's loyalty to the King of Lu. The circulating rumors heightened her apprehension, leading her to believe that Gu Mingyuan was the most suitable choice. Not only was Duke Qing a noble, but he was also a legitimate member of the imperial family. Moreover, with the emperor already having taken a wife and established a consort, it would be unwise for her to challenge his decisions. Yet, she could not dismiss the need for caution regarding Gu Mingyuan. After careful contemplation, Empress Dowager Zhou decided to include Marquis Wang Li of the Southern Guard in the mix. Although he would serve as a subordinate, he would ultimately have to heed Gu Mingyuan's commands, thus providing a check on his authority. In this manner, those with ill intentions would find it far more challenging to execute their schemes. At this moment, Gu Mingyuan was accompanying the young emperor on a stroll through the imperial garden, which was resplendent with the enchanting beauty of spring. Regrettably, Zhao Bai's heart was far from appreciating the scenery. He carelessly plucked a rare peony, disregarding the sorrowful gaze of the eunuch tending the flowers, and crumpled it into a ball of refuse, discarding it upon the ground. Ever since the demise of his father, apart from his grandfather and Prime Minister Fan, it seemed that only his uncle could still regard him with any favor. Zhao Bai recalled those nights filled with anxiety, trepidation, and uncertainty. Although his grandfather cherished him, he could not always be by his side. Prime Minister Fan was preoccupied with political maneuverings at court, while his mother devoted her attention to the matriarchs of the harem. Only his uncle frequently visited the palace, bringing him delicacies and amusements. Now, even Prime Minister Fan could not be fully trusted. The only person he could confide in was his maternal uncle. Gu Mingyuan responded, "Your Majesty, please do not speak in such a manner. I am filled with trepidation. Is it truly impossible for you to hand over Fan Qingyuan? He is such a fine young man. His brother-in-law has committed an egregious sin. Would it not have been preferable for Yi Gu to ascend the throne directly, allowing this child to enjoy a life of nobility and leisure?" For the sake of his imperial nephew, he resolved to offer this young man one final opportunity. Zhao Bai, however, remained reluctant, for the tales of treachery lacked concrete evidence. His ascension to the throne was largely due to Fan's considerable efforts. If he were to surrender the very person who supported his rise based on unfounded accusations, what would distinguish him from the ungrateful scoundrels? Moreover, as the emperor, he merely required those beneath him to understand the importance of obedience. If he were to yield Fan Qingyuan to his uncle this time, who could predict what his uncle would demand next? Would he also relinquish his throne? Gu Mingyuan remarked, "This young man is truly beyond redemption. To surrender Fan Qingyuan is to forfeit a significant advantage in this transaction. After all, he is merely a prince. Were he a child of a common family, separated from his parents, he would likely perish within days. Rest assured, Your Majesty," Gu Mingyuan immediately pledged, bowing respectfully. "Zhao Yi, that little rascal, cannot be allowed to usurp the throne or impose himself upon you. If you grant me 2 months, I assure you I will bring that scoundrel back to the capital, so you may discipline him as necessary." In terms of age, he was even a few years younger than the Duke of Lu, but his lineage spoke volumes. Upon hearing such unwavering assurance, Zhao Bai felt a surge of confidence that he had not chosen wrongly. He promptly added, "Inform my uncle that as long as he recognizes his mistakes and sincerely repents, I am willing to overlook the past." Such words would be disbelieved even by a fool, yet Gu Mingyuan nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty is indeed a wise ruler of the ages, broad-minded and magnanimous. I shall convey your message." Fan Qingyuan was truly unfortunate to have encountered such a reckless and fanatical royal as Zhao Ziqiu, along with such a short-sighted young emperor. Representing his entire family, he felt a modicum of sympathy for Fan Qingyuan. In Huangzhou Prefecture, upon learning that the visitor was Gu Mingyuan, Zhao Yi nearly burst into laughter. It had been years since he had last seen his little uncle, and he wondered how much he had changed. In childhood, the one who trailed behind them, weeping and demanding sweets while calling him uncle, dares to challenge him now? Do that mother and son not realize they have shared a bed since their youth, even resorting to a chamber pot during the night? Regarding this royal relative of the Zhao family, Li Yu is well aware of his reputation. It is said that the Duke of Qing is of noble descent, with ancestors tracing back to Gu Shi, a chancellor during the early years of the new dynasty. He also heard that at the tender age of 16, he went to Datong to train in military tactics, mastering both martial and literary skills, making him the only one in our dynasty to inherit a title at the age of 8 and become a general. While inheriting a title at such a young age is not uncommon, a child raised in affluence who has also honed his skills is indeed remarkable. Yet, it remains uncertain whether these abilities are genuine or merely exaggerated by others. Zhao Yi could not suppress the smile on his face. Though he refrained from elaborating, bring forth the defense map of Xing'an. The garrison at Huangzhou is a formidable opponent, having resisted several attempts at surrender, and is now preparing for a full assault. The thought of sacrificing so many of De Yong's brave sons weighs heavily on Zhao Yi's heart. Once he captures Fanqingyuan, he intends to exact a brutal vengeance, ensuring that the man suffers 108 cuts before consigning him to the snake pit for further torment. Li Yu was initially not part of the entourage. However, due to the sudden illness of a staff member's mother, Zhao Yi took him along. The pretext of his own mother's illness was merely a facade, as he was reluctant to face the front lines. Fearing for his life is not entirely unjustifiable. Zhao Yi said nothing outwardly, yet he noted this in his mental ledger. In contrast, Li Yu, unafraid of death, willingly left behind his wife and children to follow him into battle, and he too kept a clear account of their circumstances. Chapter 76. The Huangzhou garrison. Huangzhou is a crucial thoroughfare for north-south communication, a key territory that influences the fate of the court and the Duke of Lu. Yet, the Duke faces staunch resistance from the garrison commander, Zheng Jijia. The Zheng family refuses to acknowledge the late emperor's edict, indifferent to the notions of loyal and treacherous subjects. Zheng Jilong adheres to a singular principle: the sovereign must demand the loyalty of his subjects, often at the cost of their lives. Wang Zhiqiu as a subject, and the two vassal princes are likewise subjects. Even if the emperor has been misled and wrongfully perished, it does not justify the Duke of Lu's rebellion. For a monarch has the absolute power over the lives of his subjects. To rebel is to act against one's lord, and such an act warrants death. Thus, he stood atop the city walls, observing Zhao Yi's futile pleas from below. Currently, with the realm at peace and no signs of chaos, I beseech His Highness the Duke of Lu to reconsider. He is acutely aware of his limitations. Capturing the Duke is beyond his capabilities. Nevertheless, as long as he draws breath, no one shall breach the defenses of Huangzhou and penetrate the capital. Seeing that his eloquent entreaties bore no fruit, Zhao Yi's expression turned cold. Do you truly believe that with your mere 5,000 soldiers, you can hold Huangzhou? His stubborn resistance would only lead to more loss of life. Zheng Jijia retorted, even if I stand alone, I shall defend Huangzhou with my blood. Keeping the rebels at bay, realizing that a peaceful resolution was unattainable, Zhao Yi gestured to Ho Yulia of Liqing, signaling him to commence action. Release. As the hoarse roar of Yulai echoed, the stones hurled by the catapult struck fiercely against the city walls, while the troops of Lu seized the opportunity to elevate their ladders towards the fortifications. Meanwhile, Zheng Jijia was not idle. The archers from Huangzhou unleashed a ferocious barrage upon the Lu forces. Although both sides suffered casualties, the sheer number of Lu's soldiers proved overwhelming. In less than half an hour, the first ladder was secured against the city wall. Amidst the anguished cries of the soldiers, the first Lu soldier ascended the wall, only to be swiftly slain by the Zheng troops. However, another Lu soldier quickly took his place. Coupled with the sporadic strikes from Lu's flintlock firearms, Zheng Jilong's already meager forces dwindled to half by midday. Do not engage in futile resistance, Li Yu urged, holding a makeshift horn of limited effectiveness. If this continues, more lives will be lost. Do not let your misguided loyalty lead to further demise. Think of these young men's parents and brothers. Consider your own wife and children. Zhang Wenhan's followed suit, shouting at Zheng Jijia, if Fanqingyuan is not eliminated, more lives will perish in this realm. General Zheng, you must reflect on this. He recalled conversations with former colleagues from Datong, who spoke of the Northern D's plundering of the citizens of Daong, sometimes even disregarding local authorities. They lamented their regrets about pursuing the imperial examination, having once believed that becoming an official would elevate them above the common folk, only to find themselves seeking refuge in cellars to escape calamity. For the sake of his family's survival, he had not seen his wife and children in 6 years. Letters from his peers spoke of familial bliss, while he could only shed silent tears of envy. On the city wall, Zheng Jijia's arm had just been struck by a steel bullet, and he was currently enduring treatment from the military doctor while biting on a bamboo stick. The doctor meticulously carved a cross on his wound, extracted the bullet with tweezers, and finally applied medicinal powder before bandaging the injury. Yet, he remained stoic throughout the entire process, uttering not a single sound. Have you sent someone to request aid from the governor? Of course. His subordinates had already ventured to the province for assistance, but the one-way journey itself would take half a day, and it would at least take a full day for reinforcements to arrive. This was considered prompt, if things were to drag on. It could easily extend to 2 or 3 days. What of the Xianwang? Aware that distant waters cannot quench nearby fires, Zheng Jijie began contemplating whether there was a nearby source of aid. Perhaps he could borrow troops from Xianwang, which might allow them to hold out until reinforcements arrived. This Xianwang was the 13th son of the Taizu emperor, a brother of the former emperor. However, due to various interests, their fraternal bond had grown somewhat tenuous. Originally, a prince's guard consisted of a minimum of 3,000 men, with the highest-ranking princes commanding up to 30,000. As a favored son, Xianwang had 1,000 guards. But due to machinations of the late emperor, this number had been reduced to 3,000, and their annual stipend had been halved, followed by a severe reprimand in the capital. Now, witnessing a conflict between the late emperor's son and grandson, the elder was secretly amused, preparing to enjoy the spectacle. How could he possibly lend troops? One was a nephew, the other a grandnephew. As an elder, what business did he have intervening in their quarrel? Assisting either side would appear biased, thus it was best for him to remain uninvolved. Had it not been for the precariousness of the city gate tower, Zhao Sun might have even considered fetching a stool to observe the commotion. The elderly gentleman and his ministers ultimately chose his elder brother to ascend the throne. As they gazed down from the heavens, one wonders if they would be frantically agitated, and did his brother, when ruling with an iron fist over his siblings, ever contemplate the fratricidal strife that has unfolded today? Zheng Jijie, unable to secure troops and utterly incapable of repelling the assaults of the Lu army, found himself in a dire predicament and resolved to display the portrait of Emperor Taizong at the entrances of every city tower to buy time. Upon seeing his father's likeness hung prominently, Zhao naturally refrained from rash actions, resulting in a palpable stalemate. It was despicable and shameless to hang the emperor's portrait at the city gate. How could he possibly compel his soldiers to continue their assault? Should they persist, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Forcing the enemy to capitulate through filial piety is the mark of a scoundrel. This is a stubborn ox. Liu was taken aback by Zheng Jijie's audacity and was left to ponder how much the young emperor's monthly stipend could be to inspire such fervent loyalty. After all, he was merely a fifth-rank defender, likely never having even laid eyes on the emperor. Indeed, the loyalty and valor of ancient men were not as easily understood as their modern counterparts might believe. More obstinate than an ox. Even a change of emperor would not diminish his salary. Why would a lowly fifth-rank defender exert himself so? Observing the silent dedication of the Xianwang, the soldiers of Huangzhou were equally reticent. The donkey is even more stubborn than the ox. Zhang Wenhan retrieved a handful of walnut kernels for his friend, then proceeded to shell walnuts for himself. To deal with a stubborn donkey, one must entice it with delectable treats. Liu shook his head, expressing skepticism. I doubt that will hold true. A donkey in the countryside may be coaxed with food and drink to labor obediently, yet an urban donkey, well-fed and somewhat dim-witted, behaves quite differently. You too should cease your idle chatter and instead devise a strategy. Cui Yinling observed the grim countenance of the Lu King and cautioned against excessive laxity. I believe that the portrait of Emperor Taizong must be safeguarded at all costs. Otherwise, the prince's call for reform would be fundamentally flawed. To destroy Taizong's portrait would be an act of filial impiety, a critical flaw for anyone aspiring to the throne. I suggest we circumvent Huangzhou altogether. Zhang Wenhan reasoned that since they were unable to manage this obstinate donkey, it would be wiser to abandon it entirely. For other paths remain. Upon hearing this, Cui Yinling immediately concurred. I share your sentiment. Your Highness, shall we not take the western route to Handan? This would not only allow us to bypass Huangzhou entirely, but also facilitate resupply of provisions while passing through Shijiazhuang and Baoding, making this plan viable. The route to Handan is excessively long. However, Liu disagreed and displayed some aversion. There is a significant chance we may not secure provisions from the rear. I firmly believe we should engage swiftly and decisively. Your Highness, I propose we take the route through Hengshui. A direct and forceful strike would bring about a swift conclusion to the conflict, preferable to any other approach. Chapter 77. Who will your uncle support? Hengshui? It is not without merit. Cui Yinling contemplated briefly and remarked. Yet, our movements must be expeditious. Otherwise, when the court's reinforcements arrive, we risk being besieged from both sides. The optimal path remains the one through Huangzhou. Regrettably, they have encountered Zheng Jijie, that audacious and obstinate mule. Not only has he impeded King Lu's ascension to the dragon throne, but he has also obstructed the aspirations of those wishing to ascend the path of glory. Thus, we shall proceed to Huangzhou. Zhao Yi is acutely aware that his fief is easy to attack, yet difficult to defend, necessitating a swift resolution. Once the strategy is determined, immediate implementation follows. Zhang Wenhan and Li Yu, while attending to logistical matters, engage in casual conversation. How did you come to know Prime Minister Wang? Li Yu is quite intrigued by the events unfolding around him, particularly how Wang would consider elevating someone like him. Though somewhat impolite, it is apparent that this individual, who nearly fell prey to a charlatan, seems rather lacking in intellect. They met when Wang served as the inspector of Fujian, reflecting on the death of his mentor. Zhang Wenhan feels a profound sorrow. In 2 months, it would have been his birthday. I had just procured an 80-year-old ginseng root, intending to present it as a longevity gift to him. A dignified prime minister's household hosts only 3 or 5 servants, living less lavishly than some 7th-rank county magistrates. Such an incorruptible and selfless minister, yet the young emperor can still display such heartlessness. How did you come to know Prime Minister Wang? Upon learning that their connection was forged during the imperial examinations, the two nearly embraced and wept together in mourning. Li Yu has a myriad of thoughts on this matter, yet ultimately, only 4 words escape his lips: Wang's great righteousness. Unlike those whose minds are consumed solely by fame, fortune, and the allure of wealth. Li Yu then inquires, having entered court before me, what do you know of Gu Mingyuan? He knows only that Gu Mingyuan's ancestor, Gu Shi, was a jinshi during the era of the founding emperor of the new dynasty, originally a poor wretch who later rose to prominence and served as a minister. He performed numerous good deeds for the citizens of the new dynasty, and tales of his time as a public servant still circulate among the people. To this day, a statue of him stands in the city god temple of Sichuan Prefecture, and both the emperors of the new dynasty and Daong pay their respects annually, either in person or through emissaries. Li Yu has speculated that he might be a time traveler. However, he has found no remarkable innovations attributed to him, merely lingering doubts. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. It is imperative to understand what kind of person Gu Mingyuan truly is, so that one may be prepared in confrontations. As for Duke Qinghua, how to describe him? Zhang Wenhan pondered for a considerable time, yet could not find suitable adjectives. He seems quite carefree, somewhat unconventional, perhaps even a touch difficult to please, yet not inept. What impressed him most was during the morning court session, when this Duke Qinghua, in response to a careless remark from Minister Fan, audaciously spat out his orange rice onto the man's face. When the latter was about to erupt in anger, he would sincerely apologize, saying, "My apologies, Minister Fan. Your previous comment was simply too amusing. With such a large belly, surely you won't hold it against me for my smaller one." Afterward, he was reassigned, and Zhang was left unaware of subsequent events. He possesses talent, is open-minded, and cannot endure humiliation. However, he avoids direct confrontations, preferring instead to provoke others to the point of distress. Is there not a trace of the time traveler's essence in the Gu family's lineage? It is said that during the time when the new dynasty fought against foreign enemies, many sons of the Gu family perished. Yet, when Emperor Taizu of Daong advanced to Shuntianfu, these valiant sons unhesitatingly opened the gates to submit, and the founding decree was penned by none other than the Gu family. The distinction between righteousness and internal strife was remarkably clear to Li Yi, who suspected that this second compatriot likely hailed from the Gu family, though he lacked concrete evidence. The banner of Prince Lu fluttered in the early spring breeze as 20,000 cavalry galloped towards Huangzhou, their hooves wrapped in cloth. Behind the cavalry trailed formidable siege weaponry, powerful cannons, catapults, and ladders, followed by 3,000 sharpshooters from the firearms battalion, and finally, 50,000 soldiers eager for close combat. Further back, commanders and officers led their personal troops to ensure no one strayed or turned coward. Li Yu rode alongside Prince Lu, his thighs chafed painfully by the saddle. The other aides were in similar discomfort, yet he wondered how the martial generals felt no pain at all. Perhaps their thighs were already calloused from the saddle's wear. "Zixuan, you appear rather unwell," Yang Gao observed, noticing Li Yu's pallor. "Would you like to rest for a moment and catch up later? After all, scholars need not engage in battle, so arriving late would not be a grave issue." Li Yu graciously declined the offer, saying, "No need, a bit more riding will suffice." Although his equestrian skills were decent, he had never ridden continuously for 10 hours. The men in the camp, long deprived of female company, often spoke with a hint of color in their words. Among them, the Marquis of Liqing, Yulai, was the king of such banter. Li Zixuan, being somewhat frail, had borne only one child after many years of marriage, while their prince had fathered 3 sons and 4 daughters in merely 12 years. Zhao Yi smirked with a hint of pride, but Li Yu internally criticized Zhao Yi for his insensitivity. It was rumored that after the birth of the 3rd son of Prince Lu, the princess was already with child again before her confinement ended. Yulai chimed in. I have some deer antler wine. The physician claims it can strengthen a man's constitution. I shall send some to Zixuan to bolster his health, so that your father and mother may have more grandchildren. This remark drew laughter from the crowd, even eliciting a chuckle from Prince Lu himself. Uncle, please refrain from such talk, Zhao Yun interjected, noticing Li Yu's face flush crimson. He feigned concern. Li Zhixian is a man of letters, and his sensibilities are delicate. What if he grows angry with us later? This incited another round of hearty laughter. Li Yu, however, was not one to possess an overly thick skin. He playfully responded to the most mischievous among them, Yulai, saying, as a mere scholar, I have not prepared any deer antler wine, while our martial lord has already made provisions. It seems the Marquis is in greater need of this elixir. Perhaps he should keep it for himself. Men are often mindful of their pride, and this comment led to a barrage of playful inquiries directed at Yulai. Marquis, what is the meaning of this? Why is your household stocked deer antler wine? They pressed. You could tell your brothers. They might honor your little sister-in-law with it when the lamps are lit tonight. Lest she thinks you are frail, they joked. The legitimate sister-in-law refrained from jesting, but the concubines felt free to indulge in light-hearted banter. Yulia found himself at a loss for words, torn between laughter and tears, as he gently tapped the horse's rear, causing it to shift slightly and startling Li Yu, who was watching the spectacle. Do you not appreciate a jest, Yu-ho? He retorted, tightening the reins before giving Yulia another light tap on the back. As the sun sank in the west, the weary soldiers welcomed a brief respite amidst their laughter, oblivious to the weight that burdened Zhao Yi's gaze. Uncle, whom will you support? Chapter 78. Shall we allow Uncle to enter for breakfast? At this moment, Gu Mingyuan had already led an army of 200,000 to Tianjin. Receiving an urgent report from the Zhangzhou garrison, Zheng Jijia, stating that the Duke of Lu had commenced an attack on Hengshui, Wang Li hastily exclaimed, My lord, we must hasten to lift the siege of Hengshui. Once we breach Hengshui, we can advance to Shenzhou, followed by Baoding and Shuntianfu. If we allow them to reach Shuntianfu, it would be disastrous. What do you understand? Gu Mingyuan, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed, nonchalantly pierced a particularly appealing orange with a silver skewer before leisurely articulating his strategy. Zhao Yi possesses only a meager force to besiege Hengshui. I estimate that Jinan currently has fewer than 10,000 troops. We shall first strike at Jinan, forcing him to contend with threats from all sides, which will naturally compel him to retreat. When he returns, we can deliver a decisive blow. Although Wang Li found his reasoning compelling, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him. But my lord, what if the Duke of Lu disregards the threats from behind? Countless heroes throughout history have forsaken their families in pursuit of power. The Duke of Lu is only in his 40s. He can still remarry and have more children. Can't he? That is impossible. I know Zhao Yi all too well, Gu Mingyuan asserted with conviction. He and the Duke's consort have been childhood sweethearts, their bond deeply rooted. Moreover, the Zhao family places significant value on the eldest son. Since the consort and heir are in Jinan, Zhao Yi cannot possibly remain absent. As for how long it would take to capture Jinan, he was uncertain. Wang Li, hearing this, remained skeptical but still harbored concerns. General, perhaps it would be prudent to split our forces? One contingent could intercept the Duke of Lu to relieve Hengshui, while the other could deliver a heavy blow to his rear, thus achieving a dual advantage. That is not feasible. We cannot engage in unprepared battles. We must swiftly and decisively seize Jinan to avoid prolonged complications. Upon noticing Wang Li's continued attempts to persuade him, Gu Mingyuan's demeanor turned icy. Are you the commander, or am I? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Li refrained from further protest. Given the matters concerning the 2 princely kings and Wang Zhiqiu, the emperor and empress dowager no longer held his father-in-law in the unconditional esteem they once did. Should he provoke further discord with the royal family, it could breed greater suspicion towards his father-in-law, jeopardizing critical affairs. Throughout the journey, Gu Mingyuan would not allow himself to be inconvenienced. He would pause whenever necessary, partake in meals, enjoy drinks, and rest, adhering to a normal pace of advancement. Regardless of Wang Li's insistence on the urgency of the situation, he maintained that the speed could be judiciously increased. He appeared utterly unfazed, not in the slightest bit anxious. At times, he even feigned ignorance, inquiring with his subordinates about the next day's meals, infuriating Wang Li to the extent that he pinned 3 memorials to the court to lodge complaints. Gu Mingyuan was also aware of this situation, and Lin Zhong hurriedly asked whether they should intercept the memorials. My lord, although His Majesty may lack awareness, that woman possesses a modicum of intellect. That woman referred to none other than Empress Dowager Zhou. Should she discover the prince's intentions, the matter could become exceedingly complicated. What is there to fear? Is he the only one who can lodge complaints? Gu Mingyuan, however, remained unperturbed, raising his chin and commanding, "Prepare the writing instruments." Having grown up in the palace, he had often reported the misdeeds of the princes. Could Emir Wang Li dare to incite discord among them? Such navet. Thus, the young emperor and the Empress Dowager soon received memorials from both Wang Li and Gu Mingyuan, each denouncing the other. Wang Li claimed that Gu Mingyuan was reluctant to travel, suspecting him of aiding the Prince of Lu in delaying matters. Gu Mingyuan countered, asserting that Wang Li was acting suspiciously, persistently urging him toward reckless haste, as if seeking to expose his faults to usurp his military power. Even before engaging the enemy, the two generals had begun to quarrel amongst themselves. Empress Dowager Zhou, massaging her throbbing temples, pondered that this was perhaps an ominous sign. Your Majesty, whose words do you find more credible? Zhao Bai declared, is that even a question? Of course, my maternal uncle's words are the most trustworthy. How could Wang Li, an outsider, compare? Although his son had not found concrete evidence of the former dynasty's orphans within the Fan residence, he had discovered that there was a courtyard within the Wang family estate that was treated like a forbidden zone. Even more alarming was the fact that those left to him by his grandfather could not enter to investigate what lay within that courtyard that warranted such stringent precautions. Had it not been for his mother's intervention, he would have been tempted to raid the Fan household immediately. However, this matter was not the most pressing concern. The most urgent issue remained that of his second uncle. Empress Dowager Zhou cared not for the truth of the matter. She merely wished to swiftly capture the Prince of Lu and then turn her attention to Fan Qingyuan. Once she dealt with her second uncle, whether the claims were true or false, that individual would be eliminated. The genuine cannot be disguised as falsehood, nor can falsehood be transformed into truth. Yet, a sovereign must prefer to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 rather than let one escape, and there is no need to hastily remove civil officials without military power. As for the discord between Wang Li and Gu Mingyuan, naturally, letters must be dispatched to soothe their ruffled feathers, ensuring both believed that the Emperor and Empress Dowager were aligned with them. Beneath the walls of Jinan, a formidable army of 200,000 advanced with great fervor. Gu Mingyuan, mounted on his steed, gazed upon Zhao Ming atop the city walls and thought how remarkably talented this nephew of his was. Moreover, his eyes sparkled with intelligence, surpassing that of the clever one in the palace. My dear Ming, how old are you this year? You have grown even more accomplished than your father in his youth. Surely, you have yet to meet your uncle? In the past, your father, in his laziness, had me feign illness on his behalf, leading to my own punishment. Not only had Zhao Ming never met him, but he had also never seen the late emperor. Greetings, uncle. One should not strike a smiling face. Thus, when Zhao Ming smiled, the others followed suit. Uncle, have you and the soldiers had your breakfast amidst your arduous travels? Seeing the two engage in idle chatter, Wang Li could scarcely contain his exasperation. However, one must bow to authority. Under the eaves, one cannot help but lower their head. He could only endure and remind. My lord, we are here to besiege the city. Did you not declare that we must strive for a swift resolution? The court has sent us to rectify matters, not to lead an army of 200,000 with artillery to indulge in casual conversation with the son of the Duke of Lu. One might ask, what is the urgency? Is a few moments' chat truly detrimental? Have you not read that it is customary to offer courtesy before engaging in conflict? After posing 3 successive questions, Gu Mingyuan turned to Zhao Ming with a radiant smile. It seems my uncle has gone without breakfast and is rather famished. Might you consider opening the city gates to allow my uncle and the soldiers to partake in a meal? It is often said that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes produce phoenixes. One could surmise that this young man resembles the Duke of Lu. But the question lingers, does the esteemed figure within the palace truly share blood with him? Chapter 79. A son's concern for his father, Zhao Ming glanced back at his mother. His eyes filled with inquiry. Did he appear foolish? The Duchess of Lu, being the daughter of a noble, had grown up among the royal relatives. Thus, she was quite familiar with the Duke of Qing. Surely there is no decent fare in Jinan to accommodate him and his soldiers. Perhaps you should suggest that my uncle return to the capital for a meal. Despite the jest, she sensed that Jingxing might be leaning towards their family. Though she remained uncertain, Zhao Ming relayed his mother's sentiments verbatim, prompting Gu Mingyuan to express his dismay at having traveled such a distance, only to find no meal to offer. "My lord, why do you still engage in trivialities?" Wang Li exclaimed, frustration evident. "Do you truly understand the meaning of a swift resolution?" Gu Mingyuan admonished. "What is your haste? We must first employ courtesy before conflict, persuading them with reason and compassion. Should they refuse, then we may resort to force, for that is the way of a gentleman. Your father-in-law is a chancellor. Could you not strive to be more learned?" Wang Li, a man of reputable martial background, felt indignant at being accused of lacking knowledge. He believed that serving under Gu Mingyuan would allow him to endure a lifetime of grievances. Though Gu Mingyuan aimed to delay, he recognized that certain matters could not be pushed too far. Thus, he instructed the display of a siege posture. Seizing a moment when Wang Li was distracted, Gu Mingyuan discreetly conveyed to Lin Zhong, "Inform our men not to exert themselves too much. As long as they maintain a semblance of order, that shall suffice." Both sides are valiant sons of Daong. Lin Zhong, understanding the implication, nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Zhao Yi had already entered Wui County of Hengshui, where the army was establishing its camp within the city. The resistance against the advancing forces of Lu was led by the commandant of Hengshui, Lu Lin, a native of Chuzhou and Anhui, and the son of Lu Ding, the former commandant of Tianjin. Liu perused the detailed account of martial generals provided to him by Prime Minister Wang upon his departure from the capital 2 years prior. This Lieutenant Lu possesses innate strength, capable of lifting several hundred pounds with his bare hands. He excels in the use of the spear, demonstrating not only remarkable martial prowess, but also a profound understanding of military strategy. Wang Xiang has truly invested great effort in meticulously documenting the martial talents he encounters, ensuring that the Lu Wang is duly informed. However, this young man, still in his 30s, is merely a brash youth. The prince intends to personally lead his troops to confront him, to invigorate our entire army. The Lu Wang appears somewhat dismissive of this young general, perhaps harboring a touch of condescension. Yet, the fact that he has caught the eye of Wang Mingfeng suggests he possesses certain skills. To perish by his sword would not be a disgrace to such a revered blade. It is only after the conquest of Hengshui that the plan can pivot back to relieve the siege of Jinan. As he approaches with merely a few thousand soldiers to engage in battle, Liu discreetly nudges his friend's arm. "Is your highness a bit overconfident?" Zhang Wenhan chuckles and shakes his head. How could one not feel elated after conquering several cities? Nonetheless, he privately contemplates the extensive combat experience of the Lu Wang. Subduing a mere command lieutenant should pose little challenge. Is that so? One must not underestimate others due to age. The moment you belittle your enemy, you have already lost half the battle. Often, victory resides in humility. Some self-proclaimed tycoons who claim never to have touched money pale in comparison to those who operate with discretion. On April 26th of the 5th year of Xing'an, at noon, the vanguard of the Lu army had just crossed the Jiao River when, from the southeast, clouds of dust suddenly billowed forth, causing Zhao Yi's pupils to constrict sharply. "Damn it, we've fallen into a trap." Form the arrow formation. Zhao Yi unsheathed his long sword with a sharp sound. However, at the moment the two armies clashed, Lu Lin's cavalry unexpectedly split to the sides, revealing 7 or 8 formidable artillery pieces behind them. This sight incensed him, and he cursed vehemently. "All of you are sons of Daong. How dare you?" Lu Lin stooped to this. Were it not for necessity, he would not have even deployed the cannons. Once the city walls are destroyed, it is still the treasury's funds that must be used for repairs. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin could not help but smirk. "You still consider yourselves sons of Daong, even in rebellion? Why not have the emperor directly abdicate to you, since you are all descendants of the Zhao family?" Boom. At the moment the cannon smoke billowed forth, the frontline horses of the Lu army reared, neighing in distress. Zhao Yi's beloved steed whinnied in alarm, and to exacerbate matters, several squads of light cavalry faced them, wielding their unique three-eyed guns, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He had underestimated Lu Lin, who had come into battle without bringing any firearms. "Father, we've fallen into a trap. We must retreat at once." Zhao Yun and Xiao Lu fought valiantly against the rain of arrows, shielding Zhao Yi as they withdrew. The cavalry, which Zhao Yi took pride in, stood no chance against the assault of firearms. Lu Lin, the commanding general, personally wielded his spear in battle, leaving fallen soldiers of the Lu army in his wake. He fought with remarkable ferocity, nearly piercing Zhao Yi on several occasions, completely disregarding the edict that forbade him from harming the young emperor's uncle. Had it not been for Zhao Yun and Xiao Lu, these two young men who steadfastly protected each other, the Lu Wang would surely have suffered injuries and shed blood today. As dusk descended, Zhao Yi retreated with his troops to the earthen mounds of Hushi to catch his breath, narrowly escaping a more intense slaughter and significant losses. Upon counting his forces, he discovered a staggering loss of over 3,000 men, prompting him to furiously gulp down from his wine pouch. How could fate be so unjust? How could that scoundrel Zhao Bai be graced with such a fine commander? If such a commander were under his command, how could the banners of Daong not flutter triumphantly across the realm? Zhao Yun, in silence, interjected, "Both Prime Minister Wang and County Magistrate Li have cautioned you, yet you chose to disregard their counsel. Now, you dare to blame the heavens for your misfortunes? Disobedience yields no mercy, not even from the king of hell himself. Bring forth my spear." Zhao Yi, indignant, wiped the wine from his lips, contemplating his strategic maneuvers. "You lie, will lead the left flank to maneuver around the left side of the riverbank. Yang Gao, you shall take the right flank along the right side of the river stealthily. Zhang Yong, gather 100 soldiers and charge with me once more." Today, he could not believe that this brash youth would thwart his advances. Seeing his father suffer such a grave loss yet unwilling to retreat to the city, Zhao Yun was compelled to protest. "Father, this is not warfare. You are recklessly courting death. After being humiliated in broad daylight, why would one voluntarily seek further punishment? You may go or stay, but if you choose not to follow, you may leave." Zhao Yi, well aware of his second son's temperament, resorted to provocation. "If you do not pursue the position of Prince of Wu, it shall fall to your younger brother." Zhao Yun pondered that retreating to Jinan was not a viable option. He would either face maternal wrath or be dealt with by Uncle Gu. It seemed wiser to stick by his father's side, as perhaps he might avoid an untimely demise. With a stroke of good fortune, he might even secure the title of Prince of Wu. Thus, he reluctantly donned the garments he had just removed. The title of Prince of Wu mattered little. His true concern lay in his father's safety. Observing the dynamic between father and son, Xiao Lu nearly burst into laughter, regretting that such an amusing scene escaped the notice of the Lord. Chapter 80. The generous Zhao boss in the dead of night. Just as the fifth watch struck, the resounding beat of war drums echoed through West Jiahe village. The Lu bandits are launching a night raid. Lu Ling, having barely closed his eyes in the tent, was jolted awake by the commotion outside, startled into a reflexive leap. The Lu bandits are attacking at night. Grabbing his spear, he dashed from the tent to witness chaos erupting within the camp. Flames illuminating the night as Lu bandit cavalry breached the outposts. Leading them was none other than Zhao Yi, clad in dark armor and a crimson robe, the very same who had retreated in defeat by day. How could he possibly return for a night raid? Yet, his numbers were few, merely a few hundred. Without time to ponder Zhao Yi's intentions, Lu Ling bellowed an order, "Loose the arrows." Just as a rain of arrows began to fall, Zhao Yi led his cavalry in a feigned retreat, causing turmoil among Lu Ling's ranks. The earlier victory had stirred the soldiers' spirits, and before any command could be issued, they surged forward, eager to claim glory, as if titles and accolades were within their grasp. Sensing the impending disaster, Lu Ling prepared to rein in his troops when suddenly, the synchronized sound of hooves echoed in his ears. Zhao Yi was the first to charge out of the camp, glancing back at the relentless enemy forces pursuing him, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. Experience, as they say, is invaluable. Lu Ling's army was besieged on both sides by Yang Gao and Yu Lai. He recognized the futility of his situation and had no intention of fighting to the last breath. This Lu Ling, indeed, possessed remarkable skill. Returning to Wui County, Zhao Yi, still shaken, could not help but commend the young general. Perhaps he should have heeded the advice of Wang Xiang and not been so complacent. Fortunately, it turned out to be a victory. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to uplift the morale of his troops. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders had led to immediate repercussions. Shui Yanling flattered, Your Highness, such a feat is truly a testament to divine assistance and fate. Who else would possess the audacity to return after such adversity? Yet, there was truth in his words, and Zhao Yi sighed deeply. It was regrettable that his own negligence had endangered so many valiant young men. He was a prince who treasured his soldiers, earning their deep affection. Li Yu remarked, as long as their families are cared for, they would gladly sacrifice their lives for your highness, eager to follow you into battle. If the compensation is generous, they will not feel their deaths are in vain. The king of Lu was a man who learned from his experiences. Thus there was no need to remind him of the lessons to be gleaned. Subordinates should speak less. Indeed, Zixuan speaks wisely, Zhao Yi replied, taking a deep breath and declaring, all my soldiers and commanders shall receive double the compensation as mandated by the court. To achieve great deeds, one cannot be miserly. And Zhao Yi was certainly not a stingy leader. The flintlock rifles alone had earned Li Yu a large chest of gold ingots, along with countless antiques and artworks. After shedding his bloodied battle robe for a clean new uniform, Zhao Yi refrained from donning loose night clothes. Uncertain of when he might need to mount his horse for battle once more, he promptly ordered a count of his troops, intent on advancing towards Xinzhou the following day. The people of Huangzhou differed from those in other regions, possessing a remarkably upright mindset. Furthermore, it was one of the principal bastions of northern Confucian thought and culture. To them, the young emperor of Shuntianfu was the rightful heir, appointed by Emperor Taizong during his reign. Thus, the young emperor was deemed legitimate. As for the king of Lu, Zhao Yi, merely a rebel utilizing a dubious edict of uncertain origin. Consequently, not only the station troops, but also some locals were spontaneously organizing against Zhao Yi, for the sake of the imperial throne, for their families, and for their comrades in arms. Zhao Yi harbored no mercy. Thus, many civilians had perished along the way, which greatly troubled Zhang Wenhan. So many lives lost. What if we fail? Our demise would be dreadful, wouldn't it? Throughout history, how many princes have succeeded in rebellion? It seems none. What awaits us? These treasonous ministers could very well be extermination of our clans, dismemberment, death by 1,000 cuts, exposure of our corpses to the wilderness, complete annihilation of our families. Each thought is chilling. Li Yu, diligently crafting a carefully worded proclamation, prepared 2 versions of the edict to be sent to Xinzhou in advance, and upon hearing these musings, could not help but smile. You have just begun to feel apprehensive. Is it not rather belated? When Wang Xiang assigned you your tasks, you ought to have anticipated today, should you not? At that moment, consumed by aspirations of ascent, who could blame you for wanting to achieve prominence beside the young emperor? A mere third-class scholar from a humble locale, yearning for the attention of the young emperor, surrounded by top scholars, might find themselves waiting an eternity in vain. Once a choice is made, one must not dwell on it. Li Yu gently blew on the freshly printed edict to dry the ink, sighing, I can only hope the common folk remain wise and refrain from entangling themselves in the royal family's inner conflicts. What business do you, a commoner, have in these matters? Dying for the young emperor, he would remain oblivious. He shall neither care for your family nor erect a memorial for you. As long as the realm is not seized by foreign enemies, it matters little who sits upon the throne. That is their integrity, not foolishness. Zhang Wenhan admired these commoners. What right have we to judge them? Li Yu smiled in silence, reflecting that indeed, they were hardly deserving of discussions on integrity. Throughout their lives, they spoke of wealth and power, devoid of integrity and loyalty. One wonders how things fare in Xing'an. Are his wife and child well? With the city besieged, do they fear at night? Are they sleeping soundly? In Xing'an, Ning Zhaoan finished singing lullabies for the 2 children, coaxing them to sleep before slowly exiting the inner chamber. The opulent decor of the Wang residence, though splendid, offered less comfort than a humble straw hut. It had been 8 days since the siege began, with her husband outside in uncertainty and her brother in the capital equally oblivious to his fate. The flickering candlelight heightened her unease, and as she suppressed her inner turmoil, she offered the calming potion to her husband. Dear, drink this for a good night's sleep. How can one rest without it? Not drinking it. Ning Zhaoan pushed the medicine away, wrinkling her nose in distaste. The more I drink, the less restful my sleep becomes. It is better to wait until I am utterly exhausted. Her husband, a civil official, she wondered how he fared alongside the king of Lu at the front lines. With 200,000 troops besieging Jinan for 8 days without movement, it was strange if nothing were to transpire soon. Yet her greatest concern lay with her husband facing peril on the front. Rest assured, madam, The county lord is blessed with great fortune and shall remain unharmed. Yunban reassured her. Seeing her refusal to drink, he took a sip himself, not wanting the potion to go to waste, despite his full stomach causing him to burp. He wondered how the effects of this medicine compared to that of wine. Should it be a swift demise without pain, she would not mind having another bowl. Chapter 81. Do not tarnish your uncle's reputation at this moment. Within the central tent outside Jinan, Gu Mingyuan sat regally upon a tiger-skin chair, his gilded armor exuding an air of grandeur. He had dispatched Lord Zhongyong, Marquis Zhangsheng, to assault Sichuan Gate, and Marquis Li Chang to attack Shuntian Gate. The father and son duo, Chu Quan and Jian, belonging to Wang Li's faction, had earned their accolades, yet those honors would not accrue to Gu Mingyuan. Thus, they were assigned to assault the most fortified Luoyuan Gate. The soldiers under Wang Li's command regarded their leader as petty and one who favored his kin. As for the commander himself, he leisurely guarded the southern gate with a group of soldiers who were not significantly fatigued from their labors. They adhered to a routine of dining and returning to their camp for rest at designated times. At this moment, he had summoned 2 chefs specializing in Shandong cuisine to prepare 7 or 8 dishes, which he was enjoying with friends in the tent, anticipating a delightful sleep thereafter. Just then, Chu Quan and his son Jian entered, lifting the tent flap. General, I request permission to lead our elite troops in a vigorous assault on Luoyuan Gate tonight. Although Luoyuan Gate was indeed their target, Gu Mingyuan mandated that any actions must be reported in advance. Failure to do so would result in disciplinary measures under military law. Gu Mingyuan wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and casually inquired about the rationale behind their urgency. Chu Quan immediately clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, stating, "Yesterday, scouts discovered a fissure at the northwestern corner of the city. If we employ battering rams in conjunction with ladders and the artillery of General Shenwei before he could finish," Gu Mingyuan raised his hand, deliberately interrupting him. "Our forces have besieged the city for nearly 10 days. The supplies within can sustain them for no more than half a month. Why should we unnecessarily increase casualties? His Majesty has decreed that our primary objective is to compel their surrender to the court, not to take their lives. What? Does General Zhai still wish to defy the Imperial command?" Chu Quan and his son, brimming with indignation, could only swallow their frustration and exit with a bow. However, their minds were agile. They contemplated disobeying the orders, opting to act first and report later. By the way, Gu Mingyuan lazily stretched and jovially remarked, "There has been no progress at Shuntian Gate. You two should switch places with General Li today." Upon hearing this, the expressions on Chu Quan and his son's faces visibly darkened. General? They had worked tirelessly to breach the gate. Why should it be handed over to Li Chang? Gu Mingyuan raised an eyebrow. What? Does General Zhai intend to defy military orders? Young Jian, eager to argue, was restrained by his father, who, having endured over 50 years, maintained his composure. Once outside the tent, Zhai Quan admonished his son, "If you utter another word, do you believe he won't immediately reward you with a military punishment? If that happens, your chances of making a name for yourself will diminish further." Jian seethed with frustration, gritting his teeth. Isn't it said that Duke Qinghua is both cultured and martial? How can he be so small-minded and intolerant? Zhai Quan remained silent, unsure whether Gu Mingyuan was truly incompetent or intentionally favoring the king of Lu. After Chu Quan and his son had walked away, Li Chang turned to his childhood companion. "Jingxing, they do not understand you, but I do. In our youth, you were always the best among us. Even the 9th and 10th princes could not compare. Whether in hunting or in actual combat, you should not be so muddled. Are you not afraid that once he achieves his aims, he may turn against you? History shows that rulers can be ruthless. Instances of betrayal are not uncommon. He could silently betray the young emperor, and in time, the king of Lu may come to suspect that you would betray him as well. No matter how strong childhood bonds are, they cannot withstand the stability of a throne." Zhang Sheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jingxing, the current king of Lu is no longer the prince he once was. He has become a rebel. Those who possess the audacity to revolt are undoubtedly formidable characters, and it is only reasonable for such individuals to dismantle the very bridges they have crossed. Gu Mingyuan, of course, harbors a fear of such betrayal. Yet he cannot help but think that allowing Zhao Yi to act in such a manner might not be entirely adverse. Being candid with his lifelong companion, Gu Mingyuan earnestly began to analyze his thoughts. In the latter part of the new dynasty, Our Han family has suffered a loss of face and dignity by submitting to the nomads of the grasslands. Do you wish for our Great Yong to repeat such a disgrace? After all, they would not be marrying their daughters off to us. They would merely select from among our nobility, leaving us to wonder whose family would ultimately be chosen. For some families, having their daughters titled as princesses and married off is a matter of glory and wealth, and they might willingly sell their daughters to enhance their family's prestige. Yet, for valiant men like us, how could we bear to subject our daughters to such a fate? To have Han women, who have been educated in the Confucian classics since childhood, conform to the customs of the barbarians and marry off to strangers for generations. What difference is there between that and asking them to meet their demise? Besides, our fathers fought alongside the founding emperor to establish this dynasty, not to bow down in servitude to the uncivilized. Only as subjects of the Celestial Empire do we find honor and pride. Upon hearing this, Li Chong fell silent. Who would willingly choose to be a dog when one could be a man? Reflecting on the lives of the military generals during the late New Dynasty, one sees them, despite their rank, bowing to petty officials. The loyal generals, eager to protect their sovereign, found themselves executed by the very monarch they sought to defend, all to quell the enemy's fury. Such a fate is unappealing to any of us. Ultimately, we shall heed Xing'an's counsel, as long as he calls upon us. We shall not hesitate. As for Gu Mingyuan, he remains optimistic, being Zhao's maternal uncle and having rendered him significant assistance. How far could he possibly go in dismantling the bridges behind him? Could he truly turn against his own kin? He merely desires to be well-fed and well-treated, and his expectations are not particularly high. As long as he is surrounded by good food, drink, and beautiful companions, he will be content. Meanwhile, atop the southern wall of Jinan, Zhao Ming leaned against the battlements, surveying the enemy camp. The young heir to the king of Lu, in his 20s, possessed a tall and slender figure, yet wore a countenance as grave as that of an octogenarian, secretly calculating how many more days the provisions within the city could sustain them. Zhao Xian, feeling the pangs of hunger, despondently sighed, as the saying goes, "One ought to deliver a Buddha all the way to the west. If only my uncle could provide us with a bit more grain." Their livestock were kept in the outskirts, and had he known this day would come, they should have been housed within the city. No sooner had he uttered these words than he received a disapproving glance from his elder brother. "I was not mistaken, was I?" Zhao Xian muttered, gesturing towards the retreating Zhai father and son. "Every time these two attempt to breach our gates, my uncle immediately beats the drums to call for a retreat. Is it not merely his father's men? Since they are his father's retainers, what harm is there in providing us with some provisions? However, it seems rather inappropriate to give them overtly. That would be far too conspicuous, would it not?" Coughing gently twice, the Princess of Lu signaled her younger son to refrain from speaking out of turn. Perhaps the Duke of Qinghua merely harbors a discord with the father and son of the Zhai family, unwilling to see them achieve success and tarnish your uncle's reputation. Should their family ultimately face defeat, how would Jingxing navigate his position at court? Zhao Xian remarked, "From what your mother suggests, it seems that your uncle's reputation would surely benefit from this." Chapter 82. No gambles on the battlefield in the summer breeze of Xinzhou, which carried a hint of heat. Within the central tent of General Zhao Yi, the military physician was tending to Xiao Lu's wounds, while Zhao Yi personally held a tray of medicine, dutifully following the physician like a humble servant. Beside him, Zhao Yun observed, when he was a child, he was gravely ill, yet his father never displayed such fervent concern. Xiao Lu's injuries are merely superficial, after all. It appears that outsiders are favored over one's own kin. Li Yu hurriedly followed Cui Yinling, having learned on the way that Zhao Yi had once again fallen into an ambush set by Lu Ling, having been captured along with a mere few dozen men and taken back to Lu Ling's camp. Zhao Yun and Xiao Lu ventured thrice into the enemy's encampment and astonishingly managed to rescue him unscathed. Xiao Lu sustained a minor wound protecting the Prince of Lu, while Zhao Yun bore some superficial injuries, yet Zhao Yi emerged entirely unscathed. How remarkable! Captured in the enemy camp, yet rescued with such ease. Truly, the favored child of fortune must not be underestimated. On their way, Cui Yinling excitedly exclaimed, "Zixuan, Xiao Lu's valor in saving the prince is commendable, and your recommendation holds merit as well. Just imagine the immense fortune that awaits when the Prince of Lu achieves greatness." Li Yu humbly replied, "Not at all. It is merely due to His Highness's destined fate. Regardless, the unfortunate Xiao Lu seems to have secured a promising future." Upon Li Yu's arrival, Zhao Yi promptly approached, and spoke earnestly. Zixuan, I wish to fully emancipate Xiao Lu from servitude and grant him a new name. Initially indifferent towards him, I now genuinely appreciate and respect him, all thanks to my cherished subjects. Our Zhao family places great importance on gratitude and loyalty, with the exception of familial bonds. Of course, as his father, I hold a profound debt of gratitude for his filial piety in saving me. Is it not expected? Ultimately, Xiao Lu remains a servant of Zixuan and thus awaits his opinion. Li Yu naturally had no objections. The day I presented Xiao Lu to His Highness, he became His Highness's own. Xiao Lu, hearing this, moved his lips as if to express that he would always belong to the Li family. Yet he refrained from uttering a single word. Over the years, his lord had ensured he received an education. He understood that the Prince of Lu aspired to be an emperor. While he may not yet pose a threat, in the future, the emperor might harbor suspicions. Therefore, openly declaring loyalty would yield no benefits and could even incite the prince's wariness. The Duke of Lu was struck by the remarkable prowess displayed by Zhang Xiaolu today, which was not dissimilar to that of Lu Lin, who had been nurtured as a general from a young age. Given time and training, he was certain to evolve into a formidable warrior. The Duke decided that Zhang's surname need not be altered any further. Contemplating that he had but one son, Zhao Yi relinquished the idea of bestowing the Zhao surname. As the saying goes, a valiant general is akin to a tiger. From this day forth, you shall be known as Zhang Xiao, the esteemed guard captain Zhang Xiao, styled Yin Chong. The character Xiao is indeed a splendid name, far superior to that of any beast. Li Yu, filled with joy, nodded at Zhang Xiao, who, upon noticing, immediately rose and performed a deep bow to Zhao Yi. I shall honor your command, he proclaimed. If there were any lingering regrets, it would be that this newly appointed general had a slight affliction with his voice, making him susceptible to being underestimated by his subordinates. Grasping Zhang Zhao's arms, Zhao Yi spoke earnestly. I shall seek out the finest physicians in the realm to remedy your vocal troubles. Despite enduring numerous hardships, they ultimately captured Deep Prefecture, forcing Lu Lin to retreat to Baoding. Yet, the others dared not tarry, promptly turning their attention back to relieve the siege of Jinan. At that moment, Jinan had been besieged by Gu Mingyuan for nearly 2 months. Although signs of imminent breach were absent, remaining encircled posed grave risks due to dwindling supplies. In Jinan Prefecture, Gu Mingyuan's state of profound boredom had persisted for a month. He had exhausted all forms of entertainment, from storytelling to theatrical performances, and found himself at a loss for amusement, inwardly cursing Zhao Yi's ineptitude. Having been away for 2 months without return, his patience was wearing thin. Upon hearing that the young man had finally returned, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. That lad, I knew he would be fine. Having met 2 years prior to the late emperor's passing, the two had not crossed paths since. Reflecting on their childhood bond, Zhao Yi felt a twinge of nostalgia as he observed his imposing uncle before him. His uncle had once wet his bed on Zhao Yi's mattress, yet now seemed unyielding, intent on pressing the young lord mercilessly. With 200,000 troops besieging Jinan for nearly 2 months without breaching the gates, Zhao Bai, that scoundrel, continued to hold the position of general and orchestrate the campaign. Was his judgment truly sound? Such was the perception of his father. In the afterlife, he would not feel the least bit contrite, for Zhao Bai was unfit to reign. Who among us has not experienced such childhood mishaps? At that time, your entire family was confined within the Eastern Palace, with all attendants dismissed. My sister tasked you with watching over the 9th child at night, and you deemed it too bothersome, instructing others to bind the little one to prevent nocturnal disturbances. Were it not for me, your youngest would still be nestled among the children of Shund. Seeing him dredge up childhood tales, Gu Mingyuan, fully aware of the pretense, felt a surge of exasperation. Why must one resort to the private matters of others in their disputes? Wang Li remarked, was it not agreed that upon meeting Zhao Yi, we would first vociferously chastise the unfilial Zhao Yi in front of the army and unveil the sinister intentions lurking behind the Qingjun faction? What purpose does it serve to dwell on trivial matters now? Does it merely demonstrate the profound bond between you and your uncle? Zhao Yi feigned anger and gallantly urged, what use is such discourse? Today, I implore my dear uncle to descend and inquire about our father's true intentions. In an instant, the air was rife with the clashing of blades and the cries of battle, the sounds of weaponry, the neighing of horses, the reports of gunfire, and the anguished screams of soldiers intertwined, creating a cacophony saturated with the scent of blood mingled with gunpowder. As the logistical team, Li Yu and his companions lagged behind, yet they caught sight of the smoke rising from the direction of Jinan. Zhang Wenhan slowly approached Li Yu, who was roasting bread. "Shall we make a wager?" Li Yu replied with a smile. "On what?" Zhang Wenhan responded with a grin. "If His Royal Highness the King of Lu manages to rout the Duke of Qing and still leaves behind supplies and ammunition, then consider it my victory. And you shall owe me 10 strings of cash." He was confident that the odds favored him in this gamble. War is not a game of chance. Countless compatriots would perish in battle. How could one treat human lives as mere entertainment? "Zixuan, are you not being a tad uninteresting?" Upon seeing the bread was ready, Zhang Wenhan produced some salt and Sichuan pepper from his pouch, sprinkling it on the roasted bread before sharing it with Li Yu. "Have you not heard that the citizens and nobles of Sichuan Prefecture are wagering on when this war will conclude? Even court officials have secretly joined in. Not only Sichuan, but even the recently captured Shenzhou is embroiled in such speculation." Chapter 83. Everything is looking up. Others are others, and I am I. Each person's thoughts diverge. Simply consuming bread felt lackluster. Li Yu withdrew a small knife and sliced a piece of lamb, marbled with fat, then split the bread in half to stuff the succulent meat within. Ah, the aroma. Due to the ongoing conflict, news from Shunqing Prefecture could not be relayed. The last update he received was about Shun Dan's intention to participate in the provincial examination once more. Li Lian had successfully passed the preliminary exam, and he earnestly hoped that the 3 brothers would all achieve official positions. This would surely bolster his mother's pride to an unparalleled extent. "I truly do not comprehend your nature," Zhang Wenhan observed as Li Yu relished his meal, prompting him to mimic Li Yu's method of eating, discovering that it indeed enhanced the flavor. "You are deemed noble. Wang Xiang has summoned you for such treasonous matters, yet without a moment's hesitation. You brought your entire family along. Conversely, you cannot even indulge in a harmless wager. Whether we gamble or not, it should not lessen the toll of death, should it?" Initially, he had wrestled with this dilemma for an entire night, while Zixuan displayed no hesitation whatsoever. Li Yu countered with a smile. "Who says so? A couple of copper coins on a horse bet is still permissible. Such blatantly unprofitable and morally questionable amusements were truly not to his liking." "Zixuan." Zhang Wenhan produced a wine pouch and clinked it against Li Yu's on the ground. "Once His Royal Highness the King of Lu secures the realm, I still wish to petition for permission to return to my hometown." The young emperor finds himself in a disarray of loyalties, sensing that the tide of fortune has turned against him. He believes that this internal conflict will soon reach its conclusion, and he is reluctant to remain in the treacherous capital where deceit thrives. Upon hearing this, Li Yu is somewhat taken aback. "You have contributed significantly to the dynasty. Why not stay in the capital to enjoy the wealth and high status? Although Jiang is also a fine place. Who does not yearn to be an official in the capital? Even a minor clerical position there commands respect when one steps outside." Zhang Wenhan, with a contemplative demeanor, replies, "You do not understand our homeland. My singular conviction in this life is to ensure that the elders and fellow villagers there lead better lives. He cares not for fame or riches, only for the peace of his conscience. Yet, remaining in the capital could also benefit the common folk of my hometown." Li Yu contends, though he respects Zhang's sentiments. "Very well, let us raise our glasses in advance to toast our esteemed and virtuous official." Zhang Wenhan smiles and corrects him. "It is virtuous officials we should honor." Not far off, Cui Yinling observes their lively discussion with a slight smile, though his sycophantic companion, Ko Peng, is less approving. Who knows when Lord Lu secures the realm, whether he will prioritize Mr. Cui or this county magistrate Li. I have heard from the second prince that His Highness privately refers to Li Yu as young master. It is known that only those of advanced years, like Cui Yinling, have been afforded such a title by Lord Lu. "Ah, Zio, do not utter such words," Cui Yinling admonishes, feeling no envy, but rather cautioning, in times of uncertainty. Internal discord is most perilous. We must unite to seize control of the realm before we can discuss who merits greater esteem. Furthermore, I am the elder, and I have been in Lord Lu's service since the previous emperor's time. Young Li Zixuan, even if he were to ascend, would still be behind me. Cui Yinling is not one to hold grudges. As long as Li Zixuan does not provoke him, having an additional friend is preferable to making more enemies. Ko Peng retorts, "You are sowing discord for no reason. Li Zixuan does not even shadow you to serve your needs or flatter you. When he arrives in the capital, how can you be assured he will hold you in high regard?" The situation on the battlefield aligns closely with Li Yu's expectations. The Imperial army of 200,000, under Gu Mingyuan's command, has fled, abandoning their supplies and weaponry. Although a few valiant warriors are determined to fight to the end, they are unable to withstand the constant orders to retreat. Consequently, they can only take refuge in Huangzhou. Upon reaching Huangzhou and taking stock, they discover that half of the original force has vanished. The lost supplies and arms have not only failed to strike a decisive blow against Lord Lu, but have instead bolstered his might. Having suffered such a significant defeat, Wang Li is compelled to write an official report to Gu Mingyuan. Unexpectedly, Gu Mingyuan, leveraging his connection as the son-in-law of a noble, precedes Wang Li in filing a complaint, accusing him of disobeying orders, which led to the defeat. With one being a blood relative and the other merely a powerful official's son-in-law, Zhao Bo naturally sides with his uncle. Thus, Wang Li is not only stripped of his title as general of the expedition against Lu, but is also summoned back to the capital for reprimand, and an additional 100,000 troops are reassigned to his uncle. Thus, Gu Mingyuan completely grasped control over the army, with even the deputy generals being familiar faces. Naturally, he chose to retain the Zhai family, for he would not want to be at a loss when it came to shifting blame. One cannot eradicate those who might bear the brunt of responsibility. Within the royal residence of Jinan, Liu returned home, embracing his son and showering affectionate kisses upon his nephew. Observing their plump and rosy faces evoked a profound sense of satisfaction within him. What delightful children! They surpassed my own childhood by far. Although he was a time traveler, his youth had rendered him powerless, faced with the disintegration of his family and the anguish of separation. All he could do was weep. Ning Zhaoan, while perfuming her husband's garments, engaged him in trivial conversation. My dear husband, regarding this battle, the Prince of Lu's 60,000 troops have triumphed over our 200,000. Our forces have now swelled to nearly 200,000. Surely, His Majesty will hold the Duke of Qing accountable? If she were the emperor, she would undoubtedly demand an explanation from the commanding general. After such a significant defeat, I wonder how this general continues to hold his position. It's hard to say, Liu remarked, noticing the dark circles under his wife's eyes. Have you not been sleeping well? Is it uncomfortable living in the royal residence? Ning Zhaoan expressed that everything in the palace was splendid. Yet the lack of familiarity made her restless, hence her inability to sleep soundly, resulting in her current state of fatigue. The chubby little one nestled in his father's embrace. His innocent eyes, wide with sincerity, spoke the most genuine words. Mother is worried about father's safety, which is why she cannot sleep well. Even if we were in our own home, mother would still be restless. Though not yet 4 years of age, the child's speech was not entirely clear, yet Liu, as a father, could astonishingly comprehend every word. Jiaxing nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, when father was called away and did not return all night, mother did not sleep either. The next day, her eyes looked as fierce as Qiyu's steed. Despite being so young, he distinctly remembered his mother's tears and anxiety that night. A memory etched deeply within him. Liu felt a twinge of guilt as he said, "It is my fault. Not only have I failed to provide you with a peaceful life, but I have also left you in constant worry. Such occurrences are unavoidable. For my brother-in-law has wed the daughter of the Hua family. Had we remained in the capital, we might not have fared any better. Perhaps we would have encountered even greater troubles. At least now, things are progressing positively." Chapter 84. When one dies, do the benefits remain? Between husband and wife, what need is there for such distant discourse? Ning Zhaoan instructed someone to carry the 2 children away, and once they were alone, she settled beside Liu. Noticing a sheen of sweat on his forehead, she gently fanned him with a hand fan. What do you think will happen to the young emperor when the Prince of Lu enters the capital? Need it be said? He is bound to meet his demise. Liu replied, intrigued. What prompted this sudden inquiry? They had long speculated about the young emperor's fate, and since his wife was not one to speak of repetitive matters without cause, her mention of such a topic undoubtedly signified something significant. In a hushed tone, Ning Zhaoan confided, "The day after we received news of your victory in Shenzhou, the princess consort invited me to a private crab feast. At the banquet, the princess expressed her concerns regarding the deep bond between Prince Lu and the late crown prince. Fearing that this connection would hinder their ability to act decisively against the young emperor, thereby placing Prince Lu's position in a rather precarious state." Her eyes glistened with tears, evoking both compassion and alarm in those who beheld her. The crab feast laid out by the Princess of Lu was hardly delectable, and she would not have uttered such words without cause. Zhao Yi was not inclined to exhibit mercy. Rather, He merely cloaked himself in a guise of benevolence to appear compassionate to others. Indeed, one could hear Ning Zhaoan quietly remark, if the young emperor were to perish after the army enters the imperial city, everything would fall into place quite seamlessly. The young emperor has yet to father an heir. Upon his demise, who else could be deemed more suitable for the throne than Prince Lu? In terms of legitimacy and capability, what objections could the realm possibly have? Li Yu, with a mere moment of contemplation, grasped the intentions of the Princess of Lu. She sought to have Yang Gao undertake this task, but did Prince Lu himself possess such knowledge? Since her words were directed towards Li Yu's wife, it was evident she wished for him to carry out some sort of undertaking. However, as a civil official, it was uncertain whether he would even be present when Prince Lu entered the capital, making it implausible for him to be the one to eliminate the young emperor. After much deliberation, Yang Gao was the only one who came to mind. Their rapport was amicable, as Yang Gao had been Zhao Yi's companion during his formative years. However, Yang Gao was among the least skilled of the generals, even inferior to novices like Xiao Lu. In these tumultuous times, the court was in dire need of capable individuals. The act of assassinating the young emperor needed to remain undiscovered. Should it come to light, one would surely meet a grim fate. They proclaimed a righteous cause to cleanse the court, not to slay a misguided ruler. Thus, the loyal yet mediocre Yang Gao naturally emerged as the most fitting candidate for such a venture. Perceiving her husband's predicament, Ning Zhaoan expressed her frustration. Your Highness shares a bond with Commander Yang, which you may not even be aware of. Whether he knew or not, she could not ascertain. Perhaps Yang Gao was aware, but remained silent about it. It was a common tactic for the wicked to delegate their misdeeds to others while feigning ignorance themselves. Have not all emperors throughout history operated in such a manner? Moreover, a husband and wife are forever united. The princess's sentiments undoubtedly reflected those of Prince Lu. With a sigh, Ning Zhaoan remarked, I anticipated this would trouble you, especially given your friendship with Commander Yang. Entrusting such a perilous task to your husband is indeed a dilemma. Li Yu toyed with the jade pendant in his hand, feeling the weight of the decision before him. To proceed would burden his conscience, as it was Yang Gao who had initially recommended him. Conversely, to abstain would arouse Prince Lu's suspicions, and failing to execute the task satisfactorily would cast doubt on his capabilities. It was a predicament fraught with peril on both ends. In a modest tavern on the eastern outskirts of Jinan, Yang Gao surveyed the meager surroundings, rendered speechless. There were no women nor entertainment to be found. What joy could be derived from such desolation? As he prepared to venture into battle with Prince Lu in the coming days, it seemed a pity to squander this idle time without seeking the company of a few lovely maidens. Time is precious, and once lost, it cannot be reclaimed. The noise of song and dance was overwhelming. Ignoring Yang Gao's disdain, Li Yu forcibly seated him across from himself. This place is quiet. We can converse without distraction. The young emperor must undoubtedly be eliminated. Sparing him would only invite endless troubles. Yang Gao is indeed a most suitable candidate for this task. When the time comes for merit to be rewarded, Commander Yang shall surely be granted a noble title, and I must ingratiate myself with him, mustn't I? Such flattering words would undoubtedly delight Yang Gao's ears. Of course, my bond with His Highness dates back to our childhood. I would rush to his aid without a second thought whenever he found himself in a scuffle with the other princes. Once, I defended him so fiercely against Prince Xing that I earned a severe beating from the late emperor, 20 hard lashes, to be exact. It was no mere punishment. I spent a month recovering from it, yet I never uttered a word of complaint. Though he may not be as skilled in battle as his brothers, he still rose to the rank of commander, and even the second prince addresses him respectfully as Uncle Yang. Zixuan, allow me to share a secret with you. It is said that one feels invigorated by joyous occasions, and Yang Gao's expression at this moment radiates pride. Yesterday, during tea, His Highness confided in me that once he secures the realm, he intends to honor me with a first-class noble title. Can you guess what title? Duke of Valor. He possesses a commendable self-awareness. While loyalty is his strength, his strategic acumen pales in comparison to that of his brothers. Yang Gao had anticipated a mere countship or perhaps a third-class marquisate, yet His Highness boldly offered him a first-class title. Zixuan, do you not think the star of destiny shines upon me? Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Li Yu chuckled in agreement, yet inwardly felt a chill. It appears the sentiment is not solely that of the princess. The king of Lu seems to have tacitly endorsed Yang Gao's sacrifice, for he would not have so readily promised a noble title otherwise. Consider this. The king of Lu has 8 scholars in attendance and numerous noble relatives for companionship, surrounded by valiant soldiers. Even when his entire family was confined in the East Palace, countless royal relatives and civil and military officials sought to intercede on their behalf. Yang Gao is perhaps the least conspicuous among them. Sacrificing him is a more palatable option than sacrificing others, particularly as Zhao Yi still harbors ambitions for a decisive strike to the north. Yet, in Yang Gao's eyes, Zhao Yi is his sole master, the one he would never betray even at the cost of his life. Seeing that Zhao Yi shares this sentiment brings him even more joy. My father served alongside the founding emperor for a lifetime, yet the noble title he earned will not be passed down to me. I can only endure patiently by His Highness's side. Initially, I thought that merely becoming a minor commander in this life would be the pinnacle of my aspirations. However, should I meet my father in the afterlife, I shall have much to share. He indeed left a noble title for his descendants. Yet I too shall leave a legacy of a title earned through my own merits. In truth, I might even surpass my elder brother. They rely on our father's achievements, while I have carved my own path through sheer valor. He is as formidable as our father. At this point, a slight dryness crept upon him, and Yang Gao lifted the wine jar, gulping down several hearty swigs, feeling a profound sense of contentment. In his youth, the beatings he endured were not in vain. He naively believed that his status as a first-class subject was a token of favor from the Duke of Lu, a reward for his unwavering loyalty over the years. You ought to drink less. Do you not fear for your own life? At this moment, Liu found himself at a loss for words, pondering the ramifications should the truth come to light. How could the descendants of a regicide be allowed to hold titles? Would the death of Yang Gao strip away all benefits? Chapter 85. The ruin of 300,000 troops. Liu had prepared a heartfelt speech to invite him for drinks, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. Returning home with his thoughts unexpressed, feeling utterly defeated. There was still time ahead. Perhaps it would be best to let him enjoy a few more days of merriment. This iron-hearted man, filled with sincerity, truly found himself incapable of articulating a single syllable. I anticipated this outcome, Ning Zhaoan remarked upon seeing him return dejected. Though you crave fame and fortune, you are not the sort to engage in such schemes. Yang Gao's innocent and foolish gaze was not something even the Duke of Lu could bear to address directly. Naturally, he would not declare his intent to be a benevolent lord. After changing out of his sweat-soaked attire, Liu felt inexplicably troubled. Help me think of a way to initiate the conversation. It is often said that those devoid of conscience lead easier lives, while those with a sense of morality become ensnared in their own dilemmas until they exhaust themselves. At this moment, he wished fervently that he were devoid of such conscience. Since you cannot find the words, perhaps it would be better to remain silent? Ning Zhaoan interjected, swiftly taking the icy bowl from his hands. Men should not indulge in excessive cold. You have already had one before leaving today, and this bowl is mine. Despite feeling unbearably hot, Liu obediently reached for the cooled tea nearby. Is it not said that women should avoid the chill? Why must men refrain as well? They are not subject to the same discomforts, nor would they suffer from stomach pains. Ning Zhaoan replied with a smile. Excessive exposure to cold can lead to stagnation of internal warmth, ultimately damaging one's yang energy and resulting in kidney deficiency. Liu might have dismissed such notions in other contexts, but the idea of kidney deficiency was intolerable. If you insist I not drink, then I shall refrain. But what do you mean by remaining silent? No wonder he had never had a girlfriend in his past life. It seemed the excess of ice cream had sapped his interest, rather than the relentless demands of capitalists forcing him to work overtime. Kopeng. Your husband could ask Kopeng to speak on your behalf. Upon hearing that name, Liu's attractive brows furrowed immediately. For reasons unknown, this individual always regarded him with disdain, speaking in a manner that was more mocking than sincere. Would he heed my words? Were it not for the unfinished business at hand, that insolent fellow would have long revealed his dissatisfaction. Just wait. There will undoubtedly come a time for confrontation. Of course, this did not imply that he should heed Kopeng's counsel. Ning Zhaoan approached, gently massaging his shoulders. It is your husband who must make him feel that he is undertaking a task for His Highness the Duke of Lu, something your husband cannot accomplish. He relishes the opportunity to showcase himself. Perhaps it would be best to allow him that chance. Commander Yang, after all, is merely the scholarly attendant of the Duke of Lu, and it is inevitable that he will reminisce about the past. The Emperor's mind is quite erratic. Who knows if he might unleash his wrath upon those involved in such matters? Since Kopeng harbors disdain for her husband, It suggests that the two will likely become political adversaries in the future. Given this enmity, it is only natural for them to clash. Thus, it would be prudent to devise a strategy to pass this hot potato on to him. Perhaps he will cherish this task as if it were a treasure. This would not only plan a hidden trap for the adversary, but also allow the Duke of Lu to maintain a benevolent image. Although His Highness might initially question this person's capabilities, over time, he would come to see Li Yu as someone who values loyalty and possesses his own principles. Unlike those unscrupulous ministers, Li Yu, suddenly enlightened, grasped his wife's hand and said, "My dear, you ought not to marry me and serve as my wife. You should strive to become the top female scholar and conquer the court." The ancient strategies, even from the perspective of a woman in the inner chambers, deeply captivated Li Yu. Ning Zhaoan, in response to his praise, remained silent, merely smiling as she wiped her husband's brow. It is because of her husband's kind heart that he is often capable of making the right choices. If he has already made overtures to Yang Gao, then her subsequent plans would be rendered futile. "Husband, do not rush," she advised. "While we travel north, feign a sense of indecision and occasionally let out a sigh. Do this intentionally for Ko Peng's benefit, but remember to ensure that His Highness's men do not catch sight of it. In time, let Ko Peng become aware of this matter inadvertently. After this, Li Yu need not worry about anything further." The summer breeze, laden with warmth, gradually calmed Li Yu's restless heart as he began to strategize for the future. In a mere fortnight of organization, the Duke of Lu was set to lead an army of 150,000 northward once more, targeting Baoding and the capital city. Gu Mingyuan, meanwhile, was engaged in a tactical retreat, continuously providing the Duke with weapons and provisions, depleting nearly 300,000 troops of the court in just half a year. This left the Imperial army increasingly weakened while the Duke's forces grew ever stronger. At this juncture, the young emperor finally recognized the necessity of appointing a new general. Thus, the Zhai family, father and son, ascended to the position of supreme commander of the military. With tears streaming down their faces, they lamented, "This is a mess. It would be better not to take on the role of general." Yet, Zhao Bai remained convinced that his uncle was merely boastful and not intentionally losing battles. Thus, he merely summoned Gu Mingyuan back to the capital. Regardless of how Fan Qingyuan and others petitioned for Zhao Bai to execute Gu Mingyuan, he turned a deaf ear, even unwilling to lower his official rank or title. All privileges remained unchanged, and even the position of the commander of the Imperial